In a twist of fate, seasoned game designer Yi Sun, wielding the universal system, traverses the Dragon Ball universe, leading to a complete unraveling of the narrative. Are Saiyans descending upon Earth? A single punch obliterates them. Is Frieza attempting to dominate the cosmos? He foolishly provokes Broly, resulting in utter annihilation. As the androids make their entrance, they are ruthlessly besieged. Is it the awakening of humanity, or have the villains reached their limits? Yi Sun declares apologies, but with this system, I can do as I please. Until one fateful day, even Broly becomes so incensed that he blocks him. How will this chaotic escapade of the time traveler overturn the entire Dragon Ball universe? A riotous and exhilarating brawl begins. Chapter 1. Dismissal. Xiao Yi, your team must exert more effort. Our company is counting on the profits from this Dragon Ball mobile game. We have already released multiple advertisements, and we cannot afford to deliver subpar results. Before the game company's owner stood a young man bearing heavy dark circles beneath his eyes, known as Yi Sun, 25 years of age, the principal programming lead for the forthcoming Dragon Ball mobile game, Dragon Ball: The Divine Evolution. In his student days, Yi Sun was a reclusive gamer, yet he possessed a remarkable aptitude for programming, solidifying his identity as an unyielding tech enthusiast. However, the project was exceedingly rushed. Yi Sun had been working overtime for a month straight, yet the results remained far from his expectations. Confronted with his employer's doubts, Yi Sun steeled himself, explaining patiently, "Boss, the market is saturated with Dragon Ball mobile games. For ours to carve out a niche, it must not only be meticulously crafted, but also possess distinct features. I am currently tackling the character lineage upgrade system within the game. Once I overcome certain programming challenges, it will set us apart from other Dragon Ball mobile games." Upon hearing this, the game owner sighed deeply. "Xiao Yi, while it is commendable for young people to have aspirations, do you understand the substantial financial and temporal investment we've made to secure the licensing rights for this Dragon Ball adaptation and the major operational channels? Time waits for no one." Yi Sun felt a pang of distress. As a perfectionist entrenched in technology, he could not forgive himself for being lackadaisical with his beloved Dragon Ball. The owner continued, "If we were to implement your vision of adding a martial arts upgrade system and a lineage upgrade system to the established world of Dragon Ball, would that not undermine the original plans of the design team?" Yi Sun knew that if he failed to persuade his boss, these exceptional concepts would never come to fruition. Clearing his throat, he proudly asserted, "Currently, most Dragon Ball mobile games revolve around the notion of becoming a Super Saiyan and fighting alongside others, embarking on adventures that closely mirror the comic storyline. Yet the issue lies in the fact that no one has ever considered creating new character designs within the framework of the original Dragon Ball universe. These new characters need not necessarily adventure alongside Goku and his companions. In fact, I have delved into the world building of Dragon Ball and discovered countless intriguing aspects ripe for exploration. The narrative backdrop is vast enough to allow newcomers to craft fresh stories centered around the legend of the Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, the Super Saiyan's brilliance often blinds us to many narrative threads worthy of revisiting." Despite Yi Sun articulating his perspective with great detail, the game's owner retorted impatiently, "Oh Yi, you mustn't forget that the very essence of Dragon Ball lies in the character of Son Goku. If we were to embark on an adventure without him, could we still call it Dragon Ball?" He continued, "Would players be satisfied if the available characters did not include iconic Super Saiyans like Goku, Vegeta, or Trunks?" Unexpectedly, no matter how the owner reasoned, Yi Sun remained steadfast, countering with his original argument. "With all due respect, the singular core of the Dragon Ball universe is the Dragon Balls themselves. Everything else pales in significance, even the Super Saiyans." Upon hearing this, the owner's expression was one of resignation. Yi Sun was merely a youthful idealist, relentlessly reiterating the same point over the past year. The essence of Dragon Ball is the Dragon Balls, and Son Goku could merely be a peripheral figure. If we were to follow your line of thinking and production, our company's investment would be entirely squandered. The iconic techniques like Kamehameha, Kaioken, and Spirit Bomb are more than sufficient. Why must the characters learn martial arts from a different world? Isn't that utterly nonsensical? The owner, witnessing Yi Sun's obstinacy, felt his temper rise. He was a businessman, focused solely on profit, and dismissive of ideals. The realm of idealism could not accommodate the transactions of money. Furthermore, I have always wanted to inquire, what exactly is this super earthling concept? Is there any precedent for such a notion in the manga? Noticing the owner's agitation, Yi Sun promptly responded earnestly, "Sir, I believe that the concept of the super earthling is the pièce de resistance of the entire mobile game. Why should this universe exclusively allow Saiyans to awaken into super forms or even divine forms? Are earthlings destined to be a lesser race? This is what I mean by there being ample potential for exploration. He continued, imagine allowing players to control handsome, young warriors from Earth, guiding them through lineage evolution and martial arts progression. Wouldn't that be the most enticing selling point? The owner could no longer tolerate Yi Sun's presumptuousness. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted hoarsely, enough. Effective immediately, you are no longer responsible for this project. I have already engaged a new game team to develop this Dragon Ball mobile game. You may take a break, and as for the financial matters, we can discuss them another day. After all, it was you who delayed the entire project. It would be unreasonable for me to pay the full termination fee. Upon being abruptly dismissed by the owner, Yi Sun nearly stumbled but managed to hold his ground, suppressing his frustration. He sighed heavily, knowing that with just one more month, he could have perfected the entire program. Yet the impatience of businessmen was palpable. Yi, we are related, which is why I have afforded you so much time and opportunity. However, you must understand my pursuits. Please comprehend my position. I have granted you ample time to realize your ideals, but regrettably, your aspirations do not align with my objectives. Take your coat home and rest. You need not return tomorrow. I will discuss the termination details with you later. Perhaps realizing his own indiscretion, the boss hastily added a subsequent remark, yet Yi Sun merely shook his head and departed in silence. Upon announcing the dissolution of the Dragon Ball mobile game development team, the members could not help but shed tears, not solely due to the loss of their livelihoods after all. As long as they possess skills, there would be ample opportunities in the IT industry for young talents. Rather, it was a profound sorrow stemming from the unattainability of their aspirations. Upon returning home with his computer, Yi Sun felt as though all his strength had been drained the moment he stepped through the door. He understood that his employer was merely a businessman eager to expedite the game's launch for profit. Indifferent to whether the mobile game possessed any unique qualities, all that mattered was the potential for lucrative returns before he departed. How naive I was, how incredibly naive. Yi Sun lamented as he retrieved a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and sat alone at his desk, drinking. He gazed at the image on his computer screen depicting Sun Wukong transforming into a Super Saiyan god, momentarily lost in reverie. After a while, he began to mutter, what's so remarkable about a Super Saiyan god? Those cultivators in fantasy novels who can upheave realms and ascend to new planes could easily obliterate you. The world of Dragon Ball, which measures strength solely by combat power and destructive capability, is fundamentally the most rudimentary of universes. What does it matter how formidable your Kamehameha is? Did you conquer the two-dimensional foil or the landscape map? After several bottles of beer, Yi Sun began to ramble incoherently at his computer. Had anyone overheard him, they would likely have been unable to suppress their laughter, for Yi Sun's words were nothing but the petulant grievances of a discontented child. For instance, he exclaimed, if I were in the Dragon Ball universe, I certainly wouldn't allow the Saiyans to hog the spotlight. As he continued speaking, his consciousness began to blur. Fatigue enveloped him, and his eyelids felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, irresistibly descending. Just before his vision succumbed to darkness, he beheld once more the image of Sun Wukong, transformed into a Super Saiyan god. In that silent night, Yi Sun's heart ceased to beat, followed closely by the computer plunging into a frozen black screen, never to awaken again. On July 13, 2017, the renowned game developer Yi Sun passed away peacefully at the age of 25, with his entire estate inherited by his parents. Perhaps a small solace lies in the fact that Yi Sun had a younger brother and sister, ensuring that his parents would not face solitude in their twilight years. Chapter 2. The Hall of Yama. Yi Sun found himself in an unusual dream, walking along an interminably long path suspended in the clouds. The way ahead stretched endlessly, and turning back revealed no trace of his origin. Peering downwards offered no glimpse of the abyss below. Despite the path's considerable length, it was rather narrow, roughly 2 meters wide, devoid of any safety measures. One misstep would lead to an irreversible fall. He was unaware of how long he had been walking, yet he felt no fatigue whatsoever. To be why heavens, this dream is exceedingly lengthy. Where on earth am I? Yi Sun felt that the oddities did not end there. Apart from the absence of fatigue, he realized he was devoid of hunger or thirst, and there was no cycle of day and night. Everything seemed remarkably peculiar. As he wandered, he experienced a bizarre illusion that this place resembled the Snake Way from the Dragon Ball manga. Could it be that I am so fixated on the success or failure of the Dragon Ball mobile game that I am dreaming of the Snake Way? While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Hey, you over there, the wandering spirit. Come this way, quickly. King Yin is reviewing the book of life and death. If you missed this batch of reincarnations, he will surely be blamed. Yi Sun was startled, turning to see a figure operating a small watering machine, beckoning him. The individual had blue skin and a pointed horn atop his head. Was this the public servant from Dragon Ball who waters the Snake Way? Could it be that I have truly dreamt of the Snake Way? Haha, what a vivid dream. I am eager to see if King Yin resembles the giant figure depicted in the manga. No sooner had he thought this than he realized that if this truly was the Snake Way, then walking in the opposite direction would lead him to the King of the Worlds. Yi Sun approached the public servant and politely inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the residence of King Kai?" The watering attendant replied earnestly, "Just walk in the direction behind you. However, at your current speed, it will take you hundreds of years to reach King Kai. But the Hall of King Yin is this way. We can reach it swiftly, and I shall guide you." Reflecting on the storyline of the Dragon Ball manga, Yi Sun acknowledged the truth in this. King Kai's planet was indeed far too distant. Even Goku took half a year to reach it on his first journey. With his own 100-meter dash time of 14 seconds, traversing 1,000,000 kilometers of Snake Way would certainly take him centuries. How peculiar. How could a wandering soul be found directly on the Snake Way? Noticing the public servant's puzzled expression, Yi Sun chuckled lightly. I seem to have lost my way and was pondering which direction to take. Had I not encountered you, I might have headed toward King Kai. Upon hearing this, the watering attendant's expression brightened with understanding. Come aboard. I shall take you to the Hall of King Yin. Since you are lost, King Yin might scold you a bit, but do not take offense. Yi Sun was acutely aware of King Yan's notoriously irritable temperament. Even the deities of Earth trembled at his reprimands. However, a seed of doubt began to sprout within him. Had he truly passed away? This dream is far too realistic. Could I have transcended into another realm? Surely not. Yi Sun instinctively shook his head. This was not a web novel. Such fantastical occurrences were improbable. Perhaps the immense pressure from work had caused this dream to extend so long. After all, he was deeply enamored with Dragon Ball. As the saying goes, what one contemplates during the day, one dreams of at night. Experiencing a journey along the Snake Way and visiting the Hall of King Yin in a dream wasn't so bad after all. The water truck driver is quite naive and romantic, completely oblivious to the perplexing reality that Yi Sun, a soul who has consumed the Mengpa soup, could possibly know that the king of the underworld resides on the King Star across the Serpent Path. This notion in itself is utterly bizarre, as Yi Sun had not partaken of the Mengpa soup, but had instead been directly transported to the Serpent Path. Before long, the water truck brought Yi Sun to the majestic Hall of Yama. In stark contrast to the depictions in the comic, this Hall of Yama is truly magnificent and grand. To Yi Sun's eyes, it felt as though he stood at the foot of an enlarged Patala Palace. However, the architectural complexity and splendor of this hall far surpassed that of the Patala Palace. Observing this sight, Yi Sun silently nodded in approval. Recognizing that this was indeed the appropriate visage for the realm of reincarnation, the comic had rendered it far too simplistic. Once the water truck driver departed, Yi Sun found himself alone as he approached the grand entrance of the Hall of Yama, which towered nearly 100 meters high, making him feel like a diminutive figure from a fairy tale. Before he could express his awe, a person clad in formal work attire rushed towards him, brusquely stating, "Indeed, you were the last one we were waiting for. Where on earth have you been? The souls from your batch have already been judged by the Book of Life and Death. Fortunately, the King of Hell is on a business trip today, and the matters of reincarnation are temporarily being handled by our team of judges. Otherwise, if the king were to learn of this, you would be unceremoniously cast into the depths of hell. Can't I simply wait for the next batch?" Yi Sun retorted nonchalantly. To his surprise, the staff member expressed their discontent, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! Do you have any idea that the 10 Yama Kings oversee the reincarnation of 3,000 worlds? Each soul in every world possesses a unique mark, and souls are reborn according to a strict schedule. Should you miss your opportunity, forcing a transition to another world could trigger a catastrophic butterfly effect. Disrupting the laws of causality. No one can bear that responsibility. Each batch must reincarnate within the designated time frame once the time has passed. There are no exceptions." Yi Sun was taken aback. The Dragon Ball comic had never mentioned such intricacies. Was this, perhaps, something his subconscious had conjured within this dream? What might it do then? Fade into nothingness. The staff member sighed. Regardless of who you were in life, Once you cross the Naya Bridge, consume the Mengpa soup, and traverse the Yellow Springs to arrive here. We treat all souls equally. Your misdirection ultimately reflects our failure to guide you properly under these circumstances. We can only work overtime to devise a solution. Upon entering the Hall of Yama, the staff member appeared somewhat apprehensive, ensuring that no other judges were present before proceeding inside. They were acutely aware that the king of Yama would not tolerate such an occurrence. The mishandling of Yi Sun's soul was a minor concern. The greater issue lay in the potential impact on their own performance metrics. Other members of the judging team would eagerly seek to undermine them, taking advantage of any misstep. After all, I am responsible for this batch. Should any problem arise, I cannot evade the repercussions. Is there truly no alternative? Yi Sun gazed upon the vast and empty hall of Yama, where only a grand table and a sizable laptop remained. The staff member knew that a group of judges would soon arrive to verify the previous batch of souls before proceeding to the next, at which point his subterfuge would be exposed. Time was of the essence. He needed to expedite Yi Sun's soul's departure, as the reincarnation system would automatically record it. Otherwise, his performance would suffer, tarnishing his record as a celestial civil servant and jeopardizing his prospects for promotion. Is there a problem? Yi Sun inquired, bemused by the staff member's evident anxiety. Having seemingly made a decisive choice, the staff member turned to Yi Sun and gravely asked, "Young man, since you have missed your time, the system will not facilitate your reincarnation. If I were to exploit a minor glitch in the program to forcibly send you to a world that you're intimately familiar with, would you hold it against me?" "What a peculiar proposition," Yi Sun replied. The staff member, with a hint of resignation, admitted, "To speak frankly, if the king of hell discovers that you have not departed, you will be trapped, condemned to toil in the underworld, while I would face demotion. We share a mutual fate. My colleagues in the judging division would eagerly wish for my downfall, as competition among civil servants is fierce." Yi Sun realized the staff member sought to absolve himself of responsibility. "Why would I blame you?" "Because any soul not authenticated by the king of hell's ledger, if forcibly sent into reincarnation, may undergo unpredictable transformations. For instance, you might transition from human to beast, as you were indeed meant to follow the path of humanity. Yet without the ledger's endorsement, there is no certainty of that path." Yi Sun chuckled. "That's of no concern to me. Proceed as you wish, as long as I can be reborn." The staff member's expression brightened, secretly relieved that this soul was so amenable. Had he encountered a different soul, they might have lodged a complaint with the king of hell himself. Sacrificing one soul to secure his own success was a trivial matter. He promptly retrieved a laptop and leapt onto the table of Yama, connecting the data cable to the deity's computer and swiftly initiated a program. Yi Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never imagined the process of reincarnation could be manipulated in such a manner. "All right, hurry along. Time is of the essence." The staff member gestured towards a partially open door, saying, "Go forth, your destination is a matter of chance." Yi Sun pursed his lips, nonchalantly shrugged, and strode confidently through the door. Once Yi Sun's figure had vanished, the staff member quickly tidied the scene, ensuring everything appeared as though nothing had transpired. "Fortunately, I had undergone training in the Vice King's preparatory camp, which equipped me with the knowledge to intervene in the main reincarnation program. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Young brother, I wish you luck. Should you find yourself dead again in the future, remember to express your gratitude before sipping the Mengpa soup." Typically, those who bypass the ledger to enter reincarnation will experience some degree of change in their fate. They shall not be ordinary individuals, but destined for extraordinary lives. May the world you wish to enter fulfill all the values and ideals you pursue. However, this member of the judging panel could never have anticipated that Yi Sun had not consumed the Mengpa soup at all. Chapter 3. The Malevolent Tao. Bye-bye. Upon entering, Yi Sun was enveloped by a brilliant light and soon lost his normal consciousness. He felt as though he was perpetually spinning, unable to discern any surrounding objects. In this whirl, Yi Sun recalled the frequent bouts of dizziness he experienced due to irregular eating habits from working overtime. Yet, he never anticipated that all his efforts would be rendered futile upon his employer's abrupt termination of their contract, a truly infuriating turn of events. Sighing, he remembered how, during his university years studying programming, he had always dreamt of creating a game based on the Dragon Ball series. After much effort in finding the right platform, he found himself unable to even run the completed program, a vexing waste of his time, wishing bankruptcy upon his former boss. As he cursed inwardly, Yi Sun's consciousness sank into darkness. He believed that this dream would soon come to an end. Upon awakening, he planned to negotiate the terms of his contract termination with his boss and then present his program to other mobile game companies, convinced that his technical skills would secure him new partnerships. After a while, he heard a voice calling to him, as if beckoning him. Sun, pull yourself together, wake up. Although Yi-sun had yet to open his eyes, the voice sounded like that of a youthful individual. Could it be his younger brother calling? Yet, he should not be on break. The voice seemed somewhat off. With such thoughts, Yi-sun struggled to open his eyes, his vision gradually clearing from a haze to clarity. However, he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. Even the slightest movement elicited a wince. How could this be? Great. You nearly perished. Yi-sun withdrew his senses from the agony that enveloped him, turning to the source of the voice, only to be struck with disbelief. Standing by his bedside was a robust young man, with thick brows and large eyes, filled with determination. What shocked Yi-sun the most was the eye set upon the young man's forehead. Who are you? The young man appeared taken aback, exclaiming, could it be that Master Tao Bai-Bai's methods were too ruthless, injuring your head and causing amnesia? Tao Bai-Bai? Yi-sun thought. Surely no one would name their child Tao Bai-Bai. When one hears the name Tao Bai-Bai, the first image that springs to mind is that of the legendary assassin from Dragon Ball, clad in Qing dynasty attire and sporting braided hair. Yi-sun's heart jolted, and he tentatively inquired, are you Tianjin Fan? Tianjin Fan fell silent for a moment, contemplating that even if Sun did not suffer severe amnesia, he might have sustained a concussion from the trauma, leading to temporary memory loss. I am Tianjin Fan. Do you remember what happened to you? Yi-sun's eyes widened. Lying there in a daze, wearing a bewildered expression, utterly speechless in response to Tianjin Fan. Upon witnessing the scene, Tianjin Fan refrained from further inquiries and, with a heavy heart, directly stated, Sun, time is of the essence. I must return to the Crane immortal lineage, or else my master will undoubtedly grow suspicious. The demise of your parents was indeed a calamity. Master Tao Bai-Bai is a hired assassin, and I surmise he has accepted a bounty from your family's enemies, which prompted his attack on you. As Tianjin Fan narrated this, Yi-sun's mind began to conjure vivid images, populated by numerous familiar faces. Yet he had never encountered these individuals. Why did such a sensation arise? Tao Bai-Bai, Tianjin Fan, the parents of the Yi family, whom he had never seen, and himself, a disciple of the Crane Immortal? What was the meaning of all this? Murmuring to himself, Yi-sun raised his gaze towards Tianjin Fan, regarding him as if he were a monstrous apparition. Tianjin Fan, taken aback by his astonished expression, hastily clarified, Sun, I sincerely wish to aid you. However, Tao Bai-Bai is exceedingly formidable. He shares a brotherly bond with Master Crane Immortal. Those whom he desires to eliminate cannot escape his grasp. With my meager martial skills, I am utterly powerless to even graze the hem of Tao Bai-Bai's garment. When he renders you powerless, I will be of no assistance. I am truly sorry. Tianjin Fan's understanding diverged significantly from what Yi-sun sought to convey. Yet, recalling the dream he had experienced in the Hall of Yama, it appeared that he had indeed traversed into another realm. At that moment, Yi-sun felt an inexplicable emptiness within, a sensation difficult to articulate. He realized that his soul had directly descended into the body of a 13-year-old boy who shared his name, a clear case of soul transference. One should not assume that such a transition would bring joy. The separation from his former family and the uncertainty of his future in this life were profoundly painful for Yi-sun. Moreover, he learned from Tianjin Fan that this body had been shattered by Tao Bai-Bai, who had broken its joints and even severed the tendons in the right hand and foot. Particularly haunting were the words echoing in Yi-sun's mind, uttered by Tao Bai-Bai after incapacitating him. I killed your parents and initially intended to take your life as well. However, your parents bribed me with all their wealth, pleading for your survival. Considering you are a disciple of the Crane Immortal, I have merely rendered you powerless. Once you recover, feel free to seek me for revenge. Following this declaration, Tao Bai-Bai erupted into a raucous laughter, further chilling Yi-sun's heart. As he noted the mocking smile of his master, Crane Immortal, who seemed to deride the situation as if Yi-sun were merely a stray dog. How infuriating! As Yi-sun recalled these memories, his eyes widened in fury, his visage contorting into a grimace. He recognized that this was the instinctive response of the original Yi-sun's resentment. However, the merging of their souls allowed him to fully experience this profound rage. All he desired was to annihilate Tao Bai-Bai and Crane Immortal. No, he yearned to render these two brothers utterly powerless, to reduce them to a life akin to that of a broken-backed dog, scavenging for sustenance. Observing Yi-sun's grimace, his teeth clenched and veins bulging, Tianjin Fan let out a deep sigh and spoke. Here lies a backpack containing some money that Dumpling and I have saved, though it is not substantial. Should you wish to return home, you may use this to purchase a plane ticket. If home is not your desire, then perhaps you could buy some seeds at the market and settle down comfortably within this village. This house was originally bequeathed by Dumpling's relatives, and it will go unnoticed. Yi-sun looked up at Tianjin Fan upon hearing his words, a faint, long-lost smile breaking across his face. Tianjin Fan, do you think you cannot measure up to Tao Bai? With a sense of inferiority, Tianjin Fan nodded. He had exerted tremendous effort, yet still struggled to withstand even 3 moves against Tao Bai. Had it not been for Master Roshi's focused training, his fellow disciples would likely have met dire fates in this ruthless school, which seemingly cultivated assassins rather than successors. Persevere, for your potential is boundless. I personally believe that in 3 years' time, your master and uncle will have little left to teach you. I appreciate your kindness and shall accept your offering. However, I must first heal and then seek vengeance. Tianjin Fan shook his head, his face ashen, and replied helplessly. Although Dumpling possesses extraordinary abilities to forcibly mend your bones and tendons, your injuries are far too severe. The fractures are extensive, and even if reattached, the nerves may never heal. Moreover, surgery would be futile. Tao Bai is truly ruthless. Ah-sun, put thoughts of revenge aside for now. I wish you good fortune. With that, Tianjin Fan turned to leave. Yi-sun remained silent, needing time to process the current situation. Familiar with the main storyline of the Dragon Ball universe, he understood that Tianjin Fan was a righteous character. Despite his initial ferocity, the Crane School had been founded by 2 morally ambiguous individuals, and any disciple who managed to graduate was undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 4. Speculations on combat power level 100 in the ensuing days. Yi-sun languished in a state of semi-consciousness as Tianjin Fan and Dumpling took turns tending to his injuries. Truth be told, Yi-sun felt genuinely touched. At least these 2 were earnestly striving to help him escape his current incapacitated state. After Tianjin Fan used his ki to realign Yi-sun's meridians, he finally remarked with relief, "Your recovery is quite commendable. However, if you wish to pursue martial arts in the future, you will require superior medicines. The herbs we collected from the mountains cannot compare to those found in the cities, both in efficacy and cost, leaving us with little recourse." Yi-sun nodded appreciatively, feeling the tangible improvement in his bodily functions after the duo's dedicated care. He could at least rise from bed and walk, albeit with the aid of crutches. Approximately half a month later, Tianjin Fan came to bid farewell to Yi-sun, informing him that Master Roshi and Tao Bai intended to take them on an extended training journey, one that promised to be quite rigorous. After a heartfelt farewell among the 3, Yi-sun observed the unsightly expression on Tianjin Fan's face, leading him to surmise that the Crane School must have undergone a brutal selection process. Ultimately, it was Tianjin Fan, endowed with remarkable martial talent, and the supernaturally gifted Jiaozi who emerged victorious, leaving the fates of the others to be inferred from Yi-sun's own dire circumstances. In a display of compassion, Tianjin Fan endeavored to gather some funds for Yi-sun, driven not only by sympathy, but also a profound sense of guilt. As he was a core disciple of the Crane School, Yi-sun knew that their next encounter would be at the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament in nearly 5 years, while the 21st tournament, occurring in about 2 years, would mark the debut of Sun Wukong and Krillin, with the eventual champion being the Turtle Hermit, who would later be known as Jackie Chan. Tianjin Fan imparted a technique of fortune from the Crane School to Yi-sun, advising him to practice it daily for physical rejuvenation, while it wouldn't restore him to the physique of a martial artist. It should suffice to regain a semblance of normalcy in daily life, provided he didn't exert himself excessively. Alas, Yi-sun lamented, even if his limbs were to heal, they would not regain their former agility. Cursed, his identity as a disciple of the Crane School had always been overshadowed by his lack of talent. While his peers had nearly mastered the foundational techniques, he struggled to cultivate even a faint internal energy. By the time he could vaguely channel a weak flow of energy, others had already advanced to more complex martial arts, with Tianjin Fan even mastering the instant transmission technique and Jiaozi capable of employing the mini Dodon Ray. It was evident that, to the ambitious Turtle Hermit, Yi-sun, deemed a worthless disciple, was better off discarded. Yi-sun attempted to move his body, only to find himself bitterly smiling at his own plight. Indeed, he was rendered useless. If not for the timely healing provided by Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi's abilities, he might have faced a life confined to a wheelchair. Tao Bai and the Turtle Hermit are nothing but 2 worthless beings, having lived nearly 3 centuries, yet possessing a combat power below 300. How dare they incapacitate me? I swear I will make them pay dearly. Yi Sun seethed with rage. As a fervent fan of Dragon Ball, his understanding extended beyond the mere progression of the manga's plot to encompass overlooked aspects such as Earth's biological and technological advancements. If he could cultivate a relationship with Bulma, given her family's prowess in technology and wealth, restoring his body would not be an impossible feat. Indeed, numerous avenues existed for his salvation. However, that was a matter for another time. He began to formulate his future plans. If memory served him correctly, Tianjin Fan and Bulma were contemporaries, with Tianjin Fan being 15. It meant Bulma was just entering high school and had yet to embark on her quest for the Dragon Balls. Thus, the main storyline of the Dragon Ball manga had not yet been set in motion, and Sun Wukong was merely an 11-year-old boy living in the depths of the mountains. Given this, Yi Sun resolved to find ways to become Sun Wukong's companion. It was the only path available to him. Otherwise, he would have no chance of turning his fortunes around. With Sun Wukong's innocent and carefree nature, as long as one treated him kindly, he would reciprocate tenfold. Becoming friends would be incredibly simple. It is not that Yi Sun lacks the courage to venture forth on his own. Rather, his current physical condition is so deplorable that he is unable to practice martial arts. Instead, he can only aspire to accompany the protagonist and embark on adventures alongside Sun Wukong, forging a bond of friendship to earn the latter's recognition and trust. Subsequently, he hopes to enlist Sun Wukong's assistance in locating the Dragon Balls, so he might wish for his physical state to be restored to the pinnacle of human capability on Earth. Indeed, that is his singular desire. For the dragon cannot fulfill wishes beyond its capabilities. For instance, it is implausible to wish for his combat power to exceed 500, as such aspirations are unrealistic. Even the deity who created the dragon possesses a combat power of merely around 300, while the dragon's own combat prowess remains a mystery. Its defeat at the hands of Piccolo suggests that it may lack any combat-related skills altogether. Yi Sun's assessment comes after he discards the original narrative of Dragon Ball, recognizing that the world of Dragon Ball is still largely unknown to him. Even having perused the manga, he cannot guarantee that the storyline will adhere strictly to the source material. However, the good nature of characters like Tien and Chaozu instills confidence in Yi Sun, as their alignment with the manga, while not absolute, is close enough to be reassuring. Although the dragon's powers are limited, transforming Yi Sun's crippled body into that of a peak human should pose no issue. The apex of human physicality likely represents the genetic limits of an ordinary individual. Once this threshold is reached, he can then seek to enhance his genetic evolution, particularly as human genetics are significantly inferior when compared to the Saiyans and Frieza's elite race. Leaning on his cane within Chaozu's courtyard, Yi Sun ponders the true essence of peak human capability. He considers figures like Master Roshi and Master Shun, including Tao Pai Pai, who have all surpassed 290 years of age. Their longevity is not merely a factor of age, but rather a testament to their combat power exceeding the critical threshold of 100, which seems to delineate the boundary between immortals and ordinary humans. These reflections arise from Yi Sun's prior discussions with fellow Dragon Ball enthusiasts, leading to a reasonable consensus. Once human combat power surpasses 100, genetic alterations occur fundamentally, enabling reflexes sharp enough to evade bullets and muscle strength resilient enough to withstand gunfire and conventional explosions without grave injury. For instance, the blonde-haired Bulma has attacked Master Roshi and Krillin with firearms, yet all she managed to elicit was discomfort rather than any meaningful damage. Observing Master Roshi and Master Shin effortlessly catching bullets, they appear akin to the legendary Fire Cloud Evil God, which is why Master Roshi is revered as the god of martial arts. It is no wonder that Tao Pai Pai, despite his flamboyance, eludes the government's attempts to apprehend him. Not only are they outmatched, but conventional weaponry proves ineffective, and deploying heavy artillery would inevitably result in collateral damage. Should Tao Pai Pai escape unscathed, high-ranking government officials would find themselves in a precarious predicament, especially since he is the world's foremost assassin. Furthermore, reflecting on Sun Wukong's descent from the Korin Tower, his combat power surpassed 100. Allowing him to not only defeat Tao Pai Pai, but also to single-handedly confront the entire Red Ribbon Army. Thus, many Dragon Ball aficionados pinpoint the character's initial transformation within the Dragon Ball universe as occurring at the milestone of achieving a combat power of 100. Only by achieving a battle power of at least 100 can one escape the shackles of worldly constraints. Even if one cannot act entirely as they wish, they may still possess sufficient longevity to fulfill their aspirations. Yi Sun exhaled deeply. Wukong, I must bind my fate to yours, hoping you will aid my growth. Resolutely setting his sights, Yi Sun resolved to aim for a battle power of 100, for pragmatism was paramount. With no resources to his name, he recalled that the wealth of the Yi family had significantly dwindled, nearly seized by that scoundrel, Tao Bai, through coercion and temptation. Tao Bai, no matter what transpires, you shall ultimately meet your end at my hands. After all, Sun Wukong did not completely eliminate you beneath Karen Tower. You will survive until Majin Bu obliterates the earth. I have ample time to grow before then. Chapter 5. The Cleansing Scripture in the ensuing period. Yi Sun lived in this village under the guise of a relative of the Dumpling family. He soon became well acquainted with several of the nearby households. The village girls, upon seeing Yi Sun's handsome and refined appearance, would blush and shyly approach him for greetings. To interject a thought, the previous Yi Sun from another world was merely a nondescript, reclusive individual, yet this incarnation in the Dragon Ball universe possessed a striking visage, albeit as a downcast youth. The villagers, aware that Yi Sun was recuperating, occasionally shared surplus meats and nutritious foods with him, which deeply touched his heart. It is often said that rural folk can be shrewd, yet at least the people from the Dumpling family's hometown are genuinely simple-hearted. Yi Sun's current endeavor was to fully absorb the martial arts techniques left by Tianjin Fan. If he could successfully circulate this technique around his meridians even once, he would have mastered it. However, Yi Sun found himself in a predicament. Despite his admirable appearance, his physical aptitude was woefully inadequate. Even understanding the principles of the technique, his body's movements were exceedingly sluggish. As time passed, after a month, Yi Sun's body finally regained the ability to walk normally, while the Crane School's heart technique gradually approached completion. At this moment, Yi Sun's body trembled, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The innate constitution of this body was exceedingly poor, and he endured the excruciating pain from the previously severed meridians, remaining resolutely silent. After a month of exploration, he finally discovered a stable pathway, enabling his vital energy to almost complete a full circuit. Success! Yi Sun felt his internal vital energy connect seamlessly, achieving the true celestial circuit. Although the blocked meridians were challenging to expand, and those severed by Tao Bai were irreparable, at least his body had not been entirely rendered useless, providing a foundation for cultivation. Yet, with one tendon in each hand and foot severed, his future prospects seemed bleak. How frustrating! Just as he was once again consumed by discontent over his plight, a peculiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to 1. As a first-time upgrade, Little Dragon will conduct a complimentary selection of martial arts techniques based on your current situation. What? Little Dragon? Yi Sun sprang to his feet, momentarily disregarding the pain coursing through his body. His expression was a vivid tapestry of astonishment and elation. And upon confirming the data panel that had materialized in his mind, tears streamed down his cheeks. The name Xiaolong was that of the upgrade system assistant he had meticulously crafted for his Dragon Ball mobile game, a program he had painstakingly coded over the years. If he had indeed transported this upgrade system into his new reality, it would signify that he had already secured a significant advantage. Regaining his composure, Yi Sun wiped the tears from his eyes and commanded, Xiaolong, initiate the system to match and select the martial arts system. The system acknowledged the directive, scanning his entire physical data and conditions, promising to provide him with an internal cultivation method tailored to his unique attributes. Soon, a treasure chest appeared on the data panel in his mind, and it seemed to tremble with life, as if longing to escape. With a flourish of celebratory sparks, the items within the chest burst forth with exuberance. Yi Sun's heart soared when he beheld the prominent characters inscribed on the cover of a tome, Shisui Jing. I knew it. As a newly created character with mediocre talent, I would likely receive either the Yijin Jing or the Xinjiao Jing, the fundamental techniques. Yet, to my astonishment, I have acquired the most exceptional Shisui Jing. Fortune smiles upon me. Overwhelmed with joy, he even found himself bleeding from his nose in excitement. With the Shisui Jing in his possession, restoring his body to its prime state was merely a matter of time. Moreover, the primary function of the Shisui Jing was to purify the marrow and revitalize the bones, not only reconnecting severed meridians, but also maximizing the expansion and development of his energy points and channels, essentially unlocking and releasing his latent potential. He had initially contemplated summoning Shenlong to restore his physique to the pinnacle of human capability, but now, with the Shisui Jing, he could achieve that on his own. Even a fool, if able to unleash their full potential, would undoubtedly surpass an average individual. Yet, the thought of an already exceptional person tapping into their 100 potential was truly daunting. Think of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, or Frieza from Resurrection. However, He soon encountered a revelation that left him utterly astounded. Within the panel's description of the Shisui Jing, there was highlighted information marked in red. Shisui Jing can promote the evolution of human bloodlines. Promote bloodline evolution. Yi Sun squinted, his mind swirling with questions. He had seemingly neglected to code a function regarding bloodline evolution into the Shisui Jing. Was it possible that the Shisui Jing inherently possessed this capability? Of course. This was the real world. Things could not possibly adhere strictly to the parameters of his program design. Hadn't he previously pondered whether the narrative of a comic could deviate from the scripted 100 representation? Change was indeed inevitable. Acknowledging this certainty of change, he steadied his racing heart and hastily examined the specific details of the description. The text describes the washing marrow scripture, which is divided into 9 levels. With each level of cultivation, one's lineage evolves correspondingly. The higher the lineage, the longer the lifespan, the more remarkable the physique, and most importantly, the stronger the innate talents become, along with an increased limit to cultivation. Yi Sun notes that the introduction is rather brief and lacks detailed explanations, leading him to ponder whether reaching the 9th level might result in a biological transformation for humanity, perhaps even becoming divine. He reflects on why Sun Wukong could defeat Tao Bai Bai after merely ascending the Karen Tower, or why Saiyans significantly enhanced their strength after recovering from injuries. Ultimately, it all boils down to lineage. The evolutionary levels of Saiyan bloodlines surpass those of Earthlings, allowing Saiyan warriors to maintain an average combat power exceeding 1,000. While Earth martial artists are fortunate to reach an average of 50. Given such a vast difference in averages, the disparity in upper limits is equally immense. Sun Wukong's combat power noticeably increases with each bout of training or battle. In contrast, Krillin and his companions struggle to surpass a combat power of 100,000, reaching a plateau with no further advancement. Even Tien, a descendant of the three-eyed people, ultimately achieves little more than Krillin and his peers, highlighting the disparity in racial lineage. By the time Majin Buu appears, Krillin and his friends have exhausted their efforts to elevate their already inferior human bloodline through martial arts. But their low starting point proves to be a significant hindrance. Should they suddenly harness a powerful external force to push their already maximized human lineage one step further, a qualitative change might well occur. Perhaps they could indeed unlock a super Earthling status, significantly enhancing their upper limits, with combat power potentially soaring into the millions. Alas, Akira Toriyama did not depict it that way. However, just because Toriyama chose not to illustrate such a scenario does not imply that Yi Sun cannot achieve it. Chapter 6. The comparison of combat power. The washing marrow scripture can maximize my potential to the limits of human lineage and even transcend it. Time is precious. Delay may lead to change. With that, Yi Sun promptly clicked on the Begin Cultivation option on the data panel. In that instant, he perceived the entirety of the washing marrow scripture as if it were a fleeting shadow, rapidly flipping through his mind. This was an extraordinary method of learning. Irrespective of Yi Sun's prior learning abilities, it forcefully filled his mind, rendering any resistance futile. The notions of skimming or photographic memory paled in comparison, for as Yi Sun passively absorbed the washing marrow scripture, an intense heat coursed through his body. The previously feeble vital energy surged uncontrollably, operating with reckless abandon. Should a meridian become blocked, it would be forcibly opened with vital energy. Should a meridian be narrow, it would be relentlessly expanded. If a pathway was obstructed, he would push through regardless. Yi Sun's expression twisted in agony as he writhed on the ground, overwhelmed by the relentless advancement of his lineage. Within moments, his face turned crimson, rendering him speechless, as he felt as though countless insects were gnawing at him, and thousands of silver needles were being thrust into the crevices of his nails. Additionally, he could hear the internal sounds of his body resonating with pops and cracks. The eerie sounds echoed incessantly in his mind, causing his body to feel as though it were shattering from the smallest cells. After enduring immense pain, Yi Sun finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Had Tianjin Fan undergone such training, he would not have suffered to this extent. The crux lay in Yi Sun's inherently frail constitution. Thus, the initiation of bone cleansing and marrow washing signified a harrowing ordeal akin to the corrosive torment of poison. Yi Sun's struggle was not a matter of endurance. Rather, it stemmed from the excruciating agony that permeated every cell, a suffering that could not simply be weathered. In such circumstances, losing consciousness was the greatest blessing. As Yi Sun drifted into unconsciousness, his experience points ascended rapidly, soon elevating him to level 2, and then he surged toward level 3. The marrow cleansing scripture was indeed formidable. inducing the most significant transformation during its initial application. This was orchestrated by Yi Sun's program directives. With the 9 tiers of the scripture corresponding to the levels of 199, the first tier of the scripture provided substantial bloodline enhancement for martial artists at level 110, and so forth. Upon reaching level 10, the second tier's training would automatically commence. However, the enhancement of bloodline would not yield a dramatic increase in experience points. Otherwise, one could simply practice the scripture without further effort. Nevertheless, the initial application of the scripture's effects resulted in a marked level increase, rapidly surpassing level 5 and launching toward level 6. Eventually, as the impact on level 7 took place, it came to a halt. From that point until level 10, Yi Sun would need to cultivate his experience independently. These experience points could not be replenished with mere currency. This explained the dissatisfaction of the boss, who deemed Yi Sun's actions reckless. Despite being unconscious, intense pain roused him repeatedly, only for him to tragically slip back into oblivion. This torment far exceeded the damage inflicted by Tao by Bai's dismantling of his martial abilities. It was not until the following evening that he slowly opened his eyes. Unlike before, he felt an extraordinary lightness in his body, devoid of the pain from broken meridians, and free from the discomfort of fractured joints that had previously hindered his movements. Filled with joy, Yi Sun executed a backflip on the spot, eager to engage in vigorous activity. However, he was nearly overwhelmed by a foul stench reeking of blood, causing him to momentarily freeze. He realized he was covered in filth and blood, likely the result of the purging process that expelled the detritus from his body, including remnants of what had been discarded. Hastily, Yi Sun took a bath. The stench was unbearable. Ah yes, I should check my data. Xiaolong, present my current personal data. Xiaolong promptly responded. You can access your personal information directly. Yi Sun paused, a sheepish smile breaking across his face. This upgrade system was essentially part of the menu bar. In other words, the so-called system was merely the personal information panel of the Dragon Ball mobile game. It encompassed not only personal data but also inventory space, martial arts upgrades, and various other options. He opened his personal data and saw that Yi Sun's current level was 7. The combat power data immediately captured Yi Sun's attention. It displayed a minimum evaluation of 82. Is this really 82? Goodness, I had just set the ambitious goal of breaking through the 100 combat power mark, and now it seems I am on the verge of achieving it? How incredible! I must be a genius. Yi Sun couldn't help but laugh. His analysis of the combat power in the entire Dragon Ball universe relied solely on one reference, Son Goku. According to his diligent analysis and research, during his time in the Deep Mountains, Son Goku's combat power was estimated to be around 30. The basis for this was clearly stated in Dragon Ball, where it was revealed that Goku's initial combat power upon birth was below 10. His father discovered through a combat power analyzer that Kakarot's power was even as low as 1, categorizing him as one of the weakest warriors among the Saiyans. Essentially a worthless being, which is why he was sent to the low combat power planet, Earth. At that time, Earth's coordinates had already been exposed in the Saiyans invasion plan, but due to its low ranking, they dispatched the lowly Kakarot to execute the invasion strategy. According to the original plan from the Saiyan headquarters, after a few years, once Kakarot had eradicated humanity on Earth, they would send a task completion message to the Saiyans, who would then promptly dispatch a verification team to assess the planet's value and subsequently place it on the auction block for wealthy extraterrestrials seeking a new residence. However, regrettably, as Kakarot departed, the cosmic overlord Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta. Ironically, Kakarot suffered severe brain trauma from falling into a valley, resulting in the loss of his Saiyan memories and a dramatic change in personality, transforming into the innocent and obedient Son Goku. Truly a twist of fate. At this moment, Yi Sun's combat power of 82 had already surpassed that of the fledgling Son Goku, marking him as having achieved a certain level of proficiency among martial artists, albeit still somewhat impetuous. The situation can be further compared. Later, under Master Roshi's training and through battles against the Red Ribbon Army, Goku underwent unprecedented training. His most significant transformation occurred when he climbed Korin Tower and encountered Master Korin, gaining enhanced strength and speed, which allowed him to decisively defeat Tao Pai Pai. At this point, Goku's combat power was comparable to Master Roshi's, estimated to be around 140. The strongest evidence for this was when Bulma used a scouter to measure Master Roshi's power at only 137. Considering that Earthlings can suppress their energy, this surely was not Master Roshi's full strength. Yi Sun believed that if it came down to a real fight, Master Roshi's power could hover around 160. When Son Goku faced Tien Shinhan at the World Martial Arts Tournament, his combat power had exceeded that of Master Roshi, reaching approximately 170, while Tien's power was around 150, making their battle exceedingly intense. There is a point worth mentioning. When the Turtle Sage, known by the alias Jackie Chan, witnessed Sun Wukong's victory over King Nappa, he found himself engulfed in an inner turmoil. The sole reason for this was his realization that Sun Wukong had surpassed him. As a mentor, he felt an innate joy. Yet as the divine martial arts teacher, he was simultaneously gripped by fear, tension, excitement, and a sense of unwillingness. Later, when Sun Wukong encountered the demon King Piccolo, he initially proved to be no match for him. It was not until he ascended to Karin Tower and consumed the authentic ultra-divine water that his abilities received a significant enhancement, approximately doubling his strength, leading his combat power to near 300. During the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, when Sun Wukong faced Piccolo, their combat prowess erupted, undoubtedly surpassing 370. After Raditz arrived on Earth, both fighters, under heavy weights, displayed a power level of 300, while in their normal states, their combat abilities appeared to reach 400. Once engaged in battle, their strength soared to 500, with the Kamehameha technique reaching an astonishing 700, and the special beam cannon skyrocketing to a formidable 1,000. Thus, a clear comparison emerged. As long as Yi Sun could swiftly elevate his combat power beyond 300, the unsealed Demon King Piccolo would pose no threat to him. Mere combat strength was insufficient. He also needed to master more formidable martial arts and other techniques, particularly enhancing his resilience. Therefore, when he reached level 10, he intended to seize the opportunity to select a martial art focused on external training. Chapter 7. The Strongest on Earth. No one understands the upgrade mechanics of this Dragon Ball mobile game system better than I do. In addition to triggering main quests, numerous side quests await discovery. Moreover, I have specifically devised a training system whereby every new martial art learned grants corresponding experience points. Beyond that, each martial art already mastered possesses a proficiency level, allowing one to earn experience points through practicing within the training system. A conventional game typically entails completing tasks to gain experience points for leveling up, which in turn provides skill points to enhance previously learned martial arts. Naturally, Yi Sun retained the fundamental design of skill points, yet the martial arts upgrade system diverged significantly. For instance, martial arts like the Shisui Jing cannot be enhanced through skill points. Instead, skill points are reserved solely for augmenting 6 fundamental attributes: strength, speed, reflexes, physical resilience, bloodline enhancement, and innate talent. As for the advancement of martial arts, it must be pursued through self-directed practice. The game developer's dissatisfaction with Yi Sun stems from his design of an almost frenzied strategy. 1. Accepting quests is the only means to earn experience points for level advancement. 2. Upon acquiring skills, one can bolster any of the 6 fundamental attributes, which, when enhanced, results in a qualitative transformation of combat power. This approach retains the Dragon Ball world's pursuit of pure combat strength, especially the extreme training methods focused on enhancing physical capabilities. However, Yi Sun, drawing from his understanding of the Dragon Ball universe, introduced a transformative element to martial arts advancements. If one's combat prowess is enhanced without the cultivation of martial arts, it will lead to a significant reduction in the number of strikes during subsequent main quest battles, limiting one to mere physical attacks. Despite the high damage output, one cannot withstand the relentless application of various skills by opponents, making progress in the main storyline exceedingly arduous, particularly when faced with adversaries wielding an array of items. Relying solely on fists and feet to secure victory will undoubtedly demand immense effort. To avert becoming passive during missions, it is imperative to first learn martial arts and then diligently hone these skills to execute tasks effectively, thereby striving to elevate one's level to obtain skill points. This raises a pertinent question. Aside from the rapid enhancement of attack power, what other distinctions arise from persisting in the improvement of these 6 fundamental attributes? The answer lies in the increased success and stacking rates of critical hits. Wherein does the merit of monetary investment in this game lie? It is solely in the acquisition of various items from the shop after attaining level 20, a topic that can be elaborated upon later. Yi Sun accessed the martial arts system, momentarily taken aback by the names of the techniques displayed. It dawned upon him that, in addition to the Mind-Cleansing Sutra, he had also mastered Crane Hand, Sky Dance Technique, and Cloud Crane Heart Sutra. The Cloud Crane Heart Sutra is likely the complete version of the heart technique left behind by Tianjin Fan, while the Sky Dance Technique holds little significance, as anyone adept at refining energy can achieve flight. Thus, he resolved to practice Crane Hand. In his previous life, Yi Sun had not delved into martial arts, but in this life, he trained under the Crane immortal lineage. This lineage is known for its transparency in teaching disciples, imparting techniques in boxing, mindset, and movement without reservation. Regrettably, few survive to leave the sect, so there is little concern for the dissemination of their martial arts. The entrance requirements for the Crane immortal lineage are stringent, allowing for the admission of those with prior skills. Thus, the physical prowess of its disciples is typically exceptional. Yi Sun found himself retained within the Crane immortal lineage purely as a hostage until Tao Bai Bai had consumed the entirety of the Yi family's wealth before turning his attention to Yi Sun. Crane Hand appears to be a celestial and ethereal martial art, yet it fundamentally emphasizes overcoming strength with strength and finesse with force. Without strength, finesse fails. Without finesse, strength falters. In essence, it is encapsulated in one word: ferocity. Rather than being merely a hand, it is akin to a fist. When unleashed, the fist resembles a ferocious tiger leaping from its cage, and the foot strikes like a soaring dragon. It harnesses power to command speed, overpowering skill with raw strength. Contrasting sharply with the rigorous practice of Muay Thai, which often sacrifices health for mastery. The Crane immortal lineage harmonizes both internal and external cultivation. He closed his eyes in concentration, adjusting his internal energy, and upon opening them, a profound martial intent radiated forth. Each movement flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation, as his limbs and spine synchronized flawlessly. In the interplay of motion and stillness, he resembled a taut longbow, the string drawn tight with power, while his strikes and footwork danced like a whispering breeze. Upon completion, his body resonated with a satisfying crackle, invigorated by the surging energy within. Indeed, experience points had increased. He would continue to train, for nearing a combat power of 100 signified his departure from the realm of ordinary mortals, rendering him impervious to harm in this small village. Yi Sun's eyes gleamed with vengeful intensity. He was resolute in his determination to incapacitate Tao Bai Bai and the Crane immortal, ensuring their existence would be a living torment. However, at that moment, a crucial thought surged in his mind. Did I not possess an abundance of skill points following my recent level up? Yi Sun tapped his forehead and quickly opened the data panel, only to find that he had accumulated 36 skill points. Fortunately, the system I designed offers new players benefits until level 10, which has truly come to my aid. This sudden windfall has alleviated my immediate concerns. My next goal is to elevate my combat power to 300 and unleash my full potential. A surge of ambition welled up within Yi Sun, and in that moment, he felt as though he could reign as the king of the world even before the arrival of the Saiyans, with ample time to delve into the path of advancement. I have already acquired 9 skill points for lineage enhancement. Realization struck him. This must be the gift of the washing marrow technique, making everything much easier. Now, he only needed to manage the other 5 attributes. However, Yi Sun suddenly recalled something. If the washing marrow technique could enhance lineage data, did that not imply that once he exchanged for external martial arts, he could directly augment his physical strength? Upon examining the other 5 attributes more closely, he discovered that they too had accumulated skill points to varying degrees, which filled Yi Sun with immense joy. He finally understood why his boss deemed him eccentric. Indeed, it was possible to autonomously enhance various physical attributes while training martial arts. His previous stubbornness had cost him dearly. I was indeed navi. The washing marrow technique not only upgraded my lineage data, but also fortified my other physical qualities. From a practical perspective, it was unnecessary to take additional measures. Strength, 5. Speed, 7. Neural reflex, 6. Physical endurance, 5. Talent and root, 2. Lineage evolution, 9. Yi Sun exhaled, unable to suppress his pride. He had initially harbored some reservations, but after such a straightforward comparison, he comprehended the true significance of possessing the system. I have not merely won half the battle. I have triumphed completely. Given this, I need not squander skill points on physical strength and lineage evolution. I shall concentrate all my efforts on strength, speed, and neural reflexes. As for talent and root, they can wait. This aspect is both crucial and trivial, and at my current level, it is unnecessary to expend skill points on it. Thus, Yi Sun allocated his 36 skill points in a rather judicious manner. He invested 10 points in strength, 10 in speed, and 10 in neural reflexes. After careful consideration, he decided to allocate 3 points to talent and root, while the remaining points were directed toward strength. Strength, 18, speed, 17, neural reflex, 16, physical endurance, 5, talent and root, 2, lineage evolution, 9. These represent all of Yi Sun's current physical data. Most gratifyingly, the combat power section clearly displayed 175, more than a doubling. Well done. Yi Sun could not help but shout out loud. Now, with a combat power of 170, he had equaled the strength of Sun Wukong during his battle with Tianjin Fan, which meant that at this moment, Yi Sun had temporarily become the strongest man on this planet. He closed his eyes to savor the power coursing through his body and the robust internal energy. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his era had arrived. Chapter 8. Preparing to depart. What can 175 combat power achieve? In the grand tapestry of the Dragon Ball universe, returning home to cultivate the land seems utterly futile. However, when one compares specific timeframes laterally, the opportunities for action abound. Engaging in violence, arson, and pillaging becomes a mere matter of ease. Should one's ambition extend further, the allure of delving into the underworld, emulating the Red Ribbon Army and establishing a fortified dominion, is entirely feasible. Next, an attempt to harness one's energy must be made, at the very least. Mastering techniques akin to the Spirit Bomb is essential. Yi Sun, immersed in the joy of training, loses track of time, delighting in his relentless practice. He has executed the Crane School's Crane Palm no less than 1,000 times, mastering its intricacies with remarkable proficiency. It is now high time to pursue new martial arts. His experience points have finally reached 8, and upon breaking through to level 8, his battle power surged to 186. Yi Sun understands that this is due to his failure to cultivate the second layer of the bone cleansing technique. Once he achieves that, his battle power will surely exceed 1,000, and with each subsequent level, the increments in his power will become increasingly staggering. For instance, advancing from level 70 to 71 could potentially yield a surge of several 100,000 in battle power, provided his training in the bone cleansing technique remains uninterrupted. However, should he merely advance to the second layer and then cease, even if he reaches level 90, his battle power would merely cap at around 100,000, akin to Krillin and Yamcha. Yet, if at level 90 he suddenly unlocks and successfully cultivates the third layer of the bone cleansing technique, his battle power could instantaneously escalate from 100,000 to 1,000,000. Now that his battle power has surpassed 180, it is time to revisit the unfamiliar Yi family. Resolute in his decision, Yi Sun prepares to return home. Although it may appear that the programmer Yi Sun has overtaken the martial artist Yi Sun, in truth, the essence of both has fused, their memories intertwined and emotions shared. This explains why. Despite knowing that Tao Bai Bai possesses a meager battle power of 140 and poses no immediate threat, Yi Sun struggles to restrain his anger and murderous intent. His memories and emotions remind him that Tao Bai Bai is responsible for the death of his parents, a grudge that demands vengeance. Alas, the funds left by Tianjin Fan have been squandered entirely. The necessity for substantial nourishment during his training has consumed the wealth intended for his sustenance. As he indulged daily in lavish meals, with this in mind, he resolves to undertake tasks on his journey home, all the while continuing his training to level up. Yi Sun dons his cleanest attire, determined to make a respectable farewell to the village chief before embarking on his journey the following day. His lineage evolution and rapid martial arts advancement have drastically enhanced his physical prowess, even elevating his stature. The once youthful boy now bears a muscular physique, catching the villagers' attention. A kindly matron resembling a bear waves amiably at Yi Sun, exclaiming, "Ah Sun, you are becoming more handsome by the day. Would you like me to help you find a girlfriend?" Yi Sun, caught between laughter and tears, graciously declined, deciding to let the matter rest. Amidst the playful banter of the village women, he hurried towards the village chief. The most intriguing aspect of the Dragon Ball universe is the coexistence of various humanoid species. This much is evident to anyone familiar with the series. Earth is home to a considerable number of beast-like humanoids who live harmoniously alongside ordinary humans. From a biological evolution perspective, this scenario lacks scientific grounding, yet he was too apathetic to delve into it. The village where the dumplings resided exemplified this coexistence of beastmen. Initially, Yi Sun struggled to adapt. Can one envision a panda clad in a robe, donning a conical hat, and wielding a smoking pipe, seated under a tree, engaged in a game of Go with an elderly human? Previously, when Yi Sun consumed manga and anime, he perceived creators like Akira Toriyama and Eiichiro Oda as fairy tale authors, crafting an idealized, whimsical world. However, the transition of such a fantastical realm from the second dimension to the third dimension felt exceedingly bizarre. The village chief, an elderly panda in a robe, exuded a warm and amiable aura. Upon hearing Yi Sun's farewell declaration, the chief nodded and said, Dumpling has entrusted me with a request. If one day you wish to leave, I shall provide you with a map to the nearest city. After all, Green Bamboo Village is a secluded place. Aside from the youth who venture out for trade, few outsiders visit. Sun, should you desire to return, you will always be welcomed. After speaking, the panda chief smiled kindly, prompting a wave of warmth to surge within Yi Sun. The chief truly resembled his grandfather, each word imbued with heartfelt concern. Child, do not cry. I wish to gift you something. A lucky pouch from Green Bamboo Village. May it bless your safe return home. I shall always wish you well. Yi Sun inwardly cursed himself, recalling that in his previous life, he was a heartless, thick-skinned individual. When his girlfriend ended their relationship due to his obsession with game programming, he had nonchalantly dismissed her, signaling her to leave. Why, then, did he find himself so easily swayed by emotions in the Dragon Ball world? Surely, it was because this version of Yi Sun was overflowing with sentimentality, he reassured himself. Ding dong. A notification chimed. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the village chief. Your permanent luck value has increased by 5. Yi Sun was taken aback. Was that even possible? However, he quickly reasoned that if he regarded this world as an unfinished Dragon Ball mobile game, every step he took would trigger corresponding main or side quests, making everything quite understandable. Politely accepting the lucky pouch, Yi Sun heard another notification in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare item, Panda Pouch. Wearing it increases physical strength by 1. Intriguing. As a game developer, Yi Sun wore a knowing smile. With this, he comprehended the forthcoming settings, feeling that everything was well within his grasp. The village chief, aware of the peril I faced from my enemies, graciously offered refuge in his home, allowing me to recuperate over the past 3 months. The villagers have extended their kindness to me, and I wish to repay their generosity before I depart. The Panda Village chief immediately shook his head, saying, Sun, we do not wish to burden you. These acts of kindness are merely trivial, a matter of a helping hand. If you truly wish to express your gratitude in the future, consider sponsoring 1 or 2 children from our village to study in the big city once you are financially able. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong promptly provided a notification. Do you accept the mission to sponsor at least 1 child from Levzu village to attend school in one of the 4 major cities? I accepted the task without hesitation. Village chief, our Yi family is also a prominent family in the eastern capital with extensive connections. Even though we have fallen from grace, we still maintain some standing. If you trust me, please allow me to take a child from the village with me. Once we arrive in the eastern capital, I will ensure that my family assists the child in obtaining their enrollment credentials. The Panda Village chief's face lit up with joy. That sounds wonderful. I believe in you. Was that all it took for him to trust me? What if I were to sell the child? I couldn't help but chuckle at his innocence. Afterward, the village chief gestured for me to wait, and, leaning on his cane, went to the back hall. A moment later, he returned with a few small pandas in tow. I gasped as I beheld these adorable little pandas, their faces smeared with blood and their eyes wide with fear as they clung to the village chief's garments. Curiously observing me. Grandchildren, this is Brother Sun. Who among you would like to accompany him to the eastern capital for school? Grandpa, if I go to the eastern capital, can I still play with the neighbor's little dog? Certainly not. Then I want to go. Grandpa, will I be able to eat Aunt Xiong's osmanthus cake in the eastern capital? I'm not sure. Aunt Xiong will likely remain in Levzu village. Then I want to go either. The little pandas seemed largely reluctant to leave. I felt a twinge of helplessness. Naturally, children are hesitant to follow a stranger. Just then, a small panda clad in a green robe boldly posed a question to me. Brother Sun, if I go to the eastern capital, can I learn martial arts from a master? I was momentarily taken aback, for upon closer inspection, this diminutive panda, though adorably small, possessed an indomitable spirit in its eyes, a natural-born kung fu panda. The Panda Village chief appeared displeased with the little panda's inquiry and admonished, Dodo, you are only 1 year old. Why are you thinking about fighting? However, Dodo steadfastly gazed at me. I laughed heartily and replied, no problem. You can learn whatever you desire, including martial arts. Chapter 9. The Extraordinary Panda Dodo, pack your things. We shall set off tomorrow morning. The little panda, affectionately known as Dodo, joyfully scampered around me several times, chanting learn martial arts. Learn martial arts. It was as if he had just received a treasured candy, utterly endearing. Yi Sun couldn't help but chuckle, while the Panda Village chief was also amused by his grandson's antics. This scene was filled with warmth and joy, perhaps embodying the ancient saying of familial bliss. Dodo spent an entire night organizing his clothes, only to find 2 or 3 garments of traditional Chinese style, a green robe, a white vest, and a blue hanfu. The primary reason for this modest wardrobe was the impoverished state of Green Bamboo Village, which, being far from the city and commercially underdeveloped, left many adults with only 1 or 2 pieces of clothing. For children, having 3 was already quite fortunate. Yi Sun had often found himself pondering the stark developmental disparities within the Dragon Ball world, where a single nation could harbor both the ultramodern metropolis of West Capital, bustling with vehicles, and impoverished villages lacking even basic water access. The juxtaposition of advanced capsule technology with traditional bullock carts was astonishing. Yet the complexities of a nation's development could hardly be encapsulated in mere words. On the following day, after packing his belongings and remaining funds, Yi Sun made his way to the village entrance, only to find it teeming with villagers, nearly all of whom had gathered. Under the watchful eyes of his grandfather and parents, Dodo approached Yi Sun. After the villagers treated them to breakfast, the duo, a boy and a bear, set off on their journey. Although the villagers initially intended to provide Yi Sun with a horse-drawn carriage, he declined, stating his desire to train. Seeing that their entreaties were in vain, the villagers acquiesced. Upon receiving a map, Yi Sun promptly handed it over to the system for scanning, resulting in a more detailed and precise map appearing on the system's grand display. Other areas remained shrouded in gray, indicating Yi Sun's lack of exploration in those regions. Thus, a 13-year-old human and a barely 2-year-old panda child set forth on their adventure. Initially, the village elders urged the panda chief to reconsider, arguing that both were still children. And if Yi Sun truly wished to return, he could simply gather some funds to journey back to East Capital. However, the chief refused, his eyes seemingly gazing into vast horizons, stating, "A jade must be carved to become a gem. This child, Yi Sun, has faced great adversity and survived. He is destined for fortune. Dodo's companionship may be an opportunity. We need not worry excessively for these children." The panda chief paused for a moment before continuing. "The aura surrounding Yi Sun is extraordinarily potent. I dare say no one on this planet could contend with him. Perhaps only the celestial beings can." The villagers were taken aback, struggling to comprehend the chief's implication that Yi Sun had reached a divine level. On that day, the chief sat beneath the great banyan tree at the village entrance, contemplating profoundly, perhaps sensing that the world was on the brink of monumental change. As Yi Sun and Dodo strode confidently along the mountain path, they rounded a hill and found themselves atop a high peak. Gazing into the distance, the azure sky resembled a vast sapphire, adorned occasionally by wisps of white clouds. The mountains loomed majestically, enveloped in swirling mists, evoking a serene, ink-wash painting that suggested a realm where immortals might dwell. Yi Sun instinctively spread his arms wide and closed his eyes, welcoming the refreshing mountain breeze. In that moment, the chaotic memories of 2 intertwined souls were cast aside, and the past became a fleeting shadow, leaving only the importance of cherishing the present. Upon the sudden realization of this simple truth, Yi Sun felt as though his very soul had been elevated, accompanied by the gentle mountain breeze. He assumed his stance and once more executed the celestial crane palm of the crane immortal lineage, moving in harmony with the wind and letting his heart guide his actions. Dodo stood nearby, observing Yi Sun's graceful movements, and for reasons unknown, he experienced a delightful illusion of a crane dancing. It wasn't until he vigorously rubbed his eyes that he discerned it was merely one person performing martial arts. However, Dodo indeed possessed a remarkable aptitude for martial arts. As he watched Yi Sun's inspired motions, he became entranced, and his adorably small frame instinctively mimicked each move. The sight of a man and a bear dancing together in the mountains was ineffably serene and natural. Once Yi Sun concluded his practice, he felt invigorated, surprisingly without a single bead of sweat, his body brimming with strength, every cell energized. Yet, just as he was about to compulsively check his experience points, he suddenly heard a peculiar noise behind him. Curiously, he turned to find an endearingly clumsy little panda energetically flailing its short limbs, seemingly performing the crane palm as well, its foolishly cute demeanor eliciting laughter. Yi Sun squatted beside Dodo, who was making an array of cheerful sounds. Initially amused, he soon sensed something was amiss. Dodo had actually completed an entire set of the crane palm? No way. Yi Sun was utterly dumbfounded, his worldview shaken. Could it be that even pandas had an innate gift for martial arts? At that moment, he recalled certain elements from Kung Fu Panda and promptly exclaimed, "Dodo, fan the crane." Upon hearing this, Dodo immediately twisted his little waist, his paws flailing as if in flight. And 2 waves of energy surged from his paws, striking a nearby tree trunk with a resounding clap, leaving behind 2 small paw prints. What the heck? Yi Sun's eyes widened in shock, a cold sweat breaking out. He felt as if he had swallowed something foul. He had dedicated himself to mastering the crane palm, often ridiculed by his peers in the crane immortal lineage, and frequently reprimanded by the crane immortal himself. Enduring beatings had become commonplace. Yet here was a panda, not yet 2 years old, effortlessly demonstrating such prowess. What a monumental frustration. Dodo, tell me, have you ever practiced martial arts before? Dodo seemed oblivious to the significance of leaving paw prints on the tree trunk with his energy. With his big, watery eyes nearly tilting his head at a 90-degree angle to gaze at the half-squatting Yi Sun, he replied honestly, "No, I've never practiced before. I've only heard from some uncles outside that there are powerful martial artists who can break trees with a single strike. Goodness, a prodigious bear indeed. Very well. From this day forth, I shall teach you martial arts, but you must promise me no slacking off in your training, understood?" Sensing the seriousness in Yi Sun's tone, Dodo immediately straightened up, saluted, and replied, "Understood. All right, now let us set forth towards Wind City and earn some money along the way." Thus, the game developer Yi Sun embarked on a flamboyant journey alongside an extraordinary bear. Chapter 10. Cultivation in the Mountains Within the Forest. Two figures darted through the trees at an astonishing pace. Whenever they encountered a deep pit, they leaped over it. When faced with a massive boulder, they gracefully maneuvered around it. And when they came across a line of trees, they effortlessly skimmed along the trunks, like dragonflies skimming the water's surface. Dodo, increase your speed. You cannot become a martial artist like this. Yi Sun moved through the challenging terrain with the ease of a gust of wind. While Dodo's aspirations had been ignited during the past half-month of training in the deep woods alongside him, he yearned to become the world's strongest panda master and to establish the panda school, earning renown across the globe. Yet, for now, he remained a novice. Just half a month prior, after learning the crane's palm technique, Dodo had unexpectedly produced a palm imprint that astounded Yi Sun. However, after weeks of observation and assessment, Yi Sun uncovered a more astonishing revelation. Pandas possess an innate sensitivity to the energies of the universe that far surpasses that of humans. In fact, it is accurate to say that pandas exceed any species on Earth in this regard. To put it plainly, every panda is a natural master of Qi. What takes humans years of rigorous training to cultivate can be effortlessly harnessed by a panda once they attain understanding. Nevertheless, this is where their prowess ends. Their comprehension of martial arts does not significantly exceed that of other species, coupled with their gentle nature and aversion to conflict. Even pandas that recognize their ability to harness Qi often do not pursue further mastery. Dodo, however, was an exception among pandas. Not only did he revel in acrobatics and leaps, but he also possessed a dedication to martial arts that rivaled Yi Sun's. Thus, Yi Sun resolved to train Dodo, starting with the fundamental combat skills. As a panda who had awakened his inner Qi, Dodo's running speed was remarkable. He utilized all 4 limbs in a whirlwind of agility, accelerating, pivoting, rolling, and leaping, desperately striving to keep pace with Yi Sun. The past half-month had unfolded in this manner. In the midst of the challenging terrain, Dodo's explosiveness and agility had significantly improved, marking rapid progress. If Dodo had been a chubby, adorable creature before following Yi Sun out of the village, he now resembled a master of swift movements. "Brother Yi Sun, I truly cannot run any longer. You are far too fast." "Very well, let us take a moment to rest." Dodo looked up to see Yi Sun descending from a tree trunk, landing with the grace of a feather. Dodo's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Brother Yi, can you float in the air?" "Yes, I can, though I am not yet proficient. Soon, I will soar through the skies like a bird." The admiration in Dodo's eyes was palpable. "I want to learn. Please teach me." Seeing Dodo's eagerness, Yi Sun replied sternly, "You wish to learn to fly before mastering running? You are overestimating your abilities." Feeling chastised by Yi Sun, Dodo was disheartened. He had been trying hard, but he genuinely struggled to keep up. He could confidently assert that he had improved immensely compared to half a month ago. In truth, Yi Sun recognized Dodo's transformation. Yet he knew that allowing him to become arrogant would be detrimental. An overly proud panda could be a formidable challenge, often adopting an attitude of superiority, as if declaring, "I am a panda, what are you?" He took a moment to measure Dodo's current 100-meter speed, which had reached approximately 10 seconds. This was enough to demonstrate that Dodo was significantly faster than the average 100-meter athlete, having at least achieved the qualifying standard for the Olympic Games. However, he still lagged considerably behind Sun Wukong, who had just begun his training under Master Roshi. Upon seeing Dodo, exhausted and unable to move, Yi Sun felt a twinge of compassion. After all, Dodo was still a little child, not even 2 years old. and could not be pushed to the brink of exhaustion. As Yi Sun was about to descend to the ground, he halted his fall, pausing half a meter above the earth. With a swift motion of his fingers, he summoned a stone from the soil into his hand. Then, closing his eyes to attune himself, he unleashed the stone with lightning speed, sending it hurtling through the air like a sniper's bullet. A chilling scream erupted from the forest, which abruptly fell silent moments later. "Dodo, get up. It's time to eat." Dodo, sprawled on the ground in a large letter, suddenly sprang up with a joyful leap, clapping his hands enthusiastically. "Food! Food!" He darted into the woods, and Yi Sun followed suit. Though he realized he was not flying fast enough, his current speed would take about 13 seconds to cover 100 meters. Upon reaching the prey, Yi Sun was taken aback to discover that the stone had struck a dinosaur approximately 5 meters tall. This would certainly provide an abundance of food. Glancing from the dinosaur to the drooling Dodo, he inquired curiously, "Dodo, do you pandas enjoy eating meat as well?" With drool cascading like a waterfall. Dodo nodded emphatically. "Grandpa usually lets us eat meat once every 10 days, but I wish we could have it every day. Aren't your staple foods bamboo?" Dodo looked perplexed and earnestly replied, "Bamboo shoots are just one dish. Our staple food is rice. However, bamboo shoots are delicious. During the famine in our village, the village chief had everyone eat bamboo shoots, so even though our green bamboo village isn't wealthy, we have never gone hungry." Yi Sun nodded slightly, understanding this was reasonable. Bamboo shoots grow incredibly fast. Practically overnight after a rain, one can witness them sprouting anew. Moreover, given that the village was named Green Bamboo Village, it was clear they would have an abundance of bamboo. With swift precision, Yi Sun used his energy blade to sever the dinosaur's legs and tail. After Dodo collected dry twigs, he skillfully arranged them in a manner suitable for roasting. Yi Sun quickly assembled a barbecue rack and, using his energy blade, sliced the dinosaur's thigh meat into neat portions, skewering them onto a wooden stick. Dodo sat obediently on a nearby stone, drooling in anticipation. "Everything is ready. Just need a fire." "Brother Yi Sun, the matches have gotten damp and cannot be lit," Dodo suddenly recalled, his expression turning frantic, filled with remorse for having slipped and fallen into the water, causing the matches to spoil. However, Dodo suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shining with determination. "But I can start a fire by rubbing wood together." Yi Sun smiled faintly. This adorable creature truly possessed an abundance of responsibility. He closed his eyes, channeling his vital energy along the meridians to the Shaoshang point. With a deft gesture, he unleashed a small burst of compressed energy that ignited a pile of firewood in an instant. "Remarkable. How is this possible?" Dodo, ever curious about martial arts, gazed in wonder. Yi Sun replied, "Dodo, this is the qi I previously mentioned. Qi is the fundamental energy of the human body. As long as you can compress the vital energy to a certain density, it can yield tremendous energy reactions. Not only can this ignite firewood, but it is also trivial to use qi to melt rock." Dodo blinked, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed. Yi Sun chose not to elaborate further. Children often find their own way to questions when they encounter limitations. The training in the mountains persisted for nearly a month, during which the man and the bear fully immersed themselves in the wilderness. They feasted on game when hungry, quenched their thirst with dew, and sought shelter from rain beneath the trees. When faced with steep peaks, they climbed them barehanded. When confronted with rushing rivers, they swam across, as long as the route remained unchanged. In truth, Yi Sun recognized that this training bore little significance for enhancing his combat prowess. However, he yearned to experience the solitary adventures akin to those of Sun Wukong, while also honing his resilience in the face of adversity. During this time, Yi Sun engaged in sparring practice with Dodo, who exerted his utmost effort to strike. Yi Sun, however, did not evade, choosing instead to absorb each of Dodo's attacks, only to counter when the latter revealed an opening. Thus, Yi Sun's daily routine transformed into eating, sleeping, and sparring with Dodo. For Dodo, this period marked the most nightmarish phase of his life, a time he would recall even after becoming an extraordinarily powerful being, often awakening from nightmares of those harrowing days. Chapter 11. The Pitiful Dodo Boom. Bang! Crash! In the depths of the forest, an insane chase unfolded. A human soaring through the air unleashed a wave of energy in pursuit of an adorable little panda. Tears streamed from Dodo's eyes, his small face etched with fear as he scrambled and leaped in a desperate flight. Just then, he sensed a searing heat approaching from behind. He immediately rolled to the side, narrowly escaping as an explosion erupted where he had just stood. "Ah, Brother Yi Sun, spare me. I promise I won't steal sweet potatoes again," Dodo cried, pleading for mercy. Yet Yi Sun, high above, wore a radiant smile. his handsome visage reminiscent of a youthful hero from a novel, his smile imbued with the warmth of sunshine. However, the dreaded Ding Be sent Do into a panic. The mere mention of those words compelled him to flee instinctively. If a hovering camera had captured the scene, one would have witnessed an array of craters marking their path. Just 3 days ago, due to Yi Sun's inability to control the temperature of the Dongdong wave, a catastrophic forest fire was ignited with a mere touch. Fortunately, the weather was uncooperative, and not long after, a torrential rain extinguished the flames. Had that not occurred, Yi Sun would have been faced with dire consequences. Wherever he and the bear went, chaos ensued. Fowl scattered and beasts trembled in fear. No creature dared to confront them, for those who showed themselves often met their demise. This relentless pursuit had persisted for nearly a week, leaving Do exhausted and time feeling like an eternity. Yet Yi Sun reveled in it, believing that the essence of life lies in joy. However, Yi Sun's motives extended beyond mere amusement. Primarily, he aimed to train Do, but he also sought to hone his own skills. Do was already remarkably swift. A small panda darting through the forest was indeed a challenge to capture. Even if he succeeded, Yi Sun would need to temper his own power, carefully controlling the intensity of his energy. Moreover, he was exploring the delicate balance between physical impact and thermal dissipation in his energy projection. The Kamehameha wave, executed by Sun Wukong to obliterate Cell, exemplified the pinnacle of this balance, transforming Cell into mere remnants. Additionally, the pathways of energy circulation posed a significant challenge. It was not enough for a martial artist to simply wish to cultivate energy. The act of externalizing it required profound mastery. Yi Sun, with his innate talent and a few acquired skills, had surpassed the understanding of ordinary martial artists by leaps and bounds. A battle power of 100 manifested as a simple Dongdong wave, while a power level of 1 million unleashed a technique akin to Frieza's lethal finger strike against Vegeta. Ultimately, the strength of one's energy is fundamentally linked to physical prowess rather than merely the practice of techniques. The ability to cultivate energy is accessible to all, with disparities in talent being the primary reason for varying levels of proficiency. How did Yi Sun come to comprehend the Dongdong wave? The internal cultivation methods of the Crane School facilitated the compression of energy, accelerating speed, and enhancing explosive power. He immediately recalled techniques such as the one-finger strike and the Six Meridians divine sword. Although he could not directly learn them, he approached the guidance of his internal energy from the perspective of a martial arts enthusiast. A stream of white energy ascended from his dantian, traversing through his lungs and along the arm, descending through the elbow and reaching his fingertips. The Dongdong wave, in essence, is quite simple. Yi Sun's interest in energy techniques was not particularly fervent. He cherished the world-building of Dragon Ball. Yet, when it came to the battles depicted, he found himself somewhat critical, having grown accustomed to various online novels. Nevertheless, adapting to the local customs was essential in the Dragon Ball universe. Lacking powerful techniques capable of decimating cities would render one hesitant to engage. He harbored suspicions that the Dragon Ball world was far more complex than it appeared. He feared that what Goku encountered was merely the surface of a deeper reality. While he was uncertain of Akira Toriyama's vision, Yi Sun's perspective transcended the simplicity of Earth, extending to planets like Namek, realms of the Kais, and even deities such as Beerus, reaching into the true domains of gods, spirits, and mortals. Forget it. Pondering these matters is premature. Let us focus on fortifying ourselves first. While lost in thought, Do had mysteriously vanished. Yi Sun cleared his throat and called out, "Do, come out." There was no response. Do had once been bitten by a snake and now feared even the ropes of a well. Yi Sun furrowed his brow and called again, "Do, I won't scold you anymore. Come out quickly. The Wind City is approaching. We need to prepare our gear and head to the highway." Still, there was no reply. Yi Sun's expression twitched slightly. Could it be that he had truly acted so excessively that his credibility had diminished to this extent? "Do, if you don't come out, I won't give you any meat in the future." A frightened voice timidly responded, "How could you say that?" Yi Sun rolled his eyes. The moment Do spoke, he pinpointed the little creature's location. The issue was that Do's aura was too weak, and Yi Sun's own cultivation level was insufficient, rendering his sensitivity to energy far inferior to that of the fellows from Dragon Ball. Upon locating Do, he found the little panda clutching his head, burying it in the dirt, with his rear end facing Yi Sun. Amused and exasperated, Yi Sun said, "Do, stop hiding. I can see you. You're lying. I truly see you. I would never deceive you." Do's ears twitched. It seemed Yi Sun's voice was genuinely close. He lifted his head to meet Yi Sun's smiling face, trembling all over. his eyes brimming with tears, yet he bravely suppressed his fear. He patted the dirt off his body, standing straight to face Yi-sun. As Yi-sun's grin, laden with ominous signals, froze, Do-Do's fur bristled. And he bolted away. However, no matter how vigorously he attempted to run, he showed no signs of advancing. Have you run enough? Yi-sun lifted Do-Do with one hand, observing the little panda's futile attempts at escape. Do-Do seemed to realize he was not moving. Only then comprehending that his feet were off the ground, held aloft by Yi-sun. I won't run anymore. Lying is for Xiaohua. Who is Xiaohua? The little dog of Aunt Xiong next door. You're talking nonsense. Even dogs are more honest than you. Nonsense. Xiaohua once stole my bun. Come on, it was just a bun. Must you insult Xiaohua's canine dignity? The two engaged in this bizarre debate for half an hour until Yi-sun finally deemed the argument absurd and ceased the pointless discussion. A day later, the duo finally beheld a road leading to Wind City, marking the conclusion of Do-Do's tragic flight. Chapter 13. Romeo Ultraman. The young Saiyan knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Initially, Yi-sun was filled with anger, yet upon witnessing the youth shatter the road with his fervent apologies, he broke into a cold sweat. In all his life, he had never encountered someone who admitted fault so swiftly, and the sincerity of his demeanor was astonishing, leaving no room for reproach. Brother Luo, please rise. After all, you are the son of the head of the Wind City Police Department. This is quite embarrassing. The young man, however, shouted no. Unless you forgive me, I will kneel here until I perish. My word, what a character. All right, please get up, but how shall we address your earlier insults towards us? The young man trembled slightly, then, with a quivering voice, implored, Master, as long as you spare my life and do not render me powerless, I am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. Please, name your terms. In response, a sharp sound of fingers snapping echoed. All right, rise. I want to take your life. We shall negotiate the compensation later. The youth, as if granted a reprieve from death, quickly got up, rubbing his hands together like a humble innkeeper, and respectfully inquired, May I ask which esteemed sect you belong to, Master? For your martial prowess is truly remarkable. Yi-sun revealed an expression of intrigue and jested. It seems that Brother Luo possesses considerable knowledge about the capabilities of martial artists. The young man pounded his chest in pride and replied, To be honest, my father participated in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament during my high school years. He even reached the top 8, competing as a combat instructor from the Wind City Police Academy, only to unfortunately lose to King Gappa, the champion. King Gappa. Yi-sun was momentarily taken aback, a peculiar emotion stirring within him upon hearing this name from such a frivolous youth. This moment rekindled a sense of nostalgia for the Dragon Ball universe in Yi-sun's heart, evoking a certain sentimentality. You know of King Gappa? Of course. King Gappa defeated my father in the quarterfinals and subsequently triumphed throughout the tournament to claim the championship. It is said that throughout the preliminaries and finals, he never allowed anyone to touch him. Yi-sun nodded slightly. This detail mirrored the narrative of Dragon Ball precisely. Many fans of the series would certainly remember King Gappa, who made his debut during the first tournament that Tianjin fan participated in. In that tournament, King Gappa faced Son Goku in the very first match of the preliminaries. And many martial arts experts, including Yamcha, felt that Son Goku was indeed unfortunate. However, King Gappa met a tragic fate, being knocked out cold by Son Goku and eliminated from the tournament. One could easily imagine the dismay of a former champion facing a mere 16-year-old Son Goku, suffering a humiliating defeat. This setback weighed heavily on King Gappa, compelling him to train relentlessly for 3 years after the resurrection following the Piccolo Daimao incident. When he returned to the martial arts tournament 3 years later, he again faced Son Goku in his first match, and this time it was even more tragic, as he failed to even touch Son Goku and was swiftly knocked out. Due to King Gappa's Indian appearance and his consecutive eliminations by Son Goku in the first matches of the preliminaries, Yi-sun held a vivid impression of him. King Gappa's combat power was likely between 60 and 90. Considering that Son Goku had a power level of less than 20 when he first emerged from the mountains with Bulma, it was inconceivable for King Gappa to have less than 60 combat power, especially given that he managed to win the championship while avoiding any contact with his opponents. Your father truly is formidable. I know King Gappa stands out among martial artists. Indeed. Yi-sun then further inquired, so, despite your frivolous demeanor, you are still able to grasp the profound levels that exceptional martial artists can attain? Yes, I acknowledge my lack of discernment. When you caught the bullet, I should have realized that you are a martial artist who transcends the limits of humanity. Indeed, Yi-sun sighed inwardly, realizing that this was the expected response. The most perplexing aspect of the Dragon Ball universe is the inherent blindness of humanity. Despite having witnessed the world-shaking battles of the return of King Piccolo and the arrival of the Saiyans, humanity seems utterly oblivious to the immense power wielded by martial artists, lacking even the most rudimentary understanding. While the ignorance of ordinary people may be attributed to a lack of information, the persistent ignorance exhibited by the government is truly baffling. Even Dr. Gero is able to continue his research on androids thanks to the legacy of the Red Ribbon Army. It is unfathomable that the governments of these three nations would have no initiatives to unlock human potential. Judging by this young man's demeanor, the status and renown of martial artists should far exceed the established norms within the Dragon Ball universe. Yi Sun beckoned him with a finger and said, "My lineage shall remain a secret for now, but rest assured I am not an ignorant country bumpkin, so please refrain from looking down on rural folk." Yes. I see now. I have been rather superficial. Master, may I inquire where you are headed? Perhaps I could accompany you. Yi Sun hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to allow this lad to host him, as he planned to linger in Wind City for a while to earn some money. He was in no rush. Firstly, he was merely 13 and had no need for excessive training. Secondly, the protagonist, Sun Wukong, had yet to embark on his adventures, so there was no urgency on Yi Sun's part. Thirdly, it was clear that he was the foremost martial artist on Earth. With no imminent dangers looming, there remained at least another 5 years before the next calamity, the return of King Piccolo. What a jest! At his current pace of cultivation, in 5 years, he could likely match Frieza in combat. What nonsense about King Piccolo! He could dispatch him with a mere flick of his finger. What is your name? The young man laughed heartily. I am called Romeo Ultraman. Yi Sun was taken aback, then exclaimed, "What the hell? I asked for your real name." No, master. My family belongs to the Ultraman lineage. Romeo is my given name, and Ultraman is my surname. Hence, my full name is Romeo Ultraman. Oh, I see. Yi Sun slapped his forehead, chuckling at his own ignorance. It seemed there was indeed a surname Ultraman, distinct from the cosmic hero. Very well. I shall call you Ultraman from now on. Master may simply call me Romeo. All right then. Speaking of which, I primarily wish to return to my hometown in East City, but I find myself short on funds. I had intended to work in Wind City to earn some money, and now that I have met you, it should alleviate many of my troubles. Upon hearing this, Romeo immediately stood at attention and earnestly declared, "Do not worry, master. As long as you do not mind, you may stay at our home. While in Wind City, no one would dare speak ill of you. That is truly generous of you." At this juncture, Romeo suddenly fell silent, then tentatively inquired, "May I ask how old you are this year? 16? 13? Do I appear to be that old?" Indeed, it is quite astonishing. At just 13, you can catch bullets with your bare hands. You are truly a prodigy. Yi Sun snapped his fingers and pointed towards Dodo, introducing him as the little brother he had brought back from his school. Romeo respectfully bowed to Dodo and gentlemanly opened the car door, only to be met with a pungent odor emanating from within. Upon detecting the unmistakable scent of urine, Romeo's expression darkened, and he angrily directed his ire at the woman, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, couldn't you step out of the car to relieve yourself?" The woman, overwhelmed by her predicament, was on the verge of tears, unsure of how to respond to Romeo's fierce demeanor. Yi Sun then interjected, "I must remind you, Ultraman, to exhibit a bit more gentleness towards ladies. A slight odor is of little consequence. We can simply air out the car by opening the windows later. Afterward." He called out to Dodo, "Come here, Dodo, your elder brother, Yi Sun invites you to ride." Curiosity shining in his eyes, Dodo approached the vehicle. Peering in with wonder, his little head filled with questions. "I've ridden in ox carts and horse-drawn carriages, but what kind of vehicle is this?" Simultaneously perplexed, he playfully scratched the car's surface with his tiny paws, producing a series of scratching sounds that made Yi Sun break into a sweat and brought tears to Romeo's eyes. After all, what mattered most in life was happiness. It was merely a matter of a paint job, worth just a few thousand. Chapter 14. The problematic student Dodo leaned out of the car window, completely intrigued by the vibrant cityscape. The little panda from the deep mountains was filled with unbounded curiosity, having never seen such towering buildings, wide roads, or throngs of people. As he laughed joyously, calling out to the bustling world outside, Yi Sun felt a surge of concern. If Dodo were not careful, he might tumble out. "Be careful, Dodo. If you fall out, your brother Yi Sun won't be able to help you," he cautioned. Startled, Dodo quickly withdrew his head and settled down in his seat. Silent and obedient, Yi Sun mused that Dodo was a genuinely innocent child, vowing to shield his childhood from any shadows of trauma. To do otherwise would be utterly heartless. Yet, Yi Sun had completely forgotten the harrowing days during which Dodo had been relentlessly pursued by him. fleeing in terror while weeping and seeking refuge in the hills. Now that was a truly merciless ordeal. The city of Wind Capital, known for its commendable urban development, earned its name as the first city in the nation to harness wind power for electricity. To commemorate this achievement, the entire city was aptly renamed Wind Capital. Nestled on a high plateau and situated on a windward slope, the region experiences strong winds year-round. However, due to the extensive forest cover surrounding Wind Capital, it is largely free from dust storms, resulting in remarkably clean air. Yet, this thriving city harbors a critical flaw. Its inland location imposes limitations on economic growth. Upon entering Wind Capital, Romeo instructed the woman to exit the vehicle. Their acquaintance had begun at a banquet, and she was merely a means to satisfy his desires. Now, reflecting on the near calamity he had faced at the hands of a martial arts master, he felt a chill of apprehension. "Romeo, let us discuss a matter," he proposed. "Master, please go on," came the reply. "I shall forego visiting your residence. If you would not mind, may I borrow your card for some expenditures?" Romeo, with a resolute thump to his chest, declared with great bravado, "While I may be of no assistance in physical confrontations, providing economic support is a task that poses no challenge." With that, he produced a credit card and handed it to Yi Sun, saying, "This card allows for an overdraft of 200,000. Rest assured, I shall replenish the deficit monthly from my bank account." Yi Sun, not one to be polite given the scathing remarks hurled at him by this young man, thought that such insolence warranted a severe reckoning, perhaps a thorough breaking of bones that would necessitate a hospital stay for rehabilitation. The medical expenses would certainly exceed 200,000. Thus, sparing his life was already an act of tremendous leniency on Yi Sun's part. Do not mistake Yi Sun's demeanor for tyranny. His current combat prowess had reached a formidable level of 197, merely a breath away from surpassing 200 and attaining the stature of the original Demon King Piccolo. Once again, as long as Yi Sun devoted himself to relentless improvement, he could swiftly elevate to level 10. Once he activated the second tier of the bone washing technique, achieving a battle strength of 1,000 would be a foregone conclusion. It could be said that whether Yi Sun aspired to be a champion of justice or a nefarious overlord was entirely contingent upon his whims. Let it not be said that 200,000 was the limit. Even if he were to eliminate Romeo, gallantly driving his Pacini Wind Child into the Wind City, what could the city's law enforcement do? Would they dare arrest him? Could they even capture him? Would they seek to end his life? That would be quite the irony, for in the presence of the Demon King Piccolo, Yi Sun could plunge this world back into a state of dread and subjugation. This world is predominantly dominated by three major military powers, with the countless smaller nations being inconsequential. The prospect of upheaval is trivial. We reside at the Youth Business Hotel. Come find me in a couple of days, and I shall impart to you a few techniques that will serve you well for a lifetime. Romeo, upon hearing this invigorating promise, felt a surge of vitality wash over his pallid face, now tinged with excitement. For him, this was the true worth of the 200,000, not just 200,000, but even 20 million would be a bargain. "Master, please take care, and I shall visit you again in a few days." With that, Romeo sped away in his car, eager to find a place to celebrate with a drink. At that moment, Yi Sun, donned in a flowing blue robe and accompanied by a small panda, entered the business hotel. The receptionist, taken aback by the sight of such a young and refined boy with a panda, promptly stated, "To check in, I require an identification card or a student ID." At just 13 years of age, Yi Sun naturally possessed no identification card. However, within the parcel that heaven had sent him was a student ID. He had taken a sabbatical from school to study martial arts at Xianlu, which ultimately resulted in a tragic turn of events. Thus, returning to school to continue his education was now a viable option. Dongzi de Tianyuan School? ISNT, that a prestigious institution renowned for producing martial arts talent? It was said that students from there were all adept in martial arts, and those with superior skills would be prioritized for admission into well-known universities domestically, ensuring a bright future. It is noteworthy that the middle school system in Yi Sun's country spans 6 years, culminating in university entrance examinations at 18. Although there exists a distinction between junior and senior high school, fundamentally, apart from a select few who may be barred from the senior division, the majority of students experience no pressure regarding advancement. In other words, students who are barred from enrollment will forfeit their opportunity to attend high school, as there is no entrance examination and thus no choice regarding high schools exists. Any student prohibited from attending one high school will inevitably face rejection from all others. The harsh reality of education reveals no chance for elimination. If everyone performed exceptionally, naturally all would gain access to high school. The Ministry of Education's stringent measures against this group of students are, in fact, closely related to juvenile delinquency. Those eliminated from high school are often individuals with significant moral deficiencies, and once expelled, they are automatically recorded by the police, allowing for immediate identification should any incidents arise. Some may argue that releasing these morally flawed youths into society at such an early stage would exacerbate societal decay. This sparked intense debate across various sectors of society. However, ultimately, the king heeded the opinions of numerous parents, concluding that the educational environment for students of good character should not be compromised due to a few troubled individuals. Hence, the educational reform was enacted. Yi Sun's expression darkened as the attendant at the counter regarded him with evident disdain. His student ID bore a red stamp indicating suspension, alongside a blue stamp denoting pending observation. Beneath Yi Sun's student number was a comment from the academic office. Character issues, due to his first year of middle school. Voluntarily suspended for reflection, the school grants him a probationary status, awaiting his return in the second year to decide on further academic progression. Is it just you? The female attendant sneered, as if she were addressing a delinquent. Yi Sun's veins bulged in anger as he retorted, "Are you blind? Can't you see there are two of us?" His shout reverberated throughout the establishment, shattering the glass and causing all patrons and staff to cover their ears. The attendant, frightened, collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Yi Sun. The situation escalated swiftly, with hotel security rushing in to surround Yi Sun. The head of security approached, taking Yi Sun's student ID from the trembling attendant. After scrutinizing it, he replied with disdain, "Ah, I see. A distinguished student from Dongzhou Tianyuan School. No wonder you have such a temper. Do you think you can act recklessly just because you know martial arts?" Yi Sun furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean? Kid, it states here that you are under probation. If you don't believe me, I can make a call to your academic office and report your misbehavior today. Do you really think you'll have a chance to attend high school?" Yi Sun despised being threatened. Gazing at the shifty-eyed middle-aged man, he smiled and said, "Believe me, if I cannot attend high school, the first thing I will do is return to this hotel and set it ablaze, eliminating everyone here." At this statement, a chill ran down the spines of those present. Some instinctively took a step back, eyeing Yi Sun warily. Students who had been partially expelled from high school were rarely harmless. "Call the police. Get them to handle this." After the middle-aged man spoke, he menacingly remarked, "You little brat. So what if you know martial arts? I doubt you would dare to act recklessly in front of the police. There are surveillance cameras and recording devices here, and all audio and video materials are automatically backed up to the police database. Once the police arrive, you can expect to receive a notice of expulsion from school." However, Yi Sun remained unfazed and replied, "I would like to call my lawyer. At the very least, I have that right. Is there a lawyer in Wind City? Who would have thought you were a privileged young master? Let him make the call. Hello, is this Ultraman? Hello, master? Is that you? It's me. Could you possibly come to the business hotel where I am? I'm about to be shot by the police. You know I abide by the law. And I truly do not wish to resort to violence here, especially with so many surveillance cameras. I really don't want to trouble your father, but I can't control my criminal impulses." Upon hearing this, Romeo's spine tingled with fear as he understood Yi Sun's implication. He immediately cursed, "Damn it, with me around. Who dares to touch you? I'm coming right now." After hanging up the large mobile phone, Romeo performed a reckless 360-degree turn in the middle of the main road, accelerating in the opposite direction. The traffic police, upon seeing his license plate number, promptly abandoned their pursuit, realizing that chasing him would only lead to reprimand. At that moment, Romeo fervently prayed, "Don't even joke about this, you fools. If that guy resorts to violence, it would be catastrophic. If something truly terrible happens in Wind City, my father would undoubtedly inform the king, and if that occurs, I won't let you off easily. I would burn your hotel to the ground and eliminate everyone inside." Chapter 15. Permanently free Daodu was unaware of the unfolding events. But upon seeing the enigmatic smile on Yi Sun's face, he instinctively shivered. From his understanding of Yi Sun, such an innocent and sunny smile was a signal that he was plotting something. "Brother Yi Sun, please calm down," Daodu said, a hint of fear in his voice. While Yi Sun contemplated his plans, he felt a tug on his clothing and looked down to see Daodu's anxious expression. Yi Sun shrugged helplessly and reassured him, "Don't worry. I won't use any force." Daodu, however, did not trust his words and instinctively ran towards the exit, reasoning that the initial confrontation would surely occur within the hotel, and escaping would be the best course of action. Seeing Daodu hastily flee, Yi Sun could not help but pout. This little panda really lacked loyalty. Did he not consider staying to support him? Half an hour passed, yet the police had still not arrived. The hotel security team sensed that something was amiss. There was no reason for the police to delay. After multiple calls, the police merely responded that they were on their way, but at this rate, it would take more than 5 minutes to arrive. Those with a modicum of intelligence quickly realized that this situation had been suppressed, while others who failed to grasp the gravity of the situation continued to call the police hotline, only to find it completely occupied. What is happening? The security captain realized that the situation was amiss. As he turned to glance at Yi-sun, his eyes were filled with apprehension. Just as he was about to inquire whether this matter could be amicably resolved, an exceedingly jarring sound of tires screeching against the pavement pierced the air. Romeo hurriedly entered the hotel lobby and, upon spotting Yi-sun surrounded by a throng, instinctively surveyed the surroundings, particularly for any signs of fatalities. Once assured that all was well, he approached Yi-sun with utmost respect and inquired, "Master, are you unscathed?" "All is well. It is merely that this hotel has shown me disdain, which has incited my ire," Yi-sun replied. Romeo furrowed his brow and, casting a disdainful glance at the head of security, retorted, "Where is your superior?" The security captain was naturally familiar with Romeo, the illustrious scion of both wealth and power, whose reputation as the foremost young ruffian of the Wind City was widely recognized. It was well known that Romeo had frequented this establishment with at least 300 young ladies. "Master Romeo, your esteemed presence graces us. Do you require accommodations or a meal? I would rather dine with your neighbor's mother. I am well aware that this lowly establishment is merely a venue for frivolity. To actually take up residence here would be a disgrace to my stature. Master Sun is among the finest martial artists in the world. You should feel privileged to host him, yet you dare to mistreat him. How despicable." Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Romeo had already unleashed a torrent of vitriol, elucidating why the police had not arrived. It dawned on them that this young lad was a friend of the police chief's son. How absurd. It was only when the hotel owner, a kindly rotund gentleman, arrived that Romeo ceased his tirade. After a thorough inquiry, the owner examined Yi-sun's student ID and then cast a stern gaze at the female receptionist. Being a seasoned veteran in the industry, the owner recognized that this student ID had subjected Yi-sun to unfair treatment, which had provoked his outburst. The portly proprietor immediately reviewed the surveillance footage, revealing Yi-sun's furious admonition, which resulted in the shattering of all glass in the vicinity of the hotel. After thoroughly assessing the circumstances and observing the deference with which the second-generation heir treated Yi-sun, he swiftly concluded that this young man was a formidable martial artist of significant prowess. He then discreetly pulled Romeo aside and asked, "Romeo, please be candid with me. Where did you find this young man?" Though Romeo was brash and frivolous, he was not a fool. He understood the appropriate demeanor to adopt with whom, especially given that the owner presided over a vast hotel chain. The Youth Hotel, while seemingly modest, was a fast-paced establishment catering to the everyday traveler. And when it came to hosting foreign dignitaries, high-end hotels were the norm. However, how often did foreign guests truly visit? To be candid, I found myself on the highway, my palm grasping a bullet. Initially, I presumed it had missed its mark. However, after each shot struck his body and he remained unfazed, I realized that my survival was nothing short of miraculous. This could only suggest his youth and lesser intent to kill. Had he been an adult possessing such prowess, my head would have surely been severed. The rotund proprietor gasped in disbelief. Having navigated the undercurrents of life for decades, he was well aware that certain exceptional martial artists could harden their bodies to an iron-like resilience and possess reflexes that surpass ordinary humans. The ability to catch bullets with bare hands is, after all, not an insurmountable secret. Recognizing such formidable talent at a young age, I understood the necessity of cultivating a relationship with him. With this thought in mind, the proprietor promptly extended his apologies on behalf of the hotel and presented Yi-sun with a black card inscribed with Youth Chain Hotel, Unlimited. This revelation left even Romeo astonished, for it implied that wherever Yi-sun chose to pursue his training, as long as there was a Youth Chain Hotel, all his expenses and accommodations would be entirely waived, and this privilege would endure until the end of his days. Everyone was left in awe of the proprietor's grand gesture, which seemed akin to bowing before Yi-sun. Indeed, Yi-sun himself was taken aback by such treatment. It meant that even if he faced a lifetime of poverty and homelessness, he could reside indefinitely in the Youth Hotel. That evening, the proprietor hosted a banquet in Yi-sun's honor. Do, disregarding decorum, indulged heartily in the feast. What was poised to erupt into a farcical debacle transformed into a personal celebration for Yi-sun, while Romeo offered his own contributions, leading to the cancellation of the previously planned welcoming festivities. According to Yi-sun's original intentions, he planned to stay in Wind City for 2 months before departing. during which he would seek ways to earn some money. The wealthy merchant expressed his willingness to sponsor Yi-sun with $1 million, but Yi-sun firmly declined. The permanent card was an act of recompense, yet he found no justification in accepting the monetary offer. He would not allow himself to be swayed by such temptations. Thus, Yi-sun settled comfortably into the youth hotel, contemplating the elevation of his level to 10. However, the techniques of the Crane Immortal School, including the mental, palm, and body methods, had ceased to yield significant experience points. The effects of the first layer of the Cleansing Sutra had also plateaued. It appeared that I must engage in some tasks to trigger further progress. In the days that followed, residing in the youth chain hotel, Yi-sun began drafting a task plan. He knew that soon Bulma would embark on her quest for the Dragon Balls following the holiday, marking the commencement of the main storyline of the Dragon Ball saga. At that juncture, he, too, would act with a singular objective: to obtain the Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon to make a wish. Ordinary tasks would likely yield minimal experience points. Thus, he would need to pursue more substantial undertakings. In the dead of night, Yi-sun donned a pair of black canvas shoes he had purchased, along with blue denim cropped pants and a rather stylish black hooded jacket. He then adorned himself with a black mask acquired from a shop. Glancing at Dodo, who was incessantly kicking off his blanket in the adjacent bed, Yi-sun understood that it was typical for pandas to resist covering themselves, especially given their thick fur. Consequently, he offered Dodo a thin blanket and adjusted the air conditioning to a cooler setting. Having previously observed pandas, he was aware that the temperature in the panda exhibit was kept low. Otherwise, they would struggle to cope with the sweltering summer heat, particularly in Sichuan's muggy climate. As Yi-sun opened the window to venture outside, he heard Dodo mumble, "Dodo can't eat anymore." Taken aback, Yi-sun turned to see Dodo drooling profusely in his sleep, reflecting on how a true gourmand is cultivated from a young age. Employing his aerial technique, he floated out of the window, subsequently closing it while leaving a small opening for his return. The youth hotel itself consisted of only 7 stories, and as Yi-sun occupied the top floor, exiting through the window was quite convenient. In the darkness, he accelerated and vanished into the night sky, unbeknownst to anyone that a figure soared through the inky blackness. Meanwhile, in a street located in a civilian area outside the city's main district, a tumultuous incident was unfolding. Police officers were desperately pursuing a group of reckless youths, each clad in garish attire, sporting flamboyant hairstyles, and wielding baseball bats and chains as they fled. This escape was not merely a flight from authority but a thrill and a way of life for them. Their daily routine involved cruising in their modified cars, traversing the city under the cover of night, vandalizing luxury vehicles, smashing shop windows, and indulging in reckless abandon to assert their presence. The civilian populace had long since reached their limit with this unruly gang, inundating the police station with calls for help. Yet the problem remained unresolved. Headquarters, we have identified a group of reckless youths on 16th Street. 5 vehicles involved, approximately 10 individuals, all masked, making identification impossible. Understood. Pursue and apprehend them, came the directive. The officers trailing behind felt a sense of embarrassment. Had they been capable of making arrests, they would have done so long ago. Over the past few months, this gang had wreaked havoc on the city, occasionally resorting to robbery, assaulting innocent bystanders, and even attacking police officers with firearms when cornered, exemplifying a perilous gang armed with lethal weapons. At that moment, a police vehicle pursuing the suspects suddenly exploded, stunning all nearby officers and creating chaos. The deafening blast roused many who had been peacefully asleep. Wow, what a shot! These cops are truly foolish, hesitating to act out of concern for the public's property. But we have no such qualms, laughed a muscular man with a buzz cut from behind a modified off-road vehicle. Our goal as a reckless gang is to conquer this city. This is merely a greeting to these clueless officers. However, Brother Wei, can we genuinely expect to receive the batch of weapons we purchased on time? I have heard that the other party has a history of betrayal. With a cold snort, Brother Wei replied, "In the City of Wind, is there anyone who dares to betray me? Armed to the teeth, I doubt they will dare to withhold delivery." Brother Wei, the police are coming, he exclaimed excitedly. Monkey, show them a thing or two. A young man in another modified off-road vehicle immediately readied a Gatling gun, loading the ammunition belt without hesitation and aimed it at the pursuing police. A torrent of bullets erupted, forming a fiery serpent that engulfed the officers. These unfortunate policemen were first attacked by rockets, and before they could regain their composure, they were met with the relentless barrage of the Gatling gun. "Captain, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We are in a perilous position." The bespectacled police captain, a kindly gentleman, sat in his patrol car, nervously speaking into his communicator. "Remember, Wait for the right moment to fire. Suddenly, static crackled through the device, and the captain's expression changed dramatically. He called out frantically to the officers on the other end. But regrettably, they had already come under fire. The captain's face turned ashen. He was reluctant to request the government to deploy special forces, as that would signify the incompetence of the police. Damn it! The gang members, witnessing the police in such a helpless state, erupted in laughter, jeering. Go back to your meals, you foolish officers. This city is ours. Long live the gang. Amidst the fervor, the gang members continued to indiscriminately spray surrounding streetlights and vehicles with gunfire, exhibiting brazen arrogance. Upon hearing the explosions, Yi-sun swiftly flew to the scene. His eyesight surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he quickly discerned that a mainstream gang was brandishing dangerous weapons, while the police, with their flashing lights, formed a lengthy but ultimately impotent pursuit. Having observed for less than half a minute, Yi-sun concluded that the police were ineffectual, yet he pondered whether to intervene. Ding dong. A critical mission was detected. Halt the gang's criminal activities. Should he accept? Yi-sun's eyes brightened, excitement coursing through him. Indeed, the more people, the more likely a mission arises. Accept. The moment he clicked to accept, Yi-sun descended swiftly onto the street. The rating and completion of the mission were contingent on time, and he needed to act swiftly. Yi-sun's speed had already surpassed 3 seconds for 100 meters. A nearly insane velocity. To put it into perspective, maintaining this speed would translate to roughly 120 kilometers per hour. While this speed may not compare to the protagonist in Dragon Ball, it was undoubtedly the fastest speed at the beginning of its storyline. In the depths of the night, Yi-sun appeared as a ghostly figure, sprinting down the street. Unlike the vehicles, Yi-sun's movements could be freely controlled due to his exceptional reflexes and formidable physical condition, showcasing agility that far surpassed mechanical prowess. A fellow with green hair was recklessly discharging his weapon when he suddenly beheld a breathtaking sight. A person was inexplicably keeping pace with the sports car on one side. Indeed, it was a solitary figure, advancing parallel to the vehicle at the same velocity. The green-haired individual doubted his own senses and instinctively rubbed his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi-sun bent down and grasped the lower edge of the car, exerting just the right amount of force before he heaved it, causing the vehicle to bizarrely tilt at a 90-degree angle, its door scraping the ground as it slid forward due to inertia. The occupants of the car, caught off guard by the sudden turn, found themselves rendered powerless in an instant. The police, witnessing the chaos of the motorcycle gang's vehicle flipping, swiftly surrounded the car and apprehended the injured and unconscious members of the gang. Captain, another motorcycle gang has flipped over ahead. Captain, that motorcycle has also overturned. This is bad. It seems the entire gang's vehicles have capsized. The police captain, bewildered, rushed to the scene where Wei Gu was being restrained and found him still conscious. With a hint of jest, the captain remarked, "You must be the mastermind behind the motorcycle gang. We seem to have crossed paths before." Upon removing his mask, Wei Gu revealed a disdainful smile. "Do you know who I am? You are? Ha ha. I am the brother of the mayor of Wind City. How dare you arrest me? You wretched peasants. Even if you are the mayor's brother, we must act according to the law. Please understand our predicament," the police captain replied, his expression grave. Wei Gu, grasping the underlying meaning of the captain's words, transformed his anger into amusement, allowing a smile to grace his lips. "Very well, I understand, officer. Your work must be arduous." The police, disheartened, recognized that even after arresting Wei Gu, he would soon be released on bail. They were all aware of the system, which is why the captain implored Wei Gu to comprehend that this was merely their duty, leaving the rest to be handled by Wei Ji's family. Chapter 17. Mission Failure. Mission accomplished. Gained 83 experience points. Mission reward. 15 experience points. Street Racing Manual. Street Racing Manual? Yi-sun was taken aback, astonished that preventing the motorcycle gang could yield such a reward. As the system was his own creation, he anticipated such erratic rewards. Using the Street Racing Manual. Successful execution. Yi-sun closed his eyes, absorbing this influx of knowledge, and instantaneously understood a plethora of street racing techniques and vehicle modifications. Although it felt somewhat excessive, he had to admit that the Street Racing Manual was indeed intriguing. Driving a Ferrari with the school beauty, effortlessly drifting through city streets is the dream of every young man. Albeit a bit ostentatious, it remains a truth. The night swiftly faded away, and upon returning to his room, Yi-sun found himself greeted by the dawn. He felt no fatigue. Rather, after stretching his limbs, he was invigorated, brimming with energy. "Daodu, if you don't get up now, breakfast will be denied to you." Upon hearing this, Daodu's ears perked up, and his little eyes widened in excitement. He leapt from the bed and joyfully exclaimed, "Doubter wants to eat eggs and drink milk. All right, hurry and wash your face, brush your teeth, and get dressed. The hotel will not serve breakfast for long." After completing these tasks at lightning speed, Doubter followed Yi Sun to the dining hall, due to the owner's special instructions. As soon as Yi Sun and Doubter entered the restaurant, the staff provided them with exceptional service, ensuring a lavish, nutritious breakfast. Doubter feasted with delight, while Yi Sun, who had not previously made a habit of breakfast, recognized that as a 13-year-old, he had yet to fully enter puberty. Thus, adequate nutrition was essential for his development. Yi Sun was also close to leveling up, with less than 400 experience points remaining. He had resolved to practice during the day and venture out to combat crime at night, confident that wandering through the city would present various tasks. The rationale for avoiding daytime missions was simple. There were hardly any worthwhile tasks available. He had no interest in mundane activities like helping an elderly lady cross the street, as such trivial missions offered a meager 1 experience point. "Doubter, once you're full, let us go out and have some fun. Brother Yi Sun will take you for ice cream." Doubter had never heard of ice cream and was uncertain about its taste. Yet he trusted that anything Yi Sun wished to treat him to would surely be delightful. Whether on a bus or in a taxi, Doubter's curiosity was palpable, mirroring Yi Sun's own fascination. He observed the diverse crowd, which included both ordinary humans and many beastmen, all of whom lived in harmony and exhibited remarkable civility. In his past experiences watching Dragon Ball, Yi Sun had deemed such a fairy tale world unrealistic. From an evolutionary standpoint, the differences among mammals were minimal, yet the subtle genetic variations could lead to drastically different biological forms. For a bear to live and work like a human, it would require an intelligence equivalent to that of a human, alongside a moral compass that transcended its primal instincts, an utterly fanciful notion. What extraordinary evolutionary event had transpired in the Dragon Ball universe to transform all mammals into human forms? Yet, he swiftly dismissed his musings, recalling that only canines and felines among mammals could adopt human forms. His mind raced back to scenes from the Dragon Ball animation. If he remembered correctly, there had indeed been an alligator man in a karate gi at the World Martial Arts Tournament, despite alligators being egg-laying reptiles rather than live-bearing mammals. Strange, indeed. Moreover, the Dragon Ball world was filled with bizarre creatures, such as the werewolf who despised Master Roshi and the dinosaur-like master that Goku faced in the quarterfinals of his first martial arts tournament. For instance, the character Pilaf, the first true antagonist in the Dragon Ball series, represents a unique strain of humanity distinct from common notions of human races. He is neither a beast man nor an extraterrestrial. Rather, he is an extraordinary human among the inhabitants of Earth. This divergence can be comprehended through the lens of evolutionary biology, which posits that humanity, throughout its evolutionary journey, branched into various species. Ultimately, the lineage that led to our current species prevailed, becoming the dominant force on the planet. Interbreeding among different human species is impossible, as it yields no offspring. Even if progeny were to arise, they would suffer from genetic deficiencies, such as sterility and physical deformities, often accompanied by agonizing genetic diseases leading to premature demise. Upon reaching a bustling square, Yi Sun led Dodo directly to an ice cream parlor, where he ordered a vibrant 5-flavor fruit ice cream for Dodo and an indulgent sundae for himself, relishing the moment before confronting the impending cosmic threats. Dodo was overjoyed, having never tasted such delightful treats or donned such styles in Green Bamboo Village. The ice cream shop was followed by a visit to an amusement park and then a hot pot restaurant, where they frolicked until sunset, at which point Dodo cheerfully expressed his readiness to return. Children are truly wild and uncontainable in their play. I recall being much the same in my youth. Reflecting on those bygone days, Yi Sun felt a twinge of sorrow, pondering how his family would react upon learning of his demise, and whether the proprietor would feel a flicker of guilt. Upon returning to the hotel, Dodo, exhausted from play, fell asleep early. Noticing that the time was ripe, Yi Sun donned his nocturnal attire once more and stealthily slipped out. He soared through the city skies, undertaking missions with relentless determination. Ding! A new task was received. Rescue a youth being harassed by delinquents. Taken aback, Yi Sun hurriedly followed the red arrow indicating the location of the incident, only to find a dimly lit alley where a group was tormenting a solitary figure. This must be it. He ascended swiftly to hover above the scene, calmly observing the unfolding chaos. The bullied boy bore bruises and contusions, while the 7 assailants laughed heartily. Hey, we won't make it hard for you. Just drink this bottle of urine, and we'll guarantee your safe return home. The boy, referred to as Xiao, remained silent, his lips sealed. Yet his trembling form betrayed his profound fear of the bullies. Summoning a semblance of courage, he faltered, "I'll tell the teacher tomorrow." Unbeknownst to him, the ringleader of the thugs erupted in laughter. "What will you tell the teacher? Do you wish for the whole school to know you drank my urine?" Ha ha. The others joined in raucous laughter, but the laughter abruptly ceased as the ringleader delivered a resounding slap to Zhao's face, the sound echoing even to Yi Sun's elevated position. Indeed, the force of the slap brought Zhao to tears as he cried out, "Jack, why do you always bully me? Who the hell told you to be so arrogant? If you excel in your studies or possess striking looks, I would hardly bother with you. However, you, my dear fellow, not only perform poorly academically, but also lack social grace while daring to look down upon me." That individual named Jack offered inexplicable justifications. Yet the one referred to as Zhao appeared utterly perplexed, questioning how he had offended Jack. "Earlier today, as I traversed the corridor of the academic building, not only did you refuse to yield, but you brazenly locked eyes with me, exhibiting a rather audacious demeanor. I did not regard you with disdain. The corridor is ample enough for both of us. If you walk to the left, I shall walk to the right, and we shall not collide. How dare you?" After this outburst, Jack immediately launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Zhao, viciously declaring, "Drink this bottle of urine, and I promise not to trouble you at school anymore." Yi Sun merely shook his head, refraining from intervening, as he was curious to see whether this Zhao would indeed swallow the indignity. Should he choose to capitulate under such intimidation, turning to consume urine, Yi Sun would promptly depart, deeming such a coward unworthy of redemption. In an instant, Zhao cried out, "Do not even think about it. If you have the audacity, kill me. Otherwise, I will not let you off the hook. You are merely a piece of refuse destined to fail high school." Jack, evidently accustomed to bullying at school, became infuriated by Zhao's scathing remarks and erupted in rage, exclaiming, "You little bastard, I will end you." Without hesitation, Jack hurled the bottle of urine at Zhao's face and then, with all his might, delivered a brutal punch to Zhao's temple. Jack, possessing considerable brute strength, sent Zhao sprawling to the ground, who instinctively shielded his head while enduring the kicks of 7 assailants. Yi Sun continued to observe with a calm demeanor, unmoved. As a voice echoed in his mind, "Task, intervene against delinquents, declaration of failure." Chapter 18. The police investigation under the relentless assault from Jack and his cohorts. Zhao ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon noticing Zhao's stillness, they ceased their onslaught, and one of them remarked, "Jack, let us call it quits. It wouldn't be good if we accidentally killed him." Yet, upon recalling Zhao's earlier mockery regarding his academic failures, Jack's fury surged even higher. He unsheathed a small knife from his waist, menacingly stating, "You little bastard, I will sever your tendons and see what you can do about it. There are no surveillance cameras here, and this bottle of urine is not mine. If you report me, I will deny it vehemently." "Huh. Let us see how much your pathetic family can afford in legal fees." The other 6, instead of intervening, egged him on, shouting, "Go on. Let this trash know his place. Ruin him. Let him live like a maggot for the rest of his life. Boss, do it." Jack was indeed ready to act. However, in the next moment, a piercing scream escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone astonished. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Jack had crumpled. His right hand, which gripped the knife, was completely severed below the elbow, bone, muscle, and sinew all torn apart. Jack emitted a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Despite his ruthless nature, he was merely a 9th-grade student, his mind and emotions still immature. Though he could not comprehend the gravity of the situation, the sight of his severed right hand sent him into a fit of tears. Those nearby were equally alarmed, and one quick-witted individual exclaimed urgently, "We must rush him to the hospital. As long as the nerves are intact after a wrist fracture, it can be reattached." Upon hearing this, Jack seized upon the words like a lifeline, hastily retrieving his severed wrist and sprinting away, oblivious to the blood staining his path or the manner of his injury. His sole concern was the fear of becoming disabled. The delinquents, displaying a semblance of camaraderie, followed Jack toward the hospital, which was conveniently situated just down the street. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi lay unconscious on the ground, ignored by passers-by. Yi Sun descended slowly, wrinkling his brow at the pungent scent of urine emanating from Xiaoyi. The issue of school bullying was universally grave, and he had no doubt that Jack was indeed capable of severing Xiaoyi's tendons, for he had proven himself capable of such brutality. This raised the question of why the hotel waitress had expressed such disdain towards Yi Sun. It was because students like Jack, expelled from high school, had undoubtedly committed numerous reprehensible acts in the past, rendering them akin to pariahs. Why did Yi Sun hold such conviction? It was because in this world, he himself was a delinquent, notorious within the school for his misdeeds. In just 1 year, he had engaged in numerous criminal-like activities, including nearly killing a classmate before narrowly escaping discovery. Although that classmate later testified against him, Yi-sun adamantly denied it, and the absence of surveillance footage led to the matter being quietly dismissed. However, this legal dismissal did not prevent the teachers from noting his infractions in their records. Additionally, during his first year of junior high, out of jealousy, he had drugged a classmate's water before an assessment, only to be caught. The drug test revealed his own substance abuse, which proved to be the final straw. Had it not been for the wealth of the Yi family, he would have faced expulsion. The only reason he was not entirely expelled was that he opted for a leave of absence to study at the Crane Immortal School. The Crane Immortal School, renowned alongside the Turtle Immortal School, prompted the school to suppress the expulsion decision upon learning of his enrollment, advising him to study diligently and reflect, with the promise of returning in the second semester. When Yi-sun traversed into this world and recalled the past through his memories, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He recognized himself as a truly spoiled and wasteful youth. Notably, through Yi-sun's recollections, he discovered that the Yi family was involved in illicit activities, and their troubles stemmed from being victims of underhanded dealings. Nevertheless, vengeance remained imperative. The distinction between having unscrupulous parents and the murder of those same parents was stark. The parents, though not virtuous, are subject to the law's retribution. It is not for you scoundrels to engage in your own form of vigilante justice. Yi-sun swiftly seized the child and took flight from the scene. Aside from a pool of blood, the alley appeared untouched by the chaos that had just transpired. However, nearby residents, disturbed by the commotion, began to emerge from their homes. Upon witnessing the bloodstain, driven by a sense of civic duty, some promptly chose to contact the authorities. Within 10 minutes, the police arrived, their sirens blaring loudly, drawing the attention of all the residents who gathered to witness the unfolding spectacle. A young officer, startled by the sight of the blood, quickly discerned that there were also remnants of flesh within the pool. He hastily collected samples, though it would require further analysis to determine whether it belonged to a human. This observant young officer diligently questioned the surrounding residents, gathering valuable leads. His initial instinct pointed towards a gang conflict, followed by the possibility of a one-sided assault. Alarmingly, it seemed someone may have been murdered, necessitating immediate notification to the department. The officer's reasoning, though not entirely accurate, was nonetheless prudent. He believed the blood to be that of a victim, warranting careful handling of the situation. At that moment, he noticed that the utility pole in the alley appeared to be leaning, and under the light, he detected what seemed to be a trace of blood upon it. He approached for a closer examination, narrowing his eyes to ascertain that the fissure in the pole was a recent occurrence. Using tweezers, he extracted a coin lodged within the fracture, which also bore traces of blood. What could this mean? The young officer's expression shifted as a colleague, engaged in communication with headquarters, turned to inquire, "Achi, have you discovered something? I am uncertain if this qualifies as a discovery." "Merely a coin that seems to have caused the pole's fracture," he replied, placing the coin into a plastic evidence bag. He then joined another officer in cordoning off the area, recognizing that this could potentially be the scene of a first homicide. Regrettably, the absence of surveillance cameras was a significant setback. That evening, the officers busied themselves. The public safety in Wind City had deteriorated over the years, and the dangers associated with policing had steadily increased. In response to the rising threats, the entry requirements for the police academy had mandated that students possess martial skills, with ongoing training in martial arts throughout their education. Achi, the young officer, had recently graduated and was celebrated as a martial arts champion within the police community. Later, around 3 in the morning, the blood analysis results were revealed. Indeed, they confirmed human blood, specifically that of a young individual. Strangely, the blood on the coin also matched that of a single person. Consequently, during a meeting the following day, Achi proposed a rather audacious hypothesis. A remarkably powerful individual had flicked the coin with their finger, causing it to travel at an astonishing speed with bullet-like destructive force, instantly severing a person's limbs, particularly at the wrists. Chapter 19. A shift in perspectives when Achi's hypothesis was presented. The police captain responsible for apprehending the rogue gang inquired curiously, "Achi, why the wrist?" He elaborated, stating that if the blow had struck the head, it would have surely penetrated the skull, leaving traces of brain matter on the coin. However, such material had not been identified by the biological department. Furthermore, if the impact had occurred at the chest, the anticipated volume of blood loss would have been significantly greater given the destructive force. Lastly, the exclusion of the legs was warranted, as the position of the fracture on the utility pole was inconsistent, had it been a leg. The impact would have caused the fracture to be a sharp angle originating from below. The police nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sound reasoning behind these assertions. The captain adjusted his glasses, his expression clouded with confusion as he pondered aloud. Thus, the individual who threw the coin must have been positioned parallel to the victim. Yet, without surveillance footage or eyewitnesses, and having received no reports, we find ourselves utterly perplexed. Could this merely be a case of ordinary brawling that escalated until the parties dispersed? Upon hearing this, a wave of uncertainty washed over the group. However, the resolute young Achi firmly countered, "No, we actually possess some clues. Firstly, the severed limb is absent, indicating one of two scenarios. Either the severed limb belongs to the victim, and the perpetrator, after breaking the victim's wrist, took both the body and the limb away, or the severed limb does not belong to the victim. I refrain from claiming it to be the perpetrators because I am uncertain of the true events that transpired in the alley. For now, let us assume it belongs to another group. Regardless, as long as it is not an extreme case of corpse disposal, the individual with the severed wrist should instinctively seek medical attention." Upon the conclusion of his statement, the crowd's eyes sparkled with realization, and someone promptly shouted, "Indeed. Let us quickly examine the admission reports from the Wind City Hospital to see if any injured individuals sought treatment for a severed limb last night." Seizing this pivotal lead, the police sprang into action. However, the captain regarded the equally serious Achi with a grave expression, as they both contemplated the same matter. After a brief moment, the captain spoke. "There is another aspect that requires your investigation, Achi." Achi rose promptly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, Captain. I will look into it immediately." The other officers remained puzzled about the nature of this additional task, prompting the captain to exhale deeply as he mused. What kind of individual could produce a coin with the efficacy of a sniper bullet? Realization dawned upon the assembled officers, and questions arose regarding the possibility of a coin gun being crafted, leading to yet another lively discussion. Yet in that moment, none could fathom that Achi's internal turmoil ran deeper. As a martial arts champion from the police academy, he had long idolized the legendary Master Wu Tian. Often hearing tales of the master's youth and a particular legend, that Master Wu Tian had once shattered a wall with a mere coin. If the assailant possessed even a fraction of Master Wu Tian's prowess, the implications would be truly terrifying. The officers understood that an individual capable of delivering such strength with a mere coin possessed not only immense power, but also an alarming precision. The emergence of such a figure in Wind City raised concerns. What if this person were a terrorist? Upon receiving permission to investigate, Ah-sun donned casual attire and embarked on this quest to locate the masterful individual. Rewind to last night. After Yi-sun had taken Xiao away from the scene, he headed directly to a pond on the city outskirts, where he unceremoniously tossed Xiao into the water. Upon being submerged, Xiao, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the shock of water entering his lungs. Groggy and disoriented, he clambered out of the pond, his mind clouded. Were it not for the sharp pains coursing through his body, reminding him of the recent beating he had endured, he might have believed he was trapped in a surreal dream. As he regained his bearings, Xiao heard a voice and turned to see a silhouette clad in a black hooded garment. However, the dim lighting and the individual's masked face obscured his features. Nevertheless, Xiao inquired, "Where is the person who assaulted me? Who are you? Why am I here? What do you intend to do? Which question do you truly wish to ask?" The sudden inquiry left Xiao momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Yi-sun chuckled lightly. "As for that fellow Jack, I simply shattered his wrist, and others have since taken him to the hospital." "So, you saved me?" Xiao asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Do not misconstrue my actions. I did not save you. If my intention had been to rescue you, you would not be drenched in urine right now." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao retorted, "If you did not save me, why did you break Jack's hand and bring me here? I had initially planned to return home for dinner, but upon overhearing Jack's intent to sever your tendons, I intervened." At these words, Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that while he had been unconscious, that scoundrel had nearly inflicted grievous harm upon him. Enraged, he erupted in a flurry of curses, fully convinced that this stranger had no reason to deceive him. As the man had nothing to gain from lying, his anger surged as he yearned to confront Jack and exact his vengeance. Yet, Xiao quickly regained his composure and, filled with caution, asked, "If you saved me, then why bring me here? Do you wish to rob me?" Zhao's face turned pale at the implication. It seemed evident that the intention was indeed theft. After Jack's associates had knocked him unconscious, they likely departed, leaving this individual to transport him here for monetary gain. No, it was more likely a kidnapping, demanding ransom from his family. If he were not a kidnapper, Why would he dress like a shadowy figure? Yi Sun, well aware of Zhao's thoughts, responded nonchalantly. If you possess money, you may take a taxi home. I intend to return to sleep. If you lack funds, I can lend you 20 yuan, to be repaid tomorrow night when you return. What? Zhao paused, his mind swirling with questions. Nevertheless, he replied, I have money. Yi Sun waved him off. I cannot ascertain how far you live from here, but you should hurry. After midnight, taxi fares double. With that, Yi Sun gracefully ascended into the air, using his levitation technique, vanishing from Zhao's sight in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched Yi soar into the sky, gradually becoming a distant silhouette until it vanished from view. Could he truly fly? Could he truly fly? The question echoed in Zhao's mind incessantly. Why would a human possess such an ability? Was he an extraterrestrial? Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Zhao suddenly realized that the extraordinary being he had encountered was indeed genuine. A person capable of flight could not possibly be an ordinary individual. And there was no reason for him to deceive Zhao. He mentioned that he would return to this spot tomorrow at the same time. That evening, Zhao's perspective on the world was profoundly altered, casting doubt upon his understanding of science. Chapter 20. The school's notable figure in truth. Zhao possessed less than 15 yuan. So he hailed a taxi to take him to a location closer to home, intending to walk the remaining distance. It wasn't until he entered the taxi that he comprehended he had been transported by the mysterious superhero to an entirely different district. Remarkably, from the moment he lost consciousness, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed. It was inconceivable that he could have reached that area without the aid of flight. Indeed, he had been taken there directly. A feat that left him in disbelief. Could humans really possess the ability to fly? Would he ever see that extraordinary individual again? Upon returning home, Zhao felt disoriented, entirely indifferent to his parents, who spent their days either gambling or bickering, both lacking formal employment and merely existing day by day. Zhao's life had been fraught with hardship. Like a timid bird, afraid to take flight, he desperately pushed his fledglings toward the edge of the nest, yearning for them to soar. Yet forgetting that he himself lacked the courage to fly, and neglecting the fact that the fledglings had yet to learn how to spread their wings. Forcing them to take flight before they were ready would only lead to their downfall. The previous generation, having failed to strive, placed all their hopes for a turnaround on the next generation, entirely overlooking the fact that they themselves were still in their prime and capable of striving to alter their lives and destinies. Zhao was neither handsome nor tall, and his skin was dark. He had hoped to excel academically, but unfortunate circumstances led to a childhood rife with conflict. Any disagreement would result in punishment from his father or scolding from his mother. Just last month, after merely expressing that a dish was too salty, he received a sharp slap from his father, leaving him dazed and bleeding from his nose. His father, enraged by the blood spattered across the table, cornered him and unleashed a torrent of blows. This simple incident encapsulated the harsh reality of their household. He was too fearful to share his academic results with his parents, knowing he would face ridicule and scorn. Even a slight improvement in his grades was something he dared not disclose, for it would elicit the same derision. Some may claim that this behavior reflects parental love and expectation, but Zhao felt perhaps he was emotionally inept or lacking in intelligence. He truly sensed no affection or anticipation, only witnessing the previous generation's frustrations and inadequacies being unwarrantedly directed at him. The young boy had lost all enthusiasm for learning, his passion for life extinguished, and his expectations for the future long since vanished. He became increasingly self-conscious and withdrawn, frequently bullied in class, particularly by Jack. This was not the first instance of such mistreatment, yet he had consistently chosen to endure in silence. This time, Jack merely seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. While the boy was unconscious, Yi Sun had already utilized his internal energy to address his internal injuries, so there were no significant issues. However, the external bruises were somewhat exaggerated, rendering his appearance quite pitiful. The following day, when he arrived at school with a bruised countenance, it was evident to all that he had been beaten once again. It wasn't that his classmates were unwilling to stand up for him. Rather, they felt powerless to intervene. Upon witnessing the boy's injuries, the teacher offered only a perfunctory inquiry into his well-being. They had little time to concern themselves with a student who showed no ambition. As long as he did not impede the class's average performance, they considered it a blessing. Understanding the teacher's indifference, the boy opted not to elaborate further, simply stating that he had been struck by a family member. However, during a break while heading to the restroom, he encountered one of his assailants from the previous night. Instinctively, he attempted to avoid him, but he noticed that the assailant's gaze was somewhat evasive, prompting a recollection of the extraordinary events from the prior evening. With this thought, an idea sparked in his mind. Why not test the waters? He approached the boy and greeted him. "Philip, how is Jack faring?" The expression on Philip's face shifted dramatically, and upon seeing the boy's smile, a chill ran down his spine. Although he was a delinquent, he had never witnessed the gruesome spectacle of someone being shot in the hand. Nonetheless, Philip intended to ignore him, turning to leave. But the boy stepped forward to block his path. Philip furrowed his brow and barked, "What do you want? Are you itching for a fight? Move aside." The boy discerned Philip's evident unease and realized that the extraordinary tale he had heard was indeed true. Not wanting to escalate the situation, he calmly inquired, "Has Jack's hand healed? How do you know?" "Right, the shooter saved you. You must be acquainted." Sensing Philip's growing trepidation, the boy pressed on. "Just be cautious with your words, for I have heard whispers of someone intending to sever my tendons. I wonder how true that is." "Philip, you were there last night. You cannot deceive me." Philip's legs weakened as he recognized the fierce determination etched on the boy's face. He comprehended that the assailant who had attacked Jack was clearly familiar with the boy. Realizing that the boy was on the verge of being incapacitated, the shooter had swiftly intervened to incapacitate Jack. Furthermore, the threat concerning the tendons likely stemmed from the same shooter. If the boy had merely been feigning unconsciousness, when Jack spoke of severing tendons, he would have promptly risen to resist rather than lying still. In a panic, Philip fled, genuinely frightened. After all, as mere schoolboys, they had never truly encountered the brutalities of the outside world. Observing the boy's fearless demeanor, it seemed he was prepared to confront each of them in turn. "Indeed, my father was right about one thing. The show of strength among delinquent students in school barely scratches the surface of the real underworld. They are merely a group of street-level pawns, insignificant and trivial." The following day, a strange rumor spread throughout the school, claiming that Jack had been hospitalized due to a gunshot wound inflicted on his wrist by a hired assassin, whom Xiao had supposedly enlisted. However, as the tale circulated, it morphed into various versions. Some said Xiao had severed Jack's hand, others claimed he had shot Jack's wrist, while others insisted that Xiao had intended to kill Jack, ultimately leading to the injury of his wrist. Regardless of the details, the outcome remained the same. Jack and Xiao had engaged in a fierce confrontation, resulting in Jack's wrist being broken and Xiao emerging with a bruised visage. As the rumor intensified, it became common knowledge among the student body that Jack had suffered a broken wrist, prompting numerous classmates to approach Xiao for the truth. Xiao, however, vehemently denied the allegations. Yet his smug grin, coupled with his battered face, suggested otherwise, making it seem as if he reveled in the notion of having harmed Jack. The news eventually reached the higher echelons of the school administration, which took immediate action to investigate the situation. They summoned Xiao to provide his account, to which he recounted how he had been beaten unconscious by Jack and his friends, emphasizing the humiliating act of being doused with urine by them. The school's leaders frowned upon hearing this, and Xiao even bared his torso to reveal the bruises, prompting a collective gasp from the faculty, including the principal. It appeared that Xiao's account of being severely beaten was indeed credible. The principal, however, inquired about Jack's condition. "I have no idea," Xiao replied. "I heard that after I lost consciousness, Jack was shot in the wrist by an unknown assailant. I was just as shocked as anyone else. Believe me, if I had the means to hire someone, I wouldn't have been subjected to such humiliation." The teachers nodded in agreement, recognizing the abhorrent nature of such an act, which constituted a grave personal insult. Under such circumstances, anyone armed would likely have retaliated. The school administration resolved to treat the matter with utmost seriousness and reprimanded Zhao's homeroom teacher for failing to report the incident while the student bore visible injuries. Even if it were merely a family matter, the school had the right to intervene and hold parents accountable, especially in cases of bullying, which persisted beyond school gates. However, during the second class of the afternoon, several police cars arrived at the school, and officers, including Aki, stepped out. They demanded to speak with Xiao, citing a report alleging that Xiao had attempted to hire someone to commit murder, resulting in grievous injury to another. In the span of a single day, Xiao had become a figure of intrigue within the school, even attracting the attention of the once aloof and haughty school beauties, who curiously gathered to learn more about this enigmatic individual. Chapter 21. Interrogation. Upon receiving the report, the police convened an emergency meeting. They meticulously correlated the timeline of the hospital admission for the injured party with the reported incident's timing and the statements made by the complainant, Jack. It became evident that these were all interconnected events. However, the perplexing aspect was that the alleged assailant did not appear to be the very individual who had been assaulted, raising the question of whether Xiao had indeed hired someone to inflict harm. Jack and his family firmly believed so. Yet the police were not inclined to take a single narrative at face value. The police captain immediately asserted that Xiao must know the skilled individual and instructed the officers to search for Xiao at the school for questioning. However, Achi raised his own doubts, suggesting that this matter might not involve Xiao at all and that Xiao may not even be acquainted with the expert. Everyone should recall the recent incident involving the rampaging gang, right? After interrogating the members of that gang, they all claimed that their sudden overturning was due to a person clad in a black hooded garment and a black mask, who appeared outside their vehicle at an astonishing speed, causing it to flip. This revelation left the officers astounded. Possessing the ability to match the speed of a vehicle and the strength to overturn it makes the act of breaking a person's wrist or shattering a utility pole rather unsurprising. Following the captain's request for Achi and the others to question Xiao at the school, he promptly departed to report this alarming development to the police headquarters, as it was imperative that the chief be informed of such a formidable presence. The scene shifted to Achi and his companions arriving at the school to find Xiao, indicating their intent to gather information. To maintain order within the school, this interrogation took place in the principal's office, accompanied by numerous teachers and administrators as witnesses. Achi initiated the conversation by asking, "Do you know Jack?" "Yes, he was the one who attacked me last night," Xiao replied. "Are you aware that he had his wrist broken?" Xiao nodded. "I heard it from my classmates." "Oh, you heard it from your classmates?" "Indeed. The news has spread throughout the school." Achi, intrigued, inquired, "What exactly has spread?" "It is said that Jack had his wrist cut," Xiao responded candidly. "But don't you find the content of what everyone is saying to be relevant to you?" Xiao, feeling irritated by the police's questioning style, retorted bluntly, "Isn't it just saying that I broke his wrist? Could you elaborate on the events of last night?" Xiao then recounted the incident to the officers, just as he had explained it to the teachers, emphasizing the part about being forced to drink urine. The police furrowed their brows in dismay. This was utterly outrageous. Upon hearing this, one of the Leopard Man police officers remarked, "It seems that the way students at your esteemed school communicate their friendships is rather inappropriate." This comment left the officials feeling quite awkward. The Leopard officer proceeded to ask seriously, "Xiao, I have 3 questions for you, and I hope you can answer truthfully. After all, Jack has indeed had his wrist broken, and it was his parents who reported it, explicitly accusing you of hiring someone to harm him, and even added a charge of attempted murder." Zhao's anger flared at the accusation. Who is attempting murder? However, he managed to suppress his temper, nodding in acknowledgement of his willingness to speak freely. "First question, did you hire someone to harm him?" Xiao quickly replied, "No, I have no money, and even if I did, I wouldn't have the guts." Second question, do you know the perpetrator who caused Jack's injury? "I do not." Third question, after Jack was attacked and taken to the hospital, where did you go? "I went home after I woke up." The police officer paused for a moment and then inquired, "I apologize, but my third question was not very precise. I would like to know from where you hailed the taxi." Startled, Xiao instinctively thought that this group of officers must have uncovered the taxi he rode last night, thus knowing he had gone to the crime scene after Jack was injured and subsequently headed to a park in another district. There was no need to conceal the truth. So he spoke candidly, though his honesty left both the officers and the teachers quite taken aback. When the teachers heard that the mysterious individual had simply vanished on the spot, they were left utterly bewildered. However, the officers' expressions turned grave, as this aligned perfectly with Aki's deductions. Indeed, a formidable expert had arrived in the Wind City. "Wait, you mean that superhero flew away?" "Yes, he simply took off into the air." A collective gasp escaped the crowd as the officers exchanged glances. Aki had heard of a special technique that could enable a person to soar into the sky, though the specifics remained unknown. It seemed imperative to consult the director, as this matter pertained to the social order of Wind City and required careful handling. Xiao was remarkably articulate. After all, he was not complicit in a murder-for-hire scheme. And it appeared that Jack was indeed incapacitated, which brought a sense of satisfaction to Xiao, who felt he had endured a great humiliation. He was entirely unperturbed in the presence of the police. "You say that person flew away?" "Officer, you have asked me that question more than a dozen times." He truly took flight. "Initially, I thought he was merely employing a trick, but during the time I was unconscious and then regained consciousness. Unless he genuinely transported me to that park using his flying ability, even under ideal conditions, it would take at least 20 minutes for a taxi to arrive." Afei, scrutinizing the record, pondered and asked, "Why do you think he took you to the edge of the fountain in the park?" "Perhaps he saw me lying unconscious and covered in urine, and felt pity enough to toss me into the fountain for a wash." The teachers fell silent. For this reasoning was somewhat plausible. The officers remained skeptical. They could not ascertain whether the two were acquainted. Yet they believed that Xiao was not involved in any murder-for-hire situation. "Indeed, as you say, do you have any means to contact that expert?" "No." "Are you certain?" Absolutely. After thorough questioning, it seemed they had exhausted their inquiries. The truth of the matter was rather straightforward. Yet Xiao mentioned that the superhero had told him if he had not witnessed Jack and the others attempting to sever his tendons while he was unconscious, he would not have intervened against such a petty delinquent. The officers felt a chill run down their spines, contemplating that these delinquents could indeed commit such acts. No one doubted Zhao's truthfulness, as there were far more atrocious deeds perpetrated by juvenile delinquents. The principal's countenance had turned a shade of ashen gray. He was struggling to contain his emotions. Now that reporters had gathered at the school entrance, it was impossible for the school to conceal its disgrace. Upon returning to the precinct, the officers promptly convened a meeting, meticulously detailing the minor records, particularly highlighting the description of the adept clad in a black hooded sweatshirt and mask. The assembly swiftly comprehended that this was the enigmatic figure who aided in apprehending the rogue gang. At that moment, a man in a suit entered, accompanied by a cadre of staff members. The police chief and his fellow officers quickly stood to salute, with the suited gentleman reciprocating the gesture before gesturing for everyone to take their seats. This robust figure, despite his formal attire, exuded an athletic physique, radiating strength rather than resembling the typical corpulent office dweller. He was Rod Ottman, the chief of the Wind City Police Department and the father of the foolhardy Romeo. After settling down, he spent approximately 10 minutes absorbing the reports from the gathered officers, followed by another 10 scrutinizing all testimonies and statements, his expression growing grave and silent. The police chief, puzzled, inquired, "Chief, shall we proceed to apprehend that Superman?" Rod replied, "Are you all fools? You wish to arrest such a formidable master? However, he did injure a child." Rod furrowed his brow, disdainfully retorting, "Isn't it merely the incapacitation of a delinquent youth? What does it matter? To pursue a martial artist whose intentions were to uphold justice over a likely societal menace is sheer folly. I possess the intellect that you lack." The room was filled with a cold sweat. Frankly, Rod's remarks were hardly befitting a police chief, more reminiscent of a leader of a clandestine organization. "Chief, I have a humble request," one subordinate ventured. Noticing the young Aki stepping forward, Rod nodded. "Speak." The request was made for the chief to demonstrate the Superman's prowess. Too simple. A mere comparison will suffice to enlighten you." As soon as he finished speaking, Rod seized the office desk and hurled it with force, shattering the window. The desk subsequently flew out, landing directly in the fountain at the precinct's entrance, eliciting gasps from bystanders, who were bewildered by the commotion. The officers in the conference room were left dumbfounded, with Aki and the captain sweating profusely. The chief's display was astonishingly reckless, yet undeniably impressive. Observing their astonished expressions, Rod allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. "Behold, this is the prowess of the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet, even I merely reached the top 8. The champion, King Nappa, did not allow anyone to lay a finger on him to seize the title. Tell me, how formidable is a true martial artist?" Before anyone could respond, Rod retrieved a coin from his bag and flicked it towards a large vase by the door, resulting in a crisp shatter as the vase crumbled to the ground. If the champion's strength were to be measured, severing a wrist with a mere coin would be an effortless feat. Upon encountering the director, he vividly demonstrated to the onlookers what it means to be a master. They quietly rejoiced at their discretion in refraining from rash actions, for a martial artist of such caliber could not be managed by mere police force. Even the deployment of the military might fail to subdue such a formidable expert. The young boy had not mentioned any means of contacting this master, and the response from him was a firm denial of any established communication. Rod, however, remained unconcerned, stating, "Very well. Let us pursue this matter until we can ascertain that there is no connection." With Director Rod's directive issued, the group promptly commenced their efforts, the initial step being to uncover the true identity of this extraordinary individual. In truth, for a master of this magnitude, even a slight display of prominence in everyday life would lead to immediate recognition. This is common knowledge. The news of the boy's encounter with the police spread like wildfire. Neighbors whispered about the possibility of him being expelled due to an incident involving violence during a card game. His parents became aware of the unfolding events and returned home in a state of agitation, demanding an explanation from their son. Upon seeing him with a bruised face, they expressed no concern, but instead immediately inquired about what had transpired. The boy recounted the events truthfully, detailing the assault he endured, including the humiliation of being drenched in urine after refusing to comply with a demand. He did not omit the part where Jack's wrist was severed by a mysterious figure after he lost consciousness. He also explained the police's visit to the school to take statements. However, as he spoke, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere and glanced at his father. who was visibly on the brink of an explosive reaction, his face flushed and veins bulging. Furthermore, the police had indicated that there would be follow-up investigations regarding the matter. And as for Jack's allegations of hiring someone to commit murder, no case had yet been filed. No sooner had he finished speaking than his father erupted in fury. Delivering a kick that sent him sprawling against the wall, he unleashed a torrent of invective. "You little wretch, you've brought disgrace upon our family. Why on earth weren't you killed out there? Then I could at least have claimed compensation. You're worthless, only capable of stirring up trouble. What good are you to us?" His mother, though silent in her scolding, coldly suggested, "Let us just expel him. We can't afford to waste money on him." This time, the boy did not shed tears. Instead, he stood resolutely, his eyes reddened with the weight of despair as he gazed at his father. In that moment, he felt as though the world was devoid of light, and life itself held no significance, as if everything were an elaborate facade. He had been assaulted, yet his parents remained indifferent. He had been bullied, and his mother instead reproached him for causing trouble. In this world, many falsehoods are spoken as if they were the truth, such as the notion that parents' every action is for the benefit of their children. In reality, this assertion is utterly fallacious. Parents, in their ignorance, can ruin their child's future in an instant, particularly those of a lower caliber. One should not expect remarkable wisdom in their methods of upbringing. Simply avoiding chaos is already a considerable challenge. Observing the boy's silence, his father continued his tirade. "You want to eat tonight. Tomorrow, I will go to your school to apply for your expulsion. From now on, you will accompany me to the market to tend the stall." The couple took turns berating the young one, and after an hour, both exhausted from their tirade, decided to have the young one clean up the dishes while they returned to their game of mahjong. This was the routine of their evenings. As the young one sat at home, a fleeting thought of despair crossed his mind. He felt utterly worthless, as if his existence in such a family was a cruel jest from the heavens. Should he leap from the window? He pondered, but at that moment, a vision of a figure soaring through the air emerged in his mind. He murmured to himself, wishing he could be like that person, to spread his wings and effortlessly incapacitate the villains. Yet, just then, he recalled a statement made by a mysterious figure in black. "Come find me here tomorrow night, and return the money." Could it be that this enigmatic figure truly expected him to be there tonight? His heart raced as he swiftly grabbed his bicycle keys and rode towards the park, calculating that there was still ample time. Yet an overwhelming urgency compelled him to seek the truth. Would the figure indeed be waiting for him there? Upon arriving at the park, he anxiously awaited, the seconds ticking away. As the number of parkgoers dwindled and the night deepened, a sense of panic began to envelop him. What if the remark about returning the money was merely a casual statement, not an invitation for him to wait? Approaching 11 o'clock, it seemed all hope was lost. Just as he turned to leave, a voice pierced the silence. "You actually came?" His heart leaped at the sound, and he turned to see a silhouette descending gracefully against the backdrop of the night. "Divine One, we meet again." "Call me what you will," replied Yi Sun, observing the young one's demeanor. "The reason I did not rescue you yesterday was to see if you possessed any grit. I am pleased to find that you do. You would rather be knocked unconscious than yield. My intervention was prompted by that scoundrel drawing a knife, intending to sever your tendons. Thus, I acted without hesitation." The young one excitedly recounted the events of the day to Yi Sun, including the abuse he suffered from his parents. Yi Sun listened, incredulous at the sheer inadequacy of such parents. "But enough of that. Divine One, may I inquire what you wish for me to do here?" Yi Sun smiled. "To restore your confidence." Following a previous mission's failure, Yi Sun had been assigned an immediate subsequent task, level task, restore the confidence of the youth. In an instant, Yi Sun grasped the young one's shoulders, and together they soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. A chi emerged from the nearby bushes, gazing up at the heavens in confusion. It appeared this master was aware of his presence and had taken the young one away. However, he had overheard their conversation clearly. Thus, the truth of this case began to take shape. They truly had flown away, and as Chi gazed at the starry sky, a profound yearning blossomed within him. Meanwhile, atop a 50-meter-high building, Yi Sun earnestly addressed Xiao Zhang. "I shall, in the shortest time possible, restore your confidence, enabling you to achieve comprehensive development in morality, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor, ensuring you become an outstanding student and an exceptional talent." "Wait, did you hear what I said?" My apologies. I momentarily cannot comprehend why such a formidable individual would choose to assist me. Because I am exceedingly bored." What a fierce response. For a moment, Xiao was at a loss. The style of a master is forever beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. Yi Sun furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Damn it. Do you or do you not wish to regain your confidence?" "I do." "Then what is the hold-up? Tell me, What are your deepest insecurities? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao replied, I feel most insecure when facing the girl I like. Of course, anyone would feel insecure in the presence of their affections. It is human nature. Now, what flaws about yourself weigh most heavily upon you? I have no money. Yi Sun was moved to tears, applauding the honesty of the young boy, at the very least. He was far more sincere than himself. At such a tender age, you have grasped the essence of confidence. Wealth. Money is but a single word, and I shall utter it only once. However, even if I were to provide you with money, you would still possess a beggar's mentality. Do you acknowledge this? Xiao nodded. Indeed, even if I suddenly acquired billions, I wouldn't know how to spend it. Such is the disparity in levels. Individuals of higher status, upon acquiring wealth, elevate their entire standard of living, attending concerts, traveling the globe, watching Broadway shows, seeking companionship with more sophisticated partners. Conversely, those of a lower status, upon gaining wealth, often become nouveau riche, indulging recklessly in excesses. Yet, fundamentally, their standard of living remains low. It is merely a quantitative change. For a qualitative transformation, it is intrinsically linked to the depth of one's thought and cultivation. Considering this, Yi Sun promptly remarked, Xiao, you have already become the talk of the school due to this incident. Why not seize the opportunity to promote yourself? However, the foremost requirement is that you must possess confidence. Xiao, puzzled, felt that with his height and looks, even if he continued his studies, attending university was an impossibility. This nation mandates 12 years of compulsory education, yet the Gaocao's difficulty is extraordinarily high, with a failure rate of at least 40%, and in the most challenging years, surpassing 50%. What should he do? Expressing his worries, Yi Sun laughed heartily. Fool. Cannot you utilize the upcoming 3 years of high school to bolster your advantages? What advantages could I possibly have? Learn martial arts and become a warrior. Xiao was taken aback. That is impossible. Becoming a warrior is exceedingly difficult. The Martial Arts Association in this country is exceptionally stringent regarding the issuance of warrior credentials. Candidates must demonstrate a punching force of at least 1,600 pounds, complete 100 meters in under 11 seconds, and avoid being struck by rubber bullets more than 10 times within 10 seconds. Each of these requirements feels utterly unattainable to me. Yi Sun smirked, thinking it was rather easy, yet he refrained from showing off. For there was no merit in flaunting his skills before a novice in martial arts. Having enrolled early, he was now 16 in the 3rd year of junior high, and despite a year passing, he had not grown taller, standing at a mere 161 meters, he was the shortest in his class. His physique had already solidified, making it far too late for any significant improvement. Yi Sun paused, reflecting that perhaps his self-doubt was not without reason. He felt inadequate in every aspect. Even his facial features resembled that of a laborer, evoking pity for the poor boy. In stark contrast, at the age of 13, he had already ascended to become the foremost martial artist on earth, reaching a height of 175 meters, possessing a 7 out of 10 in attractiveness. And hailing from a prominent family, his inherent advantages were exceptional, further amplified by his own Dragon Ball upgrade system, marking him as a true winner in life. He was not merely ahead at the starting line, but rather lounging at the finish. Observing the boy, Yi Sun felt an intriguing sense of irony. The small one was, in every way, his antithesis. Where he excelled, the boy faltered. I shall teach you martial arts, and once you have mastered them, I assure you that your shortcomings will be completely remedied. The boy, filled with excitement, asked, what martial art is it? It is my own creation, the Heavenly Tao Technique. The Heavenly Tao Technique. Yi Sun chuckled. This practice will bring you immense suffering, yet it will lead to your rebirth, cleansing your marrow and bones. If you persevere for 3 years, I guarantee your height will reach at least 170 meters, and your rather unrefined features will undergo a transformation, becoming more elegant and refined. As for your qualification as a martial artist, that is of no concern. For the mere act of beginning your training will result in a tremendous enhancement of your physical attributes. Strength, speed, and reflexes will far exceed those of ordinary individuals. The boy hesitantly questioned, can I truly attain such a level? Why else do you think I am so powerful? The boy was taken aback by this formidable response. Sit cross-legged. Upon settling down, Yi Sun commenced guiding his internal energy through his true chi, intending to impart the first level of the Cleansing Marrow Sutra to the boy. He would not share the subsequent levels, for the boy was not yet deserving of such benevolence. Moreover, given the boy's limited innate potential, he would likely be unable to cultivate the advanced techniques effectively. The boy felt an intense turmoil within his bloodstream. Every cell and muscle in his body seemed to tear apart, particularly the expansion of his meridians, which was excruciating. The inherent effect of the cleansing marrow sutra nearly overwhelmed his frail body. Had Yi Sun not used his true chi to shield him, the boy would surely have perished from blood loss. When the boy finally regained consciousness, dawn had arrived. He rose to find Yi Sun standing nearby, horrified to discover he was enveloped in a foul stench. Thankfully, school was closed for the day. Otherwise, he pondered how he would manage to attend. Let us go. Where to? To bathe. Do you wish to suffocate me with your odor? Yi Sun, employing his wind-walking technique, transported the boy to a serene pond on the outskirts of the city. For the next few days, you will practice what I taught you last night. Do you remember? Remember. It is difficult to forget. The ache within my body lingers persistently, as if the cultivation method from last night continues to manifest. Indeed, it is essential to guide that internal energy with your own consciousness. There can be no laziness, especially since you likely yearn to return home. Chapter 24. Double binding. After attending to the small training facility, Yi Sun promptly returned to the hotel, where he encountered the awakened Dodo, anxiously searching for him. Such is the nature of children. When they cannot see an adult, fear overtakes them, as they dread being abandoned. However, upon seeing Yi Sun, Dodo quickly resumed his gluttonous tendencies, insisting on dragging Yi Sun out for a feast. Unable to refuse, Yi Sun intended to take him out, but was unexpectedly met by Romeo, who had been waiting in the lobby. Ultraman, are you waiting for me? Master, are you heading out? Yi Sun nodded. Indeed, this little rascal is quite insistent on indulging his appetite. Romeo hesitated, as if wanting to say something. Yi Sun chuckled, fully aware that Romeo wished for him to teach him martial arts. Yet, Yi Sun had no interest in imparting skills to a spoiled, useless heir. It would be a sheer waste of time. Nevertheless, given that he had received assistance from this young man in the city, he could not easily go back on his word. Listen well, Romeo, I will not teach you personally, but I will arrange for someone else to do so. And that person will also be one of my students. Romeo, taken aback, exclaimed, does this mean I am your apprentice? Apprentice? Nonsense. I have no intention of taking on disciples. To me, only extreme geniuses deserve that honor. Do you understand? Feeling a pang of disappointment, Romeo realized his depleted body could hardly cultivate any extraordinary skills. He promptly inquired, Master, may I ask where your esteemed student is? Let us go drive your car. Overjoyed, Romeo quickly opened the car door, inviting Yi Sun and Dodo inside, then sped off towards the outskirts. Upon reaching a mountainous area, Yi Sun led Dodo and Romeo to a small location. Indeed, the student had not wasted any time and was diligently practicing. Yi Sun coughed to rouse him from his meditation. Upon hearing the voice of the master, the student hurriedly rose to greet him, his eyes lighting up as he took in Yi Sun's appearance. So the master is quite handsome. Upon seeing this rustic, short individual clad only in shorts, Romeo exclaimed in surprise, Master, is this the person you spoke of? Yi Sun scoffed, Romeo, your father is a martial arts expert. He must have taught you some skills. Correct? Indeed, my father built a training room for me to practice martial arts, but I have seldom utilized it. Nonetheless, I do have some foundation. Huh. Show off all you want. By foundation, do you mean the couple of days you spent practicing boxing in school? Romeo felt embarrassed. It was not entirely like that. Being the son of the police chief, he had always been cautious, as his father's reputation could attract unwarranted attention. If someone sought to retaliate against Chief Luo by harming Romeo, it would indeed be dire. Understanding this, Romeo diligently practices boxing every week, albeit with little progress. However, he has not regressed significantly, and he often finds himself embroiled in altercations at school. Had he not trained in boxing himself, he might have already been hospitalized by now. It would be unreasonable to rely on his father to intervene every time a fight arises. Despite his reckless behavior, he maintains a modicum of pride. I have only instructed Xiao Yi for a single day. Shall we put his skills to the test? You may refer to me as master, while Xiao can call me deity. Regardless of the title, I assure you I will deliver accordingly, correct? Upon hearing this, Xiao turned pale with fear. Romeo, a towering adult and the epitome of a wealthy scion, seemed an insurmountable challenge for a mere commoner like Xiao. Are you frightened? I inquired. To be honest, I lack confidence. His honesty was refreshing. Confidence would surely come with experience. Romeo chuckled. Master is a bit of an exaggeration. While I may not possess great strength, it is evident that your physique does not suggest martial training. He jested. Well then, if we are to compete, let us do so properly. Yet, Yi Sun interjected. Hold on, I did not suggest a sparring match. Xiao is not trained in martial arts. Facing you would be tantamount to seeking defeat. Then how shall we compete? Romeo pondered, bewildered, thinking it was a contest of skill. Relieved, Xiao realized that without martial training, competition would be futile. Yi Sun snapped his fingers and pointed toward Dodo, who was frolicking after butterflies, and stated, I have only trained Dodo for less than 3 months. Yet his abilities surpass over 80% of martial artists on this planet. Teach Xiao Yi, and he could match Romeo's years of training. This is my method. Without further ado, Yi Sun commanded, Dodo, jump in place. Dodo halted, gazing at Yi Sun, then executed an impressive vertical leap of over 20 meters. Astonishing both Romeo and Xiao, Yi Sun then instructed Dodo to strike a nearby tree. Dodo complied, and with 3 swift paw strikes, the tree was severed in 2. How about that? Yi Sun grinned at the bewildered pair, teasing, you too, jump in place. Romeo and Xiao exchanged glances and complied. Romeo's jump yielded a height no different from an average individual, whereas Xiao, in a reflexive response, harnessed a hint of internal energy, propelling himself nearly 2 meters off the ground. Romeo was left speechless, his expression one of shock as he glanced at Yi Sun, then back at the equally astonished Xiao. The scene fell into a moment of stunned silence. Yi Sun clapped his hands and praised Xiao, having trained for just 1 day. Achieving a 2-meter jump is a commendable feat. Xiao's heart soared with uncontainable joy, while Romeo's face darkened. As the son of the police chief, having trained for over a decade, how could his jumping ability be outmatched by a novice? Romeo, I understand your reluctance. Let us once again test our strength. I shall not allow you to engage in arm wrestling, but instead, you shall throw stones at the same tree. The disparity is evident. Dodo, with a countenance that betrayed his dissatisfaction, tugged at Yeshuan's sleeve and pouted, saying, Brother son, these 2 brothers are truly weak. I do not wish to play with them. Dodo, go catch a large fish. Today these 2 brothers need to train and require ample meat. Upon receiving the command, Dodo, brimming with excitement, leapt directly into the lake, darting towards the center like a fish before diving beneath the surface. Before Romeo and Xiao could comprehend the situation, they witnessed Yeshuan unleash a powerful energy wave that obliterated a pile of rubble before him. Is that a chi blast? Romeo gasped, his expression shifting dramatically. His awareness surpassed that of mere commoners. Those capable of emitting energy waves were the pinnacle of martial artists in this realm. His admiration for Yeshuan soared to unprecedented heights, his eyes sparkling with reverence, while Xiao remained utterly perplexed by the radiant phenomenon he had just witnessed. Yeshuan smiled and declared, from this day forth, I shall teach Xiao the fundamentals of chi manipulation, and Xiao will instruct Romeo on the application of martial techniques. Since Romeo is the son of the police chief, possessing access to the finest martial resources in Wind City, it is your responsibility to teach Xiao the art of combat. Do you both grasp my intentions? Romeo glanced at Xiao, initially displeased, but upon realizing he was to teach this novice combat skills, his irritation waned. It dawned on him that the master did not intend to impart martial arts directly, opting instead for this method to foster mutual learning, an arrangement where neither party would feel indebted to the other. Such is the wisdom of the master. His approach to training diverges entirely from that of others. However, Xiao suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He began to understand Yeshuan's intentions. If Romeo were indeed the police chief's son, it implied his status within the upper echelons of Wind City society. Could this be the method the master spoke of to assist him in regaining his confidence? Chapter 25. Rigorous training thus commenced the training journeys of Romeo and Xiao. Following Yeshuan's directives, Romeo reopened his training room and presented Xiao with a card. Xiao, you must comprehend the master's intent. Despite his youth, he possesses remarkable strength. His willingness to motivate us through this method is truly commendable. Henceforth, we shall support one another in our endeavors. You must diligently study the internal cultivation techniques. For the more you learn, the more I shall gain as well. Xiao understood the implication. Yeshuan sought to bind their progress together, perhaps as a means to restore their confidence, a mutual benefit for both parties. For Romeo, Zhao's background was easily researched. Within 2 days, he had uncovered all pertinent details, including academic performance and the current legal troubles Xiao faced. Romeo furrowed his brow, realizing that the police were actively searching for Xiao. Yet he remained sequestered in the training room, refusing to venture outside. Aren't you going to school? My parents deem me worthless, asserting that my education is a mere waste of resources. Thus they have submitted a request for my withdrawal from school. Subsequently, Xiao recounted the disdain he had previously endured from his parents, which incited a surge of indignation within Romeo. Are there truly parents of such nature? Should I summon someone to deal with your father? In a flurry, Xiao hastily prevented Romeo from making the call, jesting that such matters should not be trifled with. Romeo took it upon himself to investigate Zhao's academic status at the school, only to discover that he had not, in fact, been expelled. Upon learning that Xiao had run away from home, his parents, in their anger, chose to disregard him entirely. They neither reported his absence nor sought him out, displaying a nonchalant attitude as if to say he could leave at will. Meanwhile, Jack found himself in a precarious situation, as Romeo had enlisted 3 legal teams to take action against him, accusing him of attempted murder, intentional infliction of harm, and personal insult. Romeo was not only intent on confronting Jack, but also aimed to address the accomplices involved. This left the police, the school authorities, and even Principal Rod in utter shock, pondering how his wayward son had become entangled with such troublemakers. Yet, being astute, Rod quickly surmised that the situation was far from straightforward. Romeo must have been concealing something significant. Upon conducting a discreet investigation, Rod was astonished to discover that Romeo had been practicing martial arts daily, an unexpected revelation. Pondering over this newfound knowledge, he promptly dispatched individuals to ascertain the truth, even locating the woman who had driven Romeo away. Not to mention the subsequent incident at the youth hotel. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, revealing that the formidable individual his son had befriended was none other than the mysterious master. For the first time, Rod applauded his seemingly inept son, realizing that despite his apparent shortcomings, there was a stroke of fortune in his favor. Xiao, it seemed, was merely an apprentice to this master, and Rod concluded that his son should strive to cultivate a good relationship with him. Eager to consult the master, Rod hesitated to intrude, opting instead to observe his son's transformation from a distance. Indeed, over the course of the past month, Romeo had undergone notable changes. His complexion had regained its vigor, shedding the pallor that once signified indulgence and vice. Moreover, Rod was astounded to witness an improvement in Romeo's physical condition, though he had always been tall and robust. In the eyes of martial arts experts, he had previously appeared lackadaisical and frail. Now, Romeo's physique exuded strength and vitality, showcasing a newfound explosive potential. Eventually, Jack withdrew his lawsuit, and Romeo deemed the matter settled. However, the school was not inclined to overlook the misdeeds of the delinquent youths, and a notice was issued prohibiting Jack and his gang from advancing academically. Regardless of their familial connections, none of these affiliations proved beneficial in the wake of this incident. Xiao returned to school, resuming his studies, while Romeo confidently assured him that he would cover the tuition fees for the next 3 years of high school. In return, he insisted that Xiao must not hold back, and that everything the master had imparted should be shared with him. The two reached an enthusiastic accord. What brings even greater joy to Xiao is that he has indeed experienced growth. After diligently practicing the internal martial arts techniques imparted by Yi Sun, his height surged from 1.62 meters to 1.68 meters in less than a month. His skin, once rough, now radiates a healthy bronze hue. Furthermore, due to the effects of the Shisui Jing, not only has Zhao's stature changed, but his physique has also developed an aesthetic charm, not the kind associated with muscularity, but rather a natural elegance defined by graceful lines. Romeo, witnessing such a remarkable transformation in Xiao, was utterly astounded. He began to comprehend why the master had achieved such strength by the age of 13. It was truly impressive. This realization solidified Romeo's determination to seek Zhao's guidance and to intensify his own training efforts. Yi Sun informed the duo that strength training differs from bodybuilding. It is fundamentally about explosive power, requiring vigorous exercise. Consequently, their training primarily involved striking sandbags, supplemented by various tools designed to enhance explosive capability. Soon, Romeo approached Rod with a request to procure equipment for developing explosive power and reflexes. Rod merely smiled and promptly approved, ensuring that all training apparatus met the standards of national martial artists. Yi Sun had 2 missions: to salvage the despondent youth Romeo's future and to restore the confidence of the insecure Xiao. However, he found Romeo's spoiled demeanor rather displeasing and thus chose to instruct Xiao directly, allowing him to relay the training methods to Romeo. Aware of this, Romeo refrained from expressing any grievances. Subsequent events took an intriguing turn. Yi Sun continued his clandestine activities at midnight, combating crime to accumulate experience points, albeit with modest returns. Yet, an interesting development unfolded. Zhao's cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. After breaking through the initial barrier, he progressed rapidly. Initially, Yi Sun had worried that Romeo would become dissatisfied with Zhao's slow training, but the reality was that Romeo could hardly keep pace with Zhao's rapid advancement. If one were to examine the progress bar of the first level of Shisui Jing, Xiao had already cultivated approximately 90, while Romeo struggled to reach even 20. It was essential to note that the further one advanced, the slower the cultivation became. At this rate, by the time Xiao reached 100, Romeo might not even have touched 50. Master, Perhaps Xiao is not particularly adept at teaching, which is why my cultivation speed is so sluggish. Romeo could no longer contain his thoughts. He had initially believed that, given his own insight, he should be urging Xiao to accelerate his training. However, the reality was that Xiao was growing increasingly formidable, and Romeo found himself unable to match Xiao's pace. This disparity was evident in the training room, where the weights and challenges required for Xiao surpassed those that Romeo could handle. It wasn't until yesterday, when Xiao struck with a force that produced nearly 1,600 pounds of weight, that Romeo awoke to the reality of his own limitations. Yi Sun shook his head and remarked, "Do you believe that simply because you have grown taller and more imposing, you can easily dominate others? Stop joking. If I were to tell you that even the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian, is merely an insignificant old lecher, would you believe it?" Romeo remained silent, his heart a tumult of emotions. Deep down, he held contempt for Xiao, yet this underdog surpassed him greatly in martial prowess, resembling a surreal dream. Xiao was oblivious to Romeo's turmoil. After all, Romeo was an adult, while Xiao had yet to enter high school and lacked the maturity. He feared disappointing Romeo with his inadequate training, thus he exerted himself diligently, dashing to the training ground immediately after school. Although Yi Sun was only 13, in his past life, he had been a thoughtful young man. He understood the delicate competitive dynamic between Romeo and Xiao, which was precisely the effect he desired. Do you think Xiao is formidable? How short-sighted. You two are mere novices. Dodo, who is merely 1 year old, has already surpassed both of you in strength. How about this? If you're truly unconvinced, I can let Dodo spar with you too. Dodo sat atop a stone, clapping his hands and singing nursery rhymes. Upon hearing Yi Sun's words, he promptly jumped down and scampered over, gazing at Romeo and Xiao. Then pouting, he declared, "These two brothers are truly weak. I want to fight them." Romeo broke into a cold sweat, and Xiao was drenched as well. The innocence of a child was unfiltered, yet they endured. "Dodo, if you win against these two brothers, they will treat you to delicious food." "Really?" Dodo's eyes sparkled as if he had just heard the happiest news in the world. He immediately assumed a stance, ready to engage. The battle commenced. Romeo and Xiao, having received professional combat training from Rod, aimed their strikes to effectively subdue criminals. However, they underestimated Dodo, whose agility resembled that of a fish in water. No matter how fiercely they attacked, they could not touch a single hair on Dodo. Exchanging knowing glances, Xiao and Romeo coordinated their moves. One executed a long punch, while the other delivered a sweeping kick. Their combined assault was highly effective. In a moment of desperation, Dodo was forced to perform a half-turn in midair, concentrating his internal energy in his left palm, which promptly struck Xiao's chest. The sound of a pained scream echoed as Xiao's body was propelled backward like a kicked football, astonishing even Yi Sun. "Enough, Dodo. I didn't instruct you to go all out." Dodo was startled by the reprimand, and upon seeing Xiao lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, he realized he had erred and began to cry in fright. Romeo stared in disbelief at Dodo, unable to fathom how such a delicate strike could render Xiao nearly lifeless. Yi Sun hastened to heal Xiao, channeling his inner energy. The cleansing technique began to activate, promoting rapid healing, as it was designed to unlock the body's latent potential. As long as the injuries were not fatal, recovery was generally assured. Once Xiao's condition improved, Yi Sun inwardly cursed. "Damn it, I need to reach level 20 to unlock the shop. Otherwise, a single magic bean would suffice in this situation." Chapter 26. The awkward Yi Sun Xiao recognized the rare opportunity and immediately activated the Heavenly Dao technique. The cleansing essence was most effective at this moment. Xiao immediately sat cross-legged to begin his practice of the washing marrow technique, while Dodo continued to cry incessantly. Meanwhile, Romeo stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Yi Sun snapped his fingers, urging him to take a moment to compose himself. Once Romeo regained his senses, his face flushed with embarrassment. "To speak candidly, neither you nor Xiao possesses the qualifications to be my disciples. The first reason is your limited aptitude, and the second is my own lack of mastery, leaving me little inclination to instruct others. The only reason I allowed Xiao to teach you is due to a moment of impulsive enthusiasm when I promised to impart a few techniques. Thus, I must honor my word." Romeo remained silent, rooted to the spot, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. After all, he was a well-known young master from the Wind City, and no one had ever spoken such disdainful words to him before. However, Yi Sun's remarks transcended mere disdain. They were laced with outright contempt. He yearned to turn and walk away, yet Zhao's rapid progress reminded him that the best way to escape this mundane existence was to cherish the opportunity at hand. Such chances are rare and fleeting. Enduring this moment could lead to boundless horizons, while failing to do so would condemn him to a lifetime under the thumb of his elders. Should his father pass away, his family's fortunes would swiftly decline. As a scion of wealth, you naturally cannot fathom the meaning of hardship. You seek to reap the fruits of others' labor, yet you overlook that martial arts demand innate talent. Even if the world's foremost martial arts masters were to teach you, it would be futile if you lack comprehension. At present, you are nothing more than a talentless wastrel unfit for martial practice. Do not be surprised if Xiao surpasses you. In the future, Dodo will be able to dispatch you with a mere breath, and she has only been training for 3 months. Sweat beaded on Romeo's forehead as he contemplated the consequences had Dodo's earlier strike landed on him. He would have undoubtedly perished on the spot, with no chance of recovery. Your father may indeed be formidable, but it is regrettable that his skills are so lacking that he does not even merit my engagement. Upon hearing his father's capabilities belittled to such an extent, Romeo's anger flared. My father ranked among the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. How could he possibly be as weak as you claim? Huh. Yi Sun gestured toward a massive rock, towering as high as a 3-story building, and spoke languidly. How long do you think it would take to crush that stone to powder? How much explosive material would be required? Before Romeo could respond, Yi Sun's fingertip unleashed a wave of energy, accompanied by a thunderous sound and a cloud of dust. Romeo's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I merely need to exert a gentle finger, and it suffices. Cold sweat poured down Romeo's brow as he muttered. This is the energy wave symbolizing a martial artist at the 9th rank. Although he had witnessed it once before, this time the true power was extraordinary. A martial artist wielding such formidable energy is a coveted asset for every nation. It is said that Master Wu Tian's Kamehameha can flatten a small mountain in a single blow. There are only a few acknowledged 9th-ranked martial artists in the world. Could it be that Yi Sun has reached their ranks? What? Do you still harbor disdain for Xiao, or even for those hard-working martial artists? Romeo trembled all over, and after a moment, he knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, and painfully exclaimed, I have finally realized how utterly powerless I am. I implore you, Master, to overlook past grievances and impart your martial skills to me. The mission to save the wayward youth was accomplished, yielding 70 experience points. With an additional reward of 30 experience points and a martial arts manual from the police academy, he earned the title of Martial Arts Inheritor, resulting in a permanent increase of 1 point to all attributes. Furthermore, for every warrior he teaches, he will gain corresponding experience points. A faint smile crept onto Yi Sun's lips. This was a part of his design. One should never underestimate the determination and creativity of a programmer. I have already stated that I will not teach you. You must wait until you both can reach the top 8 in the martial arts tournament before I will consider the possibility of imparting my knowledge. Romeo and Xiao soon found their motivation for striving forward, immediately setting their sights on the top 8 of the martial arts tournament. Among the two, particularly for someone like Xiao, an ordinary person, the need to change one's destiny was paramount, and such an opportunity must not be squandered. Yi Sun glanced sideways before speaking. Romeo, I require your father's assistance. You are aware of my current situation as a student under probation. I need your father to vouch for me, stating that I aided the police in combating crime while in the Wind City. Romeo instantly grasped Yi Sun's intention and promptly nodded, saying, Rest assured, I will discuss this with my father. Well then, I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, both Romeo and Xiao were momentarily taken aback, and even the weeping Dodo ceased his tears, scampering to Yi Sun's side, clutching his pants with a look of distress, as if fearing that Yi Sun would abandon him. Dodo, be good. Of course, you shall come with me. At these words, Dodo's face lit up with joy, circling around Yi Sun. However, Xiao and Romeo remained silent. Yi Sun raised his head and said, The public order in Wind City is quite poor. You two should exert some effort. The struggles within this city extend beyond the police and criminal gangs. There are also political skirmishes. Romeo, alleviate some of the burdens on your impulsive father. With that, Yi Sun grasped Dodo and soared away from the scene, remarking before he departed, Xiao, once your height ceases to increase, commence weight training immediately. You must practice martial arts with weights while eating and sleeping. Remember what I said. And through the martial artist assessment, strive to become the most dazzling star of your school. This was not merely advice, but also a suggestion for Romeo, implying that he could begin weight training, as he was already quite tall. Soon after, Yi Sun hastened away, and shortly after his departure, a figure emerged from the woods. Xiao and Romeo immediately turned, as if facing a formidable adversary. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Romeo exclaimed in shock, Father? It turned out that Rod had been stealthily observing from the woods, and Yi Sun had sensed his presence immediately, which was why he had made those remarks. Rod glanced at Romeo, then turned to Xiao, and grinned. Xiao, as soon as you become a martial artist, I assure you that the finest police academy in the nation will open its doors to you. Regardless of your grades, I will personally recommend you. Upon hearing this, Xiao was filled with immense joy. The finest police academy in the country was the Royal Police Academy. Each year, the academy admits no more than 500 individuals, all of whom are elites. Gaining admission to the Royal Police Academy guarantees that one will at least serve as a deputy chief in a city's police department upon graduation. For instance, Rod had returned to the Wind City after 4 years of advanced training at the Royal Police Academy, far surpassing the capabilities of an average individual. Romeo, if you rank among the top 8 at the Martial Arts University, I shall transfer all my real estate holdings to your name, for you will be worthy of inheriting my legacy. Remember, I, Rod, select my successor not based on character, but solely on strength. Although Yi Sun did not witness this scene, he understood that Rod would undoubtedly try to win Xiao over, particularly through such advantageous means as educational advancement, which allowed him to leave with peace of mind. The first level of the washing marrow technique was already sufficient for both Xiao and Romeo to grow into formidable warriors with a combat strength of around 1,000. Upon returning to the youth hotel, a message appeared on the panel. Mission: restore the confidence of the delinquent youth completed. Reward: 130 experience points. Additional reward: 40 experience points. Upgrade to level 10. Yi Sun promptly chose to upgrade. In the instant of the upgrade, his body underwent a profound transformation. His aura surged dramatically, and his body began to emit crackling sounds. Under the astonished gaze of Dodo, Yi Sun finally completed his upgrade. Without examining other data, he directly looked at the comprehensive combat power assessment, 296. My current strength should be comparable to that of the original Demon King Piccolo. No, I might be slightly weaker. Let us allocate the attribute points first. This time I have a total of 10 attribute points. After careful consideration, Yi Sun divided all the attribute points into 2 parts, 5 points for strength and 5 points for speed, leaving the rest unallocated. He then immediately checked his combat power data, which astonishingly transformed to 367. Wow. Haha. Yi Sun couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Surpassing a combat power of 300 was so effortless. He felt incredibly powerful, believing that he could become a great demon king at any moment and conquer the world. However, at that moment, his expression froze as he realized a rather awkward situation. He had completely miscalculated the use of his attribute points. If he had activated the second level of the washing marrow technique and configured his attribute points afterward, the effects would have been doubled. Damn it, miscalculated. The thought of potentially losing at least several hundred points of combat power left Yi Sun seething with frustration. This was simply a matter of fundamental basis. Having only the foundation of the first level of the washing marrow technique versus possessing the foundation of the second level before allocating attribute points were 2 entirely different concepts. Yi Sun offered a faint smile, recalling that he had not included the option to reset attribute points when designing this game. While this stubbornness, rooted in realism, might seem foolish during game development, the notion of resetting is virtually non-existent in reality. Thus, Yi Sun found himself in an awkward predicament. In Chapter 27, The Golden Bell Shield, he absorbed the lesson of the day, vowing never to repeat such a mistake. This evening, he opted against dining and instructed Dodo to summon the waiter to bring their dinner to the hotel. After satisfying his hunger, Dodo left Yi Sun's portion untouched, and Yi Sun insisted that Dodo refrain from entering the bathroom he occupied. Fortunately, the presidential suite boasted 3 bathrooms, allowing Dodo to bathe or use the facilities without delay. Upon entering the bathroom, Yi Sun shed his clothes and settled into the bathtub, preparing to commence the second stage of his marrow cleansing cultivation. With a firm resolve, he initiated his training, and the night's torment officially began. Dodo was incessantly startled by Yi Sun's anguished cries resonating from the bathroom, accompanied by unsettling cracking sounds that sent shivers down his spine. Filled with dread, Dodo repeatedly called out to Yi Sun, attempting to open the bathroom door, but Yi Sun had locked it. In a fit of anxiety, Dodo contemplated breaking down the door, only to be halted by Yi Sun's reassuring voice. Dodo, do not fear. I am merely cultivating. It will be over by dawn. Faced with the terrifying sounds of Yi Sun's training, Dodo could do little but burrow under the covers, clutching a pillow over his head, trembling with fear. The second level of the marrow cleansing technique inflicted excruciating pain upon Yi Sun, pushing him to his limits. Realizing he could no longer endure, he promptly ceased his training. Upon stopping, he collapsed. only to awaken later to find the bathtub stained with dark blood and a foul odor permeating the air. He hastily turned on the shower, washing himself clean. While showering, Yi Sun checked his progress in the second level of the marrow cleansing technique and was taken aback to find it had only reached 13. He was incredulous that such agony had yielded such a meager advancement. If he continued on this path, he feared he might reach a point where his entire being would crumble under the strain, both physically and mentally. To his astonishment, his combat power had soared to 489. This level of strength was comparable to that of Sun Wukong when Raditz first arrived on Earth. Yi Sun felt a mix of joy and concern, his mind racing with thoughts on how to cultivate the marrow cleansing technique more effectively, realizing that even a gradual approach would be unsustainable. Suddenly, a realization struck him regarding physical resilience. With urgency, he accessed the martial arts panel, discovering an option to learn a new martial art. Eagerly, he selected the Golden Bell Shield, a technique designed to enhance physical attributes to their utmost potential. With higher cultivation levels, he could withstand the perils of outer space, including the vacuum's pressure, cosmic radiation, and extreme temperatures. Originally, Yi Sun intended to intertwine lineage and physical strength, unleashing formidable protective techniques beneath a high-level bloodline. Even in a direct confrontation with Frieza in the vastness of space, Yi Sun harbored no fear. Congratulations, player, you have acquired the Golden Bell Shield, which you may now learn. Choosing to study, Yi Sun once again admired his own intellect and began his cultivation without hesitation. Not only that, he planned to practice both the Golden Bell Shield and the Washing Marrow Sutra concurrently. Upon mentioning the Golden Bell, Yi Sun's first reaction was skepticism. The so-called Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt are among the most renowned protective martial arts in Chinese Kung Fu. It is said that those who master the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt can withstand punches and kicks without sustaining any harm, and even ordinary blades cannot inflict injury upon them. Moreover, they may achieve a level of vital energy that allows them to remain unscathed by water, fire, and even endure breath-holding and hunger, effects that are difficult for ordinary individuals to fathom. Of course, these notions are often exaggerated in martial arts novels, though not entirely impossible to realize. Martial proverbs state that brute strength cannot overcome skillful technique, meaning that only those possessing raw power cannot contend with masters of martial arts. Additionally, there is the saying that technique cannot defeat formidable internal energy, referring to those who possess the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt. In free combat, the ability to withstand blows is often the fundamental quality that determines whether an athlete can stand in the ring, and it is also the most crucial baseline requirement for a successful fighter. Masters who cultivate internal energy often find that, under the nourishment of true energy, their physical strength surpasses that of others by a significant margin. The Turtle Sage, after centuries of exploration, combined various classical martial arts texts with Taoist principles to communicate with the heavens and the earth. He endeavored to integrate stillness and movement, merging martial arts and qigong, relying on breath control and guided movements to cultivate internal energy. His relentless efforts led to the creation of his unique school of energy work, which is why the Turtle Sage possesses physical qualities far exceeding those of ordinary humans. Yi Sun proactively opened the introduction of the Golden Bell Shield, immediately captivated by its content. The energizing sutra that rules the world, the Washing Marrow Sutra for Ascension, the Golden Bell Shield which renders one invincible, and the Divine Illumination Sutra for seeking immortality. How intriguing! Does the system perceive these four techniques as being of the same level? It is said that mastering the Divine Illumination Sutra to its utmost realm can grant the power of resurrection. While I cannot rely on the hope of immortality, it seems I should indeed study the Divine Illumination Sutra. However, for now, mastering the Golden Bell Shield is imperative. Eagerly, he flipped through the pages of the Golden Bell Shield technique. As he read, he found the content to be truly enlightening. The Golden Bell Shield is fundamentally characterized by its masculine vigor and requires robust internal energy as a foundation. During cultivation, it can comprehensively enhance the warrior's vitality, spirit, and energy, ultimately manifesting as a protective golden bell. This technique emphasizes both external and internal refinement, focusing on the physical body and will, honing true energy and spirit to their highest realms. Thus, the heavenly true energy of the Washing Marrow Sutra indeed alleviates the most basic challenges, smoothing the path for my spiritual and physical cultivation. Yi Sun's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, and he could hardly contain his excitement. With the mastery of the Shisui Jing and Jinzhong Zhao, he was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Continuing to read, he discovered that the Jinzhong Zhao was divided into 12 levels, with the legendary 13th level, which could only be comprehended and created through self-realization by the practitioner. Each level proved more arduous than the last. This was the essence of hierarchy. The higher the level, the more formidable the efficacy, along with a correspondingly stronger rebound force against the adversary's attacks. Rebound force? Was it akin to the effects of the Shinra Tensei? Yi Sun smirked. Many skills in Japanese anime had long been present in Chinese cultivation and martial arts novels, such as the so-called infinite sword system, which was essentially the art of sword control and the concept of all swords returning to one, returning to the matter at hand. As a superlative secret art created by the revered Bodhidharma, achieving the 12th level would yield unprecedented power and defense, surpassing even the might of the black-grade Ijin, establishing it as a divine martial art, second only to the realm of the formless. The black-grade formless? The cultivation level of the Ijin was indeed challenging to gauge. One could only comprehend it upon reaching that stage. The pinnacle of defense, once the 12th level was perfected, would render one impervious to water, fire, and poison, allowing for unceasing energy, akin to a miraculous perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. Yi Sun was momentarily stunned. The Shisui Jing also surpassed his expectations regarding bloodline evolution, indicating that the game system was not entirely within his control. When Dodo arrived, Yi Sun was already immersed in the world of cultivation. However, Dodo sensed Yi Sun's aura and, reassured of his well-being, continued to indulge in the midnight snacks on the dining table without a trace of worry. The practice of the Jinzhong Zhao was somewhat complex. Initially, he was baffled, drenched in sweat, unable to fathom the method. In simple terms, it involved enduring strikes. One began with a wooden hammer and, when no pain was felt from its blows, progressed to an iron hammer. Only when the iron hammer also elicited no pain could one be deemed to have entered the realm of cultivation. Chapter 28. Breaking through to the second level, the Jinzhong Zhao was divided into 12 major levels, and during cultivation, one had to break through all 12 levels in one go, advancing steadily without haste to achieve mastery and ultimately stand above the world. Of course, this was the narrative of martial arts novels. In the Dragon Ball universe, it was utterly implausible for Yi Sun to rely on the conventions of such novels to dominate. The Jinzhong Zhao he designed could be considered a fantastical version. Upon mastery, it might even allow for the fracturing of the void. It is worth noting that, unlike the bloodline technique Shisui Jing, the Jinzhong Zhao was an external martial art that did not require level restrictions. If Yi Sun possessed sufficient prowess, he could potentially cultivate the 12th level in one breath, and once his physical strength reached its zenith, he could then freely practice the Shisui Jing without the agony of enduring painful trials. Yi Sun meticulously examined all the incantations and key points of the first level. With his superior innate talent, he quickly grasped the meanings of the incantations. He immediately followed the prescribed energy route and began to attempt a breakthrough at the first level. According to the essence of the Golden Bell Shield, the functions of the first to fourth levels serve a singular purpose: to assist practitioners in unblocking the meridians and the Ren and Du vessels, evidently purifying the marrow and enhancing one's potential. If one cannot open all the body's meridians and acupoints by the fourth level, their aptitude is severely lacking, and they will remain at that level for the entirety of their life, unable to progress further. The Marrow Washing Classic has gradually facilitated the opening of the body's meridian system, rendering the practice of the Golden Bell Shield significantly easier. At least until one truly cultivates both techniques to a realm of power, the path remains unobstructed. The deeper one comprehends, the more one realizes the remarkable nature of this technique. These extraordinary skills fundamentally aid in the evolution of the body. The Golden Bell Shield must be practiced to the 5th level before it can begin to unveil its legendary might. However, the first 4 levels of the Golden Bell Shield will eliminate those of inadequate aptitude. No matter their efforts, they merely engage in superficial external practices. Even if they become impervious to blades and spears, they still harbor fatal flaws. Those individuals are unable to cultivate the crucial points of their eyes, ears, mouth, throat, energy gates, dantian, lower abdomen, and perineum, leaving them with hidden injuries that compromise their health. Over time, this not only affects their lifespan but also depletes their potential. In combat, a single misstep, an attack on an unrefined vital point, could lead to their demise. This is precisely why Yi Sun meticulously crafted the martial arts upgrade system, allowing these formidable techniques to complement one another. Practicing the Marrow Washing Classic simultaneously enables the cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield, and vice versa. As one's lineage improves, so too does their physical constitution. Alright, first level, here I come, Yi Sun declared without hesitation, channeling his true energy. the Marrow Washing Classic, as the foundation of the Golden Bell Shield, had already facilitated the majority of his potential expansion. In essence, the Golden Bell Shield and the Marrow Washing Classic are complementary techniques. Indeed, it wasn't long before a powerful aura began to emanate from Yi Sun, while this energy continuously hammered and reinforced his body. However, the Heavenly Path's true energy was exceedingly fierce. Yi Sun proceeded cautiously, knowing that a single misstep could leave him bedridden. As the Golden Bell Shield energy penetrated deeper into the cellular level, it continuously nurtured and reinforced every part of his body without omission. Yi Sun distinctly sensed this enhancement. The human body is a remarkably intricate biological structure, with each cell possessing unique traits, necessitating constant adjustments by the Golden Bell Shield energy. The outermost layers of skin, muscle, and tendons are the most susceptible to continuous reinforcement by the Golden Bell Shield. Under the relentless stimulation of true energy, the aura flowing within the skin, muscle, and tendons thickened, accelerating the reinforcement of bodily cells. Even the bone cells, which are sturdier than ordinary cells, underwent perpetual enhancement. The phrase steel-like bones aptly describes the effect of the Golden Bell Shield. The first level of the Golden Bell Shield involves practicing breath regulation. The essence lies in ensuring that the body's meridians are unobstructed and cultivating the internal true energies flow, which can reduce pain by at least half upon impact. The first hurdle has been surpassed. Achieving success in the first level signifies that individuals with a combat power below 1000 are incapable of inflicting harm upon Yi Sun, regardless of their attempts to attack him. Overwhelmed with joy, Yi Sun felt an immense surge of explosive power and defensiveness coursing through his body. No matter how formidable his adversaries might be, they could not disturb his peace. Excellent. My foundation is exceptionally solid now. It is time to ascend to the second level. However, beneath this relatively simple exterior lies the challenge of cultivating the more delicate and vulnerable organs, which is far from straightforward. The fortified muscle and tendon membranes significantly limit external forces' impact on the internal organs. Strengthening them directly using the Golden Bell technique necessitates careful consideration of the organ's capacity to endure, lest they sustain injuries that would require a recovery period far exceeding the adaptation phase of the training itself. In this regard, the exercise of marrow cleansing serves well to refine the internal organs and blood vessels. Yi Sun sensed a slight breach in the heat between the perineum and the coccyx. Immediately feeling a stream of warmth traveling from the perineum to the changqiang acupoint at the base of the spine. The perineum and changqiang are merely inches apart. The perineum belongs to the Ren meridian while the changqiang is part of the Du meridian, and these two meridians traditionally do not connect. However, thanks to the marrow cleansing technique, he successfully opened the significant barriers between the Ren and Du meridians. Once the internal energy flowed into the changqiang acupoint, it surged upward along the spine, traversing vital points such as Yaoyang, Mingmen, and Xianshu, ultimately reaching the crown point at Baihui. The second level of the Golden Bell technique gradually fosters a circulation of true energy within the body, slowly accumulating thickness to protect the internal organs from harm. The Golden Bell itself is a complete system, capable of progressing from initiation to a certain limit without any omissions, and through continuous practice. It simultaneously opens all the acupoints throughout the body, drawing in the boundless essence of the universe to replenish the energy expended during cultivation. According to my design, reaching the 10th level of the Golden Bell means that even the power of a colossal supernova explosion would only result in minor injuries to the practitioner. Upon reaching the 11th level, not even a black hole, temporal storm, or galactic core explosion could inflict the slightest damage. The legendary 13th level of the Golden Bell represents the state of the Dharma body, where one could withstand the cataclysm of cosmic explosions and the destruction of countless worlds without a hint of stress. This is the essence of immortality. To complete the cultivation of the second level of the Golden Bell, one requires a formidable true energy to refine the body, while advancing to the second level of the marrow cleansing technique necessitates robust physical prowess for support. If both practices are undertaken simultaneously, they will perfectly complement each other. Just as Dodo began to feel a sense of relief, a terrifying scream echoed from the bathroom, a heart-wrenching wail that persisted throughout the night. Had it not been for the superb soundproofing of the room, the hotel manager would have likely called the authorities immediately. Chapter 29. The fates of 3. Dowda huddled in the corner of the bed, clutching his head and trembling in fear. 2 hours had elapsed since Yi Sun had once again succumbed to that horrifying state of screams. Dowdu found himself too frightened to even knock on the door. He could only hope that Yi Sun would soon conclude this terrifying training. Perhaps Daodu's silent prayers were answered, for the agonizing cries soon ceased. Straining his ears, he discerned the sound of running water from the bathroom, indicating that Yi Sun had finished his grueling session. With a sense of relief, Daodu joyfully approached the door and called out, "Brother Sun, the soup has cooled. It's fine, leave it there. I will heat it up later," came Yi Sun's response. Yet, Daodu, ever considerate, decided to bring the soup out himself, wishing to warm it in the kitchen. Upon seeing the adorable panda cub carrying the dishes, a staff member smiled and knelt down to inquire about Daodu's intentions before taking the food to heat it up. Daodu, perhaps anxious that the staff might lose their way, waited patiently by the door for their return. Yi Sun, while bathing, had noticed Daodu's departure but chose not to inquire further. In this hotel, it was common knowledge that he was accompanied by a young panda. No one dared to pose any threat to Daodu, and Yi Sun kept a vigilant watch over him, aware of his every move. Before long, Daodu returned with the warm dishes and cheerfully knocked on the door, announcing, "Brother Sun, the food is ready." "Such a diligent little one. I'll be out shortly," Yi Sun replied. After thoroughly cleansing himself of the grime and blood, Yi Sun felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through every cell in his body. Under the guidance of Xiao Long, his combat power had soared to an impressive 845. Unless the Saiyans were to launch an attack on Earth at that very moment, Yi Sun was firmly seated atop the pedestal of Earth's strongest. However, the difficulty of mastering the second layer of the Cleansing Sutra exceeded his expectations. He had only progressed to a mere 36 thus far. Notably, under the rigorous training of the Cleansing Sutra, Yi Sun's mastery of the second level of the Golden Bell Shield had unexpectedly reached 60. As both the Golden Bell Shield and the Cleansing Sutra advanced, his level also ascended, now standing at 14. Once he reached level 20, he would unlock the marketplace system, alleviating many of his concerns. Despite the apparent agony of his training, Yi Sun's mental state was utterly revitalized, as he had devised a program for full recovery upon leveling up, an element common in many games. Yet, when this concept manifested in the real world, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Coupled with the recovery effects of the magical beans, Yi Sun found himself growing stronger with each battle he faced. He theorized that the higher the lineage of a race, the more formidable they became in combat. The more they suffered, the greater their resurgence. A reference to the Saiyans. Imagine if Yi Sun's bloodline were to ascend to the level of the Saiyans. Setting aside the potential for any qualitative transformations, consider the advantage of experiencing near death and, upon recovery, witnessing a dramatic surge in combat strength. With the combination of his leveling up resurrection and the ability to consume magical beans to recover from lethal injuries, Yi Sun could essentially achieve an infinite leap in combat prowess. He adjusted his internal energy, circulating it through the Golden Bell Shield technique, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that his combat power had surged to 879, enveloping him in a wave of joyous euphoria. He had speculated about the possibility of breaking the 1,000 combat mark. Those who surpass 100 in combat power are said to enjoy longevity, much like Master Roshi and Master Crane. Once one transcends the threshold of 1,000, longevity transforms into immortality, signifying that one's appearance will remain at its prime for an extended period. Even as aging occurs, the process would be exceedingly gradual. In simpler terms, lifespan would significantly increase without noticeable signs of aging. Who could have imagined that just months ago, he had been rendered powerless by Tao Bai, only to now emerge as the most formidable martial artist in this world, a true twist of fate. Tao Bai, Master Crane, just wait, whenever I choose, I can effortlessly defeat you both. Yet, such a spectacle is best saved for later. First, I shall resurrect my parents, and then, with them by my side, I will confront my enemies and render them powerless. I shall make them wish they were never born. Lost in thought, his emotions surged, causing him to crush the cup in his hand. Do, who had been watching an animated series, turned his head in surprise, regarding him curiously. Setting aside the attribute points gained from leveling up for now, he decided to accumulate them for a single, more impactful enhancement later. The greater the base, the better the outcome. After having breakfast, Yi Sun donned a pair of blue crop jeans, a white t-shirt, and a wine-red lightweight trench coat, complemented by canvas shoes in contrasting green and blue. With his refined physique and handsome features, Yi Sun could undoubtedly be described as a fashionable young man, shedding the rustic appearance he had sported upon descending from the mountain. As for Do, he retained his fondness for traditional attire, so Yi Sun purchased for him an exquisite green robe adorned with embroidery, paired with a red belt and a small floral hat, carrying a little backpack. Together, the boy and the bear approached the front desk to complete their checkout. collecting the 2 plane tickets that had been reserved for him before departing the hotel. Upon exiting, Yi-sun spotted the striking wind child parked outside. With Romeo and Xiao Zhao waiting patiently, Yi-sun surmised that Romeo must have learned about his flight booking, thus knowing he was on the morning flight to the eastern capital. Throughout their journey, the trio remained silent. Upon arriving at the airport, Yi-sun gestured for them to head back. Both Romeo and Xiao understood that Yi-sun was not one to engage in idle chatter, since he suggested they return. They took their leave without hesitation. In the car, Xiao, visibly shaken, spoke up. Romeo, do you sense it? Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the master was truly intimidating. The more I cultivated, the more I perceived that the master's eyes resembled an infinite starry sky. At that moment, Romeo found himself at a loss for words. Unable to articulate his thoughts adequately, Little Zheng solemnly remarked, I have always felt that the master transcends humanity. It turned out that this sentiment was not unique to him. Xiaoyi was taken aback, but soon they exchanged amused glances. Romeo suggested, let us treat this rustic fellow to a sumptuous seafood feast at the finest hotel, as a farewell banquet for the master. After this, we shall embark on our journey of cultivation. Once you, my young friend, have completed your exams this semester, I shall take you to the underground fighting arena during the summer. As my father often says, if one is too timid to step into the underground arena, one should not even consider participating in the grand martial arts tournament. Xiao nodded calmly, his aspirations soaring like the airplane that Yi-sun was about to board. Liberated from the mundane struggles of the world, Master, a year from now, I will compel you to acknowledge my worth. Only by becoming your disciple can I truly ascend to the pinnacle. Passengers heading to the eastern capital, please proceed to Gate 7 for registration. The flight will depart in 15 minutes. As the airplane was about to take off, Yi-sun turned and said, Dodo, it's time to go. Hearing this, Dodo hastily devoured her ice cream. At that moment, Yi-sun suddenly pointed towards a young man wearing sunglasses in the distance. The young man, realizing he had been spotted, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and reluctantly approached, removing his sunglasses. Master Sun, greetings, he said. Yi-sun regarded the young man with a raised eyebrow and jested. So, you are the one who has been tailing me, officer. Achi was astonished, exclaiming, how did the master know I am a police officer? Just a guess. Your aura always seems to linger around me, Yi-sun replied. Achi, though taken aback, quickly pressed on, I won't be overly sentimental or waste time. Master, how can I advance further on the martial arts path? I humbly request your guidance. Yi-sun smiled slightly, inviting inquiry. Very well. Given your forthrightness, I shall offer you some advice. If you wish to follow my teachings, that is out of the question. I do not accept the inept. Regardless of your prowess at the police academy, in my eyes, you are still ineffectual. Achi fell silent, recognizing his own limitations. Comparing himself to Yi-sun, he truly felt inferior. The champion of a police academy's combat training was nothing compared to one who could effortlessly overturn an off-road vehicle. However, if you aspire to grow stronger, seek out Xiao. I care not whether he is willing to teach you. A year from now, prove your worth and seek me out at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. With that, Yi-sun snapped his fingers at Dodo, urging, Dodo, stop eating that. Toss it away. Once we arrive in the eastern capital, Brother Ah-sun will take you for some pirate ship ice cream. Initially reluctant, Dodo, upon hearing this, discarded her ice cream cone, her face a mix of regret and eagerness as she followed Yi-sun onto the plane. Her heart set on the delightful pirate ship ice cream that awaited her. Achi remained frozen in place, and after regaining his composure, he promptly departed from the airport. Intent on locating Xiao, it appeared that the master had imparted some knowledge to Xiao. One must seize the fleeting opportunity. The 3 young individuals from the City of Wind comprised an insecure student, a debauched scion of wealth, and a valiant police officer. Their destinies underwent a dramatic transformation from this moment onward. Chapter 30. The hijacking incident. The City of the East lies approximately 4 hours away from the City of Wind by air. Originally, Yi-sun could have utilized his sky dance technique to fly directly to the City of the East. However, he was disinclined to exert himself and opted for a flight instead. It may seem somewhat amusing to mention that in his previous life, Yi-sun had never boarded an airplane. From his graduation to his untimely demise, he had remained in a single city. Thus, in this life, he was eager to experience the thrill of air travel. Nevertheless, he could not help but express a bit of disdain. The aircraft was numbered 444. In his former life in China, no one would dare board a flight with such ominous connotations, and the airline would surely face dire consequences for assigning such a number. Otherwise, given his nearly 1,000-point combat prowess, he could have effortlessly grasped Dodo and flown to the City of the East in mere minutes. In contrast, Dodo was utterly fascinated by the iron bird. He sat by the window, peering outside with unrestrained curiosity, but as is typical of children, his initial excitement waned quickly, and he soon succumbed to boredom and fell asleep, drooling onto his clothes, bubbles forming at his nostrils, deeply immersed in slumber. Yi-sun, on the other hand, silently practiced his internal energy techniques, adhering to his principle of training without expending any unnecessary time. Yet at that moment, he sensed an unusual presence. A malevolent aura filled with murderous intent permeated the aircraft. The scent of blood? The atmosphere was rife with hostility. Yi-sun's keen senses and acute olfactory perception instantly detected something amiss. He opened his eyes, casting a cautious glance at the figures in the aisle, aware that among them lurked individuals with ulterior motives. I shall observe for a moment, he thought. Dodo slept soundly beside him, oblivious to the world, his clothes drenched with saliva. There was no need to rouse him. After all, this was not a Saiyan invasion of Earth. Yi-sun kept his eyes closed, yet remained acutely aware of the happenings aboard the aircraft. At that very moment, the captain in the cockpit had been shot dead, his lifeless body sprawled to the side. While the co-pilot assumed control, seizing the communicator to announce, "The captain has been eliminated. We shall commence with the next phase of our plan." The atmosphere shifted abruptly, and Yi-sun's expression darkened as he witnessed at least 20 individuals in the aisle suddenly brandishing firearms, declaring loudly, "This aircraft is under our control. Remain silent if you wish to live." The passengers, bewildered, only grasped the gravity of the situation when one of the hijackers shot the closest passenger without hesitation. Terror erupted among them, but their screams were swiftly silenced by the sound of gunfire. Passengers were all in disarray, clutching their heads in terror, while the hijackers began to seize their belongings. Yi-sun observed the scene in silence, thinking it foolish to hijack a plane merely for monetary gain. However, he soon noticed the crimson ribbons adorning the arms of the assailants. The Red Ribbon Army. A sense of astonishment washed over him. Only days ago, he had been contemplating the remarkable biotechnological advancements in artificial human creation by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon. Now, on this flight, he found himself face to face with the very organization, indicating that this hijacking was far from a trivial matter. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have no desire to make this difficult for you. We are the Red Ribbon Army, and I'm sure you have heard of us. The government is powerless against us. Our sole objective is to demand the military release our leader detained in the Eastern District. Should our demands not be met, regrettably, we will have no choice but to send you to the underworld," one of the hijackers declared. The passengers were not naive. It was evident that this was a case of hostage-taking to achieve their aims. Yi-sun mused that this tactic was not entirely foolish, albeit unfortunate in terms of luck. As he was aboard the aircraft, the hijacking was essentially doomed to fail, a fact that would soon be declared. At the very moment the plane lost contact, the ground command center recognized the anomaly and promptly alerted the police and military. In an instant, the police department and army of Wind City were in a frenzy upon receiving reports of the hijacking. Rod, upon learning of the situation, smashed his fist onto the desk in frustration. He was not one to be trifled with. The moment he heard of the hijacking, he realized that airport personnel must have been compromised. Otherwise, with their security protocols, it would have been impossible for a group of terrorists to smuggle weapons aboard. "What shall we do now? Should we report this to the capital?" his colleague inquired. Rod seemed to recall something significant and tentatively asked, "Which flight is it?" "There was one this morning and another at noon, both headed to Eastern Capital. It's the one that took off half an hour ago." Rod's expression shifted dramatically as he became alarmed and called Romeo. "Romeo, which flight is Master Yi on today?" "The one that departed half an hour ago, flight 444. "Why?" Romeo, who was having lunch, was puzzled by his father's sudden inquiry, realizing he wouldn't be able to send a farewell to the master. "To inform you, the flight to Eastern Capital that Master is on has been hijacked," Rod stated before abruptly hanging up, uninterested in hearing Romeo's response, as he was preoccupied with his work. Little, having honed his senses through training, overheard the conversation on Romeo's phone and exclaimed in astonishment, "Master's flight has been hijacked? How unfortunate for the hijackers." Romeo, feeling exasperated, found that Little had voiced the thoughts he had wanted to express. Regardless of the Red Ribbon Army's capabilities, facing Master Yi was a grim prospect. Rod remained composed as he settled into his chair and remarked, "Do not panic. I shall head to the airport control center immediately and speak with a friend on board the aircraft." The subordinates were bewildered when the police captain called a Chi. He immediately clarified the situation over the phone, urging him to return to the team. However, after repeatedly inquiring about which plane it was, a Chi could only respond with a wry smile, saying, "Do not worry, those hijackers are doomed." "Captain, Do you remember that expert who helped us deal with the rogue gang? The very same martial artist who incapacitated a delinquent with a single coin is currently aboard that plane. There is no cause for concern. Upon hearing this, the police captain's face lit up, and he joyously shared the news with his fellow officers. In an instant, the previously tense and serious hijacking incident seemed to diminish in severity. The calm demeanor of the police left the reporters present utterly confounded. Was the police force so nonchalant? Nevertheless, the military did not share the same sentiment. All high-ranking officials of Wind City, including the mayor, were still deliberating whether to report to the capital immediately, as this constituted a significant event. However, Rod dissuaded everyone, stating he had received advance intelligence that one of their own was on board, handling the situation with the hijackers, and that they would soon be apprehended, along with all their accomplices. His words carried an air of conviction, leaving the high-ranking officials perplexed. Yet, the mayor secretly chuckled to himself. Ah, Rod, this incident will be the final straw that brings you down. Everyone on that plane will perish. Even if you have arranged for informants, they too will meet their demise. You are surely headed for prison, and with you out of the way, Wind City will essentially be mine. After the plane was secured, military, police, and city government officials all gathered at the control center. Due to Rod's premature leak of information, reporters from Wind City had flocked to the airport, making it impossible to keep the incident under wraps. The mayor, witnessing Rod's ostentatious display, felt a profound disdain, eagerly anticipating the moment when Rod would lose face in front of the city's press. At that point, it would be far easier to topple him. Captain Rod, have the hijackers made any demands? Not yet. I have called everyone together today to face this incident candidly. Please trust in our police force. We will undoubtedly resolve this case successfully. In response to the barrage of questions from reporters, Rod patiently elucidated. Eventually, news came from the control center that the hijackers had activated their communication device and were preparing for a second contact. Amid the onlookers, Rod boldly announced that he would share this conversation with the media. This was an audacious decision. No one had ever dared to broadcast live negotiations with hijackers. A truly unprecedented action. Regardless of the outcome, the name Rod would resonate throughout the nation, marking him as a prominent figure of the year. Chapter 31. He is from Dongdu, a local. At this moment, the broadcasting hall was already overcrowded. The hijacking of a plane by the Red Satin Brigade was an event that could not be concealed. Family members of the hijacked passengers, all city media, and other passengers who had not boarded were now crammed into the entire hall. Some are anxiously concerned for their families. Others are fervently excited by the trending headlines, while some merely seek entertainment amidst the chaos. Regardless of their motivations, the situation has escalated dramatically. Every word exchanged between Rod and the hijackers reverberates throughout the hall, ensuring that all present are privy to the unfolding negotiations. How shall I address you? Rod introduced himself. I am Rod Altman, Chief of the Wind City Police Department. I strongly advise you to surrender promptly to avoid dire consequences. This declaration elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Could this truly be the nature of such negotiations? Indeed. A derisive voice crackled over the broadcast. TSK, Chief Rod, I believe you are mistaken. We have seized control of an aircraft. Surrender is out of the question. Upon hearing this, many in the hall nodded in quiet agreement, recognizing that the initiative lay firmly with the hijackers. To suggest surrender under such circumstances was almost laughable. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Rod merely scoffed, retorting, "Get lost. Let me make this clear. I have already dispatched officers to that aircraft. Regardless of whether you number in the dozens, hundreds, or even thousands, should you refuse to surrender, those officers will eliminate you. Don't say I didn't warn you. While hijacking may be valuable, lives are worth far more." A camera belonging to an unknown journalist clattered to the ground, the sound sharp and attention-grabbing. The audience stared agog at Rod, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and incredulity toward the chief of the Wind City Police Department. They had never witnessed such behavior. This was not a negotiation between law enforcement and criminals, but rather a scene reminiscent of a gangland confrontation. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Chief, are you out of your mind? Even if there are police on board, why would you so blatantly expose that to them?" The journalists erupted in protests, and even high-ranking officials from the military and city government wore expressions of bewilderment. Yet the police officers maintained their cheerful demeanor, exuding an exceptional spirit. It seemed even the hijackers were momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, one of them broke into laughter. "Chief, do you have a grudge against the officer aboard that plane? If it's convenient, could you share his name? We would be happy to take care of him for you." "Why, thank you," Rod replied without a moment's hesitation, prompting the entire assembly to turn away in silent disdain. their expressions a complex tapestry of confusion and disbelief. Even the mayor, who had long harbored thoughts of eliminating Rod, wore a quizzical expression, internally questioning, is Rod out of his mind? This sentiment echoed among all present. They could not fathom the chief's intentions. A nearby observer stroked his chin, sincerely exclaiming, I must admit, the chief is a marketing genius. He would excel in any field. Thank heavens he is a police officer. Had he been in the underworld, chaos would surely ensue. As the crowd remained in a state of perplexity, Rod resolutely declared, his surname is Yi, a local from the eastern capital. No need to rush. The hijacker responded eagerly, and once you locate Brother Yi, please hand him the intercom. I have a few words to share. Perhaps it was the culmination of exasperation with Rod that prompted the robber to retort, fine, just wait a moment. After uttering these words, Rod rubbed his eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and sighed. As everyone is aware, I have always been adept at negotiating with the most ruthless of criminals. This negotiation appears to be progressing rather smoothly. I believe the situation will be resolved within 5 minutes. The onlookers maintained expressions of incredulity, with one journalist even drafting a headline about the police chief experiencing a nervous breakdown, revealing the identity of an undercover officer during a live broadcast. This was brought on by the robbers beginning to search for information aboard the aircraft, as each flight logs the names of its passengers. They soon discovered a passenger with the surname Yi in the business class list, the only one with that surname, and thus 6 menacing robbers, armed and fierce, quickly located the yawning Yi-sun. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Yi-sun pondered why the robbers were targeting him instead of the other passengers. Was his handsome appearance the source of such envy? Was there no justice in the world? Turning to the group of ill-intentioned soldiers adorned with red sashes, he calmly inquired, Gentlemen, do you require something? The leader, a one-eyed man wielding a firearm, gestured for action, and indeed, several robbers seized Yi-sun, searching him thoroughly. But apart from some identification, they found nothing of significance. Just a student under observation, the one-eyed man remarked. I thought a frail, handsome boy like you would pursue a career in acting rather than law enforcement. After this jibe, the one-eyed man asked, Do you know someone named Rod? Well, if you're referring to the police chief of Wind City, then yes, I am acquainted with him. The one-eyed man smirked, Young lad, do you have some sort of grievance with Rod? A grievance? Perhaps I did urge his son to mend his ways. Does that count? That Rod openly declared you to be an undercover officer sent by the police aboard this flight, even suggesting we take you to the communications room to have a word with you. I suspect this is a personal vendetta. Yi-sun, feeling the weight of the situation, covered his face in frustration. Being astute, he quickly grasped the one-eyed man's intentions. Let us not escalate matters. I'll give him face and allow him to seize this opportunity for political gain. Well, he is not mistaken. I am indeed a police officer. The 6 robbers were taken aback, pointing their weapons at Yi-sun and shouting, You little brat, don't move, or we'll shoot you. Oh dear, I'm unarmed. I merely returned home for summer vacation. Who would have thought Rod would betray me? The one-eyed man displayed a cruel smile. So, should we consider throwing you off the plane? That's an option. If you find it too troublesome, you could return to Wind City Airport, and after I disembark, you can take off anew. Alternatively, you may head directly to East City. After I leave the plane, you may take it wherever you wish, and I will not interfere. Upon hearing Yi-sun's response, the one-eyed man transformed his anger into amusement, thinking, this boy must be somewhat deranged. Nonetheless, he remains our bargaining chip. Let us take him to the communications room. Thus, Yi-sun, whose combat power reached an astonishing 900, stood with a look of grievance, hands clasped atop his head, as several ruffians brandished guns, escorting him toward the communication room. Other passengers observed this scene with expressions of bewilderment. The one-eyed leader proclaimed, Fear not, everyone. We have identified a dangerous individual. To ensure the flight remains unaffected, we shall isolate him. The passengers, filled with disdain, thought to themselves, Goodness, you are the true threats here. Even hijacking must adhere to certain protocols. In the hall, the crowd anxiously awaited, silently praying that the robbers would not find the police. Rod was also in a state of tense anticipation, fervently wishing that the foolish group would refrain from violent actions, lest this case be prematurely concluded. Hello? A youthful voice resonated over the intercom. Upon hearing it, Rod's spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, Hello, may I inquire if this is the master? Indeed it is. What in the world? Rod disregarded the reactions of those around him and continued, master. You left in such haste that I didn't have the chance to bid you farewell. Since these friends in red sashes have given me this opportunity, I must extend my greetings. I wish you a safe journey and great success in your endeavors. Yi-sun yawned, seemingly unfazed, and replied, "Director, do you not wish for me to resolve this bandit situation and save the aircraft?" "Oh, such trivial matters should not trouble the master. From 800 kilometers away, I could bring down the plane with a single shot, but I prefer to keep a low profile. However, considering the turbulence today, my aim might be a bit off. If you do not mind, I could treat it as a mere formality." Yi Sun was thoroughly exasperated. This Rod was utterly shameless, a true talent. "Very well, but I must warn you that my methods can be rather severe. How many would you like left alive? Please, do not eliminate any of the ruffians. They may provide vital information. Aside from the pilot, let us render the rest paraplegic," Rod replied with a smile. For some reason, as he casually uttered these words, a chill ran through the crowd. It was the true face of Rod, a smiling tiger. Approximately 10 seconds later, the voice returned. "Hello? Master? It is I. The situation has been resolved. I shall now greet the pilot and instruct him to return to Wind City. If he refuses, I shall remove his head and carry the plane back to the Wind City airport. Unfortunately, I am not a pilot. Please hold." Rod wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded vigorously. "Understood, understood." About a minute later, Yi Sun's voice echoed back. "All right, prepare for the reception." Then, the line went dead. Rod cleared his throat, and the previously silent assembly came to life. He clapped his hands and declared, "All right, everyone. Let us joyfully prepare for the reception." Chapter 32. The master has departed. On the side of the airport runway near the waiting hall, a throng had gathered, all awaiting the return of the aircraft. They experienced a curious blend of emotions, simultaneously wishing for the plane's return while dreading the ostentation of Rod. Such complex feelings were indeed unparalleled. Look, the plane is returning. Could it truly be that aircraft, the 444? After establishing communication with the control tower, the plane executed an exceptionally smooth landing under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Once the aircraft had touched down, the military swiftly encircled it, promptly immobilizing the landing gear to preclude any possibility of takeoff. Armed to the teeth, the soldiers secured every conceivable exit of the airplane. A short while later, the cabin door swung open and the emergency slide deployed. Soldiers raised their weapons in readiness when, suddenly, an individual emerged, sliding down the chute to the ground. Upon landing, he collapsed, incapacitated and unconscious, with a conspicuous red ribbon tied around his arm. One after another, soldiers adorned with red ribbons were ejected from the slide, until a flight attendant peered out and exclaimed, "This next terrorist is still alive." With that, he forcefully kicked the co-pilot down the slide. The co-pilot, seemingly in shock, appeared dazed and trembled uncontrollably, ultimately being assisted by soldiers as he was handcuffed and placed onto a military vehicle. "Officer, there are several deceased passengers shot by the hijackers, including the captain," a voice reported. Upon hearing of the captain's demise, Rod's expression soured, for this captain was an old classmate. Though their relationship during school had been lukewarm, the bond of shared years compelled him to seek justice for his old friend. The fortunate survivors descended the evacuation slide, overwhelmed with relief, many weeping in joy, embracing one another. The families of the deceased mourned loudly, while reporters rushed to capture the breaking news. Rod signaled for the police to verify the passenger list, ensuring no one was overlooked, and the military commenced a thorough search of the aircraft. The reporters, relentless in their pursuit of information on the man named Yi, conducted inquiries but ultimately found no one with that surname among the passengers. Once the police completed their verification, they reported back to Rod, who could only shake his head in resignation, noting, "The master, skilled in the art of flight, has already departed." Regardless of the reporters' relentless digging, Rod concluded the matter with the statement that the master had flown away. However, he was acutely aware that the truth of Ye's identity would eventually be uncovered by those with ulterior motives. After all, the surname Yi is quite rare, and the professionalism of the journalists far exceeds that of the average individual. It was merely a matter of time before they identified witnesses and airport personnel. The revelation of Yi Sun's appearance was inevitable. Rod exhaled deeply, pondering, "Master, with your prowess, remaining inconspicuous is an impossibility. At most, it will take 3 days for your personal information to be unearthed. I hope that as a national hero, you can savor both the benefits and drawbacks of this newfound glory. The advantages are evident, while the disadvantages may not be severe, perhaps merely the Red Ribbon Brigade targeting you. You simply need to reap the rewards." Where did Yi Sun go? He swiftly departed with Do using his aerial technique, moving at such a rapid pace that no one noticed his escape. As for the soldiers adorned with red ribbons, Yi Sun struck each one at their cervical vertebrae with a force akin to thunder. Under the penetrating impact of his vital energy, they were all rendered paralyzed from the waist down, destined to live their lives wishing to stand again, unless they practiced the cleansing technique. The celestial beans, while capable of healing wounds, were not known to remedy nerve damage, so Yi-sun refrained from making any promises regarding their efficacy in this regard. Rod stared in astonishment at the 20 or so paralyzed terrorists, recognizing the infamous one-eyed dragon, a high-level fugitive sought by nations across the globe and once a top contender in martial arts tournaments. He was astounded to find that even such a formidable master had been powerless within that 10 seconds of suffering. This incident soon drew national attention, with even the highest authorities taking a personal interest. However, the enigmatic Master Yi remained elusive, sparking widespread speculation. Not far from the eastern capital, atop a solitary mountain standing at 800 meters, Yi-sun and Dodo found themselves. Dodo was striving to maintain his body a meter above the ground, while Yi-sun sternly admonished him. Dodo, I promised your grandfather I would teach you to read and practice martial arts. Yet you are preoccupied with thoughts of ice cream. I was robbed on the plane, and you slept like a log. Now look where we are. Tossed here by others. What shall we do? Dodo, struggling to maintain his aerial stance, felt quite aggrieved. He had no inkling that waking up would land him in this predicament. Had Yi-sun not mentioned their being thrown from the plane, he would have thought they were still near the eastern capital. If you cannot master the aerial technique, do not descend. As soon as the words left Yi-sun's lips, Dodo plummeted to the ground like a deflated ball, panting, I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. Dodo wants ice cream. Dodo, if you can fly, it will only take 20 minutes to reach the eastern capital, and then you can have your ice cream. Dodo looked up, but then promptly fell back down, stretching out on the ground and gasping for air. Dodo is hungry. Dodo wants char siu rice. Yi-sun rubbed his face, contemplating taking him away by flight, but suddenly realized this was not feasible. Back in Wind City, Dodo had hardly practiced martial arts, as Yi-sun had taken him on countless adventures instead. However, being a child, if he grew accustomed to a life of luxury, he would lack the motivation to endure hardships. With that thought, Yi-sun produced a notebook, wrote down an address, tore it out, and said, Dodo, keep this address safe. Dodo stood up to take the note, his face a canvas of confusion. Dodo cannot read. Yi-sun slapped his forehead, regretting his oversight. Just hold on to it. If you get lost, you can ask a police officer for help, and they will guide you here. Dodo was somewhat perplexed. After speaking, Yi-sun pointed towards a distant city, where the skyline of the eastern capital was clearly visible. Dodo, your brother Yi-sun is waiting for you in that city. You can either fly over or run there yourself. But let me make it clear, if you get lost, I shall not take responsibility. Upon finishing his words, Yi-sun's aura surged dramatically. He slightly bent his body, and then propelled himself like a spring, transforming into a missile that soared directly towards the city. Dodo seemed to realize something, anxiously flailing his arms and shouting, Brother Yi-sun, don't leave me here alone. Regardless of how much Dodo cried and called out, Yi-sun did not look back. Dodo sat there crying for 10 minutes, and when Yi-sun did not return, he pondered that perhaps Yi-sun was upset with him for constantly indulging in ice cream. Fine, I can forego ice cream, he resolved. Dodo brushed the dirt off his clothes, tucked the note from Yi-sun into his small backpack, and ran around the peak of the solitary mountain, only to find no path down, which filled him with dread. He concluded that his only option was to fly. Chapter 33. Return to the eastern capital. As Dodo desperately sought to reach the eastern capital using his aerial skills, the carefree Yi-sun had already arrived there, albeit at what could be considered a leisurely pace for him. Yi-sun was unconcerned about Dodo's safety, as he had firmly locked onto Dodo's energy. Should Dodo's vitality begin to wane, he would rush to his side without delay. Upon reflection, the eastern capital, being the central city of the kingdom's eastern district, was not likely to harbor overly dangerous creatures, given its status as a populous urban center. Ordinary people and animals posed little threat to Dodo, who was no weakling himself. Dodo would never harbor resentment towards Yi-sun. He was cheerful, kind-hearted, and innocent. Even after Yi-sun had pursued him with that pesky device for so long, Dodo did not grow angry. Knowing Dodo's nature, Yi-sun surmised that Dodo must currently believe he had done something wrong, hence Yi-sun's perceived need to punish him. Suspended in the air above the eastern capital, Yi-sun had no immediate intention of returning home, for he intended to confront someone who had made him reluctant to do so. The individual in question was none other than their school's principal, Richard. In the past, Yi-sun had caused quite a ruckus at school, ultimately leading to his forced withdrawal, largely due to the principal's long-standing grievances with his parents. Though Yi-sun had acted out of line, such misconduct was no justification for the principal's opportunistic extortion. You old rascal. You have no idea how much money you've extorted from my parents. I will make you repay every last cent, Yi-sun thought to himself. Suddenly, Yi-sun received a significant mission to deal with the unscrupulous principal. Upon seeing the task, a hint of a smile graced Yi-sun's lips. You see, it's not that I seek to target you, but rather, you deserve to be targeted. Accept your fate. Immediately, Yi-sun accelerated towards the principal's residence. This principal, during his tenure, had amassed an unimaginable fortune, residing in an opulent villa in the suburbs of the eastern capital, a site that stood out majestically against the skyline. How extravagant, one might think. I hope he has secured insurance. Tianyuan Academy is the most prestigious institution in the entire Eastern District, admitting only 2 types of individuals: the exceptional Saiyans of wealthy families, who are barred from entry no matter the expense, and prodigious talents from humble beginnings. With a transparent admissions process, with a rich history originally rooted in martial arts, Tianyuan Academy has retained its focus on martial prowess as a criterion for enrollment, thus establishing itself as one of the nation's most renowned secondary schools. The principal, Richard, undoubtedly possesses a formidable background. As far as Yi-sun is aware, Principal Richard once reached the finals of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Despite his eventual defeat, his combat prowess must exceed 50. A remarkable feat considering that even a man armed with a shotgun possesses a mere 5. Yi-sun recalls that after achieving success, this principal discarded his first wife, indulging in a lavish lifestyle with a younger partner, seemingly cycling through numerous romantic interests over the years. One might assume that with age, he would have mellowed. Such assumptions are misguided. His ex-wife returned to their hometown in the Western District with their child, never to be seen again. That old man, I merely struck your nephew. Yet your insults towards my parents remain etched in my memory. I had vowed to settle the score once I gained strength. But the time for that has come sooner than expected. Knowing you are at the school, I shall extend a greeting of sorts. The reckoning can follow in due course. Concentrating his internal energy, Yi-sun directed his chi to his fingertip, launching a fierce blast of energy. The villa, akin to being struck by a missile, erupted violently, transforming into ruins amidst a towering inferno, creating a scene of utter chaos. Yi-sun was indifferent to the presence of any innocents within. Should there be casualties, it would be a consequence of their association with that old wretch. What a farce. Yi-sun is now powerful enough to dominate the earth, who still concerns themselves with such trivial matters. The fact that he has not yet sought vengeance upon society is a testament to his well-rounded development. Unlike Sun Wukong, who refrains from taking lives, Yi-sun believes in reciprocating enmity. If a foe can be eliminated, there will be no negotiations for compensation. Observing the pandemonium below, with police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks hastily responding to the disaster, Yi-sun could not help but smirk. This is merely the beginning. He intends to tarnish the principal's reputation completely. First, however, he must return home to address personal matters. It has been over 3 months since his parents passed, and it is time to arrange for their cremation. He wonders about the state of the Yi family and hopes that Uncle Dolly and Brother Shui are still around. Just as he was about to head home, Yi-sun suddenly sensed Dodo's energy and paused, thinking, has Dodo arrived so soon? Indeed, this unruly child will not mature without a push. Following Dodo's energy, he soon spotted Dodo standing on the roadside with a small backpack, his expression one of utter bewilderment. I must admit, I overlooked providing Dodo with some pocket money, given his current abilities. He cannot accurately locate his own energy over a vast area, and the chaotic atmosphere of the city indeed poses a challenge for him. Nevertheless, I shall allow him to find a solution on his own. Clad in his little floral hat and carrying a small book, Dodo merrily scurried along, consulting the address notes left by Yi-sun. Although he is illiterate, he can navigate by recognizing the characters on the street signs. As long as the words match those written on the note, he would find his destination. Yi-sun observed Dodo as he continuously compared the note with the street signs, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This naive child is faced with a daunting task, as the expanse of eastern city dwarfs that of Shanghai in my previous life, with countless similar roads to traverse. Yet, Yi-sun had no intention of intervening. After all, no one could harm Dodo. At that moment, Yi-sun suddenly spotted a figure in the air, a girl, possessing a modest beauty of about 6 out of 10. He recognized her. Her name was Chio, a good friend and senior of Yi-sun, as well as the girlfriend of Ike's. However, at present, Chio was linked to another man, which puzzled Yi-sun. Had they parted ways? Was this perhaps a scene of betrayal? Yet, he found no inclination to pursue the matter further. Why should he follow them to a hotel room? These middle school students are truly naive and quite risky. Yi-sun mused with a heavy heart before soaring towards his home. His return to Eastern City heralded the onset of an extraordinary spectacle. Chapter 34. Yi Xiao Tao. As Yi Sun traversed a set of bluestone steps, he gazed upon the elegant Eastern-style architecture. A wave of complex emotions washing over him, an amalgamation of nostalgia and the warmth felt by a Chinese individual from a past life witnessing such traditional edifices. It is widely known that Akira Toriyama has himself stated that his inspiration for Dragon Ball was derived from Journey to the West. With nearly all characters finding their counterparts within this classic tale, the parallels between Sun Wukong and Oolong are particularly evident. However, it is worth noting that in the Japanese adaptations of Journey to the West, the character of Tang Sung is often depicted as female. This gender substitution has, to some extent, shaped the Japanese public's perception of the tale, as many might not realize that, historically and in the original narrative, Xuanzang was indeed a genuine male figure. Thus, it is not difficult to deduce that Bulma corresponds to the character of Tang Sung, while Yamcha naturally assumes the role of Sha Sung, as evidenced by Yamcha's self-identification as a desert bandit, paralleling the territory of Old Sha, the river of flowing sand. Dragon Ball truly began to diverge from the shadow of Journey to the West with the introduction of the Demon King Piccolo, in Yi Sun's view. Prior to this, the turtle hermit residing on the Southern Ocean evidently represented the Southern Sea Guanyin. One might dismiss this notion as absurd. Many may find it ludicrous to associate the turtle hermit with Guanyin, yet it must be remembered that the Bodhisattva Guanyin is not inherently female. Generally speaking, the Buddha embodies the essence of all sentient beings, for any form is but an illusion. Bodhisattvas transcend the distinctions of gender. Historically, representations of the deity Guanyin as a male figure were prevalent. However, in a feudal society, it was deemed improper for women to seek blessings from a male immortal. Thus the image was transformed into a female form. This area belongs to one of the earliest ancient districts of the eastern capital, where the majority of the architecture consists of grand courtyards typical of affluent families. The residences that have managed to withstand the rapid urban development are predominantly those of the wealthy. The Yi family is one such lineage. They were once prominent officials during the previous dynasty, which has since been supplanted. The current kingdom has entered an era of advanced technology, rendering the feudal systems of your obsolete. The ancestral legacy left to the Yi family was largely rooted in handicrafts, yet over the past century, the family has thrived, making significant strides in light industry and finance. Thus, as an established family, the Yi family has maintained a stable presence in the expansive eastern capital. As he turned the corner and approached a grand mansion, he noticed the white lanterns still hanging outside, the door firmly shut, indicating that the mourning period had not yet concluded. A wry smile crossed his face. It seemed that after a calamity, friends and relatives had vanished. And in just 3 months, such a transformation had occurred. No one was at fault. The only wrongdoing lay in the harshness of society. Yi Sun stepped forward, intending to knock on the door, but for reasons unknown, his hand halted midway, suspended in indecision. Was his hesitation a remnant of past memories haunting him? At that moment, the door swung open from within, revealing a young man with an old-fashioned pipe, his face contorted with anger. He collided with Yi Sun, and their eyes locked, both momentarily taken aback. Recovering first, Yi Sun exclaimed, "Brother Sailor, I didn't realize you were here." "Young master?" The young man, identified as Brother Sailor, appeared bewildered by the sight before him. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, once he confirmed it was indeed Yi Sun, he erupted with joy, shouting, "Ha! You're alive. They said you were killed by Tao Bai Bai, just like the master and mistress. I can't believe you're still here, ha ha ha." The commotion at the door caught the attention of those inside the mansion, and shortly after, a burly man emerged. His reaction to seeing Yi Sun far more intense than Brother Sailor's. He embraced Yi Sun, weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. After approximately 5 minutes, both men managed to regain their composure. This pair consisted of the Yi family's steward and enforcer. The stout man was Uncle Dolly, a former world champion fighter, while the young man with the pipe was Brother Sailor, a former sailor with considerable combat skills. Together, they formed a formidable duo. Once their emotions subsided, Yi Sun spoke. "I genuinely thought I was doomed, but Tao Bai Bai, in his arrogance, spared me and has invited me to seek revenge whenever I wish, granting me a second chance at life. But why have you only returned now?" Yi Sun could only offer a wry smile as he explained. "Tao Bai Bai shattered the bones in my legs and arms, so I have spent the past 3 months recuperating in a remote mountain village. Only after regaining my strength did I make my way back." Uncle Dolly immediately expressed his anger, exclaiming, "That detestable Tao Bai Bai, this scoundrel. I now only resent my own inability to eliminate him." However, Brother Shui hastily interjected, "That is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in the fact that if the young master perishes, the inheritance of the estate will no longer be a topic for discussion. Uncle Dolly swiftly regained his composure, recalling this most critical issue, and urgently said, "Ah, son, listen closely. You are aware of the succession of inheritance, correct?" Yi-sun furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating, and his expression shifted abruptly. "What on earth is happening? Your second uncle, Yi-jian, has eagerly filed a petition with the court to claim your family's assets. After all, with your parents deceased and you being their sole son, who has been missing for some time, the court has already accepted this case. Since Yi-jian is the biological brother of Yi-sun's father, if the Yi family were to have no surviving heirs, Yi-jian is entitled to petition the court for the inheritance of the Yi family's estate. Now that I have returned, everything should be fine," Uncle Dolly continued. Both Uncle Dolly and Brother Shui exchanged peculiar glances, while Yi-sun appeared taken aback and asked, "Is there a problem? Your sister has already engaged in 6 legal battles against Yi-jian's family in court," came the response. Yi-sun, with his mouth slightly agape, asked incredulously, "What sister? Where did she come from?" Uncle Dolly whispered, "She is your father's illegitimate daughter, who has been residing in the southern district." "What?" Yi-sun felt as if struck by lightning, stunned by the revelation of his father's high-profile life. "What is her name?" "Yi Xiaodao, 12 years old. She is quite beautiful, albeit a bit domineering, and possesses formidable martial arts skills." Yi-sun rubbed his forehead and remarked, "According to the ancestral rules of the Yi family, women cannot inherit family assets, so I understand how dire the situation is." At that moment, a resounding screech of brakes echoed from outside the Yi residence. Yi-sun's eyes flickered as 3 individuals approached, one with a strong presence and 2 appearing rather feeble. As anticipated, a girl accompanied by 2 men entered. The girl, clearly quite young, walked at the forefront, her hair styled in a Chun-Li-inspired bun secured with white threads. She was strikingly beautiful, an undeniable gem in the making. The 2 accompanying adults, holding documents, were evidently her subordinates. "Why is the door left ajar?" Uncle Dolly and Brother Shui were at a loss for words. While Yi-sun inquired, "Little sister, who are you?" "I am Yi Xiaodao. And you are?" The young girl clearly did not recognize Yi-sun. But the 2 adults beside her suddenly exclaimed, "You are Sun?" Yi-sun affirmed, "Indeed, I am Yi-sun. I am not dead. Your lawsuit can come to an end. If anyone disputes this, they may confront me here." Before the 2 adults could respond, Yi Xiaodao leaped in front of Yi-sun, scrutinizing him from all angles before saying, "May I call you brother? I hope you don't mind." "Haha, of course I don't mind, little sister," he replied. However, in comparison to Yi Xiaodao, the expressions of the other 2 adults were far from pleasant. Strictly speaking, they were profoundly disappointed. One of them immediately retrieved a mobile phone to report the matter. Yi-sun's keen hearing allowed him to discern that the individual referred to a madam, indicating that trouble was afoot, undoubtedly implicating Yi Xiaodao's mother. Chapter 35. Do comes knocking as expected. Less than an hour after Yi-sun's return, Yi Xiaodao's mother withdrew the lawsuit. Upon receiving the court's notification, Yi-jian promptly dispatched someone to the Yi residence to inquire about Yi-sun's situation. Yi-sun merely offered the same excuse to deflect their inquiries. After receiving a response, Yi-jian could only helplessly retract the court application. His relationship with Yi-sun's father was far from amicable. They had once clashed fiercely over the family inheritance, resulting in a bitter rivalry that had estranged the brothers for decades. Yet, given the current circumstances, even if Yi-jian wished to intervene, he found himself powerless. If it were merely that little girl, it might be manageable. However, with this nephew still alive, the contest for inheritance seemed futile. Yi-jian felt quite powerless. Yi-sun had always been cunning and headstrong, unwilling to suffer losses. Although he was merely a child, Yi-jian anticipated that he would fiercely cling to the family fortune. This matter could be postponed for future discussion. After all, this little peach was hardly impressive, unable to deal with even a mere child. Humph. The scene shifted to a figure clad in black, who stated, "This is the lady's intention." Since both heads of the Yi family are no longer present, the inheritance naturally falls to young Master Yi's son. However, Xiaodao will reside in the Yi household due to her upcoming studies at Tianyuan Academy. After all, Xiaodao is your biological sister, albeit not from the same mother, yet they share the same father. Yi Xiaodao, having just graduated from primary school, was utterly naive. Sitting there in her chair, observing the crowd, Yi-sun narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Yi Xiaodao before addressing the individual, "My friend. Please convey to Xiaodao's mother that as long as Xiaodao is willing, it is acceptable. If she is not inclined, I kindly ask that, as a mother, she does not impose on the child." The man was momentarily taken aback. He found it hard to believe that such words could be uttered by a 13-year-old child. Indeed, it was remarkably mature. The call had not been terminated, and after reiterating Yi Sun's words, he turned to ask, Xiaotao, do you wish to stay here to study and live? Yi Xiaotao's bright, innocent eyes were filled with confusion. Isn't my mother coming too? Your mother has significant responsibilities in the Southern District and will not be able to join you. All right then, I will stay here with my brother. Young Master Yi, would that be acceptable to you? Yes, Xiaotao may remain. As for the enrollment procedures, I trust they have already been completed. It is now June 12th, and the entrance examination for junior high school is in 3 days. Registration must have already closed. Do not worry. Miss Xiaotao has an excellent foundation in martial arts and has successfully registered for the entrance examination at Tianyuan Academy. The results are inconsequential, as she is certain to pass. Once the matter was settled, the figure in black left a bank card with Xiaotao, stating, Your mother has informed me that she will not accompany you any further. Whether for the examination or your enrollment, you will manage these on your own. Yi Xiaotao nodded, her eyes filled with reluctance, yet she understood she must proceed. As her education awaited, about an hour after the two departed, they returned once more, this time to present a farewell gift to Yi Xiaotao. And then they truly took their leave. Yi Sun instructed Uncle Dolly to find a suitable room for Yi Xiaotao, and then he had it thoroughly cleaned. Thus, the little sister officially moved into the Yi family residence. Yi Sun was no fool. He was acutely aware of what Yi Xiaotao's mother intended. With the primary assets of the Yi family having been seized by Tao, they were now being hastily liquidated on the stock market for cash, while simultaneously, the family had accrued a substantial debt in the business sector. This left Yi Sun facing a hollow shell of the Yi family. To continue repaying the debts, he would have no choice but to sell off family properties. Upon careful calculation, it became evident that if the family estate were sold, only the ancestral home would remain. At that juncture, Yi Sun would be compelled to seek assistance from Yi Xiaotao's mother, which, in a sense, meant that the only one capable of preserving the Yi family's assets was indeed Yi Xiaotao's mother. It appeared that she possessed considerable influence in the Southern District. Not to be underestimated, however, she had significantly underestimated me. The revival of the Yi family was merely a matter of time. As for whether Yi Xiaotao was truly his sister, Yi Sun had no doubts. His ability to read energy was quite refined, and he sensed a striking resemblance between her aura and his own, not to mention her striking resemblance to their father, which was more than sufficient. In truth, had this been the 13-year-old Yi Sun, he likely would not have consented to Yi Xiaotao residing in the family home. He had been rather selfish and cunning, unwilling to allow a sister to occupy space in his life. Ultimately, his acceptance stemmed from the influence of his 25-year-old self, who yearned for familial connection. Yi Sun reflected on this with a sigh. It was close to the truth. After matters concerning Yi Xiaotao were settled, Uncle Dolly appeared grave and quietly remarked, Young master, the bank called yesterday. After settling all debts, we now owe the bank 3.5 billion. If we cannot clear this within a month, the bank will commence an inventory of the Yi family's assets. Yi Sun smiled faintly, reassured, there is no need for concern. 3.5 billion is merely a challenge we will swiftly resolve. It is nearly time, let us dine. Thus, Uncle Dolly, who claimed to be the finest chef in Dongdu, began to prepare a culinary display, causing everyone to sweat nervously. Yi Sun ultimately intervened, suggesting they order takeout instead, which elicited a collective sigh of relief from the others, as the situation had been rather daunting. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Yi Sun's expression shifted, and he exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was startled, only to hear a cheerful voice from outside. Yi Sun Gij, Dodo has finally arrived. Are you home? Yi Sun's expression transformed into one of delight as he hurried to open the door. Upon looking down, he saw Dodo beaming with joy. He then turned to the police officer accompanying her and said, Thank you, officer. The officer waved his hand, offering a few words of caution regarding the importance of not wandering off alone before departing. To everyone's astonishment, Dodo found himself in a situation strikingly reminiscent of the legendary son Wukong's first venture into the city, ultimately being escorted to his destination by the police. Yi Xiaotao emerged from behind, crouching down to observe the adorable Dodo with curiosity and extending her hand. Dodo, upon seeing Yi Xiaotao, burst into laughter and amicably offered his paw for a handshake. Subsequently, with a pitiful gaze directed at Yi Sun, he placed his finger in his mouth and, in a sweet, childlike voice, exclaimed, Brother Yi Sun, Dodo is hungry. I don't want ice cream. Yi Sun could not help but chuckle at this, realizing that Dodo believed he was upset, assuming the cause of his ire was his constant pleas for ice cream. All right, it's time to eat. We won't order takeout. Let us dine out instead. Uncle Dolly drove the car, with Sailor Brother occupying the passenger seat, while Yi Sun and Yi Xiaotao walked behind. Dodo nestled in Yi Xiaotao's arms, for girls are often powerless against such fluffy, adorable creatures, especially a panda. By the way, regarding the current situation, the remains of the master and mistress are still at the funeral home. Will they be cremated once you return? Upon hearing this, Yi Sun was suddenly elated. No cremation. We must retrieve the bodies and claim we desire a burial. A burial? Very well, but if you truly want that, they may have to be transported to the wilderness, as the Yi family currently lacks land deeds in the outskirts. Who said I wanted a burial? I merely instructed you to use that as an excuse to reclaim the bodies. There shall be neither burial nor cremation. I intend to resurrect them. Resurrect? The others exclaimed in astonishment, while Yi Sun nodded. Do not regard me with such expressions. After our meal, I shall elaborate on this matter. Chapter 36. Gang movements. The luxurious hotel was rather desolate, with few patrons dining. Upon their arrival, Yi Sun and his party sat down at a round table in the lobby to order their meals. Due to Dodo's diminutive stature, the waiter had no choice but to stack several chairs for him, eliciting laughter from the group. Yi Sun was perplexed as to why Romeo's card had suddenly gained several 100,000. After some thought, he surmised that Romeo must have reported to the bank, thus restoring the card's original limit. Order whatever you like. For now, we have some funds to indulge a little, but we must strive to earn more in the future. During the meal, Yi Sun explained the issue of the Dragon Balls, mentioning that gathering all 7 would summon the dragon to grant wishes. Yi Sun's ultimate goal was to resurrect his parents, while other matters could be addressed later. Uncle Dolly immediately dismissed the notion as nonsense, while Yi Xiaotao found it quite intriguing. Sailor Brother furrowed his brows, as if recalling something from the past, having heard of the Dragon Ball legend before. Unexpectedly, Dodo chimed in. I have heard my grandfather recount the tale of the Dragon Balls. He said that the celestial beings created 7 Dragon Balls to guide humanity, instilling courage to progress and the impetus to create happiness. If one manages to gather all 7, they can summon a divine dragon, which will fulfill everyone's wishes. Following Sailor's response, Dodo chimed in, recalling a tale he had heard from an old sailor during his time at the shipyard. He recounted how the sailor claimed to have encountered a Dragon Ball in his youth, adorned with 5 stars. The sailor also mentioned that there are 7 such Dragon Balls in the world. However, Uncle Dolly shook his head, expressing skepticism. Even if this legendary Dragon Ball and its dragon are true, the world is vast. Who knows where these 7 Dragon Balls might be? In the sea? Buried in the sand? In a museum? Or perhaps in some cesspool? Indeed, it seemed utterly impossible to locate them. Yet, Yi Sun remained unfazed, declaring, rest assured, I have a way to find the Dragon Balls, provided that my father's body is not cremated but instead preserved in a cold storage. Uncle Dolly scratched his head, pondering the practicality of reviving a body that had become a mere shell. Even if revived, that body would be useless. Do not worry, I have a plan. However, as the group was dining, the remaining patrons of the restaurant hurriedly exited, prompting Yi Sun to sense something amiss. Could it be that I survived a plane hijacking only to encounter a robbery during dinner? Suddenly, 2 groups entered the establishment, one clad in black trench coats and sunglasses, the other in white suits. They immediately formed 2 lines as 2 formidable figures strode in. The man in black was bald, his head marred with scars, while the man in white donned a traditional jacket, leisurely rubbing 2 iron balls in his hands. Yet, a closer look would reveal the tension in his temples and the coldness in his gaze, indicating a ruthless nature. Uncle Dolly, seasoned in such matters, whispered, Young master, this is not good. The gang has taken over the place. We should leave. But we haven't finished our meal. Yi Xiaotao retorted. Why should we be the ones to leave? At that moment, the restaurant owner approached with an apologetic demeanor, explaining that the 2 gentlemen had reserved the venue for a business discussion and requested everyone to vacate the premises for their convenience, offering to cover the expenses for the meal. Yi Sun, feigning a smile, replied, Oh, if the 2 bosses are conducting business here and require our absence, why do they not extend the courtesy of leaving for me while I dine? The restaurant owner's expression shifted, and he patiently advised, Young man, such words are ill-advised. The man in black represents the Jiaolong group, while the one in white is affiliated with the Heavy Fist sect. Both are formidable figures with considerable influence. The 2 bosses had already ascended to the main hall on the 2nd floor for their discussions, leaving their subordinates to occupy every available space from the 1st to the 2nd floor. Yi Sun felt increasingly agitated, questioning whether he was somehow cursed, as it seemed trouble followed him even during a simple meal. The owner, unable to placate Yi Sun, returned to speak with a man in black, initially hoping to persuade the gang members to allow the group to finish their meal. However, This only served to incite their anger. A black-clad man with long hair approached Yi Sun's table, loudly declaring, "Are you implying that we cannot accommodate a few guests?" Uncle Dolly and Sailor Brother wore grim expressions. To be frank, they were rather intimidated. Although they claimed to uphold social order, it was merely rhetoric. Tao Bai was so arrogant and unrestrained. Never once had they witnessed the government daring to confront him. Yi Sun gestured for the two to remain silent, casting a disdainful glance at the man before him, scoffing. "What are you, that you think you can summon my attention?" A faint smile curled on the man's lips as he remarked, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth. However, you have met your end too soon." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly drew a handgun from his side and fired a shot at Yi Sun. Exhibiting a ruthless decisiveness, showing no regard for the possibility that this young man might be of significant stature. Yi Sun's keen eyes discerned the expressions of the onlookers. Uncle Dolly and Sailor Brother were visibly horrified at the sight of the firearm, while Xiao Tao's eyes widened in shock, and Do, oblivious to the chaos, continued devouring his chicken leg with innocent delight. Then, another bullet slowly approached Yi Sun's cheek. He exhaled gently towards the oncoming projectile, which appeared to slow as if caught in a tether, finally halting mere centimeters from the tip of his nose. The man in black, astonished to see his bullet suspended in midair, gasped in disbelief at the supernatural occurrence. But in an instant, that very bullet reversed direction, piercing through the man's throat with deadly precision. Before the eyes of Uncle Dolly and the others, a remarkable scene unfolded. The man in black had fired at Yi Sun. Yet the bullet lingered in front of Yi Sun's face, and they had not witnessed Yi Sun's subtle exhalation, for it had transpired too swiftly for their eyes to follow. Suddenly, the bullet accelerated back violently, instantaneously ending the life of the shooter. Yi Sun furrowed his brow, contemplating the dismal state of law and order in the eastern capital, where gangs operated with such impunity. How much suffering did the common people endure under such circumstances? This was merely the beginning. The hotel owner was petrified, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld Yi Sun, as if he had encountered a specter. He was on the verge of screaming. Yet Yi Sun's piercing gaze silenced him. With a gesture for silence, Yi Sun spoke calmly, "Do not fret. Allow me to deal with this rabble first, and then we shall discuss your compensation. After all, I am dining in your establishment, and yet I find myself under gunfire. Truly, this is absurd." Upon hearing the gunfire, both factions within the hotel rushed to the scene, only to freeze in astonishment at the sight of the fallen body. Both groups, regardless of their affiliations, assumed that Yi Sun had fired the fatal shot, which posed a threat to their leaders and necessitated immediate elimination. They advanced, brandishing their weapons, ready to retaliate. Yi Sun summoned his strength, seemingly teleporting before them, activating his protective barrier, a wall of energy coalescing in front of him. Yet this phenomenon was invisible to the assailants, who unleashed a volley of gunfire towards Yi Sun. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, and the echoes of gunfire resonated throughout the street. Everyone present understood that something was amiss, yet none dared to contact the authorities. The bystanders, convinced that this was undoubtedly a gang conflict, thought it best for the police to handle the situation, believing it had nothing to do with the common folk. The rampant criminality was, after all, a consequence of collusion between law enforcement and the underworld. Moments later, the onlookers stared in disbelief at Yi Sun, whose presence was surrounded by a dense wall of bullets, obscuring the figures behind them. One among the crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that this boy possessed superpowers. He was a superhuman. The mission was clear: eradicate the Jiaolong gang and the Heavy Fist sect for the benefit of the people. Alas, it was not my concern that the system had decreed their annihilation. As they beheld the impenetrable wall of bullets in front of Yi Sun, the gang members exchanged bewildered glances, their shock palpable. The bullets appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, slowly sliding aside to reveal Yi Sun's figure. The youth, standing resolutely before the armed gangsters, wore a calm smile. Before they could utter a word, a man sporting a traditional Qing dynasty braid, yet with his head unshaven, rushed down from the second floor, shouting repeatedly for them to cease their actions. After assessing the situation, he turned to gaze upon the wall of bullets before Yi Sun. Gasping in awe, looking at the young man's refined features, he pondered, was this a manifestation of superhuman abilities? No, it was evidently a formidable aura. Yi Sun sensed the heightened energy emanating from this individual, estimating his combat prowess to be above 50, likely a character capable of harnessing inner strength. However, it remained uncertain if he could wield the energy wave. The man bowed respectfully to Yi Sun, clasping his fists in apology, and implored, "Esteemed master, might you show mercy? Begone. You possess a modicum of discernment. I shall spare your life." Yi Sun replied, his tone unwavering. The braided man's expression darkened. Although renowned as a formidable fighter in the eastern capital, he could distinctly feel the gap between them, as if he stood before a colossal primordial beast. The overwhelming aura left him nearly powerless to raise his gaze, and he was unconsciously drenched in cold sweat. Then, a smile graced Yi Sun's lips as he snapped his fingers, a sound both crisp and melodious. In an instant, the bullets surged forth, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries. The braided man, alarmed by the sounds, turned to discover a grim scene. The ground was littered with lifeless bodies. As some gang members witnessed the bullets returning to claim lives, they turned to flee, but whoever ran met their demise. Fearful, they halted, their eyes fixed on the boy. Yi Sun's smile turned sinister as he taunted, "What's the matter? Not running anymore. Continue fleeing, if you dare. Please, esteemed master, we were blind to your greatness." They stammered, "Blind to my greatness? You wretches, I merely ventured out for a meal with my family, and you dared to open fire on me. If I do not eliminate you, I would be remiss in honoring my own cultivation." Immediately, the man with braids realized that Yi Sun had vanished. Suddenly, he heard the sickening sound of bones snapping. Upon turning around, he discovered that all the remaining henchmen had their necks twisted, lifeless on the ground. In an instant, he had broken the necks of over 20 men, a speed that was nothing short of horrifying. Was this truly the speed of a human? The man staggered, collapsing onto the ground. They had provoked a superpower whose strength was at least at the 9th tier. Such an individual did not require any supernatural abilities to deflect bullets, as their mere physical form could withstand gunfire. The capability to project chi as a protective barrier against bullets was even more extraordinary, a level of cultivation that was virtually defying the heavens. "Hey, lead the way. Your boss has quite the presence. I am eager to witness it," he exclaimed. The man with braids snapped back to reality, hastily rising to his feet, trembling as he nodded and gestured respectfully for Yi Sun to proceed. Yi Sun's body floated gently upward, and the braided man gasped, "Sky dance technique. You are from the Crane Immortal sect?" A cold glint flashed in Yi Sun's eyes, prompting the man to quickly silence himself and obediently take the lead. Yi Sun turned to the others and commanded, "Stop dawdling. Come up here with me." Uncle Dolly and the others, roused from their stupor, exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting profound shock. Only Dodo remained composed, casually sipping on porridge and chewing, mumbling indistinctly. Even seeking something exhausting, shivering, still thinking it's extraordinary. Although young, Yi Xiaotao was astute and perceptive, her shock surpassing that of the others. If she recalled correctly, her mother had once mentioned that this seemingly useless second-generation heir was actually formidable. Was her brother truly in pursuit of the Dragon Balls? Did they genuinely exist? For reasons unknown, this thought flashed through Yi Xiaotao's mind. She could not fathom why her immediate reaction to witnessing Yi Sun's display of power was the notion of the Dragon Balls. A warrior of such immense strength would not jest about a fairy tale. Yi Sun must have obtained credible information to boldly mention the Dragon Balls despite the mockery of others. Turning to see Dodo still indulging in his tangyuan, his face smeared with sweet sauce, she was filled with exasperation. "You glutton, why aren't you helping?" With that, Yi Xiaotao seized Dodo, but he clung stubbornly to the table, his bear-like face full of defiance. Grandpa said that wasting food was shameful, and Dodo had not finished eating yet. This little rascal possessed considerable strength. Yi Xiaotao, with a quick thought, tickled Dodo under his arms, causing him to surrender instantly. As she lifted him like a puppy, he deftly grabbed a chicken leg just as she released him. Yi Xiaotao carried Dodo upstairs, while he continued munching on the chicken leg. Meanwhile, the two leaders anxiously awaited developments, aware that the conflict had commenced on the first floor. The sounds of gunfire had ceased, replaced by agonized screams. With Snake Wing descending, they were uncertain if the situation had improved. Just then, a knock echoed through the door, startling both of them. A cadre of skilled individuals stood ready, and as the door swung open, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group upon recognizing the figure of Shi. It was reassuring. With Shi in the fray, and 100 armed subordinates on the first floor, it seemed improbable that they would struggle to deal with any troublemakers. However, the scene that unfolded next was unexpected. Shi entered, his complexion pale and body trembling slightly, followed closely by a mysterious young boy who appeared to float in. The bald leader exclaimed, "Who are you?" "I am the one disturbed during my meal," came the reply. The gentleman in the white robe, a master of considerable skill, perceived the terror etched on Shi's face and faintly sensed a whiff of blood. It dawned on him that the young boy had dispatched all those beneath them. The robed leader hastily interjected, "My dear brother, it is all a misunderstanding. Please, have a seat." The two leaders quickly pulled out a chair, respectfully inviting Yi Sun to sit. Yi Sun maintained an air of defiance, exuding an aura that suggested he was a force to be reckoned with. The two leaders, astute in their observations, recognized that the boy was at least a ninth-tier warrior, someone who embodied the ruthless nature of the martial world. One who spoke little but commanded great power. Yi Sun settled into the chair, while the formidable fighters behind the two leaders lacked the strength to pose any threat to him. Behind Yi Sun stood 3 men and a bear, reminiscent of a negotiation at the Pentagon. With a smile, Yi Sun stated, "Now, the choice is yours, life or death." Chapter 38. Buying life with money. Confronted with Yi Sun's direct inquiry, the two leaders straightened in their seats, eager to affirm their desire to live. "Oh, so, you are not merely reckless youth seeking a fight, but what if I genuinely wish to end your lives? In my entire existence, I have never seen anyone fire a gun at my head while I was dining. Have I, Yi Sun, been too lenient, or have you grown overly arrogant?" A wave of trepidation washed over the two leaders, an indescribable fear that made them feel as though they were sitting on needles. Yi Sun did not suppress his aura, causing those warriors among them who had even a modicum of training to experience a primal fear. "Master Yi, please, you may speak," one ventured. No, you speak. After all, you fired the gun, and I am the one who has taken lives. It would be rather awkward for me to initiate the conversation," Yi Sun replied, his tone chilling, suggesting that he was more than willing to resort to violence. In desperation, the bald leader produced a black box from his possession and exclaimed, "Master, might this box of diamonds buy me my life?" "Diamonds? I am not interested, as if they hold any real value," Yi Sun retorted. "Master, these diamonds are of exceptionally high purity. There are 24 of them, each valued at over 10 million, and they are not smuggled jewels, but genuine articles," the bald leader insisted, his voice earnest. Upon hearing this, the robed gentleman also presented a small box and added, "Master, this card represents the principal amount I have for purchasing diamonds, 300 million. I hope it can secure my life." Both men spoke with sincerity, their bravado stripped away, prompting Yi Sun to recall Tao Bai Bai, an infamous assassin who, despite being universally feared, remained untouchable by governments. This was the reality where strength dictated one's survival. "Insufficient. I regard money as mere refuse. Do you dare to shoot at me, as if it were my fate to depart with wealth? Alas, what a quandary this presents." Just as Sun Zheng was about to speak, Uncle Dolly lowered his head and remarked, "Young master, the bank." At such a moment, reminding oneself of the bank's relentless pursuit of debt is indeed disheartening. Nevertheless, Yi Sun resolved to settle the household debts first, showing no interest in the rabble. While seizing wealth is acceptable, taking lives is not within his ethos. With a snap of his fingers, Uncle Dolly retrieved the card, while Brother Shui held the box of diamonds. Yi Sun continued, "Since you demonstrate such sincerity, it would be pointless to eliminate you. However, I advise you to maintain a low profile in your future endeavors. After all, not everyone possesses my merciful disposition. A group of weaklings should refrain from mingling in society. Perhaps a shift to legitimate enterprises would serve you better." Having concluded his remarks, Yi Sun departed with his entourage, disinterested in further discourse. The hotel proprietor, bowing and smiling, escorted Yi Sun out, leaving the bodies to be dealt with by the two prominent figures, as calling an ambulance would be absurd. The survivors, having narrowly escaped, felt an immense wave of relief, while the bald leader muttered a few harsh words. "What in the world? We just killed 100 men, is there no law?" His words elicited incredulous expressions. How could he claim there was law when his subordinates had fired directly at someone else's head? Yet, the bald leader held his forehead and uttered, "If your cultivation were deeper, you would realize that young man is not someone an ordinary person can contend with. Do not be foolish. He has already slaughtered over 100 of our men. What difference would it make if he were to kill you too? If one can use wealth to buy their life, that is the best outcome. Money can be regained, but a life lost is irretrievable." Upon hearing this, the bald man regained his composure and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply while forcing his trembling hand to steady. "Do you know how my former boss met his demise? He was killed by a martial artist capable of catching bullets with his bare hands, who instantly obliterated his skull. That martial artist spared my life, and I owe my current standing to my former boss. We must investigate who this Yi Sun truly is. If possible, we should seek his protection. Are you suggesting we ally with him? Even if his martial prowess is formidable, he is merely a youth, lacking an understanding of the depths of the underworld. Cease your foolishness. You fail to comprehend the peril at hand. The box of jewels you possess is worth 300 million, combined with my 300 million bank card. They extorted us for 600 million through threats and intimidation. Does that not demonstrate an understanding of the treachery of the world? Feeling awkward, he touched his scarred bald head and sighed. Alas, to encounter a deity of death while merely conducting business is truly disheartening. But how do we go about locating this Master Yi? His name is Yi Sun. In this nation, he is the only one with that surname. Most of his endeavors are rooted in the Eastern District. A little investigation will reveal all. Bai Ma continued, the Eastern capital is currently a cauldron of chaos. With the political landscape in disarray, we, as significant figures, can be viewed as either formidable powers or, unflatteringly, mere cash cows for others, without the protection of strong allies. Do we dare to venture forth alone? Have you not noticed that over 100 of our subordinates have perished? Let us not forget that in this world, it is the survival of the fittest. Today's financial loss may very well herald tomorrow's substantial gain. Yi Sun remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling between the two. His sole desire was to expedite the settlement of the bank's accounts. As for other matters, no one on this planet could pose a threat to him. What was wrong with putting on a show of bravado? That evening, Uncle De Li and Brother Shui embarked on the task of handling the banking affairs, while Yi Sun reached out to previous auction houses, determined to auction off the diamonds. After all, the Yi family's credit crisis had yet to escalate, and he wanted his parents to awaken to a rejuvenated family. Xiao Tao, stop daydreaming. Wash your face, feet, brush your teeth, and sleep. You have exams in a couple of days, he urged. In Xiao Tao's eyes sparkled admiration. She was in awe of her older brother's unexpected strength, realizing that her mother's investigative report had been grossly inaccurate. Among everyone, only Dodo felt that Yi Sun's formidable prowess was entirely justified. During his secluded training in the mountains, Yi Sun often brought down pterosaurs with a mere pebble, feasting on the spoils. It was peculiar that Dodo, seemingly innocent and naive, exhibited no fear at the sight of Yi Sun's lethal capabilities. Once everyone had retired for the night, Yi Sun contemplated his next steps. In a few days, I shall seek the Dragon Balls. After all, returning to school is not an option now. As Richard, that old rascal, advised, I must return to school for the 3rd year after missing the 2nd, as it pertains to my future education. Therefore, in the coming months, I shall find tasks to occupy my time, first resurrecting my parents, and later entrusting them with the expansion of our business, since funding will be required for purchases in the marketplace post-20. As a game programmer, Yi Sun found himself once again saved by his own ingenuity. The marketplace system he had previously established required world currency from the Dragon Ball universe for purchasing goods. There were 3 ways to acquire this currency: through tasks, dungeon rewards, and recharge exchanges. In essence, if Yi Sun wished to obtain an endless supply of marketplace items, he would need to amass considerable wealth. Thus, he faced a daunting challenge: to establish a commercial empire for limitless profit, which could then be used to procure items from the marketplace. The following day unfolded without incident. Yi Sun re-established connections with old contacts and visited the largest auction house in the eastern capital. Naturally, this task fell to Uncle De Li, who was well acquainted with the process. To everyone's astonishment, the diamonds were sold for 400 million, and the funds were promptly transferred to the Yi family's accounts, effectively resolving their crisis. In the days that followed, it could be said that Uncle De Li and Brother Shui were utterly exhausted, as the Yi family's assets had been consumed and sold off by Tao Bai, leaving them irretrievable. Their primary objective now was to safeguard the Yi family's mansion and financial credibility, a feat that was no small achievement. Without further ado, I shall embark on my journey tomorrow. However, in order to seek out the Dragon Balls, one must possess a Dragon Ball radar. I am uncertain whether Bulma and her family have developed such a device. Additionally, there is another individual of great importance to me, Son Goku, who possesses the 4-star ball. This indicates that I must engage with him in advance. For some reason, the thought of meeting Son Goku fills Yi Sun with anticipation. Chapter 39. The search for Son Goku. On the day of the examination at the Tianyuan Academy, Yi Sun had his friend, Brother Shui, drive him to see Xiao Tao off for her test. As for himself, he chose not to accompany her. Truth be told, his desire to return to school stemmed from the indomitable spirit of the 13-year-old Yi Sun, driven by a sense of youthful rebellion and ambition to prove himself. Had he been the 25-year-old Yi Sun, he would have prioritized earning money instead, with aspirations of reaching level 20 without delay. Dodo was still practicing the immortal crane palm in the courtyard. In all honesty, the only martial arts Yi Sun truly mastered were the immortal crane palm and the combat techniques from the police academy. Yet, this sufficed. When speed and strength could overwhelmingly surpass an opponent, there was no need for extravagant displays of power. While Yi Sun was lost in thought, Dodo completed his training and stood upright in front of him. Yi Sun snapped back to reality and inquired, "What is the matter? Brother Sun, are you leaving again?" Dodo asked, his eyes wide with innocence. Yi Sun was taken aback, pondering how this little rascal knew of his impending departure. "Dodo, who told you that?" Dodo, with his eyes sparkling, replied, "I guessed it. Can Dodo go with Brother Sun?" Yi Sun smiled gently and said, "Dodo, you should stay home and accompany Xiaodao while she practices and plays. Is that all right?" Dodo pouted, clearly reluctant to part with Yi Sun, and complained, "Sister Xiaodao keeps pinching my cheeks. I'm not a little puppy. This indicates that Xiaodao cares for you. Furthermore, I need you to remain at home to protect Uncle Dolly, Brother Shui, and Xiaodao. Do you understand?" Being but a child, Dodo was hesitant about separating from the adults. However, upon hearing Yi Sun's words, he nodded earnestly. "Dodo understands, but I fly too slowly. If something happens, how will I find Brother Sun?" Yi Sun reassured him, "Listen well, Dodo. If you encounter a formidable opponent that you cannot defeat, flee immediately without concerning yourself with the others. They have their own means of escape." Dodo, puzzled, asked, "Does Brother Sun not want to protect Sister Xiaodao?" "Rest assured, Xiaodao has others to safeguard her. As for Uncle Dolly and Brother Shui, they are seasoned veterans and grew up together. If trouble arises, no one can stop them from fleeing." After this exchange, Dodo returned to his training. Just then, he noticed Yi Xiaotao arriving back home. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, she bounced through the door, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Brother, how was it?" "I did great. I secured a spot in the experimental class in one go." "Ha." Yi Sun smacked his lips, offering a token compliment before stating, "Tomorrow, I will be leaving, and I entrust Dodo to you. Please refrain from incessantly pinching his cheeks. Even bears have their dignity." Yi Xiaotao scrunched her nose and made a face at Dodo, playfully declaring, "I'll pinch you." Dodo placed her hands on her hips and stuck out her tongue defiantly. Yi Xiaodao, rarely engaging with Dodo, turned to her brother and inquired, "Are you going to search for the Dragon Balls?" "Yes, I must hasten to revive our parents," he replied. Yi Xiaotao exclaimed with excitement, "I want to accompany you." Dodo insisted on joining as well. "Neither of you is permitted to go," Yi Sun asserted. "Why not?" Dodo echoed her question, bewildered. Yi Sun shrugged and replied with a smirk, "A little glutton like you would only deplete my resources on a simple outing. And a little wild girl like you could easily create chaos. How would I manage that?" However, Uncle Dolly, having listened attentively, approached and said, "Ah son, allow them to accompany you. After all, with us here, no one would dare cause trouble." Brother Shui returned with 2 barrels of purified water and added, "Young master, fret not. We have both been training consistently, and while we may not compare to you in the Crane Immortal style, we can certainly handle any petty thief that dares to enter." Yi Sun truly wished to spare himself the company of these 2 mischief makers. One Dodo was already enough to give him a headache. Adding Yi Xiaodao would only exacerbate his troubles. The search for the Dragon Balls would require extensive travel, not a mere stroll through a shopping district. "No, my decision is firm. You both shall remain at home. I will return promptly, and remember, our parents' cryogenic chamber must remain in the universal capsule at all times and not be disturbed." Upon observing Yi Sun's seriousness, the others relented, recognizing the gravity of the situation and his intention to not involve anyone else. The following day, Yi Sun resolved to depart alone. However, he would not seek Bulma immediately. There was no rush for the Dragon Ball radar. He understood that the radar was undoubtedly a sophisticated technology exclusive to Bulma's family, as evidenced by the success of Universal Capsule Company. There was no urgency regarding the radar. He first needed to find Sun Wukong. If his memory served him correctly, Sun Wukong's residence should be in East District 439 or 436. Yi Sun vaguely recalled that during the search for Sun Wukong, Android 16 had mentioned the address, which was somewhere in the East District. Upon leaving, Yi Sun purchased a large map of the East District from a bookstore and had the system scan it. Indeed, the system interface displayed a more detailed and precise navigation map. Here it is. Regardless of whether it was 439 or 436, Yi Sun noticed no one around him. He crouched slightly, reminiscent of Keanu Reeves in The Matrix, and then launched into the air like a bullet, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. Sun Wukong's current battle power was estimated to be around 30, but even so, his aura surpassed that of an ordinary person. As long as he searched for a corresponding strong presence nearby, he would swiftly locate Sun Wukong. With exceptional speed, Yi Sun raced toward the designated coordinates, arriving in less than 10 minutes. This was indeed the place. Sun Wukong had not moved since his marriage. He still resided in the home left to him by his grandfather. However, Chi-Chi had constructed a new house nearby, though the area was somewhat secluded. As Yi Sun beheld the mountainous terrain, Adorned with verdant hills and crystalline waters, he discerned the presence of lush green bamboo groves nearby. He surmised that he must be in the vicinity. The area, sparsely populated, prompted him to seek the essence of human presence, which he noted was distinctly different from that of certain raptors. Though the aura of Sun Wukong might not be formidable, it should not be exceedingly weak either. To his dismay, Yi Sun furrowed his brow, for he was unable to detect any significant vitality. At that moment, he caught sight of a quaint little house, and a surge of elation washed over him. The appearance of the dwelling was inexplicably familiar. A large character for fortune adorned its entrance. This was the ancestral home of Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, where Wukong had resided alone since his grandfather's passing. After a swift descent, Yi Sun sensed the interior was devoid of occupants. He was well aware that Sun Wukong's 4-star ball lay within, yet he had no intention of pilfering it. Just then, unusual sounds from behind drew his attention. Turning to look, he was greeted by the sight of a diminutive boy, bare-skinned and dragging a large fish. Making his way towards the house, Yi Sun's eyes brightened. The child sported a tail and possessed an adorably naive demeanor. Eyeing Yi Sun with a mixture of caution and curiosity. "Who are you? Are you here to steal something?" As little Wukong spoke, he had already brandished the Rui Jingu Bang from behind him. Yi Sun's expression turned somewhat peculiar, for this was indeed Sun Wukong. As a fervent admirer of Dragon Ball, he could scarcely believe he was face to face with the legendary figure. His memories and emotions were a tangled web, as Yi Sun. He felt a familiarity that transcended that of an ordinary traveler. Yet, his recollections from a past life remained strikingly vivid. Were it not for the presence of an additional system in his mind, he might have believed he had merely dreamt of being a Dragon Ball developer in another world after being struck unconscious by Tao Bai Bai, only to awaken to a disordered reality. Regaining his composure, Yi Sun grinned broadly and said, "Indeed, I have come to steal, little one. Produce the valuables from your home, or I shall not be courteous." He anticipated that after uttering these words, Wukong would retaliate with fury. To his surprise, the boy appeared perplexed and inquired, "But my grandfather said that stealing is when one takes something while the owner is unaware. Now that I am aware, does this still count as stealing?" Yi Sun felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him at Wukong's innocent naivety, and he burst into hearty laughter. "I was merely jesting. In truth, I am a traveler. Having grown hungry, I chanced upon your abode and intruded. Might you share some of your food with me?" Little Wukong pondered for a moment before responding with an endearing grin. "Of course. However, I must first kindle a fire to cook. My name is Sun Wukong. What is yours?" "I am Yi Sun. You may call me Ah Sun." "Very well, Ah Sun, I shall tend to the fire now." With a beaming smile on his face, Yi Sun found himself in a dreamlike state, astonished at how effortlessly he had stumbled upon Sun Wukong. Indeed, Wukong was just as he appeared in the comics. Kindness begets kindness. "Wukong, let us roast this fish directly," he suggested. Little Wukong glanced at Yi Sun, chuckling heartily as he replied, "All right, just wait while I set up the grill." With enthusiasm, Sun Wukong dashed into the house, emerging shortly after with a sturdy iron grill. With remarkable dexterity, he swiftly placed the entire fish upon the grill, utilizing a metal saw to scale it with remarkable speed and diligence. Yi Sun could easily envision Wukong's transformation into a great gorilla on a full moon night, devastating his grandfather's son Gohan, leading to Gohan's grievous injuries and eventual demise. After his grandfather's death, Wukong had indeed persevered in solitude, thriving in the depths of the mountains where few would dare venture, save for Bulma, who sought the Dragon Balls. Bulma, the quintessential heroine of the Dragon Ball saga, was the one who discovered the wild child with a tail, yet this tale of legend began anew with Yi Sun. Contemplating for a moment, he said, "Wukong, we need to find some matches. I have a method to ignite the fire." Little Wukong, intrigued, responded with a curious "oh," as Yi Sun concentrated his energy at his fingertips, igniting the wood with a flicker of flame. However, Wukong's reaction once again surprised Yi Sun. His eyes widened as he inquired, "Mr. Ah Sun, did you just use chi?" "Oh, so you are aware of chi now?" Yi Sun responded. Wukong nodded eagerly. "My grandfather used to do that, and he taught me how to control chi, but I've never been able to manage it. He said that those who can wield chi are the finest martial artists in the world. You must possess great skill, Mr. Ah Sun." Yi Sun found himself at a loss for words, yet it was understandable. While Gohan's prowess may not have matched that of his later son, Goku, in a comparative sense, during Gohan's lifetime, the only one capable of besting him would likely have been Master Roshi, if not even Tao Pai Pai. It was worth recalling that after defeating Tao Pai Pai, Sun Wukong sought the fortune teller's guidance to locate the last Dragon Ball in order to save Upa's father. a quest which required them to conquer the martial arts masters under her command. This culminated in a duel between Wukong and his grandfather Gohan. Although Wukong had indeed surpassed Gohan in strength, he did not demonstrate overwhelming dominance. That contest was far more arduous than his battle with Tao Pai Pai. "Is your grandfather Son Gohan?" Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "How did you know my grandfather's name is Son Gohan?" "Call me Sun. Mr. feels rather awkward." "I'm only 13, Yi Sun replied. Wukong laughed heartily. "You're 2 years younger than me. In truth, I am the heir of a martial arts family, well versed in the histories of many masters, including your grandfather's Son Gohan. I spent considerable time searching for your grandfather's whereabouts, yet I have only found you. Where is your grandfather?" Son Wukong appeared profoundly despondent. His grandfather had passed away, leaving him to inhabit this place alone. "Mr. Sun, should you wish to learn martial arts from my grandfather, I regret to inform you that you shall be disappointed." Of course, Yi Sun was well aware of Son Wukong's grandfather's demise. He merely sought an excuse to cultivate a closer rapport with him. Do not be misled into thinking that sharing a meal with Son Wukong would foster camaraderie. Such a naive and benevolent soul treats everyone equally, save for those like Krillin, Bulma, Yamcha, and Oolong, with whom he has shared countless adventures since childhood, or Master Roshi, who has guided him as a mentor. To Son Wukong, they are akin to family. Should any of them meet a tragic fate, his wrath would be immeasurable. There exists another scenario, wherein those adversaries who have clashed fiercely with Son Wukong might forge a bond of mutual respect, such as Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and Vegeta. In essence, unless one has endured trials alongside Son Wukong, he would not regard you as one of his own. Suddenly, a thought struck Son Wukong, and he cheerfully proposed, "Mr. Sun, I would like to challenge you to a duel." Truly, he was a Saiyan. Even the most innocent and optimistic Saiyan cannot suppress the primal urge to fight. After Cell's demise, Son Wukong once remarked, "Bulma is right. Perhaps it is because of me that those villains have set their sights on Earth." Yet, one might interpret this differently. Throughout his adventures, Son Wukong has never been one to shy away from a challenge, resolutely confronting any situation with unwavering determination. This relentless spirit has drawn numerous foes to him, particularly the Red Ribbon Army's Dr. Gero and his androids, from Android 16 to 18, all given the directive to eliminate Son Wukong. His remarkable ability to stand firm against formidable foes and retaliate fiercely is among Son Wukong's most commendable traits. Yi Sun had no justification to confront or undermine Son Wukong, for his values did not align with those of an adversary. Unless Yi Sun were to possess a deeply twisted psyche, any attempt to suppress Son Wukong would be utterly unwarranted. Ah, what a rare opportunity. I am but 2 years your senior. I believe our strengths should be relatively comparable. This was, in truth, a courteous remark, for Yi Sun's prowess far surpassed that of Son Wukong. Son Wukong immediately assumed a fighting stance, preparing to strike, while Yi Sun merely feigned a symbolic posture. "I shall make my move," he declared. In an instant, Son Wukong lunged towards Yi Sun, launching a straight punch. To the untrained eye, the motion seemed swift. Yet it was nothing extraordinary. In Yi Sun's perception, it unfolded in slow motion, as if time had frozen. Yi Sun reined in his energy, fearful of inadvertently unleashing his internal force. This exchange relied solely on physical strength, and he employed the Crane School's evasive technique, the Crane Step. Son Wukong's punches, while somewhat predictable, consisted of only a few familiar maneuvers. Nevertheless, Yi Sun deliberately sought to provoke Son Wukong into displaying his ingenuity, subtly attempting to compel him to alter his tactics during the evasion. Indeed, Son Wukong found that regardless of his relentless assaults, Yi Sun either deftly deflected them with his hand or skillfully evaded them altogether. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly transformed his extended punches into close-range strikes. Akin to the rapid jabs of Wing Chun's day character punch, Yi Sun, maintaining a leisurely demeanor, subtly retreated, and despite Son Wukong landing nearly every punch upon him, the distance was perfectly calibrated. Just as Wukong's fist made contact with Yi Sun's attire, Yi Sun would gracefully withdraw, artfully rendering Wukong's physical strikes ineffective. This exchange lasted for 5 minutes before concluding, as Son Wukong, utterly exhausted, found that no matter how cunning or ferocious his attacks were, they could not touch Yi Sun, who refrained from countering, for to do so would be fatal. "Wukong, cease your efforts and partake in a meal first." Chapter 41. A Simple Mind. I am so full, I can eat no more. Son Wukong plopped down onto the ground, blissfully rubbing his belly, his cherubic face radiating satisfaction. For him, the most joyous trifecta in life consisted of eating, training, and sleeping. In truth, Yi Sun scarcely consumed any of the entire fish. Nearly all of it was devoured by Sun Wukong. It was inevitable, for Saiyans are perpetually famished. And even the refined Sun Gohan would lose all decorum when it came to feasting. After their meal, the sun had ascended high upon the mountains, poised to set. Sun Wukong, with a goofy grin, remarked, "Mr. Sun, why do you not return home at such a late hour? Are you not afraid of being scolded by your grandfather?" "My grandfather passed away long ago. He may have already been reincarnated." Sun Wukong, with wide eyes brimming with curiosity, responded, "Oh, so your grandfather has also departed?" "Mine has too. Yes, my parents were murdered as well. Now, my household consists solely of a younger sister and a panda who spends its days indulging in ice cream." If Uncle Dolly and Sailor Brother were to hear this, they would surely weep in despair, yet Yi Sun chose to overlook their presence in his lamentation. "Ah, your parents were killed? How unfortunate for you. You must be deeply saddened." Yi Sun smiled broadly, though he was not particularly sorrowful, as there remained a possibility for his parents' resurrection. "Resurrection?" Sun Wukong sat up straight, astonished, and inquired, "Grandfather always said that once a person dies, they cannot return to life. Why is it possible to resurrect?" Yi Sun's lips curled into a knowing smile, as he had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. In this world, there exist 7 Dragon Balls. Legend has it that whoever gathers all 7 can summon the dragon, who will grant any wish, including the revival of deceased loved ones. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong leapt up with a gasp of disbelief, exclaiming, "Dragon Balls? What do they look like?" Yi Sun inwardly acknowledged the truth of the matter when Bulma first found Sun Wukong and spoke of the dragon's ability to grant wishes. She had completely failed to link it to the pivotal information regarding the resurrection of Sun Gohan. Do not dismiss this as nonsense. Sun Wukong is a naive and straightforward individual, and without such prompts, he would never conceive of the desire to bring the dead back to life. It was only later, following the fierce conflict with the dragon and Tao Pai Pai, which resulted in the death of Upa's father, that Sun Wukong finally connected the possibility of wishing for the revival of the deceased to the Dragon Balls. If it were not for Sun Wukong's grandfather returning to the mortal realm and explicitly expressing his desire to remain in the underworld after their contest, Sun Wukong would have never abandoned the thought of resurrecting him. Otherwise, after reviving Upa's father, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly have gathered the Dragon Balls the following year to bring his grandfather back to life. He would have done so without hesitation. I am uncertain of the color, yet those orbs should be transparent, containing stars within, totaling 7 in number, varying from the design of a single star to that of 7. As expected, upon his astonishment, Sun Wukong immediately dashed into the room, retrieving the 4-star ball left by his grandfather and presenting it to Yi Sun, inquiring, "Is this it?" Yi Sun feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is. I never anticipated you possessed a Dragon Ball." This particular Dragon Ball bore a striking resemblance to the orbs depicted in the infamous film Dragon Ball Evolution, though, in truth, Dragon Balls typically resemble this. What followed was an array of exchanges between Sun Wukong and Yi Sun regarding the Dragon Balls. The content was not particularly extraordinary. Yet for Sun Wukong, it was undeniably remarkable. "Wukong, if we can locate all 7 Dragon Balls, not only can I resurrect my parents, but I can also bring your grandfather back to life." Upon hearing this, even Wukong felt a surge of excitement. His grandfather was whom he missed the most. How wonderful it would be if his grandfather were still alive, sharing warmth by the hearth in the cold, enjoying the cool breeze together in the heat, hunting in the wild, and training in the mountains. Such a life would be splendid. At this moment, one can perhaps comprehend Sun Wukong's emotions. He had yet to forge friendships, lacked the bonds of a master and disciple, and felt no longing for a wife and children. The only cherished connection he yearned for was that of his sole family member, Sun Wukong. With that thought, Sun Wukong suddenly dashed back to his room, commencing to pack his belongings. Yi Sun, taken aback, inquired, "Wukong, what are you doing?" "I must quickly find the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon to resurrect my grandfather." Yi Sun's mouth fell open in surprise, and upon seeing Sun Wukong, he called out, "Nimbus." Immediately, a cloud resembling cotton candy appeared, and without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong leaped onto it, declaring, "Nimbus, let us seek the Dragon Balls." "Nimbus? What on earth?" Yi Sun was astonished. Sun Wukong possessed Nimbus already? This deviated entirely from the manga's storyline. Nimbus was a gift from Master Roshi to Sun Wukong as a token of gratitude. As Karen once remarked, it was Master Roshi who shamelessly requested it from me. Had the main plot of the manga truly been altered? Regardless of Yi Sun's thoughts at that moment, Nimbus remained still. Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter, Nimbus?" "I have already stated we are searching for the Dragon Balls." Yi Sun, exasperated and amused, replied, Wukong, where do you intend to find Dragon Balls on Nimbus? Do you realize how vast the world is and how diminutive the Dragon Balls are? No matter how swift Nimbus is, it cannot locate where the Dragon Balls are hidden. Sun Wukong was taken aback, querying, Nimbus, is that truly the case? Nimbus bobbed up and down slightly, evidently affirming Sun Wukong's question. Wukong's small face was filled with distress. If even Nimbus could not find them, what should he do now? Cough cough. Yi Sun's cough jolted little Wukong from his melancholic reverie. Wukong, do not be impatient. I have a method to locate the Dragon Balls, but first, we must find the Dragon Ball radar. What is the Dragon Ball radar? It is a type of detector capable of sensing the faint electromagnetic waves emitted by the Dragon Balls. What is a detector? Yi Sun immediately covered his face, realizing that explaining this to a naive child from the depths of the mountains would be a futile endeavor. Well, explaining it is rather cumbersome. In short, it is quite complex. Ah, that's about it. Oh, I understand now. Yi Sun once again buried his face in his hands, marveling at Wukong's innocent simplicity. He grasped that the device was intricate and challenging to elucidate, thus deeming it valuable. After releasing the Nimbus, Sun Wukong waved goodbye to it. Yi Sun, watching the cloud vanish into the sky, found his thoughts wandering. Given the alterations in the main storyline, should he invite Sun Wukong to join him in the search for the Dragon Balls? Moreover, from his understanding of Wukong, this fellow would not relent until his objective was achieved, displaying a singular focus. I may have said too much. Wukong likely wishes to accompany me in the quest for the Dragon Balls. As anticipated, Sun Wukong promptly inquired earnestly, Mr. Sun, may I join you in the search for the Dragon Balls? A small dragon chimed in, presenting a side quest to search for the Dragon Balls alongside Sun Wukong. This task could potentially influence the subsequent trajectory of the storyline. Accept or decline. The notion of story trajectory left Yi Sun momentarily perplexed. Did it pertain to the plot of the Dragon Ball manga, or would his own experiences be altered due to Sun Wukong's involvement? To accept or decline. Yi Sun found himself in a quandary. Instinctively, as a Dragon Ball aficionado, he was inclined to agree. However, he was not merely playing a game, but navigating the course of his life. No, I cannot embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls with Sun Wukong. My greatest advantage lies in my knowledge of the main storyline. As long as the Dragon Ball plot remains intact, my plans will remain unscathed. Bringing Wukong along will inevitably interfere with the main narrative, potentially causing unforeseen alterations. Yet, an intriguing possibility dawned on him. Yi Sun's expression shifted to one of delight as he promptly chose to accept the option. Wukong, let us rest tonight. Tomorrow, I shall return to East City, and we will devise a plan for the search for the Dragon Balls. All right then, I will go to sleep now. With that, Sun Wukong dashed back to his room, kicked off his shoes, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Yi Sun nearly stumbled over in astonishment, vowing that Wukong must have thought, with my eyes closed, it will all pass. If I sleep now, I can wake up and search for the Dragon Balls without delay. Ah, truly a good-natured and earnest child. This is what one means by simplicity of heart. Chapter 42. The Butterfly Effect. Yi Sun did not enter Sun Wukong's room, but chose instead to sit cross-legged outside the door, seemingly in a state of deep concentration. The breath of Do is steady, as is that of Xiao Tao, which signifies their safety. However, on summer nights, the mountains truly echo with the cries of ghosts and wolves. It remains uncertain whether Sun Wukong's habit of leaving the door ajar while sleeping is a rare occurrence or a common practice. Currently, his level has yet to reach 15, and many aspirations for development lack opportunity, as it is likely challenging to encounter significant quests in the deep mountains. This thought may lead one to suddenly realize that after reaching level 15, it would be possible to spend money to procure tasks from Xiaolong. In this context, Yi Sun possesses a system bank card in his spatial warehouse. This card is not one issued in the Dragon Ball world, but rather a wealth accumulation card granted by the system. Its specific function is that regardless of how much Yi Sun earns in this world, as long as the system recognizes it as his income, the equivalent amount will appear on this wealth card. For instance, if Yi Sun bends down to pick up $5, the system wealth card will immediately reflect an addition of $5. Even if Yi Sun later returns the $5 to its rightful owner, the added amount will not vanish. However, the means of accumulating wealth must be above board, prohibiting theft, robbery, or deceit. Wealth must not be acquired through illegal methods. Picking up money certainly qualifies as a legitimate means of wealth accumulation, a tradition seen in games like The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. It is entirely reasonable for Yi Sun to incorporate this element into his game. Furthermore, the money and diamonds given to Yi Sun by the two prominent figures at the restaurant are considered legal income, recognized by the system as compensation for a truce from enemies. Consequently, Yi Sun has amassed a wealth exceeding 600 million. Given that the main storyline has already diverged slightly, it would be prudent to embrace this deviation and take Sun Wukong along. Logically, Sun Wukong should not possess the Nimbus Cloud at this stage. Yet I have long harbored suspicions that Bulma's family is not as simple as they appear. It is likely that they will take action should significant changes occur on Earth, making interaction with them inevitable. At that moment, Yi Sun recalled a crucial piece of information, and his expression shifted with excitement. If his memory serves him correctly, the Saiyan spaceship that Sun Wukong piloted should be nearby. This realization stirred a small thrill within him. The technology of Saiyan spaceships is remarkably advanced. Many have questioned why Saiyan ships, being so compact, can effortlessly traverse the cosmos. Initially, Yi Sun had dismissed such discussions, attributing it to levitation technology, finding it unremarkable. However, he was soon unable to refute the inquiries of other enthusiasts, as the levitation technology known to humanity does not yield such swift speeds. The Saiyan's levitation technology, capable of crossing planets, is truly astonishing. This involves complex curve technology and spatial transmission technology, which is why many find Bulma's family so enigmatic. They seem like divine messengers sent to rescue humanity's technological endeavors, as if the collective advancements of Earth's technology pale in comparison to what they command. Although the technology of levitation is not a proprietary patent exclusive to their family, what is most critical is its association with the spatial leap technology demonstrated by the Universal Capsule. As a convenient technological innovation, the Universal Capsule has been disseminated across the globe. Many have speculated on its workings, theorizing that it transports objects from three-dimensional space to four-dimensional space. It is evident that the Bulma family possesses a remarkably advanced and profound understanding of multidimensional spaces, enabling them to manipulate objects' transitions within these dimensions without the need for auxiliary energy sources. In order to acquire a levitating vehicle, one must first purchase a universal capsule. This gradually evolved into a situation where, regardless of what one wishes to buy, it has become a direct purchase of the capsule, effectively creating a blatant monopoly. Can one truly possess wealth? I must first locate the Saiyan spacecraft and then decipher Saiyan technology, more precisely, the cosmic technology represented by Frieza. The technological data aboard a modest Saiyan ship is already astonishingly advanced. Yi Sun began to traverse the mountains and forests, tirelessly searching back and forth. However, he soon abandoned his pursuit due to the dimming light and the complex terrain, realizing that many items, if lost within, would be impossible to retrieve, compelling him to retreat and return later. Early the next morning, Sun Wukong awoke, clamoring for Yi Sun to hasten and assist him in searching for the Dragon Balls. Yet, Yi Sun sought to ascertain the approximate location of the Saiyan spacecraft. Wukong, if my memory serves me right, your grandfather, Gohan, seems not to have been married. Nor does he possess a tail. Isn't that rather peculiar? Had it been someone else, they might have been irked. Yet Sun Wukong, being simple-minded and innocent, curiously inquired. Grandfather said I was found in the mountains. If that is the case, don't you all lack tails? How refreshingly honest. What grandfather would candidly tell his grandson that he was found? Only someone as pure-hearted as Wukong wouldn't ponder it deeply. Despite his musings, Yi Sun inquired with curiosity. We truly do not have tails. Where exactly did your grandfather find you? Sun Wukong pointed towards a lush expanse of bamboo forest, saying, Grandfather mentioned it was in that direction, though it seems quite distant. Would you like to go there for fun? Yi Sun smiled broadly. All right. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Come along with me, Wukong. Let us head to East City, first to prepare for matters concerning the Dragon Balls. In truth, Yi Sun was aware that Sun Wukong wished to utilize his abilities to seek the orbs, though he would certainly not demand Yi Sun to resurrect his grandfather first. Instead, he likely aimed to lend a hand, intending to revive him later on. Deep down, Yi Sun preferred not to entangle himself too closely with Wukong, as the latter, being the principal protagonist of the Dragon Ball series, held an unassailable status that could inadvertently cast others in his shadow. Furthermore, when Sun Wukong felt the need to trouble others, he was rather forthright about it. Why? Because of his naive and sincere nature, devoid of any embarrassment. Nimbus. As the Nimbus cloud, which should not have appeared here, once again manifested beside Sun Wukong, a subtle unease stirred within Yi Sun. The narrative of this world was destined for a tumultuous transformation, though its form remained shrouded in uncertainty. A staff member from the Yama Palace had previously informed him that his traversal would inevitably trigger a butterfly effect, and perhaps Sun Wukong's premature acquisition of the Nimbus cloud served as an omen. Wukong, your Nimbus cloud is truly remarkable. Who bestowed it upon you? He inquired. It was given to me by Grandpa, Sun Wukong replied. Yi Sun mused to himself. As expected, it must have been Gohan who requested it from Master Roshi. At that moment, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, you can fly." Yi Sun glanced at his levitating form, a wave of realization washing over him. "Wukong, I'll teach you how to fly another day, follow me." With that, Yi Sun transformed into a missile, shooting skyward. Sun Wukong eagerly urged the Nimbus cloud to follow, its speed surpassing that of ordinary jet aircraft, yet it paled in comparison to the authentic Nimbus cloud utilized by the great sage, equal to heaven. In Journey to the West. Before him, Sun Wukong's Nimbus cloud functioned merely as a mode of transportation, while the great sage's cloud was an embodiment of cloud summoning sorcery, an art that allowed him to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, akin to instantaneous teleportation. Yi Sun contemplated that this was essentially the effect of teleportation. Sun Wukong's departure with Yi Sun would inevitably disrupt the main storyline of Dragon Ball, yet for Yi Sun, the narrative served merely as a reference. His arrival was destined to alter the course of events. Even if the Saiyans were to descend tomorrow, he would not falter. He would simply allocate all his attribute points and vanquish those troublesome monkeys. Internally, Yi Sun proclaimed his audacious resolve, fully prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 43. The Exchange of Grades. Yi Sun swiftly led Sun Wukong to East City. However, Sun Wukong appeared unfazed by the city's grandeur. Initially perplexed, Yi Sun soon understood upon witnessing the Nimbus cloud. After all, Sun Wukong was but a child, and it was natural for him to frolic in the skies with his newfound cloud. This deduction suggested that Sun Wukong must have previously glimpsed East City, albeit without having ventured within its bounds. While soaring through the air, Yi Sun spotted Dodo diligently practicing the crane style, a testament to his dedication. Yi Sun held a great admiration for Dodo, recognizing the responsibility he bore in the household, which compelled him to hone his martial skills without complacency. "Dodo." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Dodo looked up, his face lighting up as he saw Yi Sun descending gracefully. Overjoyed, Dodo rushed toward him, circling him several times before exuberantly exclaiming, "Brother Yi Sun is back. Brother Yi Sun is back." Dodo is so happy. A warmth enveloped Yi Sun's heart as he bent down and affectionately ruffled Dodo's hair, playfully chiding, "I haven't even sought the Dragon Balls yet. Today, I brought back a new companion for you to meet." As soon as the words were spoken, Sun Wukong's Nimbus cloud descended into the courtyard. Dodo shifted slightly, and upon noticing a child perched upon a cloud, his curiosity surged. He promptly trotted over to the Nimbus, placing his finger in his mouth, and gazed at Sun Wukong with innocent wonder, asking, "Can this cotton candy be eaten?" Yi Sun immediately fell to the ground, and Sun Wukong hastily gestured that it was not edible, for it was merely a cloud. Dodo, eager to climb aboard, received a nod from Sun Wukong, who replied, "Yes, it is possible, but my grandfather mentioned that only those of pure heart may sit upon the Nimbus." "Oh." His surprise stemmed from Dodo's sudden leap onto the cloud. Yi Sun, observing, found it unsurprising. If Dodo were not pure of heart, then surely all of humanity would be doomed. Dodo bounced joyfully on the Nimbus, soon bonding with Sun Wukong, their delightful camaraderie well within Yi Sun's expectations. When Uncle Dolly emerged and spotted the unfamiliar child with a tail, his curiosity was piqued. Yi Sun briefly explained Sun Wukong's origins and added, "This child possesses remarkable talent. I have decided to cultivate a rapport with him." "Huh?" Uncle Dolly responded, perplexed. "Young master, are you planning to nurture a confidant?" "No. Sun Wukong could never be my confidant. This child is fiercely independent. I am merely collaborating with him. After our partnership concludes, he will naturally depart, and what he chooses to do thereafter is beyond my concern." Continuing, Yi Sun asked, "Uncle Dolly, could you procure 4 plane tickets to the Western capital for me? I wish to bring Dodo, Xiao Tao, and Wukong along. By the way, where has Xiao Tao gone?" "Ah, young master, you may not be aware, but Miss Xiao Tao has gone to school today. It seems there has been an issue with her entrance examination results. The school claims her scores do not meet the required standards." "What does not meeting standards mean? Did Xiao Tao not say she was assigned to the experimental class?" Uncle Dolly shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge, yet it was certain that Xiao Tao faced difficulties in her admission. Yi Sun furrowed his brow, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Could it be that she was being deliberately obstructed? However, he chose not to dwell on the matter for the moment, considering Xiao Tao's mother was quite capable and would likely resolve any issues that arose. An hour later, Brother Shui drove back with Xiao Tao, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the so-called failure to meet standards referred specifically to her scores for the experimental class. although Xiao Tao vehemently asserted that she had indeed qualified. Yi Sun sighed, realizing, I understand now. Someone must have bribed the officials, resulting in a tampering of scores. Xiao Tao's achievements have been usurped, and the grades she currently possesses likely belong to the imposter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao, in a fit of rage, shattered a chair within the house and leapt up, determined to storm back to the school, exclaiming, I shall tear them apart. Neither Uncle Dolly nor Brother Shui could restrain her. The two were forcibly dragged to the door by the resolute girl. Yet, Yi Sun chuckled heartily, saying, Xiao Tao, do you not find this situation rather amusing? Hello, are you my brother? In this situation, you should stand up for me. With your strength. The teachers at school wouldn't dare to confront you. Didn't your mother tell you? I am currently under probation at school, and a moment's negligence could lead to my expulsion. What do you suggest I do? Tear down the school gates and send the admissions office to the hospital. What should I do? A regular class is just a regular class. Strength is what truly matters. Just think about it. With the prowess of a regular class, you could easily outshine those fools in the experimental class. Isn't that an exhilarating feeling? Xiao Tao sat at the door, her cheeks puffed in contemplation of Yi Sun's words. Surprisingly, it did seem to be the case, the most delightful way to rise above. Yi Sun's abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, rendering the rest of the students insignificant by comparison. Yet, Yi Sun was unable to attend school, which suggested that one's strength was, to some extent, unrelated to the class one belonged to. All right, Xiao Tao, let me introduce you to a little friend, Yi Sun said, beckoning towards Sun Wukong, who was frolicking with Dodo. Wukong, come here for a moment. Sun Wukong hurried over, and upon seeing him, Xiao Tao furrowed her brows and remarked, what a shabby outfit you're wearing. Sun Wukong glanced at his attire and chuckled brightly. This outfit was made for me by my grandfather. Ignoring Sun Wukong, Xiao Tao turned to Yi Sun and inquired, where did you find this wild child? He has a tail. Is he some sort of beast man? Sort of, Yi Sun mused, recalling Sun Wukong's transformation into a gorilla. To him, a Saiyan resembled a half-beastman. With a sigh, Xiao Tao asked, why did you bring back this wild kid? Because he has a Dragon Ball, Yi Sun replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao's eyes sparkled with curiosity about the Dragon Ball, and she immediately struck up a conversation with Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Yi Sun pondered whether he should grant this wish to Sun Wukong. He was confident that at the moment the Dragon Ball reverted to stone, he could confine it in a place where it could not escape. Yet as a son, he instinctively hoped to resurrect his parents first. With this thought in mind, Yi Sun declared solemnly, I need to visit the fortune teller and have her convey a message for me. With that, he activated his flight technique and vanished into the sky. Xiao Tao gazed longingly at Yi Sun's disappearing figure, expressing her desire. I wish I could learn the flight technique. Unbeknownst to her, Dodo shook her little hands and said, Sister Xiao Tao, I can fly too. Then, under Xiao Tao's envious gaze, Dodo began to flit around the courtyard. Dodo, teach me. Teach me. Sun Wukong, possessing the Nimbus cloud, felt little envy. In truth, he had yet to encounter an opponent capable of soaring through the sky. He had not yet realized the limitations of his combat abilities. If it were the battle-hardened Sun Wukong after facing Piccolo, he would surely plead with Yi Sun to teach him the flight technique. Chapter 44. The might of a single blow. The Oracle Grandmother's message is not shrouded in mystery. This remarkable woman, endowed with extraordinary abilities, stands as a vibrant figure throughout the Dragon Ball series. It is said that her lifespan exceeds 5 centuries. Regardless of the truth of this claim, both the Oracle Grandmother and Mr. Satan are the only Earthlings who remain alive until the series' climactic conclusion. From the perspective of Yi Sun, an avid reader of web novels, the Oracle Grandmother possesses formidable power. Firstly, she can accurately predict the future, not a charlatan or fraud, which reflects a profound understanding of the causal relationships of time and a glimpse into the cosmic truths. Secondly, she exhibits a certain prophetic capability, akin to possessing prophetic arts. Many familiar with the tropes of web fiction understand that the pinnacle of prophetic ability is the grand prophecy, where words manifest reality, not merely predicting events that are destined to occur, but rather stating them such that they inevitably come to pass. Of course, such an ability to alter or dictate the rules of causality has, understandably, never appeared in Dragon Ball, as it would be excessively overpowering. Furthermore, the Oracle Grandmother seems to hold a uniquely elevated status within the Dragon Ball universe. Although not part of the divine hierarchy, she can traverse freely between the realms of the living and the dead, even bringing the deceased back to the realm of the living for a span of 24 hours. This capability appears to surpass that of the gods and the Kais, who have never demonstrated such powers in either the manga or the anime. While one might expect the supreme deity, the Grand Kai, To possess such abilities, the discussion of Zeno, the king of all, lies beyond the scope of this narrative, as he embodies a creator-level being, rendering further discourse superfluous. The deities of Earth regard King Yema and the various Kais with utmost reverence. However, the Oracle Grandmother speaks freely and casually in their presence. Moreover, Yi-sun recalls that even the Grand Kai in the anime seems to harbor a modicum of trepidation towards her. Her abilities to probe the fabric of causality and traverse the realms of life and death render her a singular figure in the entire Dragon Ball saga. One should not underestimate this elderly woman. She exudes an aura of transcending the three realms, existing outside the five elements. Indeed, the Oracle Grandmother is a well-known personality in this world. According to Yi-sun's recollections, she has even appeared on television, driven by her penchant for profit. For only with advertisements can clients be drawn to her. If memory serves correctly, her lair is situated within a palace on an oasis in the desert, a striking location built upon water. Following the directions recorded in a magazine, Yi-sun sought her out and soon spotted an impressive water palace amidst the desert. Surrounding the palace were numerous individuals, presumably there to seek the Oracle Grandmother's insights. To avoid attracting attention, Yi-sun descended from a distance and swiftly made his way toward the palace. Managing to go unnoticed as the crowd was preoccupied with their own thoughts, those without funds were preparing for the impending battle, while those with wealth were anxious about whether their inquiries would yield satisfactory answers. Left with no choice, Yi-sun waited outside, observing those who emerged from within. Those who had paid for divinations exhibited a range of emotions. Some beamed with joy, while others were utterly disheartened, yet clung to a glimmer of hope. As for those devoid of wealth, they are often bruised and bandaged, which is rather commonplace. Ordinary individuals certainly stand no chance against the monstrous contenders within. At that moment, a figure resembling a ghost, clad in a wide-brimmed hat, addressed Yi-sun, saying, "It is your turn, young sir." Following the staff member, Yi-sun traversed 2 rooms before reaching the grand hall, where he was greeted by a familiar sight, a diminutive old woman seated cross-legged atop a floating crystal orb. Scrutinizing him intently, "Madam Fortune Teller, what a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Yi-sun greeted her warmly. The fortune teller replied with evident delight, "Welcome, young man, to the realm of divination. You have 2 choices, spend 10 million for my assistance in divination, or defeat my 5 warriors, and I shall provide you with the same service." Pondering briefly and stroking his chin, Yi-sun replied, "I possess 10 million. However, as a practitioner of martial arts, I shall choose to engage in combat." The fortune teller chuckled ominously, her demeanor both peculiar and unsettling. Her 2 favorite pursuits, money and martial contests, brought her joy regardless of the choice made by her visitors. A young lad, yet a martial artist as well. "Very well, follow me. But will you not call for assistance? You must single-handedly defeat all 5 of my warriors to claim victory." "Not a problem, I am confident. As long as your martial experts are not extraterrestrials, I shall prevail." The fortune teller regarded Yi-sun with a contemplative gaze, pondering whether his words were intentional or accidental. Having traversed the realms of life and death, she had encountered spirits from various planets, making her quite worldly. She was well aware of the formidable prowess exhibited by martial experts of extraterrestrial civilizations, which explained her usual lack of deference towards her brother, dismissing claims of martial divinity as mere entertainment on Earth. "Come along, young boy," she instructed. Yi-sun found himself standing atop a circular arena surrounded by water, awaiting the arrival of the fortune teller's champion. "Step forth, vampire," she called towards the door. A man resembling a classic European vampire entered. His complexion pale and features chiseled as if sculpted from stone, yet an aura of chilling malevolence emanated from him, causing an involuntary shiver. The vampire regarded Yi-sun with a sinister grin, his fangs gleaming in the light, an image that would terrify an ordinary person, for indeed, the disparity between the 3-dimensional presence and the 2-dimensional depiction was stark. Yi-sun sensed the vampire's aura. It was indeed formidable. With a predicted combat power around 80, no wonder Clin had struggled against him during the World Martial Arts Championship, as Clin's power was merely around 60 at that time. "Oh, the blood of a youth must be exquisite," the vampire uttered ominously. Yi-sun yawned. "Let us expedite this. I am pressed for time." The fortune teller paused, contemplating how oblivious this boy truly was, certain he would soon learn a lesson. Then let the match commence. Indeed, at the command of the fortune-telling matriarch, the vampire suddenly levitated, gliding towards Yi-sun in a nearly horizontal line with astonishing speed. He opened his gaping maw, the previous noble demeanor now utterly vanished. Disgusted by the grotesque sight, Yi Sun seized a fleeting opportunity just as he was about to be ensnared, stepping forward without hesitation to deliver a powerful punch to the vampire's abdomen. Time seemed to freeze. The vampire's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted in agony, drool cascading from his mouth as he emitted a sound akin to that of buzzing flies, an expression of excruciating pain. The matriarch looked on in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. In truth, Yi Sun's strike was not particularly extraordinary. It was merely the result of impeccable timing. Having intercepted the vampire at the critical moment before he could capture him, observing the vampire's twisted visage, Yi Sun felt a wave of revulsion and stepped back a few paces. Yet, the vampire remained frozen in the position of impact, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. "Hey, are you all right?" Yi Sun inquired, noticing the vampire's lack of response. He turned to the matriarch and sheepishly remarked, "Forgive me, dear matriarch. I was startled by this gentleman's ghastly appearance, hence I struck a bit harder." His body, in a reflexive act of self-preservation, has rendered him unconscious, devoid of awareness, while his body has yet to register the pain, which explains his current state. "Please, take him away for treatment." Chapter 45. The matriarch chuckled, saying, "No matter how skilled you are, it will be quite difficult to defeat the second expert. Perhaps you are unaware, but the second expert is already on the stage." No sooner had she spoken, when Yi Sun suddenly felt an attack from behind. Strangely, he remained unmoved, while a voice from the emptiness exclaimed, "That hurts." With a disdainful snort, Yi Sun unleashed his energy from all his acupoints, forming a radar-like sensing field. Regardless of the prowess of the invisible adversary, any movement would disrupt his sensing field, alerting Yi Sun to the presence of someone on the stage, poised to ambush him. Thus, Yi Sun decided against intervention. Instead, he withdrew his energy and activated the Golden Bell Shield, an overwhelming force coalescing into an imperceptible barrier, patiently awaiting the enemy's assault. The invisible adversary, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Yi Sun, found himself injured by the very shield he sought to penetrate. It seemed his hand was rendered useless. "Do you wish to continue, Mr. Invisible?" Yi Sun asked calmly. The matriarch, taken aback, wondered if he had indeed sensed the invisible man and had merely allowed him to fall into his trap. "Matriarch, this gentleman cannot breach my protective energy. Once his presence is detected, his sole advantage dissipates. Is this truly wise?" The case of the vampire serves as a stark example. The matriarch promptly called for a cessation of hostilities, stating, "Very well, you have won the second bout, but there are still 3 more to come. Do not grow complacent. Follow me." Under the guidance of the fortune teller, Yi Sun entered a peculiar realm, a precarious bridge suspended over a sea of molten lava below. One misstep would spell disaster. There was still time to surrender. Should he fall, I would not be held accountable. "Let us commence. I am truly pressed for time." "Humph, you insolent brat. Do you believe yourself invincible after winning but 2 matches? Tread carefully, for you may find yourself stumbling. Come forth, Mr. Mummy." At the fortune teller's command, a massive figure cloaked in bandages emerged from the chamber across the bridge, a true embodiment of a mummy rather than mere human wrappings. "Young man, I must remind you, Mr. Mummy feels no pain. Once the battle commences, it will be to the death. I ask you once more, will you surrender?" Yi Sun replied with a smirk. "I am quite eager to witness what an unyielding battle entails. It sounds rather daunting, but I have grown accustomed to fear. Thus, let the battle begin." The mummy's colossal frame advanced slowly, radiating an aura of terror. According to the rules, retreating to the bridge's edge would signify defeat, and standing in this narrow passage certainly placed Yi Sun at a disadvantage, making it plausible that Yamcha fell at his hands. Young man, reaching this point is commendable, but alas, this is where your journey ends. Do you see the lava below? That shall be your fate." As soon as the words left his lips, the mummy suddenly realized Yi Sun had vanished. Startled, he scanned the surroundings, while the fortune teller nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. As an observer, she had been keenly aware of Yi Sun's movements, which were akin to a shadow flitting in and out of the mummy's blind spots. No matter how the mummy twisted and turned, he could not spot Yi Sun. With one punch, he had incapacitated Mr. Vampire. Through sheer defensive energy, he had harmed the invisible man. Now, employing only his agile footwork, he toyed with Mr. Mummy, leaving the onlookers in awe. What manner of fighter is this boy? Why had I never heard of such a figure before? Contemplating this, the fortune teller promptly halted the contest. "Well done, young Yi. You have won this round." "Confounded," the mummy protested. "Why? The boy has hidden himself and has not dared to engage me. How can I be deemed a loser?" Yet, the fortune teller retorted without hesitation. "Enough, Mr. Mummy. That lad has been swiftly maneuvering within your blind spots. Should he wish to strike, evasion would be impossible. A cold sweat broke upon the mummy's brow. No, I refuse to believe it, he exclaimed, turning abruptly, only to find Yi Sun smiling at him. Found you, prepare to die? In a turn of events that left the mummy incredulous, Yi Sun vanished right before his eyes. The fortune teller observed with clarity as Yi Sun floated directly above the mummy's head. What extraordinary agility and speed. Yi Sun then called out to the fortune teller. If Mr. Mummy insists on continuing this fight, he must not blame me for casting him into the lava. In a moment of urgency, the fortune teller began to chant an incantation, fully aware that the mummy was a proud entity. If Yi Sun did not confront him earnestly, the mummy would undoubtedly remain unyielding. As anticipated, upon the utterance of the spell, the mummy became rigid and sluggishly retreated to his chamber. After all, the fortune teller had no desire to lose such a formidable ally. Turning to the towering figure beside her, resembling a fearsome demon, she inquired, Mr. Demon, what are your thoughts? This young man is among the elite of the world, surpassing me in both strength and speed. Although I have triumphed consecutively in the top martial arts tournaments, I lack the confidence to claim victory over him, particularly in terms of strength and speed. The demon, with a menacing grin, replied, I can perceive the darkness nestled deep within his soul. As long as there exists even a hint of malevolence, I can extinguish him. Armed with his formidable demon ray, which could reduce anyone with a tainted heart to ashes, the demon stood before Yi Sun, resolved to offer no quarter. He was even too disinterested to engage in idle chatter, instead enveloping himself in a brilliant purple light aimed directly at Yi Sun. Golden Bell Shield, Yi Sun exclaimed, activating his protective energy instantaneously. Yet, the purple waves were insidious, and before he could regain control, visions of greed, lust, and the lust for power flooded his mind, causing his internal energy to boil. At that critical moment, the cleansing scripture surged into action, providing a refreshing reprieve akin to a cool sprite on a sweltering summer day. Yi Sun swiftly quelled the tumultuous heat within, then unleashed his energy, shattering the demon's radiant attack with brute force. Is that all you have? The demon queried, conceding defeat. If such a technique cannot harm you, then there is no point in continuing this battle. It would merely be a waste of time. Yi Sun was taken aback by the demon's abrupt surrender, recalling that he was a former champion of the top martial arts tournaments, having defended his title multiple times. Even Master Roshi held a profound respect for the demon's prowess, and he had not expected such a straightforward admission of defeat. With a wry smile, the demon remarked, Yi Sun, I believe there is no one in this world capable of besting you. I hope you achieve your desires, for I sense you will usher in monumental changes to this world. I wish you well. A notification from Little Dragon appeared, signifying that Yi Sun had received the demon's blessing, permanently increasing his luck by 1 and enhancing all attributes by 1 as well. Yi Sun nodded in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your blessing, Mr. Demon. However, the demon then spoke earnestly, do not fall into the trap of believing yourself invincible. The universe is filled with countless masters. Keep your perspective broad. The fortune teller cleared her throat, interrupting their conversation, and continued, Yi Sun, I have identified your 5th opponent. Would you like to engage in battle now? Let us fight now, he replied. Chapter 46. The cost of wishes. Have I been so remiss in following the developments within the martial arts community that I have overlooked the rise of this formidable young prodigy? It is indeed surprising. However, I wonder just how powerful he truly is. The fortune teller, filled with introspection, called out to a shadowy figure by the door, Come forth. This battle is surely one you have long anticipated. However, I must caution you, this little demon before you is no ordinary foe. Should he best you, do not let embarrassment overwhelm you. The masked individual nodded in gratitude, responding, Thank you, wise fortune teller, for granting me this opportunity. I shall give it my all to defeat him. To be honest, I never anticipated that in a mere few months, Asun would grow to such an extent. The masked man stepped onto the narrow bridge, staring across the 10 meters that separated him from Yi Sun. Upon noticing the halo above the masked man's head, Yi Sun's expression shifted, a strange look crossing his features. He quickly glanced at the fortune teller, who was clearly watching the duel with the rapt attention of an avid filmgoer. Goodness, this glitch is being played out on me. I thought Sun Wukong was a unique case, he mused inwardly, perhaps sensing the unfolding drama. Yi Sun raised his hand to halt the proceedings, declaring, Enough, father. You cannot defeat me, it is time to concede. How do you know it's me? The masked man was taken aback by the revelation. Yi Sun shrugged, Your aura is all too familiar, and your stance during combat. Once you assume that horse stance, I know precisely what you intend to do. With a sheepish demeanor, Yi Sun's father removed his mask, revealing a strikingly charismatic face. One that bore an 8-part resemblance to Yi Sun, yet exuded a more mature aura. His name was Yi Zhong, a master capable of reaching the top 8 in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, with an estimated combat prowess around 60. He was inferior to King Gappa and far surpassed by the formidable Tao Bai Bai, who boasted a combat strength of 100. What do you propose, fortune teller? I must admit, I am no match for this young man. The fortune teller waved her hand dismissively, responding, "Oh, come now. If my predictions hold true, this young man was always meant to seek you out." Yi Sun silently marveled at the fortune teller's keen insight. Yi Zhong sighed and addressed his son, "Ah son, I am truly delighted to see you rise again. You cannot imagine the joy that filled my heart when I learned of your survival in the underworld." His expression suddenly shifted, eyebrows raised. "However, if you possess such strength, why not swiftly eliminate Tao Bai Bai? I would relish the chance to confront him again in the afterlife." True to his nature, Yi Zhong's brash demeanor surfaced. Being slain by Tao Bai Bai was a grievance he could not easily swallow. Frankly speaking, given his current level, he would struggle against Tao Bai Bai. "I am far too busy to settle my own scores," Yi Sun retorted. "Ridiculous. If I could avenge myself, would I rely on you? Besides, I have raised you for over a decade. Is it not appropriate to ask for your assistance in avenging me? Was my demise too premature? Or have you become overly arrogant?" Yi Sun pouted, utterly speechless. The fortune teller and the demon were left in disbelief. Their conversation bore more resemblance to a mafia meeting than that of a father and son separated by realms of existence. "Perhaps it is best you handle your own vengeance. I am currently in search of Dragon Balls, preparing to resurrect both you and my mother." Yi Zhong was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that he had never encountered the legend of the Dragon Balls. However, the fortune-telling old woman expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my! I did not expect you to possess such determination. Yet, the 7 Dragon Balls are scattered across the globe. Who knows when one might fully collect them?" "That is of no concern," Yi Sun replied. "I originally came to seek the old woman's counsel regarding a specific question." "Oh, you are not here for divination? Very well. Ask your question, and I shall certainly provide you with the answer." Yi Sun paused. Then, with a serious expression, inquired, "May I ask, dear fortune-telling lady, what price must one pay after making a wish to the dragon? I refuse to believe that anything in this world comes without a price. My father, having taken numerous lives in his youth, should logically find himself condemned to hell. If a single wish could allow him to return to the mortal realm to continue his misdeeds, then what significance does the cycle of reincarnation hold?" Upon hearing this, Yi Zhong was astonished, and the fortune-telling old woman was even more taken aback. She squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Yi Sun closely before breaking into a smile and saying, "You will incur a loss of merit." "What does that mean?" Yi Sun understood that her words were not to be taken at face value. "If the wish you make stems from goodwill or malice, as long as it falls within the dragon's capabilities, it shall be granted. However, the universe operates on a principle of cause and effect. To gain one benefit, you must sacrifice another. Perhaps you will encounter unfortunate calamities, or your family may face decline, or your fortunes may plummet. Can you be more specific, dear lady? What if I wish to resurrect someone? Your lifespan will be diminished. It is as simple as that. Resurrecting someone who is already in paradise will hardly cost you much in terms of longevity. But resurrecting a person steeped in sin will exact a heavy toll on your life. Let me clarify. Those who have reached the end of their natural lifespan cannot be revived. You must understand that since their time has expired, even if you wish to sacrifice your own lifespan for their revival, they have no remaining time to exchange." Yi Sun nodded, intending to continue speaking when Yi Zhong admonished him. "Ah son, listen well. Your father and mother may not be worth lamenting, but you have yet to enter high school. If you were to sacrifice your precious youthful years for our worthless selves, I cannot allow you to do so." Truth be told, Yi Sun felt a surge of emotion. Yet before he could respond, the fortune-telling old woman interjected, "You foolish boy, be silent. Your son's lifespan already surpasses that of ordinary people. Even with a reduction, he will still exceed the norm. Do not be a fool, expecting to gain without cost. The price of wishes is far too great for ordinary individuals, while your son's cost is minimal." "Really? I was just about to say, dear father, go and inform mother. I shall bring you both back to life. Furthermore, regarding Tao Bai Bai's grudge against you, you can seek revenge personally. How does that sound?" "Very well, it is settled," Yi Zhong replied excitedly. "However, your mother has gone to paradise, and I am in hell. Had it not been for the fortune-telling old woman seeking me, I might have remained in hell until my time on the registry expired, only to be sent into the cycle of reincarnation." Yi Zhong was overjoyed. Who could have known that his son would rise dramatically in power? And with the fortune-telling old woman's affirmation, the legend of the Dragon Balls must indeed hold truth. Time is of the essence. Let us return. Bringing ghosts from hell is quite troublesome. As Yi Chang's figure gradually faded away, Yi Sun let out a sigh, devoid of any profound emotions of parting or death. The world of Dragon Ball indeed offers immense benefits to those of us who traverse the realms of cultivation with the aid of external enhancements. Thank you, dear fortune teller. The fortune teller smiled subtly and remarked enigmatically, I foresee that you will one day alter this world and the fates of countless individuals within it. I wish you good fortune. With this, Little Dragon received the fortune teller's prophecy, resulting in a permanent enhancement of his fundamental attributes by 3, along with a permanent increase of 2 in luck due to the fortune teller's blessing. This is merely a moment of venting, unrelated to the main narrative, as I wish to share some of my thoughts with you all. After all, as the author, my perspectives merit your attention, do they not? I kindly ask the dissatisfied readers to consider the categorization of this book, original fantasy. I cannot simply align the plot with that of the Dragon Ball manga. My intention in writing this book is not to embark on adventures alongside the protagonists of the Dragon Ball universe. Rather, I am solely using the Dragon Ball setting as a canvas to craft a fantastical tale. I trust this is comprehensible. Thus, I must invest more effort in portraying the characters on the protagonist's side, and I shall not dwell excessively on Sun Wukong and his companions. Furthermore, I find it perplexing that some readers nitpick using unexplicitly stated concepts from Dragon Ball. Did the series not present the existence of Ki? There are already energy blasts in play. How could there be no internal energy? Just because Akira Toriyama did not explicitly state that Ki requires the gathering of energy through the body's meridians to manifest as energy projection. Does that mean that any mention of cultivating energy and the operation of internal force renders one ignorant of Dragon Ball? Moreover, why do some readers presume that their interpretation of Dragon Ball must dictate how the author writes it? What constitutes derivative creation within the realm of the second dimension? It is the act of building upon the established world created by the original author, filling in the gaps, and expressing the narrative the author wishes to convey. To put it more plainly, it is akin to taking a seed and nurturing it anew. You have all seen Infinite Horror, I presume? The most captivating aspect of that grand tale lies in the Reincarnator's team as they enter various cinematic worlds, expanding upon the original plots and worldviews while analyzing the seemingly nonsensical and illogical elements through a realistic lens, effectively utilizing real-world conspiracy theories to rationalize them. Therefore, I implore you not to constantly compare this work to the original Dragon Ball manga, deeming this and that unacceptable. If one insists on doing so, then derivative creation itself becomes an act of blasphemy, and we all become mere refuse. Lastly, addressing that particular reader, Krillin and Tien's fighting power at the conclusion of Dragon Ball could not possibly reach 10 million. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to entertain any rebuttals. Krillin would only reach the level of Captain Ginyu at best, and Tien's maximum would barely scrape 300,000. A figure I arrived at considering his Ki Blast's role in delaying Cell's movements and intercepting Boo's energy attacks. What accounts for such significant disparity? It is imperative to mention that the power scaling in Dragon Ball has always been somewhat perplexing. The initial introduction of power levels was indeed astonishing. Yet as the narrative progressed, particularly during the Android saga, the battle mechanics became utterly chaotic, leading to a near collapse of logical consistency. For instance, Frieza's first form demonstrated overwhelming might, capable of annihilating planet Vegeta with a power level he himself claimed to be merely 50. His second form, the monstrous brute, boasted a staggering power level of 1 million. These transformations are the nightmarish hallmark of the Dragon Ball franchise. Frieza's power reached 1 million, as explicitly stated. Yet his third form should ostensibly represent a doubling of that power. However, the fourth form presents an absurdity, officially recorded at a colossal 60 million. The disparity is far too vast. Within the context of Dragon Ball, where destruction is measured by power levels, this is utterly illogical. The pinnacle of this inconsistency is observed during the Namek saga, wherein the power level of a Super Saiyan in its initial form is recorded at an astonishing 120 million, defying all reason. At this juncture, the power scaling has completely unraveled, losing all significance. If a Super Saiyan were to engage in battle on Earth, merely unleashing their ki would likely obliterate the planet. One can only imagine the catastrophic implications of their continuous energy blasts. In a confrontation between Gohan and his Super Saiyan 2 state, and a Cell at the same level, the sheer magnitude of energy released would be nothing short of apocalyptic. One might argue that their control over their power is so refined that they can prevent energy from leaking, ensuring that every ounce is utilized in battle. However, this is not merely a matter of critique. While we may scrutinize Dragon Ball's battles through a scientific lens, we cannot disregard fundamental principles. Have we not heard that concentration distills essence? The finer the control, the greater the potential for devastation when unleashed. Furthermore, there seems to be a common misconception that energy blasts cancel each other out. In reality, such a phenomenon does not exist. We understand that forces act reciprocally. When two individuals engage in a contest of strength, does it merely result in their hands exerting equal force against one another? What about the forces exerted by our torsos and legs? Who bears the burden of those other bodily forces? First, a definitive outcome must be reached. It is impossible for all forces to negate each other entirely. Thus, the victorious party would inevitably eliminate their opponent without causing harm to Earth, which is utterly implausible. Second, the recoil of energy blasts is undeniably substantial. Who absorbs that recoil? Undoubtedly, it falls upon the Earth. Some may argue that since their attacks do not directly impact the surface of the Earth, it would remain unharmed. This notion is absurd. It is akin to claiming that a grenade detonating midair would leave the crowd below unscathed, an impossibility. Very well, I shall refrain from further discourse. The primary concern lies in the vexations of writing in the realm of the second dimension. Readers desire to witness originality, diverging from the original narrative. Yet the moment one ventures to introduce elements not present in the original manga or expresses personal interpretations, one is swiftly met with scornful rebukes. Have you even read the original? Are you foolish? Such unrestrained personal attacks, branding the author as an imbecile, are all too common. To this, I can only utter, "Here, take the keyboard, you write it yourself." In chapter 47, while Yi Sun joyfully soared towards the eastern capital, a nagging sensation lingered within him, an inkling that he had neglected to convey something important. However, unable to recall it at the moment, he decided to abandon the thought for the time being. Upon his return, he promptly gathered Yi Xiaotao, Daodu, and Sun Wukong to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Yi Sun's agreement to accompany Sun Wukong was largely influenced by the latter's protagonist aura. After all, in this world of Dragon Balls, it was prudent to befriend Sun Wukong whenever possible, avoiding unnecessary pretentiousness. Suddenly, Yi Sun's hand met his forehead as he recalled what he had overlooked. He had failed to inform his father about the existence of his illegitimate sister. This oversight could lead to a splendidly chaotic situation once his mother also returned to life. Alas, one must confront the consequences of one's actions. And he resolved to devise a means of remedying this predicament himself. With that thought, Yi Sun accelerated his pace, akin to an intercontinental missile, darting towards the eastern capital. The clouds in the sky seemed to part in his wake, causing farmers below to look up, mistaking his swift passage for a jet aircraft. They removed their hats to fan themselves, exclaiming, "What a fast airplane! If only I could own one." The scene shifted to Yi Xiaotao, blushing in the courtyard, striving with all her might to levitate her body. Yet, her efforts resembled those of a ballet dancer in rigorous practice, and despite her tiptoeing, she felt no sense of buoyancy. Daodu, however, floated effortlessly in midair, circling around Yi Xiaotao, feeling quite indignant. How could a mere panda, whose sole focus was on consuming ice cream, possess greater cultivation? Surely, it must be due to her brother's tutelage. Was it possible that her aptitude fell short of that of a rural panda cub? She could not bear the thought of her own inadequacy. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained blissfully asleep on a stone bench in the courtyard, bubbles rising from his nose, a sight reminiscent of Daodu. Just then, Daodu suddenly exclaimed, "Yi Sun Gij is back." Sun Wukong stirred awake, gazing skyward, murmuring, "Something is approaching." In the blink of an eye, Yi Sun descended from the heavens. Appearing in the courtyard, he affectionately ruffled Daodu's head, praising her. "Well done. Your perception of Qi has improved remarkably." Sun Wukong, intrigued, inquired, "Mr. Ah-sun, have you found the fortune-telling old lady you were searching for?" "Ah, the soothsayer. Indeed, I have found her. Prepare yourselves. We shall now pursue the Dragon Balls." To his surprise, Yi Xiaotao shook her head and declared, "Brother, I wish to learn the art of aerial movement." Yi Sun glanced at Dodo and immediately discerned that this mischievous child was unlikely to grasp the concept. Dodo stuck out her tongue and remarked, "I was merely attempting to help Sister Xiaotao concentrate." Concentrate, indeed. If mere concentration could summon the energy within one's body, then anyone could master internal martial arts. At this point, Yi Sun turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, "Wukong, has your grandfather ever taught you about Qi?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before cheerfully responding, "Grandfather mentioned something about Qi Gong, but I seem to have forgotten." This was indeed in line with Sun Wukong's character. He was a pragmatic individual. And once he found a good mentor, his prowess would surely escalate swiftly. Very well, Xiao Tao, do not rush. I shall now impart the knowledge of Qi to you. Yi Sun instructed Yi Xiao Tao to assume a horse stance. She complied immediately, but an experienced observer could tell that her waist, legs, and feet were quite unstable, indicating that she had only undergone the most rudimentary combat training and had yet to delve into deeper realms of cultivation. As Yi Xiao Tao maintained the stance, her knees soon began to ache, and after a while, her legs trembled, her waist grew sore, and her entire body felt overheated, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Within 10 minutes, she could no longer endure and hastily broke her stance, rubbing her knees. What could this horse stance possibly signify? Nowadays, martial arts training often incorporates advanced technological equipment. Relying solely on primitive methods could hardly provoke the body's latent strength. Yi Sun shook his head, stating, "You do not comprehend. Modern training is indeed essential, yet merely standing in a horse stance does not constitute martial arts training. To stand in a horse stance is akin to embodying a horse. The so-called galloping energy is derived from the horse itself. When you remain motionless, your entire center of gravity is focused downward. Prolonged squatting will undoubtedly lead to knee issues." Yi Xiao Tao was puzzled. Is there really such reasoning behind this? Wait a moment. If that is the case, standing on flat ground, where is the horse? You are the horse. Allow me to teach you. Yi Sun proclaimed, immediately adopting a horse stance. His body subtly undulated, akin to the gentle rippling of water in the breeze, embodying both stillness and motion. The energy must first reach the soles of the feet. When rising, the toes must grip the ground as if they were a chicken's claws, naturally engaging the bones and muscles of the calves. With a firm knee extension and a tightening of the thighs, the energy is harnessed through the waist and abdomen. Indeed, Yi Sun maintained this stance for half an hour, continuously explaining the intricacies of shifting one's center of gravity, concepts he had previously shared with Dodo. The methods Yi Sun taught were essentially the martial techniques of the Crane Immortal School, which could be simplified as a rhythmic squatting motion akin to a galloping horse, with the spirit and form elevated. Xiao Tao, why not attempt to break this tree in the yard? Yi Sun suggested. However, Yi Xiao Tao shook her head, saying, "If I break it, my hands will definitely hurt. I wouldn't dare. That is because you rely solely on your physical strength to strike, relying purely on brute force. The impact of force is reciprocal, hence, of course, it would hurt. Dodo, you break this tree." Suddenly, Dodo took a step forward and struck out with her paw, causing the tree to break with a resounding crack. While it was no massive tree, it was still no easy feat to break it so effortlessly. Yi Xiao Tao was astonished and quickly asked, "Dodo, did it hurt?" With a head full of questions. Dodo felt no pain from the slap, which he had not delivered with much force. All right, Dodo cannot articulate clearly. So allow me to clarify. The energy Dodo utilized is internal, not mere brute strength. Yi Xiao Tao inquired curiously, "Is this what you call internal force?" "Indeed," replied Yi Sun, and suddenly he executed a swift elbow strike, quickly shaking his arm. A sharp crack echoed through the air, reminiscent of a whip cutting through the atmosphere, leaving Yi Xiao Tao with her mouth slightly agape, marveling at the spectacle. "Tell me, what would happen if I struck you with my arm?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiao Tao responded, "Your skin would split open." Precisely. If I could harness internal strength and Qi techniques, combined with advanced training methods, wouldn't that be formidable? Yi Xiao Tao now believed that Yi Sun's training in the Crane Immortal School was indeed genuine and had yielded substantial results. However, Yi Sun remarked, "Prepare yourself. There will be plenty of opportunities to practice martial arts in the future. After lunch, we shall set off for the Western capital." Chapter 48. A terrifying attack. Yi Sun, accompanied by Yi Xiao Tao, Dodo, and Sun Wukong, embarked on their journey to the Western capital. Under normal circumstances, given Yi Sun's speed, reaching the destination would be a swift endeavor with the navigation system activated. However, considering the company he was keeping, it was more prudent to travel by airplane. Dodo's aerial technique was still rudimentary, and Sun Wukong's cloud somersault could only accommodate him and Dodo. Furthermore, it was impractical for Yi Sun to carry Yi Xiao Tao while flying, so flying was the sensible choice. Heaven forbid we encounter another hijacking incident. Flying is challenging enough as it is. Once my skills improve, I'll master teleportation and won't need any form of transportation at all. On the plane, Yi Xiao Tao donned fashionable headphones, perusing a martial arts magazine. Dodo and Sun Wukong promptly fell asleep upon boarding, which in turn made Yi Sun feel a tinge of fatigue himself. In truth, he had not slept much lately, substituting sleep with meditation and training every night. Before long, he too succumbed to slumber. Approximately 5 hours later, Yi Xiao Tao roused him, saying, "Brother, we've landed." We have arrived at the Western capital. Wow, that was quick. You slept like a log. So naturally, you are unaware of the passage of time. I'm exhausted. It was quite uncomfortable sitting on that plane. The group soon gathered their belongings. Yi-sun had another motive for traveling to the Western capital, to purchase an aircraft. The outlet for acquiring such lifestyle aircraft was solely at the Universal Capsule Company, a product of their independent research and development. Yi-sun recognized that the monopoly of Universal Capsule technology forced many military organizations to collaborate with the Capsule Company, and the Bulma family was extraordinarily wealthy. Yi Xiaodao, who had evidently visited the Western capital before, remarked, "The most prosperous metropolis in the world is undoubtedly the Western capital. The Universal Capsule Company alone sustains countless industries. It is not only the leading industry in the Western capital, but also the foremost industry in the nation, irreplaceable." Did your mother tell you this? Yes. My mother has collaborated with the Universal Capsule Company. Is this trip solely for purchasing an aircraft? Indeed, and I also need to acquire a specific item. One that will ensure I can locate the Dragon Balls. Yi-sun summoned a luxury vehicle and made his way to the Youth Chain Hotel. After all, his eternal life was not to be squandered. Indeed, upon presenting his black card, the hotel manager promptly set aside all affairs to extend a warm welcome to Yi-sun. After checking into the presidential suite, Yi-sun turned to Yi Xiaotao and said, "I shall be stepping out tonight. Feel free to explore with Wukong and Dodo. But remember, do not stir up trouble. Should any issues arise, do not fear. If a conflict ensues, I will shield you. If it escalates to something more severe, I will handle it. Understood?" Yi Xiaodao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her brother possessed the demeanor of a domineering CEO. However, recalling his past exploits in the hotel, where he had reportedly taken the lives of 100 individuals, she quickly came to terms with it. She had often heard her mother describe their father as a cunning figure in the underworld, whose rapid and overt attempts at redemption had offended many, ultimately leading to his demise. Once one enters the murky waters of society, extricating oneself is seldom a simple endeavor. Yi-sun activated the navigation to locate the Universal Capsule Company with precision. He retrieved a bicycle from his spatial backpack, resembling a schoolboy just released from class, and pedaled towards the company. Approximately an hour later, he spotted the grand emblem of the Universal Capsule Company beside an overpass. However, he was soon halted. An individual clad in the company's uniform explained, "This is your first visit to Shiji City, isn't it? This area is solely owned by the Universal Capsule Company. Unless you are an employee or a guest with a business appointment, entry is prohibited." Understanding the situation, Yi-sun gracefully turned away. It was a reasonable precaution. Any territory inhabited by a world-renowned magnate would undoubtedly impose restrictions. The Universal Capsule Company is the leading enterprise in the nation, and any heavy, medium, or light industrial entity seeking to rapidly penetrate the market would inevitably seek collaboration with them. Once partnerships deepen, the company might consider acquisitions, thereby taking control of technology and engaging in self-research and production, such as in the aircraft and automobile manufacturing sectors. Simultaneously, the Universal Capsule Company could integrate their products with capsules right from the outset, significantly reducing costs while providing unparalleled convenience to consumers. Yi-sun contemplated his next steps and resolved to wait until dusk before proceeding. His singular aim was the Dragon Ball radar. Before reaching the age of 20, he had to play the part of a gentleman of leisure at the Universal Capsule Company for a while. A prompt from Little Dragon indicated the initiation of a pivotal task: acquire the Dragon Ball radar. A pivotal task? This was the first time he had encountered such a designation. Did it imply that the task possessed a degree of completion? He had reviewed the design team's preliminary concepts, which allowed for considerable freedom in task completion. Such freedom suggested that the task would unfold into subsequent endeavors, gradually revealing further missions. Intrigued, Yi-sun found the prospect captivating. Indeed, the preliminary design did include a mission involving the search for the Dragon Ball radar, offering several options. One could pose as a businessman to negotiate with Dr. Briefs, or masquerade as a member of the Dragon Ball adventure team to consult with Bulma. The choice was theirs, yet it was certain that follow-up tasks awaited. Yi-sun sat in a cold drink shop, ordering a cup of coffee, and began to meticulously contemplate how to execute his task more elegantly. After some preliminary planning, he devised a plan that, while somewhat audacious, was arguably the most effective approach. Given the considerable latitude afforded by the task, he decided to embrace a more ambitious strategy. As night fell, devoid of a mobile phone and disdainful of the clunky models, he found himself unaware of what Yi Xiaotao and Dodo were up to. Hoping they would refrain from causing trouble, at least until he had completed his own, it was time to act. Yi-sun made his way to the restroom, donned a black hoodie, and, after putting on a black mask, resolved to execute his plan immediately. He ventured into a secluded alley, and upon confirming that the area was deserted, he propelled himself into the air with remarkable force, causing the concrete beneath him to shatter. Ascending into the sky, he gazed down upon the dazzling metropolis, struck once more by the staggering disparity between wealth and poverty. Should he become the world's richest person, he would undoubtedly strive to effect positive change for the impoverished. This was, after all, a part of the benevolent tasks he had envisioned for himself. Why not embrace it? With determination, he prepared to embody the role of a villain. He began to gather his inner energy in the palm of his hand, and with a powerful shout, he made a sweeping motion. Numerous spheres of light erupted forth, striking multiple districts, followed by a series of violent explosions. Yi-sun looked down at the city, witnessing a canopy-like explosion that illuminated the entire urban landscape. The only sounds accompanying the whistling wind were the resonating waves of the blasts. He had calibrated both the intensity and range of his attacks, ensuring they did not target residential or commercial areas, focusing instead on spacious streets. While unfortunate casualties were inevitable, he hoped they would not be excessive. He remained unconcerned about Do-Do and the others, as their presence was undetected in this vicinity, allowing Yi-sun to proceed with his assault. However, several districts of the capital were subjected to unprecedented bombings, sending shockwaves throughout the nation as fire brigades, ambulances, and police rushed to the sites of destruction. Yi-sun then directed a focused energy blast that obliterated the upper portion of a prominent skyscraper. Just as the populace was recovering from the previous chain of explosions, they looked up to witness yet another iconic building erupting in flames. What on earth is happening? Why is this occurring? People screamed, immediately attributing the chaos to a terrorist attack. Following the series of large-scale explosions, the city descended into pandemonium, signaling the collapse of the capital that night. Chapter 49. The father of Buma, known as Brevis, was a super genius and an honorary professor at nearly all of the world's top 100 universities, earning him the respectful title of Dr. Brevis among the populace. The most remarkable aspect of Dr. Brevis lies in his invention of numerous creations, among which is the universal capsule. Simultaneously, it was he who constructed the spaceship that transported Sun Wukong to Namek. This illustrious Dr. Brevis is not merely a genius inventor. He is also a master craftsman endowed with an exceptional spirit of ingenuity. Within the pages of the Dragon Ball manga, he is depicted as a rather theatrical character. However, in Yi-sun's eyes, this professor is indeed a godlike figure. Yi-sun inherited a priceless life lesson from his father, Yi-chong. Those who love to smile may not necessarily be formidable, but those who are truly formidable invariably wear a smile. Initially, many were perplexed by how Bulma managed to invent the Dragon Ball radar. Even if she was aware of the legends surrounding the Dragon Balls, could she truly create a device capable of accurately detecting the faint signals emitted by them? It is well known that the Dragon Balls emit a unique frequency, an elusive and peculiar hertz that remains unclaimed by any military or telecommunications entity. Should it be commandeered, the Dragon Ball radar would undoubtedly face interference. This extraordinary frequency is indeed unparalleled. Bulma must have fortuitously acquired a Dragon Ball, and knowing the legend, she discovered, through her research with her father, that the Dragon Balls possessed a distinct frequency band. Thus, she devoted her time to inventing a radar to locate this frequency. This family is brimming with genius. Indeed, comparing people can be disheartening. As Yi-sun hovered in the air, he marveled at the unfolding events. While alarms blared throughout the city, an air raid siren typically reserved for wartime, inevitably inciting widespread panic. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, he accelerated towards the Universal Capsule Corporation. A terrorist attack would prompt the corporation to activate all its defense systems, thereby ensuring that Yi-sun would not be caught off guard. He could only fervently pray that the 15-year-old might have successfully developed the Dragon Ball radar. Otherwise, his journey would be in vain. If all else failed, he could consult the fortune-telling elder, who would surely not refuse him again. His favor is not something easily obtained by others. As Yi-sun floated above the Universal Capsule Corporation, he was astonished to observe hovering security machines patrolling the skies. Indeed, this is the wealthiest conglomerate in the world. Channeling his energy to his fingertips, he gently tapped, causing the hovering machine to explode. The moment the machine detonated, alarms blared throughout the Universal Capsule Corporation, and a mechanical voice echoed ominously. Intruder alert. Intruder detected. Unauthorized entry. Yi-sun intended to trigger the alarm. If he was to play, he would play grandly. He dove to the ground and began sprinting, his form becoming a mere shadow in the night, moving with the swiftness of the wind, evading the watchful eyes of surveillance cameras. As he burst through the entrance of Bulma's grand residence, he collided directly with her father. Dr. Briefs adjusted his spectacles and, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "Who are you, and why have you invaded my home?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi-sun, and I have come with a singular purpose, to acquire the Dragon Ball radar and the Dragon Balls." As soon as the words left his mouth, a youthful voice resonated. "How do you know about the Dragon Ball radar?" Yi-sun turned his head, and his eyes immediately brightened. He beheld a stunning girl with a hint of green in her hair gracefully descending the staircase. He admired Bulma's beauty. She was indeed a campus belle in any school. However, Yi-sun was not in a position to appreciate Bulma's looks at that moment. "You should leave quickly. We have already called the police," Dr. Briefs urged. "I'm sorry, but the police are quite busy tonight. Haven't you heard the sirens echoing throughout the city?" Bulma exclaimed in shock. "Could it be all you're doing?" "One could say so." "Hey, you still haven't answered my question. How do you know about the Dragon Balls and the Dragon Ball radar?" "Ah, that is a secret." Bulma, now visibly frustrated, retorted. "The Dragon Ball radar is my invention. It's still in the experimental phase, and its functions remain unverified. It would be of no use to you." "Then hand over the Dragon Ball," Yi-sun insisted, his black mask obscuring his face from Bulma's view. "Never." "Bulma, don't provoke him," Dr. Briefs cautioned. Yi-sun sighed. He had no intention of harming the foremost female protagonist of the Dragon Balls. However, he was not one to be trifled with. With little patience, he approached and picked up Dr. Brief's ashtray, cradling it in his hands. Soon, the ashtray began to warm and show signs of softening. Dr. Briefs and Bulma were both taken aback. Dr. Briefs exclaimed, "How is this possible? This ashtray is made of quartz glass. Softening requires at least 1,600 degrees. Are you casting spells? If you don't give me the Dragon Ball, the next thing to soften will be your father." Bulma was frightened, despite her fiery temperament. She was a pragmatic individual, aware of when to yield, and she recognized that the individual before her was formidable. Consequently, she surrendered the Dragon Ball to him. Yi-sun smiled. "The Dragon Ball radar. I have yet to complete it. You're trying to deceive me. In that case, I shall eliminate your father." "No, please. I truly haven't finished it. I still need about a month to complete the final step. The Dragon Ball radar is exceedingly complex. I spent 3 entire months just drafting the design." Seeing Bulma's anxious demeanor, Yi-sun understood that she was not lying. He tossed the Dragon Ball back to Bulma and continued, "You should continue your research. Aren't you going to steal the Dragon Ball anymore?" "Of course I will. But I also require Dr. Briefs to construct something for me, a training pod capable of adjusting to 300 times gravity." Dr. Briefs stated firmly, "I'm sorry, but I will never yield to a terrorist. If you wish for my assistance, why create panic in West City?" Yi-sun smirked slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I merely desire the world to recognize my prowess. Thus, I will demonstrate my capabilities. Today's events in West City are merely the beginning." Upon finishing his words, Yi-sun levitated, casting a downward gaze upon Bulma and her father. With a tone laced with amusement, he proclaimed, "Dr. Briefs, I require 2 items from you. The first is a portable training chamber adjustable to 300 times Earth's gravity. And the second is the Dragon Ball radar along with the Dragon Ball. We shall reconvene in 3 days." Before the father and daughter could respond, Yi-sun ascended slowly, vanishing into the night, leaving them in a state of shock. "Dad, he actually flew away?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes narrowing as she surveyed the starry sky. The typically jovial technological enthusiast was far from ignorant. He sighed and remarked, "The world will soon descend into chaos. This individual's aim is not merely to extort us with threats, but to gain notoriety by any means necessary. Whether we comply or not, he will make his name known, and the entire world will suffer the consequences." "Do you mean he is like a jester?" Bulma queried. "Indeed. But this jester is far from comedic." Chapter 50. The wanted notice following the departure of the so-called terrorist from the Brief household. Professor Brief promptly opted to contact the authorities. The alert from the world's richest individual was no ordinary report. It necessitated the establishment of a dedicated criminal investigation file. Do not inquire why, being the wealthiest person on the globe affords certain privileges. To their astonishment, when the police began to question Professor Brief about the incident, they were utterly taken aback. The self-proclaimed intruder had audaciously claimed responsibility for the recent citywide terror attack, escalating the situation to a grave level. The police immediately reported this to the West City Police Department, which wasted no time in escalating the matter to the capital. Initially, the government classified the incident as a terrorist attack, akin to the previous hijacking in East City, suspecting it might be retaliation from the Red Ribbon Army. However, the situation underwent a dramatic twist. According to the report from the world's wealthiest individual, It was revealed that the attacks were orchestrated by a terrorist known as Yi Sun. The government promptly commissioned a sketch based on the description, but it proved ineffective. The perpetrator was merely described as an individual clad in black canvas shoes, black cropped jeans, and a black hooded sweatshirt, obscuring his face. Who could possibly identify him from such a vague depiction? Nevertheless, the notoriety of Yi Sun spread rapidly. Upon returning to the hotel, he observed the news channels inundated with coverage of his exploits. Dodo expressed her discontent. Why is there nothing but this? Not even a cartoon. I'm so annoyed. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaotao diligently practiced the horse stance as instructed by Yi Sun, engrossed in martial arts. Sun Wukong, donning the overalls and shirt Yi Sun had bought for him, sat quietly watching the news. Upon seeing the sketch, he turned with curiosity and asked, "Is that you, Mr. Sun?" "Absolutely not," Yi Sun shamelessly denied. "I merely find the resemblance striking." "Well, don't dwell on it too much." However, Yi Sun was profoundly astonished by Sun Wukong's instinctive reaction, which seemed to be an innate ability to discern. Yet, Sun Wukong appeared indifferent, as if nothing in this world could capture his attention. The chief of the police department, Amon, promptly convened an emergency meeting to review all available information regarding the recent terrorist attack. He could not help but grow concerned. This blatant disregard for the law not only threatened the Western capital, but also attempted to kidnap and extort the world's richest individual, an act utterly intolerable. Upon careful consideration of the situation, he discovered certain contradictions. Wait a moment, I would like to inquire about the connection between the terrorist attack and the threats against Dr. Bu. As soon as he posed the question, his subordinates began to voice their opinions, creating a cacophony that greatly irritated Amon. Unlike the Eastern capital, the Western capital, being the lifeblood of the nation, boasted a security force far superior to any other place, resulting in commendable public safety. Additionally, the phenomenon of class stratification and elimination ensured that those who could establish themselves in the Western capital, regardless of their innate abilities, possessed a degree of refinement and insight. This is the essence of a city's foundation. Why do large cities implement talent attraction strategies? The development of society entails the continuous elimination of the inferior while retaining the commendable. Thus, exceptional individuals naturally acquire superior resources. The rapid economic growth of the Western capital has also led to high remuneration across various sectors, with police salaries ranking among the best worldwide, which has inadvertently fostered some negative consequences, such as complacency among officers. Enough, Amon interjected. I did not come here to listen to your idle chatter. I simply wish to ask you about the connection between the terrorist attack on the city and the visit to Dr. Bu's residence. As discussions resumed, Amon grew increasingly impatient and stated, "Let me hypothesize from a different perspective. Regardless of whether I genuinely wish for Dr. Bu to construct some nonsensical gravity chamber. If I desired notoriety, the most effective method would be to orchestrate a terrorist attack to announce my identity. It is improbable that one would approach the police station or the broadcasting station to reveal themselves. Thus, only one place remains, the highly influential residence of Dr. Bu. This would also allow for a public appearance. Even while masked, Dr. Bu and his family would indeed recognize the individual, eliminating any possibility of confusion. Do you comprehend my reasoning?" Following this, a chorus of flattery erupted, with praises for the chief's brilliance. One could not deny that the atmospheres of the police departments in the Western and Eastern capitals were markedly different. I shall not concern myself with these matters. This individual undoubtedly seeks to leverage our Western capital for personal fame. Such a person is a dangerously reckless terrorist and should be pursued by a nationwide manhunt. No, a global manhunt. Meanwhile, in the distant Eastern capital, Chief Rod had also received news from the Western capital and the National Police Department. Naturally, Rod promptly issued a wanted notice. However, upon receiving the sketch of the suspect, they found it to be exceedingly peculiar. Rod furrowed his brow, for the portrait before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the enigmatic figure clad in black who had aided the police in apprehending the rampaging gang. He was acutely aware that this mysterious individual was none other than Yi Sun. Could it truly be Master Yi? What could his intentions possibly be? Shifting the focus back to West City, the previous night's violent explosion had thoroughly unsettled the peace of the city. The police promptly cordoned off several streets and initiated a citywide patrol. Moreover, Director Amon had issued a warrant for the apprehension of the suspect. Greetings, citizens. I am Director Amon. The recent terror attack has left us with scant leads. Thus, we require the collective effort of all citizens to unravel this horrific incident. On this day, nearly every business had closed its doors, allowing the populace to remain at home and tune into the live news coverage that had been uninterrupted. Various criminal investigation experts took turns to share their insights, reiterating familiar themes. Was it a decline in morality? Or perhaps a loss of humanity? The press conference held by Director Amon was poised to shatter viewership records for this year's news programs. The following was a communique from the National Police Department regarding a high-priority wanted notice. Should anyone provide accurate new information about the case, once verified by the police, a reward of $1 million would be granted. For critical leads that could assist in the investigation, a reward of $5 million would be issued upon confirmation. Furthermore, should any martial arts master or bounty hunter succeed in capturing the suspect, a staggering reward of $50 million would be conferred. The issuance of this warrant ignited a sensational reaction from the public, prompting numerous detectives to spring into action, each seeking to uncover even the slightest clue to assist the police. Their aspirations were to secure the $1 million for information and the $5 million for leads. The $50 million bounty was a distant thought, for it was evident that the individual in question posed an extreme danger. Instinctively, both detectives and officers concluded that this was undoubtedly a code associated with a terrorist organization rather than the actions of a solitary individual, as such a feat could hardly be accomplished by one person alone. An intriguing situation arose when Dr. Boo informed the police that the suspect had fled. They presumed he had departed via a private jet. In the Dragon Ball universe, such aircraft, designed for 1 or 2 passengers, were quite accessible, and West City had never imposed aviation restrictions. Chapter 51. Continuing martial training, $50 million? It seemed the personnel of the National Police Department held me in low regard. Yi-sun stroked his chin, his gaze contemplative. In truth, $50 million was a substantial sum. However, Yi-sun aspired to embody an unprecedented kind of terrorist, and thus, such a modest price could never define his identity. Due to the emotional toll, Yi Xiaotao spent her days practicing horse stance, while Sun Wukong frolicked with Dodo. The staff at the youth chain hotel were well aware that this child with a tail and his companion, the little panda, were under Sun Wukong's care, allowing them the freedom to roam the hotel without concern. Brother, teach me. I can now hold the horse stance for an hour. What should I do next to control my energy? Yi-sun could not resist her persistent requests and finally inquired, Xiao, could you demonstrate the combat techniques your instructor taught you? Yi Xiaotao promptly replied, I learned these fighting skills at the combat club in Kezidu. My teacher said it is a form of free fighting. Following this, Yi Xiaotao executed all the moves taught by her instructor, including punches, palm strikes, elbow strikes, and kicks. She even showcased a routine, to which Yi-sun nodded in quiet approval. He had to concede that Yi Xiaotao's mother indeed secured a commendable training venue for the young girl. At the very least, the combat club imparted authentic skills that, once practiced, could deliver precise strikes. It was evident that Yi Xiaotao's training was not merely a performance. Excellent. Your instructor is quite remarkable. You must thank him someday for not teaching you flamboyant techniques, as this will make my task of teaching you considerably easier, Yi-sun remarked. Yi Xiaotao felt elated. To be acknowledged by Yi-sun for her abilities was a significant achievement. She believed that since Yi-sun himself held a title as a master, teaching others would also yield him experience points. Subsequently, Yi-sun performed 2 simple movements, executing a long fist technique that produced sharp, cracking sounds, as if the air itself had been ruptured. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiaotao's heart raced, contemplating the devastating effect such strikes could have on a person. Yi-sun chuckled and declared, I shall now impart the Crane Immortal and Peach White's Crane style to you, and I am curious to see how they fare. The palm strikes should be as powerful as pushing a mountain, and striking should be akin to wielding a whip. In martial arts, one must utilize energy rather than brute force. However, when striking, one should exert force while minimizing energy expenditure. Inner strength is the source of power, while technique is the art of combat, which should not be employed merely to enhance physical stamina. Only the essence of strength can achieve that. Yi Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously. She had seldom encountered the enigmatic crane style, so the opportunity to learn from Yi-sun was immense for her. Yi-sun patiently explained, the human body's central line is the spine, with its apex at the back of the head and its base at the coccyx. Any martial art must engage the coccyx to effectuate a fundamental transformation in the individual. Noticing Yi-sun's serious demeanor, Yi Xiaotao quickly focused her attention on the aspect of qi, the very element she was most eager to understand, fearful of missing a single word. When delving into the profound depths of martial arts, one must address a crucial concept, qi. This qi is not the air we breathe, nor any gas present in the atmosphere, but rather the intrinsic energy of the human body. When one engages in physical activity, the body generates heat, resulting in perspiration. This heat is, in essence, qi. The process referred to as refining essence into chi pertains to the bodily heat produced through movement, as countless pores release chi during exertion. Yi Xiaotao experienced a moment of clarity, as if enlightenment had struck her. She realized that the concept of chi was not as arcane as she had once perceived. Rather, it was simply that people were often reluctant to delve deeper into its understanding. However, she pondered, if chi were to dissipate during vigorous activity leading to sweating, how could one harness chi to strike effectively? Yi Xiaotao immediately expressed her inner doubts, to which Yi Sun nodded and replied, a pertinent question indeed. Thus, in martial arts, the ability to maintain this vital energy without allowing it to disperse easily is the most fundamental and profound aspect of advanced martial practice. This is what we refer to as qigong. Despite Yi Sun's eloquent explanation, these teachings were originally imparted by the Crane Immortal during his admonishments to his disciples. Unlike the Turtle Immortal, who preferred to conceal his skills, the Crane Immortal was forthright in his instruction. The Turtle Immortal, after accepting Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha as disciples, refrained from teaching them the Turtle School's qigong, justifying it by claiming he wanted to prevent their arrogance. In truth, this was nonsense. Teaching disciples does not lead to the master's demise. Yi Sun seldom discussed matters of qi with Dodo, as the panda was inherently a master of qigong and required no instruction. However, the meridians and acupoints of beastmen differ from those of humans, complicating Yi Sun's ability to teach effectively. Although he provided Dodo with the Cleansing Marrow Sutra, the panda was unable to practice it. And as for Sun Wukong, that was a jest. A Saiyan hardly needed guidance. The simplest way to train a Saiyan was to nearly defeat him repeatedly, allowing him to recover each time, until he could effortlessly ascend to new heights. Teaching him qigong was utterly superfluous. Yi Xiaotao curiously inquired, isn't the dispersal of qi a natural occurrence? Have you ever witnessed an animal in rage? Especially cats and dogs, when pushed to their limits, their fur stands on end, resembling a porcupine, a phenomenon known as bristling. Humans exhibit a similar response. Once the hairs stand erect, they can indeed constrict their pores. You've never had the opportunity to observe my combat style closely. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Yi Sun brought his hands together in prayer and then slowly separated them, revealing a dazzling, balloon-like formation of qi between his palms. Yi Xiaotao gasped in astonishment, yet Yi Sun cautioned, I did not intend for you to observe the qi. Rather, I wish for you to notice my hair. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaotao looked at Yi Sun's hair and was astonished to see that, despite lacking any styling or treatment, it appeared to float as if charged with static electricity, drifting gracefully like kelp in the sea, yet entirely natural. In the heat of battle, one must ignite a fervor within, even to the point of frenzy. It is only in this heightened state that qi can be mobilized swiftly. Those who claim that martial arts require a calm mind are peddling falsehoods. How can one possibly maintain tranquility in combat? Yi Xiaotao nodded in agreement. She recalled observing the martial masters in action, who, once engaged, resembled frenzied cats, refusing to cease until their opponents were utterly incapacitated. In competitive matches, devoid of stringent regulations and referees, it is likely that only death would halt the conflict. Consider this, when confronting a life-and-death adversary. Is it not often essential to unleash a barrage of blows to subdue them? The principle of one burst of energy leads to decay, and then exhaustion applies here. Before the qi violently dissipates, the ultimate strategy is to retain that vital breath and swiftly and effectively overcome the opponent. Indeed, our coach has expressed similar sentiments. It appears you possess a profound understanding of these concepts, and your instructor is truly commendable. The horse stance I previously taught you was primarily to help you grasp the transition of your center of gravity. Today, I shall impart another stance to you, which focuses on exercising the spine to master the opening and closing of the body's pores, thereby stabilizing your qi. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Sun instantaneously moved behind Yi Xiaotao and lightly pressed his finger against her occiput, gently guiding it downward along each vertebra. With each inch he descended, Yi Xiaotao felt her spine gradually straighten. Yi Sun's method stimulated the movement of her entire skeletal structure and the contraction and extension of her muscles, causing her to break into a sweat almost immediately. Suddenly, Yi Sun inquired, can you feel it? Yes, she replied, if you were to press on my coccyx, I might leap up as if I were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Precisely. Remember, the coccyx is akin to your tail. Find that sensation and continue to maintain the horse stance. By the end of this holiday, you will surpass those students in the experimental class without a trace. Chapter 52. The game. After assigning new martial arts tasks to Yi Xiaotao, Yi Sun began to set his plans into motion. This time, he intended to take bold actions. In this world, There exist two types of individuals: those who embrace risk and those who cherish their comfort. It was evident that Yi Sun, equipped with a system, was one who relished the thrill of adventure. The reason he chose to operate under a pseudonym was to temporarily obscure his identity, albeit not entirely. He understood that his appearance would allow Rod and others to recognize him immediately, but that was of little concern. Rod, being the crafty fox he was, would never betray him. It was as simple as that. As for Romeo and Xiao, perhaps Rod would divulge the truth to them. Yet these two were determined to stick by him, making it imperative for Yi Sun to blend in convincingly. Reflecting on his situation, Yi Sun concluded that maintaining a slightly high profile would be prudent, especially since this endeavor involved orchestrating a terror attack, not merely showing off. Had he known, he would not have dismantled the original design team's proposal, insisting instead on a more legitimate approach. How foolish it was to think that robbing a bank wouldn't yield swift results. If only he could rob every bank in the world consecutively every year. He wouldn't fear a lack of funds. For the first time, Yi Sun felt a surge of anger at his own incompetence. They say one should not pass up opportunities for profit, yet he had unnecessarily complicated his own circumstances, leading to awkwardness. After dining on seafood with Dodo, Wukong, and Yi Xiaodao, Yi Sun prepared to leave. Dodo, with a beaming smile, waved at him and playfully said in a childish voice, "Brother Yi Sun, when you unleash your energy blasts, please don't aim them at Dodo. I'm scared." Yi Sun paused for a moment, then swiftly turned, scooping Dodo up and playfully using his right fist like a drill above her head. Dodo immediately burst into tears, her tiny legs flailing in the air as she begged, "Brother Yi Sun, my head hurts. Dodo, if you dare to speak of this, I will leave you all alone in the West City and let the police come to take you away." With a solemn promise, Dodo swore not to reveal anything. After uttering this, Yi Sun set Dodo down, who, with a forlorn expression, clutched his head and murmured softly, "I knew it. They always bully Dodo. Sister Xiao Tao and Little Monkey both know it was you." Yi Sun scoffed, "What did you say?" "I won't say anything more. I'm going back to watch cartoons," Dodo replied. Yi Sun sighed deeply. It was only natural for them to deduce the truth. Although numerous photography teams had captured the scene during the explosion, it was impossible to hide it from Dodo and Sun Wukong, who distinctly witnessed an energy blast soaring through the sky, clearly unleashed by an extraordinarily powerful individual. Who else could it be but Yi Sun? Sun Wukong understood that Yi Sun's actions were driven by his desire to obtain the Dragon Balls, so he chose to remain silent. In truth, Wukong was a perceptive child. He regarded Yi Sun as a remarkably dependable older brother. Therefore, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, remaining silent unless Yi Sun inquired. This was largely due to Sun Wukong's limited exposure to the world, lacking a profound understanding of the destructive nature of such explosions. Had it been the later version of Sun Wukong, he would have exerted every effort to prevent any harm towards Yi Sun, even if it meant confronting him. At that moment, Yi Sun was soaring through the night sky, heading towards the television station to accomplish a monumental task, one significant enough to etch itself into the annals of history, comparable to the resurgence of Demon King Piccolo, the invasion of the Saiyans, and the Cell Games. Meanwhile, the West City news station was engrossed in reporting on a horrific terrorist attack. Various guests spoke with conviction, discussing a professor from a remote mountain plotting some dreadful scheme, while another claimed a terrorist organization aimed to conquer the world. And yet another reported that the Red Ribbon Army was planning to declare war on the kingdom. Initially, Yi Sun was unaware of the studio's location. However, it was quite amusing that the television station was open for public tours. Thus, a prominent sign displayed a detailed diagram of the station, illustrating each floor's programming. This seemingly approachable initiative inadvertently aided Yi Sun, sparing him the necessity of breaking through layer by layer like Cell. At this time, the West City News was undoubtedly the most watched channel, so he decided to head to the 7th floor. Upon reaching his destination, Yi Sun did not storm in as Cell would have. Instead, he floated to the window. Noticing the office window was ajar, he gracefully slipped inside. After entering, he instinctively sought the live broadcast studio but found himself momentarily perplexed. Which direction was the studio? Feeling somewhat awkward, he inquired with a staff member about the studio's location. Upon seeing Yi Sun's attire, the staff member, puzzled, remarked, "Sorry, but it's not regular working hours, and visitors aren't allowed in. Are you trying to imitate something?" Yi Sun replied, "Well, actually I am. Could you please take me to the studio? I have something to say to everyone." "Thank you." The staff member furrowed his brow and sarcastically retorted, "If you were, then wouldn't I be a deity? The celestial beings are far more handsome than you. Stop pretending. Take me to the live broadcast room at once. If you don't leave now, I shall call the police." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Sun shattered the wall behind him with a single punch. Amidst the deafening noise, the hidden live broadcast room was revealed. Yi Sun exclaimed, "What on earth?" It turned out to be right here. The occupants of the live room gaped in astonishment at the broken wall, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yi Sun slowly stepped inside, while the person behind him appeared to be in a state of utter despair, having lost control of his bladder and teetering on the brink of further embarrassment. What has happened? The head of the directing team, struck dumb by the unexpected incident during the live broadcast, was at a loss for immediate action. Noticing the peculiar demeanor of the intruder, the director suddenly shouted, "Isn't this? Camera, focus on him. If you fail to capture a good shot, I will throw you out of the building. You one need to come to work tomorrow." Understood. After a brief moment of shock, the director added, "Hey, someone go call the police." "Right away," replied a nearby assistant, rushing to the landline to report the incident. The hosts and guests in the live room were still in a daze as Yi Sun approached the stage and took a seat in an empty spot. With the camera unwaveringly trained on him, Yi Sun declared loudly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the planner and executor of the recent terror attack in the city of the West, with whom I have already exchanged greetings yesterday. Now, I shall grant you 5 seconds to process this information." A hush fell over the room, with everyone wearing expressions of incredulity. Yi Sun glanced at the guests, feeling a sense of frustration. Was their astonishment truly warranted? With the silence persisting, he continued, "I am here today to announce a game. For the next month, I will remain in the city of the West, and every day from noon until 5 in the afternoon, I shall be boldly present at the central fountain square. I welcome martial artists, bounty hunters, and police from around the world to come and confront me. Whether you choose to engage with martial arts or firearms is entirely up to you. Should anyone manage to defeat me, a reward of 50 million awaits." End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. The world shaken. The announcement of the game sent shockwaves throughout the globe. After making his grand exit from the television station, his departure was marked by the dramatic destruction of the wall behind him as he soared away. Upon the arrival of the police, an immediate inquiry was launched. Given that the incident was broadcast live, many viewers witnessed the unfolding chaos, while the television station preserved the footage, replaying it incessantly. The city of the West was destined for a sleepless night. The mayor of the city of the West convened an emergency press conference, as reporters worked tirelessly to reach the city government. Various announcements shattered previous media limits, marking this as an unprecedented event. "Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at this press conference. The recent game teaser has captured the government's utmost attention, prompting discussions between the military and law enforcement. They will convene at the central fountain square tomorrow at noon. We cannot afford to indulge an individual who provokes societal unrest. He must be met with stringent punishment." At this juncture, a reporter inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Mayor, has the central government initiated any countermeasures regarding the game teaser?" "The government has dispatched its most elite task force to the city of West, and it has also extended invitations to martial artists worldwide, determined to eliminate this terrorist and prevent him from disrupting global peace and the rule of law." A multitude of journalists gasped, "Mr. Mayor, are you suggesting elimination?" "As far as I know, there were no casualties in last night's terrorist attack in West. The legal infractions should not warrant the death penalty." However, the mayor erupted in fury, slamming the table and exclaiming, "Utterly ridiculous. How could we allow a person capable of inciting widespread explosions in our city to live? His failure to detonate in a densely populated area may merely be due to operational errors or unfamiliarity with West's urban layout. If he were to regroup, who would bear responsibility when disaster strikes?" Faced with the mayor's wrath, the reporters were momentarily taken aback. Yet, the mayor's argument held merit. The potential for an unexpected detonation poses a grave threat to global stability. Such a malignant presence cannot be permitted to remain. "What are your thoughts on this, Your Majesty?" "Foolishness. His Majesty is currently asleep. How can we disturb him?" The crowd fell silent, unable to counter this. The military commenced immediate preparations, commandeering all commercial buildings surrounding the central fountain square in West. Tomorrow, there will be no work, and armored vehicles and tanks have already been deployed from the military district. A citywide lockdown is imperative. Thus, the focus of tomorrow's events will shift from a confrontation among martial artists to a showdown with the military. Yi Sun lay in his hotel, observing the broadcast with a sense of disbelief. He anticipated that these individuals would undoubtedly attempt to use the military against him. Given that the central area of West cannot employ weapons of mass destruction, he felt no fear of being harmed by such formidable armaments. His combat power stands at 1002. Having reached the level of Raditz, he should not encounter any issues. For the sake of caution, he aims to enhance his martial skills further. After tonight, his combat prowess should increase by several hundred points. If he could achieve a power level around 2,200, akin to Piccolo during the Saiyan saga, he would be well prepared. Yi Sun is not lacking in confidence. Rather, he has never engaged in such grand endeavors. He requires his reputation to facilitate his endeavors, allowing him to earn with impunity, particularly in creatively navigating the monetization aspects of the game setting. Since engaging in wrongdoing yields swift financial gains, one might as well commit such acts openly, sanctioned by the state and tacitly accepted by the populace. It would be a straightforward resolution. I am about to practice my techniques. I shall occupy this restroom, and you three may do as you please. Upon hearing this, Dodo felt an electrifying surge of alarm, instantly exclaiming, "Brother Yi Sun, if it becomes unbearable, I won't practice anymore. I'm so frightened." Foolish Dodo, if Brother Yi Sun does not practice, how will he protect you? Yi Xiaotao blinked her sparkling eyes, inquisitively asking, "Brother, is the technique you practice exceedingly peculiar?" "Indeed, it is of my own invention, named Heavenly Way Technique. Each session involves excruciatingly painful cleansing of the marrow and bones." Upon hearing the term cleansing of the marrow and bones, Yi Xiaotao was instantly filled with excitement. "Brother, you speak of such a martial art. Does it truly exist in this world? Why won't you teach me? Even if I taught you, you would not be able to master it. You are accustomed to luxury and would find even the stance of a horse unbearable. To attempt the cleansing would be akin to flaying and pulling muscles. You could not endure it." Yi Xiaotao was unconvinced, but Yi Sun chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, engrossed in an animated series, laughed heartily. Having no intention of following others in their training, he simply wished for his grandfather's revival to practice and live alongside him. Yi Xiaotao, feeling wronged, pinched Dodo's face. Disregarding his protests of pain, and defiantly inquired, "Tell me, is your strength as a panda due to my brother teaching you the Heavenly Way technique?" Dodo, feeling quite aggrieved, replied, "Sister Xiaotao, please stop pinching me. I have never learned the Heavenly Way technique. Brother Yi Sun has never taught me. I am truly terrified of that technique." After repeated inquiries met with the same response, she relented and dashed off to continue her neck exercises. It was because Yi Xiaotao believed they were effective that she persevered. Perhaps one day, Brother Yi Sun would teach her the Heavenly Way technique. But the moment was not yet ripe. Having secured the restroom, he followed his usual practice of removing all his clothing to avoid soilage. With the enhancement of the Golden Bell Shield to level 2, his physical resilience had significantly increased, allowing him to endure greater pain. The agony brought forth by the marrow cleansing could, in turn, temper the Golden Bell Shield. Thus, whenever Yi Sun was inclined, he could elevate his combat prowess substantially with each training session. In silent contemplation of the cosmic realm, he reflected upon the 4 births and 3 existences, the 6 roots and 6 dusts intertwined, and the 5 aggregates along the 3 paths, the celestial beings and asuras, each traversing distinct realms, with the 2 truths yet to be reconciled and the 6 perfections yet to be attained. Seeing is not truly seeing, ignorance remains unquenched. The eye of the Tao has not yet attained clarity, the brows have yet to touch the ground. Yi Sun silently recited the incantation of the marrow cleansing scripture, and as he circulated his energy, he felt that intense force enveloping every acupoint, as if a magnetic force from the universe acted upon every mitochondrion. Thus, the cries of anguish began anew. Chapter 2. A global live broadcast. Yi Sun's screams echoed repeatedly, even with the restroom's soundproofing. Within the confines of a presidential suite, Dodo and the others could not avoid hearing him. Dodo continued to tremble and burrow into the blankets, while Yi Xiaotao wore a face of terror, pondering whether her brother was inflicting harm upon himself in the restroom. Sun Wukong stood with his tail upright, the hair bristling ominously, an unsettling sight indeed. It was only at this moment that Yi Xiaotao realized why Yi Sun had refrained from teaching her the Tian Dao Gong technique. It was likely that this particular practice necessitated self-harm. Could the process of cleansing one's marrow and refining one's bones truly be so agonizing? Such thoughts swirled within her mind. Despite the intense pain Yi Sun endured, he remained conscious for half an hour, marveling at the potential efficacy of the Golden Bell Shield. Upon reviewing his data, he was astonished to find that the second level of the Golden Bell Shield had reached 86 completion. This progress was nothing short of miraculous. Although the advancement of the marrow cleansing scripture was sluggish, rising only from 36 to 43, the evolution of one's bloodline proved to be exceedingly arduous. As Yi Sun contemplated taking a respite, a notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 15. He could not help but exclaim in delight. The upgrade granted him a full recovery, erasing all physical and mental fatigue in an instant, while also significantly increasing his attribute points. However, Yi-sun decided against allocating these points for the time being, opting to wait until his bloodline level was higher. Such was the nature of his perfectionist tendencies. Upon examining his current data panel, Yi-sun was astonished to discover that his combat power had surged to 1762. Indeed, the effects of the marrow-cleansing scripture had far exceeded his expectations. With a combat power of 1762, he was undoubtedly invincible on Earth. Yet, this level was still insufficient compared to formidable opponents like the Saiyans or even SHENRON, who boasted combat powers around 2,000 after their training in the heavenly realm. Thus, Yi-sun felt both excitement and trepidation. Given the slight alterations in the main storyline of Dragon Ball, he fervently hoped that no overwhelming foes would emerge, for that would undoubtedly lead to an awkward predicament. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi-sun's eyes sparkled with electric intensity. He swiftly took a shower to cleanse his body of impurities and, upon exiting the bathroom, found 3 individuals staring at him in bewilderment. Yi-sun laughed heartily. "What are you all looking at? Brother, is this how you cultivate?" One queried. "Sort of. There will be other methods in the future. But that's a discussion for another time. I have matters to attend to tomorrow." Yi Xiaotao smirked. "Are you planning to become a leader of a gang, brother?" "Certainly not. I aspire to be a great deity," he replied. "You all should rest. There's a grand spectacle to behold tomorrow afternoon." With that, Yi-sun retreated to his solitary chamber for rest. This time, he slept soundly, buoyed by the soaring confidence stemming from his dramatic increase in combat power. In this upcoming game, he intended to challenge the world's perceptions and beliefs. He had chosen the central square for its bustling crowds, where any foul play would be virtually impossible. Moreover, after a night had passed, the area surrounding the square would have been thoroughly inspected by the military and government, ensuring that no deception could take place. Those who have experienced the saga of Dragon Ball can undoubtedly comprehend Yi-sun's sentiments at this moment. He harbors a genuine disdain for the way Mr. Satan can deceive the collective intelligence of humanity with a mere sleight of hand. Otherwise, why would it be said that one glaring flaw within Dragon Ball is the widespread lack of intelligence among the populace? The following day, Yi-sun awoke at 10 a.m., undisturbed by Do and the others, who likely believed that after such exhausting training, a restorative slumber was essential for recovery. The group proceeded to the dining hall for lunch, and upon glancing at the clock, Yi-sun realized it was nearly time to depart. Indeed, the hotel guests had opted to remain indoors, choosing instead to watch the live broadcast of the eradication event, which was being streamed to the entire world. The national television station was set to break viewership records that had stood since the inception of global broadcasting, much to the dissatisfaction of other networks. As the government had mandated that only the national station could cover the event live, denying entry to all other broadcasters. Yi-sun swapped his previous black hoodie for a striking red and black hooded trench coat, donned a mask, and thus set out with an air of audacity. His speed was so remarkable that no one noticed him as he soared out of the window. At this very moment, whether among politicians, ordinary citizens, or even members of criminal organizations, everyone was collectively on holiday, solely to witness the might of the world's military forces in combat. At the Wind City Police Headquarters, although each officer was fulfilling their respective duties, they were all secretly glued to their televisions within their offices, engrossed in the live broadcast. Rod sat in his opulent office, his expression grave as he observed the unfolding images on the screen. At least 20 cameramen were stationed at various angles, executing the shooting plan, with scenes rapidly shifting to show soldiers loading magazines, armored vehicles traversing the streets, and tanks adjusting their firing ranges, all vividly depicted. Everyone believed that any challengers would certainly meet a gruesome fate, yet the true dilemma lay in the fact that no one dared to approach. Only a fool would walk into such danger. "Father, do you think anyone will come?" Rod squinted at the barren central square displayed on the screen and inquired. "Do you have any idea how many snipers are currently aimed at that very spot?" Romeo hesitated and frowned. 10? 50? That many? Rod reminisced about his past military assignments. Reflecting, when 50 snipers pull the trigger, there exists a remarkably brief window of time. Should a mere mortal stand there, within half a second, they would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Forget about retaining human form. If I didn't inform you that it was human remains, you might not even realize it. Upon hearing such a scenario, Romeo couldn't help but swallow hard. The thought alone was terrifying, truly chilling upon deeper contemplation. Yet, he was determined to be there, for such an opportunity for renown was not one that ordinary individuals could seize. However, it seemed almost impossible to survive such an encounter. Rod chuckled. "Who knows? Meanwhile, Xiao sat in the classroom, alongside his classmates and teacher, fixated on the television broadcasting the unfolding events of the strangulation plan. He quietly occupied the last row, observing the screen and listening to the discussions among his peers. Yet his mind was preoccupied with a pressing question. Was this truly the Great Yi? If so, it would signify a complete transformation of the world order after today. Conversely, if this individual was not Yi, then he could very well become an adversary. For anyone capable of challenging the world must possess strength at least on par with that of Yi's son. In front of him sat a lovely girl with strikingly large eyes and twin ponytails, known as Yun, who was widely recognized as one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school and, unbeknownst to her, the object of Xiao's quiet affection. However, his feelings did not distract him. In fact, he longed to be in the city of Shi to witness the battle firsthand, as remaining here felt utterly pointless. Yun turned to her friend, a cute girl with straight bangs named Xiao, and remarked, Xiao, I doubt he will show up. There's no way he would risk his life in such a situation. At that moment, Xiao, lost in thought, instinctively responded, he will definitely come. The army cannot harm him. Yun, taken aback, furrowed her brows and faced Xiao with an indignant inquiry. Humph, how would you know? Xiao, still in a state of calm, merely replied. It's beyond explanation for mere mortals. Yun's eyes widened in surprise. She slammed her hand on the desk and exclaimed, Who are you calling a mere mortal? Do you think you're so exceptional? Only then did Xiao realize his blunder and hurriedly apologize. I'm sorry. I got carried away. It was not aimed at you. You clearly meant it for me. She retorted. The entire class was drawn to the escalating tension, casting curious glances their way. Xiao shrugged helplessly and clarified. Consider it a slip of the tongue, but I believe his physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary people. Conventional firearms cannot contend with him. Yun was poised to retaliate, but Xiao and I intervened, whispering to her, Yun, it's about to begin, don't argue with Xiao. Upon hearing Xiao's counsel, Yun crossed her arms, let out a huff, and turned away, muttering, Country bumpkin, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Xiao pouted, feeling quite vexed. Had it not been for his affection for Yun, he would have retaliated with a punch. The current Xiao was not the same as he had been a month prior. Truthfully, all of Yun's rumored boyfriends combined would not match his strength. Chapter 3. Betting. Shall we place a wager on whether he will show up? A boy with a buzz cut suddenly proposed, eager to provoke Xiao. While formal betting was prohibited at school, light-hearted wagers among students were certainly acceptable. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, the buzz-cut boy addressed Xiao. Xiao, shall we make a bet? Let us wager 100. Xiao frowned, aware that the buzz-cut boy was likely trying to impress Yun, but he had no interest in engaging with him. He coolly replied, No bet. Coward. Yun, seated in the front row, unceremoniously mocked, which irked Xiao immensely. He immediately retorted, 100 yuan is too trivial. I wager 10,000. However, if you merely show your face and depart, I wouldn't want anyone to accuse me of bullying you. I bet whether or not one of us will meet an untimely demise. I wager on remaining safe and sound. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the entire class erupted in astonished gasps, turning their attention towards Xiao. Uncertain if they had misheard, Yun and Xiao and I also gazed at Xiao in disbelief, pondering whether he had become delirious in his pursuit of pride. The short-haired boy, initially taken aback, suddenly found confidence upon the mention of wagering life and death. With a flippant expression, he said, Is anyone interested in joining this bet? It's a whopping 10,000 yuan. If we all win, each of the 50 students in class could pocket 200 yuan. Why not? As soon as he uttered these words, several classmates eagerly jumped in a cheer. We'll gamble too. If we lose, each of us will pay Xiao 10,000. Oh, you folks should refrain from gambling. It's ill-advised. Indeed, gambling is not prudent. With one less participant, we could each earn over 1,000 yuan. Xiao, you better not be boasting and then default on the payment. This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. Xiao had already been a target of teasing, and the students, while not malicious, simply found amusement in the situation. They believed that Xiao had merely escalated the stakes to 10,000 in a fit of anger provoked by Yun. Thus, with a light-hearted spirit, they readily agreed to the wager. Observing that the entire class had consented, Xiao understood that his classmates were not serious. They merely sought to entertain themselves, much like they usually did. Humph, they think I'm a fool. Very well, I'll play along. Xiao declared. Since we're at this, let us set some ground rules. If I die, each of you shall owe me 10,000. But do not attempt to renege, for that would greatly displease me. When the crowd recognized Xiao's earnestness, their desire to tease him intensified. All right, count me in, they exclaimed. Just then, the class teacher arrived. This particular teacher had been quite displeased with Xiao lately, having faced criticism from the school leadership due to Xiao's antics, which also resulted in a salary deduction, an utter humiliation. Seeing Xiao so audaciously gamble, the teacher, intending to teach him a lesson, decided to join the bet as well. He aimed to embarrass Xiao and, once the matter was settled, seized the opportunity to lecture him on the wrongs of gambling and the importance of humility. The students, observing their teacher taking the lead in teasing Xiao, felt encouraged to participate without reservation, including those who usually focused solely on their studies. Yun's disdain for Xiao intensified significantly. She had already clarified that the incident with Zhao's wrist had actually involved a passerby skilled in combat who assisted him, and it was not Xiao who instigated the attack. Moreover, the incident where Xiao was doused with urine had been exaggerated, either intentionally or unintentionally, to portray him as having been forced to consume it, and even having finished it. This led to his classmates developing a sense of aversion towards him, a sentiment that stemmed from the simplest of student perceptions. Yun's contempt for Xiao reached an unparalleled level, and when she recalled having been told that Xiao harbored feelings for her, she felt an involuntary shudder at the thought of being liked by such a cowardly individual. "I wager with you, hoping you possess the means to settle this debt," Yun jested. Yet before she could finish, Xiao interjected earnestly. "I hope everyone has the funds to pay this debt. I am entirely serious." The classmates, observing his solemn demeanor, privately lamented that he was indeed a foolish boy, questioning who would take him seriously, especially after losing 490,000. The homeroom teacher scoffed derisively, exclaiming, "How impressive! I shall inform your parents about this matter and see if they would take pride in you." No need for the teacher to concern herself. Based on my understanding of my parents, should I indeed win 490,000, they would likely be overcome with joy. Humph, shameless. The teacher thought Xiao was merely being stubborn. Yet unbeknownst to her, Xiao was speaking from the heart. With this in mind, the teacher remarked with a smirk, "Very well, I shall serve as a witness. Let us ensure no one defaults on their debts. Since Xiao wishes to bestow money upon everyone, you ought to express your gratitude. Does Xiao possess wealth? Certainly not. He receives a paltry sum of 2,000 yuan monthly from Rod, not because Rod is unwilling to provide more, but because for a child of Zhao's impoverished background, more would be futile. Whether it is 2,000 or 20,000, it merely suffices for his daily meals and the occasional beverage." "Thank you, Xiao," the class responded cheerfully, engaging in light-hearted banter. This is the tragedy of education. The jovial atmosphere of the entire class is often built upon the amusement derived from the discomfort of a few individuals. Such scenarios are encountered by nearly everyone during their school years. Many who join in the laughter directed at certain classmates remain oblivious to the humiliation those classmates endure. Nevertheless, Xiao muttered under his breath, "Foolish mortals." This remark was clearly captured by Yun and Xiao and I in the front row, both of whom wore expressions of bitter amusement and disdain. This guy is truly foolish. No wonder he is so easily mocked. Can he genuinely take this seriously? They thought. Ah, foolish boy. Well, if he wishes to spend, we cannot stop him. A faint smile crept across Zhao's lips, and he found himself inexplicably confident in Yi Sun. Without any apparent reason, an enigmatic self-assurance. Ah, esteemed audience, a figure appears in the sky. Could it be? Strange. Why is it flying over? Is it some sort of stunt? The reporters in the front and the hosts in the broadcast studio alternated in sharing their thoughts, as all viewers witnessing this astonishing scene were left in utter shock. Is this a superhero? My goodness, is this not a scene from a movie? I wager that this is undoubtedly a sensational entertainment show. The explosive event in the western city was so intense, yet miraculously, there were no casualties. This alone is sufficient to suggest that this incident is purely a fabrication. I share the same sentiment. Could it possibly be a state-organized counterterrorism drill, designed to create a semblance of authenticity through a fabricated spectacle? Indeed, I also think so. Reports indicate that they visited the home of the world's foremost expert, yet there was neither murder nor robbery. They merely requested Professor Bu to construct some sort of gravity chamber. This is utterly absurd and far too contrived. Upon catching sight of the figure in the footage, I felt an immediate sense of reassurance. It was unmistakably Yi Sun. The master is truly extraordinary, daring to engage in such audacity. In Chapter 4, the figure descended with remarkable authority, leaving even the sniper momentarily stunned and utterly distracted. However, not everyone was awestruck by this superheroic appearance. Among those watching the live broadcast, some recognized it instantly as the sky dance technique. On a small island not far from the southern coast, there exists a turtle house, home to an elderly man well-versed in Dragon Ball lore. A true connoisseur would immediately identify him as Master Roshi, donning his trademark sunglasses. Master Roshi observed the figure standing in the central square on the television screen, momentarily at a loss for words. His thoughts were conflicted. He recognized the technique as belonging to the Crane School, yet he was puzzled. The practitioners of the Crane School are known for their low profile, always cherishing their anonymity, and would never expose themselves to the scrutiny of the world. This individual possesses the sky dance technique, which certainly implies a connection to the Crane School. However, I am curious as to why he would oppose the world and openly provoke all martial artists globally. Such actions are undeniably unwise. What could his true intentions be? Master Roshi, lost in thought, inadvertently crushed the soda can in his hand, spraying himself with soda. He hastily wiped his face on the floor, glancing once more at the police on the television who were addressing the situation, and sighed. It is futile. This person can unleash energy waves, at the very least matching my own martial prowess. If he wishes to leave, not even an eagle-eyed sniper could harm him. Meanwhile, in a quaint rural tavern, Crane Hermit was accompanying Tianjin Fan and Dumpling on their training excursion. Upon witnessing the sky dance technique, Crane Hermit was visibly astonished but quickly regained his composure. When he originally developed the technique, it was merely a clever ruse. The sky dance technique is not difficult to master, as long as one can channel their energy outward. Lifting the body is not a challenge. With a little refinement in technique, it becomes even more manageable. Who could this individual be? Which school does he belong to? It is indeed perplexing. Crane Hermit was unaware that Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, standing beside him, were equally bewildered. Yet they felt a sense of anticipation regarding the remarkable abilities of someone bold enough to challenge the entire world. Yi-sun stood at the center of the square, surveying his surroundings and noticing the palpable tension in the air, a clear indication that soldiers were approaching, armed and ready. The cacophony of their hurried footsteps filled his ears, and after a brief moment, it ceased, completing the encirclement by the infantry. Above, helicopters whirred past, while the imposing silhouettes of tanks and armored vehicles could be seen on the broad streets, and countless snipers lay in wait amidst the surrounding commercial buildings. Such treatment could certainly be deemed favorable, yet it was ultimately futile. At that moment, a figure clad in black approached him, eliciting confusion among the viewers of the live broadcast. Yet they could surmise that this individual was there to negotiate, ostensibly to persuade him to surrender. The man stepped forward, saluted, and said, "Sir, regardless of the circumstances, this scene is one from which you cannot escape alone. The military hopes you will abandon your resistance. I suspect there are others orchestrating this behind the scenes. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions?" Yi-sun retorted. The man appeared unfazed by such inquiries, as if accustomed to navigating the chaos of societal unrest to assert his own existence. This is your suicide mission, is it not? One could not deny the logic behind Yi-sun's reasoning, for any notorious organization seeking rapid notoriety often resorts to extreme sacrifices to achieve their goals. However, Yi-sun was not one to fit that mold. He refrained from answering directly, calmly inquiring, "Are you not also a pawn of the military? In all the scenarios you have anticipated for my arrival, you must have considered the possibility that I am carrying a bomb. The moment I detonate it, this place will be reduced to ashes. Yet, you still allow yourself to be sent to your demise." The military negotiator's expression turned grave as he attempted to reason with him. "It is my duty to maintain national stability and societal peace. And I too have my mission." Yi-sun replied, "I aim to change the world. You must have audio equipment in your bag. Our conversation is being broadcast live on television. Thus, I wish to take this opportunity to express my thoughts. You do not understand me, and I harbor no resentment towards you for it. However, I want you to comprehend that the absence of casualties in last night's massive explosion was no mere coincidence. It was simply my unwillingness to harm the innocent. A vacant street is of no consequence to me as long as my objectives are achieved. However, if you intend to take action against me, the next explosion will not be confined to an empty street." The audience erupted in fervent discussion, noting the rigidity of his statements, which left little room for negotiation. A faint smile flickered across the negotiator's weary face, yet he remained composed as he advised, "Sir, all buildings, parks, and sewers within a 10-kilometer radius of the central square have been thoroughly searched, yielding no suspicious explosives. Although the entire West City has not been declared free from the threat of explosions, there is no opportunity for you to act within this immediate vicinity." Yi-sun could not help but applaud. He had always thought that the armies and police in the Dragon Ball world were rather foolish. Yet it appeared that this was not the case. Akira Toriyama's whimsical and fairy tale-like comedic style was indeed ill-suited for the three-dimensional realm. "You have committed 3 errors," Yi-sun proclaimed proudly, extending 3 fingers. The negotiation expert frowned, signaling for him to elaborate. First, I do not bomb cities with explosives, but rather with key attacks. Second, I am not a subordinate of any faction. I currently represent only myself, declaring my existence to the world. Third, and most importantly, the game will not be influenced in the slightest by the number of troops present or the tactics they implement. I have stated it will last a month, and I will be here every day. Today is merely the first day, and your display is truly unremarkable. I am here to broaden your horizons. The negotiation expert's expression darkened, not out of anger, but due to the realization that communication was futile. The individual before him appeared to be utterly unhinged. I recognize that you are employing the technique of flight, and the fundamental requirement for mastering this technique is precise control over ki. Thus, it is not surprising that you are capable of utilizing ki attacks. However, the only one rumored to wield such destructive power is the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi. And I sincerely hope you do not claim any connection to him. Upon hearing this statement during the live broadcast, Master Roshi felt a swell of pride within him, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, only his Kamehameha, when unleashed at full strength, could wreak such havoc upon a city, albeit with limitations due to key constraints. It was hardly surprising, considering the national-level anti-terrorism operation. If they could not even ascertain knowledge regarding flight and ki, it would be quite pathetic. The Dragon Ball manga had indeed depicted a plethora of characters, leaving others, aside from Goku and his companions, appearing utterly ignorant. The era of Master Roshi has passed. Now is my time. There is no point in explaining this to you foolish mortals. Upon uttering these words, Yun Yun and Xiao and I were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Xiao, as she had just ridiculed them all in a similar tone and manner. Chapter 5. Futility. The negotiation expert, realizing that further communication was impossible, let out a long sigh and turned away, stating, "Sir, ideals require the support of strength. I hope to see you again in 5 minutes." Yi-sun replied calmly, "Rest assured, you will certainly see me again." With the negotiation clearly having collapsed, tension filled the air as the battle loomed. The snipers took their positions, counting down to engage. Each sniper heard a 10-second countdown through their earpieces, holding their breath, adjusting their focus, and placing their fingers on the triggers. As soon as the countdown concluded, they would undoubtedly pull the trigger without hesitation, perhaps to align with the tense atmosphere. The television station provided a commentary on the ongoing sniper operation, synchronizing their own countdown as the audience anxiously focused on the figure in the center of the screen. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the sniper unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger, only for an exceedingly bizarre scene to unfold. The on-site commanders exchanged bewildered glances at the unmoving figure, questioning over the intercom, "Why has the shot not been fired?" The response was one of astonishment. The shot has indeed been fired. Even the snipers were left in a state of confusion, grappling with the inexplicable. Had they truly fired? If so, why was the target still alive? Was it possible they had missed? Upon uttering this, even the commander found the notion absurd. He steadied himself, reasoning that in the absence of any movement from the target, it was impossible for the sniper to err, let alone for so many snipers to simultaneously fail, a notion bordering on delusion. The command was given, "Snipers, resume fire." In compliance, the snipers unleashed a barrage of shots at Yi-sun. Yet, perplexingly, no matter how meticulously they aimed, the target remained utterly still. This strange occurrence sent shivers down the spines of the snipers, who gradually came to realize the extraordinary nature of the situation. In unison, they ceased their assault. The commander's complexion turned pale, his eyes widened in disbelief. With each additional shot fired, he could clearly see through the telescope the accumulation of bullet casings at his feet, all rendered devoid of energy before they could reach Ye's body, falling impotently to the ground. What on earth was happening? As the commander remained in shock over his miscalculations, the television commentator was overwhelmed, exclaiming in disbelief, "Incredible! The bullets fired by the snipers have all landed at his feet. What on earth is happening? Are these bullets made of cotton?" The audience was enveloped in confusion. By their understanding, being struck by a sniper's bullet was undoubtedly fatal. If the target had survived, the only alternative explanation they could conceive was a conspiracy. Could it be that the military was engaging in deception? Master Roshi, his eyes filled with profound astonishment, struggled to comprehend what he was witnessing. These bullets had not even grazed his clothing, indicating that he had indeed employed an energy defense to nullify all attacks. Unbelievable. Had he truly attained such a level of mastery? Had this individual surpassed him? Master Roshi's mind raced with the implications, grappling with an acceptance of this reality. Despite his cultivated mindset, he could not escape the pangs of rivalry and vanity. In stark contrast, it was Master Crane who was truly seething with frustration. His body trembled slightly as he clenched his fists. With his keen perception, he understood precisely the level of control required over one's energy to achieve such a flawless defense without even harming one's attire. Tianjin Fan, Dumpling. Remember this. Do not provoke this individual. His prowess is far too formidable. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling exchanged solemn nods, though Dumpling cast a glance at Tianjin Fan, inwardly contemplating that Tianjin Fan would undoubtedly seek to challenge him. After all, he was Tianjin Fan. The infantry advanced. The soldiers armed with automatic rifles surged forth like a relentless tide, completely encircling the central square. They resembled the Qin soldiers surrounding the nameless hero in Zhang Yimou's film Hero, yet this was an era dominated by firearms. The television broadcast depicted the soldiers forming a circular encirclement, advancing layer by layer, compressing the space inch by inch, yet they remained motionless. The leading infantry captain raised his hand in a signal, and the tightly knit circular formation immediately transformed into a fan-shaped encirclement, creating an approximate 45-degree gap behind Yi Sun. Fire! The soldiers unleashed a torrent of gunfire, a fierce barrage of bullets erupting like fiery serpents, establishing overwhelming firepower. Yi Sun remained utterly still amidst the hail of bullets. Once the soldiers exhausted a magazine, they promptly reloaded. As long as their commander did not order a ceasefire, they would not relent. The spent cartridge casings accumulating around Yi Sun's feet could have been sold by the pound. However, humans possessed the capacity for self-assessment, and after relentless firing, some soldiers began to halt their assault voluntarily. Gradually, more and more soldiers ceased fire until all stood frozen, exchanging incredulous glances filled with shock. The man remained immovable, not a single bullet marking his form, yet the ground before him was littered with spent casings, a poignant irony. Yi Sun said nothing. He silently endured, for he was impervious to harm, inviting them to continue their futile assault. The commander, drenched in sweat, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Perhaps this individual was indeed superhuman, and his arrogance was not without justification. Yes, Commander, this is the current state of affairs. The sniper team and infantry have failed to inflict any damage. I suspect this man possesses an ability akin to a protective shield. The bullets are insufficient to harm him. The atmosphere in the command hall's western sector grew tense, rather than the inability to kill. The commander dreaded that his meticulously orchestrated ambush would devolve into farce, an outcome he could not tolerate. Then let us employ artillery, missile strikes, spare no expense to eliminate this man. Yet, the commander interjected, but Commander, this is the central square of the western capital. The deployment of heavy weaponry would inevitably result in severe economic losses. What does it matter? The commander bellowed. Compared to losing a few buildings, this dangerous individual must die. If he lives, I shall become the laughingstock. The commander, now perspiring profusely, understood that such losses could not merely be measured by the value of the structures themselves. This was the busiest commercial district. If it were reduced to ruins, who would bear the responsibility? Chapter 6. The retreat of the army. Yi Sun stood there, nearly dozing off, uncertain of how long this battalion would persist in their attempts. However, since they refused to concede, he saw no reason to voice his thoughts. He would let them be. Tank unit, prepare. Adjust the range. Load ammunition. Count to 5. Fire. Boom. The tanks commenced their bombardment upon Yi Sun, the thunderous roar of shells echoing throughout the city, reverberating even in distant locales. Yi Sun surveyed the bustling commercial streets around him, realizing that the opposing commander had completely lost his sanity. To open fire in the city center at will, was he truly so desperate for military merit? No, I must still lend my strength. With that thought, a spark ignited in Yi Sun's eyes, as if the entire space had come to a standstill. He effortlessly detected 6 cannonballs already in flight, not due to any supernatural ability, but rather because of his exceptionally quick reflexes. In comparison, everything else in this world seemed to move at a sluggish pace, akin to being played back at 20 times slower than normal. Only those at his level could perceive such subtleties. With remarkable speed, Yi Sun struck out with both hands, unleashing 6 energy projectiles that accurately intercepted the incoming cannonballs. Upon impact, the cannonballs exploded violently, producing a thunderous roar. The ensuing shockwave obliterated everything in its path, shattering the glass of distant buildings without exception. The premature detonation of the shells, occurring halfway to their intended target, threw the military into chaos. The commander quickly halted the tank units from firing and reported via communicator. Commander, the opponent is no ordinary superhuman. I suggest we refrain from engaging him further. At this rate, the city will be annihilated. However, the response he received was even more furious, indicating that the commander was on the brink of an explosion. What foolishness are you spouting? He is a global criminal, openly defying the world. If we do not eliminate him now, the consequences will be dire. Open fire, or I will have you all sent to a military tribunal. The commander's face turned pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. After shutting off the communicator, he turned to his aide and said, "The opponent's strength far exceeds our expectations. Did you see clearly just now?" "No, but his hands were definitely raised. I am certain he reacted. Indeed, I thought I was mistaken. He must have employed some means to intercept all the cannonballs." The aide was drenched in cold sweat. If that were the case, they were fighting a monster. I do not wish for our soldiers to perish in vain. If he desired, he could eliminate us all at any moment. Meanwhile, the commander closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, as if making a resolute decision. I must communicate with His Majesty the King. Only he can halt the military's actions at this point. The Western District Commander, upon discovering that the military had ceased its assault, was infuriated. He repeatedly dialed the front lines, but no one answered. About half an hour later, to his astonishment, His Majesty personally issued the order to suspend the military's offensive, citing the need to avoid provoking the opponent unnecessarily. The Western District Commander felt utterly helpless. Realizing that the commander must have reported up the chain of command, anger surged within him as he thought, "How dare these bastards defy my orders? Once this matter is settled, I shall replace the entire Western District military with my own loyal followers, enabling me to establish my own reign." The ambition within his eyes had been thoroughly ignited, especially as a certain plan he had long set aside resurfaced in his mind. Initially, he had regarded this scheme with disdain. However, it was now abundantly clear that such contempt was unwarranted. How could a person capable of becoming the commander of the Western District be deemed a fool? He was acutely aware that his prowess had likely surpassed the 9th rank of martial artists, reaching the legendary echelon of superhuman capabilities. Yet, he had always doubted the credibility of such claims, pondering how humanity could truly achieve the mythical feats of moving mountains, filling seas, and transcending the bounds of the earth and sky. However, upon reflection, disbelief was no longer an option. The allure of this power was intoxicating. If he too possessed such strength, the entire world would be within his grasp. Contemplating this, the commander of the Western District couldn't help but smirk. It was time to seek out that individual, to allocate funds and reignite the entire superhuman project. Meanwhile, the frontline commander re-established communication with the command center. Naturally, the commander began with an apology, to which the general responded with a dismissive air, though internally he simmered with discontent. He abhorred any defiance of his will. "Dear viewers, the military is commencing its withdrawal. We have just received notification from higher authorities stating that the army has decided to postpone its plans for engagement." The host's incredulous tone resonated, leaving those watching the live broadcast utterly astounded, their perspectives irrevocably altered. They were rendered speechless, their eyes reflecting confusion as they brimmed with questions for the military, yet those inquiries remained unvoiced. At this moment, the very fabric of the civilization established in this world underwent a monumental transformation. In the Wind City School, the classroom where Xiao was situated fell into an eerie silence. Whether it was the homeroom teacher, Yun, or the other students who had previously teased him, they all shared the sensation of having witnessed something monumental. The television was indeed broadcasting images of the military's retreat, while the battlefield remained intact. It appeared that Xiao had emerged victorious in this gamble. With a sigh, he rose slowly upon hearing the dismissal bell, uttering not a word. Lunchtime had arrived, yet for him, the stakes of this wager bore no weight. These students were unlikely to truly part with $10,000. After all, they were merely students. As he made his way to the cafeteria, Zhao's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He yearned to expedite his training, feeling that remaining in school was a waste of precious time. A sense of urgency began to well within him, as long as he could attain the status of a martial artist. His admission to higher education would be all but guaranteed. Though the pressure of examinations was absent, it remained crucial for him to become a martial artist before entering high school, thereby securing potential scholarships. With this resolution, Xiao halted and turned back towards the classroom. As he shouldered his bag amidst the gazes of his peers, the homeroom teacher, noticing his departure, refrained from inquiry, recognizing that it was indeed lunchtime. Yet, none could foresee that Xiao would not attend a single class in the ensuing 2 weeks. During lunchtime, the students at the school were engrossed in discussions about the unfolding events. It was likely that throughout the day, their focus would stray far from their studies, as the significance of the day had undoubtedly diverted their attention. Yun furrowed her brow, unable to eat a single bite from her lunchbox. Noticing her distress, Xiao and I chuckled. "Are you still pondering that matter?" Everyone appeared to be in a daze, which was understandable, Such extraordinary abilities were indeed astonishing. I am not pondering. I am contemplating, Yin replied. Have you noticed that this fellow's speech is distinctly peculiar? He seems overly confident and carries an air of disdain for others. Xiao and I paused her meal, deep in thought. Now that you mention it, his tone does resemble that of someone on television. At this point, Yin whispered. I had a strange thought earlier. My uncle, who works at the police station, mentioned that the mysterious person who assisted in apprehending the rogue gang might be the same individual who broke Jack's wrist. What do you mean? Xiao and I inquired. I suspect that person might be. She trailed off, incredulous. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Xiao and I could hardly believe it. Such coincidences were rare indeed. Yin, however, spoke with great caution, better safe than sorry. What if that mysterious person is indeed involved? Otherwise, why would Xiao trust him so implicitly? Perhaps they are acquainted from before. Xiao and I could hardly fathom that the proud young lady she admired was the first to uncover his secrets. Chapter 7. The challenge of the martial artist. It was summer, and although Yi Sun's physical condition made him impervious to the sweltering heat of around 35 degrees Celsius, he felt somewhat foolish standing in the square under such weather. He deemed the waste of time excessive. The next day, he brought a large recliner and set up a large sunshade beside it, lounging as if on a leisurely vacation. However, the central square was eerily silent. The government had sealed off the area, forbidding anyone from entering, including journalists, who could only photograph from the adjacent building. Consequently, the public was outraged to witness someone behaving so brazenly amidst such chaos, feeling that the authorities and military were utterly ineffective. To make matters worse, by noon on the third day, Yi Sun arrived with a cooler filled with an array of cold beverages. By the fourth day, he even abandoned his trench coat, opting for casual attire, complete with sunglasses and a mask. Thus, the vacation of Master Yi Sun in the western city commenced in a most audacious fashion. Is this truly a terrorist? People marveled, having never encountered anyone like him in their lives. For over a week, the government and military deliberated on strategies to confront this evidently superior martial artist, realizing they were currently outmatched and needed to devise further plans. Commander, there is an urgent situation, an officer reported. What is it? The commander asked. A martial artist has arrived at the periphery of the square, claiming he wishes to issue a challenge. The commander was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the information. After several inquiries, he confirmed that a martial artist intended to issue a challenge. His dissatisfaction was palpable as he exclaimed, "What is this martial artist thinking? Doesn't he see that even the army is at a loss? Is he merely seeking to create chaos? How trivial." The soldier, startled by the commander's abrupt temperament, promptly handed him a business card. Furrowing his brow, the commander opened the card and exclaimed in astonishment, "So it is Master Guan from the Divine Blade sect. I never anticipated his arrival. Does this mean he wishes to challenge us?" The chief of staff, unfamiliar with Master Guan, listened intently as the commander elaborated. The Divine Blade sect is an ancient clan with a legacy of over 400 years. In the era of cold weapons, many renowned swordsmen emerged from its ranks, including generals who fought valiantly for their country. However, the sect resides deep within the mountains, seldom disturbed by the outside world. The commander felt a mix of surprise and excitement, yet a tinge of doubt lingered. Reflecting on the fact that this was, after all, a game element, welcoming martial artists from around the globe to challenge, he pondered, is this truly wise? Can Master Guan indeed reach a level capable of contending with the military? His expression turned grave as he shook his head, stating, "No, I believe Master Guan is well aware of his limitations. However, as a martial artist, he seeks to measure the distance between himself and the superhuman beings of the 9th tier." While soldiers formed a perimeter, a towering figure, 2 meters tall and bearing a hefty blade, stood in meditation. This was Master Guan, the leader of the Divine Blade sect, who had traveled from the northern region with the sole purpose of participating in the game to promote and uphold the honor of his sect. The army parted to make way, and a soldier called out, "Master, please proceed, but do exercise caution. He is exceptionally formidable." Master Guan opened his eyes and nodded, assuring, "Do not worry, I shall exercise prudence." Captured by cameras, Master Guan moved with the grace of an eagle soaring through the sky. Almost every television station globally switched their broadcasts to this moment, as the public eagerly anticipated the confrontation with the esteemed figure from the Divine Blade sect. The commentators swiftly gathered information about the sect, elucidating it for viewers at home. As Master Guan approached the central plaza, he observed a man in casual beach shorts leisurely enjoying a cold drink while engrossed in a novel. Noting this, Master Guan respectfully cupped his fists and introduced himself. "I am Guan from the Divine Blade, here to partake in the challenge." The man, Yi Sun, responded languidly, "Are you here to challenge me?" Indeed. Upon uttering these words, a voice echoed in Yi Sun's mind. "Little dragon prompts. You have been challenged by an 8th-tier martial artist. Do you accept?" Excellent. The challenge arena mode had finally been activated. Yi Sun once mentioned the concept of a challenge mode within the design team, originally intended for player interactions online. Whenever someone actively challenges you, they earn double the experience points corresponding to the difficulty level. For instance, a task that typically awards 100 experience points would yield 200 if initiated by another player. The most crucial aspect is the ability to learn the opponent's martial arts. Yi Sun, eager for practice, found himself unable to access large-scale dungeons and could only rely on the game to garner experience points. It can be said that his decision to engage in this endeavor was made after careful consideration. The challenge mode and the demonstration mode will undoubtedly become focal points for the upcoming upgrades. Unleash your moves. Master Guan would not perceive this as insincere, for he had already demonstrated his prowess through action. Huh! Master Guan bellowed, launching a flurry of attacks. Yi Sun stood his ground, opting not to defend with his body, but instead deftly evading, intent on allowing Master Guan to exhaust his entire repertoire of punches and transformations, including leg techniques. Why aren't you fighting back? You can't even touch me, yet you expect a counterattack? Are you truly seeking your own demise? Master Guan was evidently incensed. His internal energies swiftly coalesced, and his strikes accelerated, each aimed with utmost precision at Yi Sun's vital points. To the ordinary observer, Master Guan's speed resembled the exaggerated, slowed-down sequences typical of martial arts films, both dazzling and powerful. Go for it, Master Guan. Defeat him. Some audience members began to cheer, yet discerning individuals, like Master Rashi, could see that Yi Sun was merely evading the attacks as if on a leisurely stroll, without ever striking back. However, Master Guan's momentum was waning, and his energy could extinguish at any moment. Recognizing the precarious situation, Master Guan immediately withdrew, executing several backflips to distance himself, his movements fluid and precise. Showcasing his solid foundational skills, Yi Sun, uninterested in pursuit, thought it futile to chase him down. Once a bit of distance was established, Master Guan, panting, composed his internal energy. In high-level confrontations, victories are often decided in the blink of an eye. The notion of endless exchanges, as seen in novels, is far from reality. At that moment, Master Guan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had pushed his attacking speed to its very limit, and any martial artist renowned for their speed should have been struck. His Plum Blossom Fist and Plum Blossom Leg techniques were replete with numerous unexpected transformations. Yet he had landed not a single blow, truly astonishing. His evasion speed is simply extraordinary. I have come to realize that he is deliberately testing me. For each increment I increase my speed, he responds with an equivalent increase, consistently maintaining a half-step advantage over me. Truly, he is a martial artist capable of contending with the military. There is no way I can win this battle. I must resign myself to this unfulfilled aspiration. The gap between us is insurmountable. I never anticipated that over a century of arduous training would amount to so little. Master Guan's prowess is indeed quite remarkable. Yi Sun has provided a rough assessment. His combat strength approaches 100, only slightly inferior to Tao Bai Bai. Yi Sun is filled with emotion, for he is entirely unaware of the existence of the Divine Blade sect, which Akira Toriyama has never depicted. However, this is a tangible world where the martial arts community on Earth cannot solely revolve around the likes of Master Rashi and his companions. Drawing the sword from his back, Master Guan declared, "I suppose that even if I wield my thick-backed blade, I will not be able to contend with you. Nevertheless, I must give it a try." Yi Sun replied, "Then do your utmost. Do not hold back. Otherwise, this game will lose all significance." Chapter 8. Acting Rogue. Master Guan unsheathed his plain sword, its blade glimmering under the sunlight. As a member of the Divine Blade sect, the essence of his skills resides within his swordsmanship. The name of my sword technique is quite simple, the 8 Gates of the Divine Blade. I humbly ask for your guidance. Yi Sun concentrated his true chi into the index finger of his right hand, which became as hard as diamond. He provocatively remarked, "To counter your 8 Gates of the Divine Blade, I need only my finger. You would do well to exert all your strength in one breath. Otherwise, I shall not afford you the opportunity for a second attempt." Had anyone else spoken such words to Master Guan, he would have been infuriated, veins bulging in anger. Yet, the individual before him, with extraordinary capabilities, could not possibly be dismissed as merely jesting. Prepare yourself. The 8 Gates of the Divine Blade consists of 8 forms, each intricately linked and connected. As Master Guan stepped forward, a curtain of blades erupted, each strike resembling a river in reverse. infused with an overwhelming force that surged toward Yi Sun. Yi Sun's index finger deftly deflected Master Guan's blade energy. Regardless of how he executed his moves, the sword light could not surpass that solitary finger. The battle concluded in an instant, and Master Guan sheathed his sword, panting as he clasped his fists in respect, conceding, "I have lost." A prompt from the system indicated that defeating an 8th-tier warrior granted 600 experience points. Yi Sun felt quite satisfied. For him, leveling up held far greater importance than anything else. He advised Master Guan, "I believe you should consider wielding a heavier sword." Upon hearing Yi Sun's suggestion, Master Guan was elated yet troubled, responding, "To be frank, a heavier sword would hinder my execution of the 8 gates of the Divine Blade. My technique relies on being light and swift." However, Yi Sun laughed and replied, "It is not the weight of the sword. It is merely your sheer strength that is lacking. Do you not believe there are significant issues with your stamina? Whether it is your preceding fist techniques or leg techniques, or even the sword techniques that follow, you fundamentally adhere to the principle of swift resolution. If you can dispatch your enemy in a single sequence, that is well and good, but what if you cannot? You will find yourself waiting to be countered." Master Guan's complexion paled. He indeed struggled to catch his breath, which was his greatest flaw, an individual with solid martial aptitude, yet hampered by physical limitations. Yi Sun bluntly pointed out this issue, striking at the crux of the matter. This aspect cannot be forced. Some individuals can never enhance their physical attributes, owing to congenital reasons. Yet, there is still hope for you. Your martial prowess still falls short of Master Wu Tian's level, but the gap is not insurmountable. With effort, you can reach that standard. Now, you may take your leave. Master Guan, filled with gratitude, promptly devised a plan upon his departure, determined to elevate his prowess to new heights. This challenge was indeed worthwhile. Though the turtle sage remained unaware of the specifics discussed with Master Guan, he attentively witnessed the battle through the live broadcast. Afterward, a weight settled upon his heart. He had indeed been surpassed. This young man, possessing both martial cultivation and profound skills, was undeniably above him. It struck him as peculiar, having devoted so many years to his own training only to have this newcomer emerge so suddenly. As Master Guan exited the military blockade, the commander personally escorted him. As they were old acquaintances, Master Guan remarked, "I believe it unnecessary for you to maintain this continued blockade. If that individual intends to conquer the world, you shall not be able to impede him. Rather, it would be prudent to take advantage of his ambiguous intentions and extend a gesture of goodwill to discern his motives before proceeding." The commander comprehended the implications of Master Guan's words. He too was conflicted. As a soldier, certain matters were beyond his control, and voicing such opinions could lead to accusations of cowardice, jeopardizing his future and potentially inviting further hostility. The only feasible recourse lay in the higher-ups recognizing the irretrievable nature of the situation, necessitating negotiations. That evening, Yi Sun continued his practice of the Cleansing Sutra, while Yi Xiaotao and her companions had grown accustomed to his anguished cries. However, Yi Xiaotao refrained from disclosing Yi Sun's condition to her mother, believing it prudent to keep such matters confidential for the time being. The evening news broadcast was dominated by reports of martial experts being challenged and defeated, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. The existence of such formidable practitioners suggested that martial artists could indeed contend on a global scale. Consequently, an intriguing phenomenon emerged. The subscription rates for that month's World Martial Arts magazine surged to an unprecedented high, startling the editor-in-chief, who, recognizing the potential benefits, swiftly revised the content to reflect this new theme. The cover featured a wanted poster, and sure enough, 3 days later, the magazine's sales skyrocketed, eclipsing all others and securing the title of the week's bestseller. Included were profiles of both renowned and lesser-known martial artists, rekindling public interest in the martial arts community. These developments were anticipated by Yi Sun, who now yearned for a swift ascension. Once he reached level 20, many challenges would resolve themselves effortlessly. By the 7th day of the game, the public had transitioned from initial trepidation to a state of accustomed acceptance. The visuals on their screens no longer held the same novelty, yet discussions continued unabated. The impact of his strength and speed left an indelible impression that could not be merely quantified by fleeting trends. On this day, a fighting champion from the Northern District came forth to challenge him, only to be swiftly dispatched. Indeed, that martial arts champion is an extraordinary individual, having once reached the finals of the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. It is astonishing that he could not even touch his opponent's body, a feat that seems almost surreal. What could possibly endow him with such remarkable abilities? Unbeknownst to many, numerous biologists have been conducting lectures recently, discussing aspects of human anatomy and even evolution. which I find quite fascinating. Perhaps it is indeed true. The discourse among the populace has grown increasingly extensive, spanning from various academic lectures and television programs to grassroots discussions. The last time such fervor was ignited was during the World War a century ago. Within a fortnight, martial artists from around the globe began to converge, each with differing motives. Some sought to promote themselves, others to partake in the excitement, and some to issue challenges. Yet, regardless of their intentions, they all faced utter defeat. A particular phenomenon caught the attention of Master Roshi. The victor consistently employed techniques from their previous adversaries, indicating a continuous learning process where they adapted their opponent's skills in real time. This revelation profoundly astonished Master Roshi, as he never imagined there could exist individuals of such caliber. This transcended mere genius and ventured into the realm of the extraordinary. Should I witness this phenomenon firsthand? Master Roshi felt a conflict within. Despite his desire to challenge this formidable opponent, he was acutely aware of his impending defeat. To be honest, pride swelled within him, as he was reluctant to witness his own downfall. In truth, it was only due to Sun Wukong's remarkable prowess as his disciple that Master Roshi felt a sense of fulfillment in his role as a mentor, allowing him to accept his surpassing. However, the current strength displayed left him somewhat bewildered. Chapter 9. The conclusion of the game. It is exceedingly effortless. This encapsulates Yi Sun's sentiment at this moment. It truly feels overwhelmingly easy. The most formidable martial artists arriving from various corners of the globe barely reach the 8th tier of martial prowess, and upon encountering him, they exhibit no resistance whatsoever, being effortlessly cast aside. Were it not for Yi Sun's desire to learn their martial arts to accrue experience points, he could easily incapacitate them with sheer energy alone, rendering evasive maneuvers unnecessary to exploit subsequent techniques. A notification from Little Dragon emerged. Congratulations, the host has successfully reached level 18. Please continue to strive. Yi Sun promptly accessed his personal data panel, revealing that his attack power had surged to 2,412. Although it does not rival the power of Vegeta upon his initial arrival on Earth, it has surpassed that of Demon King Piccolo during the Saiyans' debut. Currently, there remains an opportunity for a further increase in attack power. However, it is prudent to refrain from altering attribute points for the time being, as these points serve as a safeguard for his survival. These attribute points possess the potential to drastically enhance Yi Sun's combat prowess. Presently, no one on Earth poses a threat to his safety, which alleviates his urgency to utilize these points. The past 20 days have been nothing short of monumental for humanity, a period that has captivated the attention of the entire world, leaving everyone eager to glean more information, regardless of their culinary preferences, be it sweet or savory. Greetings. I have previously informed you that the Central Plaza is currently under lockdown, and unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entering. Naturally, the military cannot permit anyone access to the Central Plaza. Yet as time progresses, discontent among the populace has grown, particularly among our colleagues in the media, who are understandably incensed. Pray, if you continue this lockdown, it will yield no results. It would be far more prudent to allow us entry for an interview. There are terrorists within, posing a danger, and you cannot enter. This statement rendered the journalists quite displeased, as they argued that these individuals were not terrorists. They had neither committed murder, nor theft, nor attempted to overthrow the regime. What is the cause of such apprehension? The soldiers found themselves in an awkward predicament. Yet their orders were explicit. No one was to approach the Central Plaza. Why should martial artists be permitted entry while we are not? One soldier retorted vehemently. Martial artists enter to engage in battle. Your presence would only create chaos. Are you to suggest we are here merely for amusement? Thus, the media's integrity plummeted yet again, as they launched various criticisms against the military's inaction, with numerous individuals speaking out in support. A fierce battle of words erupted among the various societal factions. Over the course of 20 days, no challengers remained. Yi Sun counted, having vanquished over 30 martial artists of the 7th tier and above, accumulating a wealth of experience. Perhaps it is time to withdraw. I shall inform them of my departure. With that, Yi Sun ascended gracefully into the air, heading directly towards the military's blockade. Amidst the uproar between the soldiers and journalists, a sudden sighting of him soaring through the sky sparked a chorus of gasps and a flurry of photographs. Behold, the first phase of the game has concluded. I shan't return tomorrow. For the next stage, I shall employ more entertaining strategies. Farewell. With a surge of speed, he vanished into the horizon, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Soldiers quickly recognized the need to report this development to their superiors, while journalists, upon learning of his departure, hastily prepared a press release. The grand game had reached a temporary conclusion, leaving an abundance of speculation in its wake. That night, Yi-sun visited Bulma's home, startling her upon his arrival in the living room. "I have come for the Dragon Ball radar." Reluctantly, Bulma handed over the radar and the Dragon Balls, questioning, "Do you truly believe in the legend of the Dragon Balls?" "Of course, otherwise, why would I seek you out?" Bulma jested. "The legend of the Dragon Balls is merely a ruse to deceive children. Only a fool would believe it." After securing the radar and the Dragon Balls, Yi-sun dismissively replied, "Do you believe that a world-altering phenomenon could be merely a child's trick?" At that moment, Bulma's father emerged, stating, "This fellow pesters us every couple of days. Just how much do you care about this gravity chamber?" Yi-sun calmly responded, "Naturally, I care. This apparatus can enhance my strength. However, I wish for you to comprehend that the human body cannot endure such gravity. Every cell within could potentially collapse. You speak of ordinary individuals, which does not pertain to me." Dr. Bu, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concerns. "For now, I will retain the data. The current gravity chamber has an area of merely 20 square meters, capable of exerting a maximum gravity of 100 times. To achieve a greater gravitational force, we must overcome several technical challenges." Following Dr. Bu, Yi-sun entered the research warehouse, where he encountered a rather sizable prototype gravity chamber. As he explored, he noted its impressive spaciousness. Dr. Bu's research capabilities indeed surpassed the technological prowess of this world by leaps and bounds. "I have always envisioned placing a speaker atop it, though the sound quality remains an issue to resolve." Yi-sun, feeling slightly exasperated, politely replied, "There's no need for that, Dr. Bu. I have no particular desire for a speaker. Something more modest will suffice. Perhaps a bathroom would be more practical." Upon this, Dr. Bu transformed the gravity chamber into a versatile capsule and presented it to Yi-sun, advising, "I still do not recommend using such equipment for training. The human body's structure renders it unsuitable for enhancing physical strength in this manner, as the strain is excessively great." As Yi-sun prepared to express his gratitude for Dr. Bu's kindness, he suddenly sensed a hint of unusual information and inquired, "Does Dr. Bu also have research interests in biological genetics?" Lighting another cigarette, Dr. Bu replied, "Indeed, I have conducted some research, though the most profound insights come from a certain doctor." "The battle policeman?" "Wait, he is not a law enforcement officer. Rather, he is a doctor in genetics, an obsessive developer of human genes. It is said that he previously attempted to conduct experiments on soldiers to create genetic warriors, which led to his reprimand from higher authorities for his extremist views. As for what he is currently engaged in, I am not certain." "I see, that clarifies things. By the way, Dr. Bu, let us put a pin in that discussion for now." Noticing Yi-sun's hesitation, Dr. Bu grew curious but refrained from pressing further, instead stating, "By the way, consider this gravity chamber a gift from me to celebrate your newfound fame. Should you require any peculiar scientific advancements or developments in the future, feel free to approach me. I will assist you pro bono, though I would require a 10 stake in the patent." "How does that sound?" "That is perfectly agreeable. I will certainly seek your expertise." After Yi-sun departed, Bulma expressed her discontent. "Father, that individual seems like a terrorist. Why are you aiding him?" "Well, I find him to be rather impressive." He responded, "Oh, by the way, Bulma, if you are in search of a boyfriend, I think he would be quite suitable." "Dad, what nonsense are you spouting now?" "Forget I said anything. Just ignore me. Ha ha ha." Upon returning to his hotel, Yi-sun did not continue his usual training regimen. Instead, he informed his companions, "Tomorrow morning, we shall set out to search for the Dragon Balls." Chapter 10. The Quest for the Dragon Balls inside a private jet. Yi-sun occupied the pilot's seat, skillfully maneuvering the aircraft. Remarkably, while the Dragon Ball world boasts extensive technological advancements, its innovations in transportation are equally extraordinary. For instance, this private jet, designed with only 2 pilot seats, features a small storage area akin to a cozy lounge behind the cockpit, resembling a mobile home. Traveling in such an aircraft alleviates any concerns regarding accommodations. At this moment, seated in the co-pilot seat was Yi Xiao, holding the Dragon Ball radar. She remarked, "This Dragon Ball should be nearby, but with all these mountains, even knowing its location doesn't guarantee we can find it. All right, this is the spot. We can land the plane now." After the aircraft descended, the group disembarked and transformed the plane back into a capsule. However, as they surveyed the surroundings, it was evident that they were deep within the wilderness. Where could they possibly find the Dragon Ball? "Brother, it's right here." Yi-sun stood still, glancing left and right amidst the overgrown grass and dense trees, pondering how one could locate a Dragon Ball in such chaotic terrain. Yet, the Dragon Ball radar pinpointed this very location. It was unlikely to be as precise as a legendary satellite navigation system. Well, let's search slowly. I found it, exclaimed Sun Wukong, who had discovered a Dragon Ball nestled in a bird's nest. Yi Sun broke into a sweat, internally lamenting. Indeed, he is the protagonist of Dragon Ball. In such a vast forest with numerous nests, he managed to find the one with a Dragon Ball. Impressive. A 5-star ball. Splendid. This meant Yi Sun now possessed the 2-star, 4-star, and 5-star balls. The 2-star ball had been retrieved from Bulma's warehouse, the very one used to create the Dragon Ball radar, while the 4-star ball belonged to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, seated behind, gazed at the Dragon Ball in astonishment, exclaiming, I never anticipated that Grandpa's orb had 6 more, all looking alike. Fool, just look at the stars on top. They are not identical at all. Yi Xiaotao retorted, and as Sun Wukong examined the orb once more, he expressed his surprise. They really are different. Honestly, you're quite the fool. How could you not see such an obvious distinction? Yi Sun remarked with a smirk. Xiaotao, it seems you and Wukong are developing quite the rapport. Who is developing anything with him? Yi Xiaotao's face flushed, spraying Yi Sun with spittle. Yi Sun chuckled, embarrassed, are we? I support your future marriage to Wukong. Yi Xiaotao assumed Yi Sun was merely teasing her, unaware that his initial intention to bring her along was to facilitate her early acquaintance with Sun Wukong, an investment of sorts. With that, Yi Sun turned to Sun Wukong and declared, Wukong, I've decided, from now on, you shall marry Xiaotao. What do you think? Sun Wukong was puzzled, unsure of the meaning behind this declaration, while Yi Xiaotao, furious, shouted, how could I ever like such a rustic bumpkin? Don't even think about it. After glaring at Sun Wukong, she added, passionately, you little country brat, you can stop dreaming. There's absolutely no way I would be your bride. Before Yi Sun could respond, Sun Wukong, filled with confusion, inquired, what is a bride? Is it something delicious? Ah, how naive you are. Upon encountering Sun Wukong's innocent inquiry, Yi Xiaotao's previous anger dissipated like smoke, and she couldn't help but chide herself for her childishness. Sun Wukong was simply a clueless fool. After a month of interaction, she realized that communication with him was utterly futile. Dodo, blissfully ignorant, was sound asleep, and despite her earlier outburst, he remained undisturbed, a truly foolish little bear, beyond redemption. Yi Sun, indifferent, remarked, Xiaotao, Wukong is destined to be a tall, rich, and handsome man. Do not come to regret it. Hey, brother, you didn't summon me just to play matchmaker, did you? Indeed, you are quite astute. As my beloved sister, I care for you so much that I have even taken the liberty of selecting your future husband. Yi Xiaotao scoffed disdainfully. He is merely a country bumpkin, unrefined, and still possessing a tail. Please, a city girl like me would never be attracted to such a rustic fellow. Be careful with your words. How many city children do you think could best Wukong in a fight? Except for me, of course. Yi Xiaotao found this amusing. Do you truly believe Sun Wukong could compare to you? Of course he could. Tell me, Xiaotao, do you think a discerning person like me would misjudge someone? Who knows what is wrong with you? Yi Sun, tired of the conversation, recognized that Yi Xiaotao's pride was unmistakable. Her disdain for Sun Wukong was entirely expected. The thought of having a future brother-in-law and nephew who were Super Saiyans excited him immensely, and he couldn't help but mentally ridicule himself for it. The quest for the Dragon Balls progressed with astonishing swiftness, encountering minimal obstacles. The most troublesome moment occurred when one of the balls fell into the sea. Holding his breath, Yi Sun scoured the waters and ultimately discovered a star ball among the rocks. This brought their total to 4 Dragon Balls, leaving 3 yet to be found. Surprisingly, the subsequent search continued to unfold smoothly, though it was not without minor interruptions. When Yi Sun and his companions arrived at a small town guided by the Dragon Radar, they found a 6-star ball in the possession of a woman who insisted they assist her with the task. Expecting something significant, they were instead asked to help carry bricks. Goodness, truly a case of utilizing everyone's talents. Dodo, reluctantly dragged by Yi Sun to the construction site, was warned that if he did not finish moving the bricks, he would forfeit his meals, instilling a sense of dread within him that compelled him to work fervently. Yi Sun would not allow Sun Wukong a moment's respite either. The lad was born for this sort of labor. Under Yi Sun's encouragement, Sun Wukong mistakenly believed this was a form of training and fervently began to move bricks as well. Brother, is it not a bit cruel to deceive child laborers? Oh no, this is training. Purely a means of toughening them up. Future promotions and salary increases will be effortless. After approximately 3 hours, Dodo and Sun Wukong lay on the ground like dogs, utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Yi Sun seized one in each hand and tossed them into the aircraft, securing the Dragon Balls. They now possessed 5, with only 2 remaining. Tonight, let us take a respite and embark on our journey anew tomorrow morning, if fortune favors us. We shall soon gather all 7 Dragon Balls. The following day, the group continued onward, guided by the Dragon Ball radar. Leaf Sun's formidable strength rendered the quest for the Dragon Balls remarkably smooth and devoid of any turbulence, as anticipated. Chapter 11, Master Roshi Brother. We are nearing the next Dragon Ball. Indeed, it appears so, and we shall encounter someone quite extraordinary. Who is it? An elderly gentleman. As Leaf Sun surveyed the route ahead, he realized they were in the southern region, near the coast. If memory served him correctly, one of the Dragon Balls that Sun Wukong and Bulma sought during their initial venture was acquired from Master Roshi. As the aircraft progressed, a small island, familiar to any Dragon Ball enthusiast, emerged before Leaf Sun. Upon spotting the island, Leaf Xiaotao exclaimed with delight, "Brother, that's it." The location indicated by the radar corresponds precisely to that island. Surely, the Dragon Ball lies within that house. Inside the house, Master Roshi was engrossed in a fitness routine, thoroughly captivated, when suddenly he furrowed his brow. An overwhelming aura had descended upon the area. He switched off the television and turned to his companion, Turtle, saying, "Turtle, prepare yourself, we have a visitor." Unbeknownst to him, not long after, the sound of an aircraft landing resonated from outside. Master Roshi rose to greet this formidable guest. As Leaf Sun disembarked from the plane, he glanced at Master Roshi and courteously addressed him, "Master Mateto, I hope you don't mind my unexpected visit." Master Roshi was taken aback and inquired, "Young man, how do you know my name? When I studied at Tianyuan Academy, my teachers often spoke of you." A bead of cold sweat appeared on Master Roshi's forehead as he sighed. "My instincts tell me your visit is not merely a courtesy. State your purpose." "I seek a Dragon Ball, one resembling this," he said, revealing the orb. "I believe you possess one here." Upon seeing the orb, Master Roshi immediately recalled a similar one tucked away in his drawer, but he was perplexed as to how this young man knew. "How do you know I have a similar Dragon Ball?" "That is a secret. I hope Master Mateto can part with that orb. In return, I can fulfill one of your conditions." In truth, Master Roshi was devoid of any other thoughts at that moment. As a master of ki, he could sense the fluctuations in energy. Leaf Sun made no effort to conceal his aura, and under such immense pressure, Master Roshi felt as though a mountain was bearing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. How can this youth possess such formidable energy? This is inconceivable. Leaf Sun remained silent, fully aware that Master Roshi was likely in a state of utter astonishment. He turned to Wukong and said, "Wukong, allow me to introduce you to Master Mateto." Sun Wukong hurriedly stepped forward, standing there obediently, beaming as he gazed at Master Roshi. Naturally, Master Roshi noticed Sun Wukong's tail and the Rui Bang he carried on his back, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Child, who is Sun Wufan to you?" "Oh, do you recognize my grandfather, old man?" Master Roshi's face lit up with joy as he replied, "I heard that Sun Wufan once found a child with a tail in the mountains, and he took the Rui Bang from me. It must be you. What is your name?" "Sun Wukong." "Ah, that's right. Sun Wukong. Indeed, you are the grandson of Sun Wufan." Yi Sun listened quietly, puzzled. He found it strange that when Sun Wukong first met Master Roshi, the latter did not connect him to Sun Wufan's grandson. Yet, curiously, Master Roshi recognized Sun Wukong immediately this time. Could it be that the original storyline had truly changed? "Wukong, shall I send you your grandfather's Nimbus?" Sun Wukong laughed heartily and called to the sky, "Nimbus." Suddenly, a cloud resembling a yellow cotton candy swiftly flew to him. Sun Wukong leaped onto it, sitting steadily atop. Master Roshi was astonished that Sun Wukong could ride the Nimbus. The child was indeed pure of heart. However, returning to the matter at hand, Master Roshi addressed Yi Sun. "Young man, what do you intend to do with this Dragon Ball?" "I wish to summon the dragon and make a wish to revive my parents, who were killed by Tao Bai Bai." Master Roshi's expression changed, and he exclaimed in shock, "The dragon? A wish? Reviving? What is the situation here?" Yi Sun briefly explained to Master Roshi the legend of the Dragon Balls, and the elder recalled having seen this tale in ancient texts. However, Master Roshi remained skeptical and said, "So, the one who killed your parents is Tao Bai Bai? He is a formidable foe. Even I do not have absolute confidence in defeating him. To be frank, from what I know of Tao Bai Bai, even if you were to truly revive your parents, I fear he would come back to kill them again." Yi Sun grinned. "I am not afraid of him. In fact, I can eliminate him in an instant, just as I rendered the army in West City powerless." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi was taken aback, exclaiming, You are? Who else could I be?" "Teacher Wutian, do you think I possess this ability?" Master Roshi could hardly believe his eyes. The very person he feared had appeared before him without any attempt to conceal his identity, which was utterly astonishing. Observing Master Roshi's reaction, Yi Sun coughed softly and explained, "Teacher Wutian, I will have the opportunity to explain why I am so powerful in the future. However, I have many matters to attend to now, and I hope you can grant me the Dragon Ball. I will repay you in due time. As for my identity, I kindly ask you to keep it confidential. Thank you. Master Roshi, now drenched in sweat, could only nod numbly in agreement. He sensed the overwhelming disparity in their strengths. Very well, wait for me. I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball. Approximately 3 minutes later, Master Roshi located the Dragon Ball and handed it to Yi Sun, remarking, I have a premonition that our fates are intertwined beyond this encounter. Indeed, I sense we shall meet again, and not too far in the future. Furthermore, I hope Master Mateto continues his training. Although it is the era of the youth, most of the younger generation lacks substance. In times of crisis, the world will still require Master Mateto's intervention. Master Roshi sighed, regarding himself as retired, long since detached from worldly matters. His sudden re-emergence had startled him. Farewell, Master Mateto. After watching Yi Sun depart, Master Roshi stood silently by the sea, feeling as though the world had transformed into a place unfamiliar to him. For reasons unknown, the immortal sensed an impending crisis. The young man's words did not seem to be mere conjecture. Should he perhaps impose stricter training upon himself? Meanwhile, on the airplane, Yi Xiaodao, puzzled, inquired, Brother, is that old man truly formidable? You don't even know Master Mateto? Really, I don't know. Is he very powerful? Without a doubt. Aside from myself, he is the strongest in this world. Once you officially enter the Tianyuan Academy, your instructors will frequently mention Master Mateto. And then you will understand just how formidable he is. Chapter 12. The location of the 7th Dragon Ball. Now we are only missing the 7-star ball. Once found, we can summon the Eternal Dragon. To be honest, I am rather eager for this. However, as Yi Xiaodao spoke, her expression shifted, her brows furrowing in confusion. Yi Sun asked, What is it? Strange. Is the Dragon Ball radar malfunctioning? Why is there a response for the Dragon Balls? Yi Sun paused, immediately recalling details from the comic to seek an explanation. It was highly likely that the signal was being blocked. He remembered how Sun Wukong first sought out the fortune teller because he could not locate the Dragon Balls. She informed him that the Dragon Balls had been placed in a box capable of obstructing their emitted signals. Could someone be blocking the Dragon Ball signals? Yi Sun exclaimed in disbelief, asserting, Xiaotao, let us rest in the nearest water city. I need to consult the fortune teller. I suspect someone is obstructing the Dragon Ball signals. Is that even possible? Can Dragon Balls be blocked? Yi Sun shook his head helplessly. He couldn't divulge that he had read the script. Soon, they arrived at a water city reminiscent of Venice. Following the usual course of action, Yi Sun decisively found a youth chain hotel, utilizing his privileges for a complimentary stay. He instructed Yi Xiaodao to enjoy the sights of Water City with Wukong and Dodo while he sought out the fortune teller to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. A sense of foreboding gripped Yi Sun. He had a nagging feeling that the final Dragon Ball was not so easily obtained. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But his unintentional interference could invite unforeseen forces and mysterious masters into the Dragon Ball realm, appearing in ways he could not anticipate. He hoped his premonition would prove inaccurate. Yi Sun employed the art of aerial movement, propelling himself at an unprecedented speed toward the location of the fortune-telling elder. Thanks to his enhanced cultivation, he arrived at the desert palace in a fraction of the time it would have previously taken. Upon seeing Yi Sun, the peculiar little creature at the reception, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, Ah, it's you, young sir. Are you here for a divination? No, Yi Sun replied. I have come to seek the elder's assistance. Is it true that I must defeat 5 formidable opponents? I am in a hurry. The little creature quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing inwardly. Last time, 3 out of the 5 masters had been incapacitated, leaving the fortune-telling elder in a state of gloom for 3 consecutive days. Who would dare to challenge him again? Don't be ridiculous. Who on this planet would dare to fight you? Come with me. The elder has just awakened from her afternoon nap. Yi Sun blinked innocently as he followed the little creature into the palace, contemplating whether he had indeed been excessively reckless. Perhaps it would be best to avoid conflicts on Earth in the future. His control over his strength had yet to reach a fine-tuned level, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lost in these thoughts, he soon found himself before the fortune-telling elder. Upon seeing Yi Sun, she groaned, Oh, it's you again. Please, refrain from fighting. At this rate, all the masters here will retire. You've come to inquire about the Dragon Balls, haven't you? Yi Sun flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and earnestly replied, Nothing escapes your notice, elder. I kindly request you to expend some effort in helping me locate the last Dragon Ball. The elder sighed deeply, her tone laden with gravity. Only someone like you could truly benefit from the powers of the Dragon Balls. Were it anyone else, their wish could cost them the fortune of 3 generations. Very well. Since you seem to have a genuine connection with the Dragon Balls, I shall assist you. If I am not mistaken, you are still missing the 7-star ball. Indeed. Yi Sun nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The elder began to manipulate the crystal ball with her hands, murmuring indistinct incantations. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the crystal ball, startling both of them. The elder gasped, "This is impossible. How could the Dragon Balls on Earth damage my crystal ball? Could it be that the location of this Dragon Ball is beyond my reach?" Yi Sun was taken aback by her words, sensing the gravity of the situation. He quickly asked, "Elder, where exactly is this Dragon Ball? It cannot be on Earth. Otherwise, even the most sophisticated instruments could not deny my crystal ball's inquiry. The only explanation is that this Dragon Ball has been removed from the earthly realm, which poses a significant dilemma." Yi Sun's heart raced at the thought. The Dragon Ball had been taken from the human world. "Please wait a moment while I retrieve another crystal ball. However, this time you cannot observe. I need to concentrate for the divination, so please wait outside." Yi Sun hurriedly stepped outside, standing beside the pool, his expression tinged with anxiety. He had thought that locating the Dragon Balls would be a simple task, yet it seemed that this final one posed a significant challenge. After approximately 5 minutes, the fortune teller called out, "You may enter now." Yi Sun quickly walked back inside to find the fortune teller panting, her complexion pale, as if she had exerted considerable effort. Just as he was about to inquire, she gestured for him to be silent and asked, "Let me pose a question. If the location of this Dragon Ball is a place where death could occur at any moment, would you still venture there?" "Of course," he replied. "I can see your determination, but I must caution you that even as a formidable being, you are merely temporarily invincible among humans on Earth. This does not signify much. A general among the short remains short when taken out of his realm. Do you understand my meaning? Please, just tell me directly. I am prepared to face any difficulties." Yi Sun replied, unfazed by her words, understanding that his current status was unlikely to be hidden from the fortune teller. With a sigh, she continued, "The location of the 7-star ball may be rather peculiar. I need to clarify something for you. Do you comprehend the concept of parallel dimensions?" "Yes. Does this imply that the Dragon Ball has been transported to another parallel dimension?" "Not quite. It has been taken to a game that allows free traversal between parallel dimensions." A chill ran down Yi Sun's spine. For some reason, the mention of a game made him feel uneasy, akin to a student caught cheating during an examination. "I do not grasp the meaning of this," he confessed. The fortune teller patiently explained, "Do not rush. This game is called the Killing Game, rumored to be created by demonic spirits from the underworld. It allows participants to traverse various timelines and dimensions, seeking individuals of diverse identities to engage in bizarre adventures across multiple stages. This serves to amuse the demons, whose joy, as the name suggests, is rooted in bloodshed and slaughter. I wonder if you possess the courage to partake." Yi Sun was filled with questions. Why would the Dragon Ball be located within such a lethal game? "I cannot say for certain. I cannot peer into the Killing Game. However, I do know how to enter it. I shall provide you with the method. You must evaluate it for yourself. Oh, and one more thing. If you truly wish to enter, be sure to bring the Dragon Radar, as it will enable you to locate the Dragon Ball within the game." Yi Sun, his expression grave, asked, "May I inquire, esteemed fortune teller, given that I could defeat your brother, Master Roshi, with just a finger, what are my survival odds in the game?" "Approximately 30%, she replied. "Very well. I have one more question. Could you indicate the direction toward Canon Tower? Exit through the main entrance and proceed straight northeast without turning. At your speed, you should be able to reach Canon Tower swiftly." Chapter 13. The Persuasion of Canon. Remember, the elements within the Killing Game far surpass your imagination. Do not naively apply earthly common sense to judge the circumstances there. It could cost you your life. This was the solemn warning given by the oracle as Yi Sun departed. He understood that this elderly woman would not concern herself with him without reason. Her care indicated genuine peril, and one must tread carefully. Upon arrival, Yi Sun spotted a towering pillar piercing the heavens from afar, a striking sight. This was the renowned Canon Tower from Dragon Ball, the very place where Sun Wukong first transformed his combat prowess, marking a significant early milestone in the series. Naturally, given Yi Sun's strength, there was no need to ascend the tower. He could simply fly. He soared straight up, reaching the pinnacle of the tower in less than 2 minutes. As he gazed upon the familiar scenery, Yi Sun couldn't help but marvel at his presence at this juncture, a testament to the unpredictability of plans. Upon landing, he confidently approached the steps and called out, "Is Karen here?" Indeed, a sharp voice responded instantly, filled with astonishment. "Someone has arrived?" A stout cat with a cane appeared before Yi Sun. This was none other than Karen. "Greetings, Karen. I have come to request something from you." Karen paused for a moment before replying. You impertinent lad, demanding something without even introducing yourself. Wait a moment. He then walked to a water tank, gazing intently at the surface. Yi-sun felt a bit awkward. He had been a tad hasty, realizing he should have exhibited more courtesy. After a brief interval, Karen turned and remarked, Incredible. The intense energy I sensed is indeed emanating from you. My word, you figures of spiritual insight are truly remarkable. I find myself questioning whether you have genuinely mastered any celestial arts, for you seem to possess an uncanny awareness of everything at once. Karen licked his paw, swelling with pride. Of course, I am a celestial being. No matter how powerful you mortals may be, you remain mere mortals before me. The knowledge I can perceive and comprehend is beyond your grasp. In truth, Yi-sun had already included the pursuit of celestial abilities in his plans, but he was currently preoccupied. Within Dragon Ball, there were many discussions surrounding the divine and demonic. A common inquiry was why formidable beings like Cell could be so easily dispatched to hell by King Yama. The answer was straightforward. King Yama is a deity, endowed with the laws of reincarnation and possesses the authority to judge the merits and demerits of souls. As for Majin Buu's ability to slay the Kaishin, a significant reason lay in the fact that Bu, created by the sorcerer Bibidi, was not a mere mortal. He embodied certain divine magical principles, thus enabling him to defeat a god. Herein lies a reference to the mighty demon King Piccolo, who has achieved the pinnacle of Super Saiyan prowess. Although his strength is undoubtedly on par with that of the Supreme Kai, capable of a near-equal confrontation, he trembles before the Supreme Kai on the arena, paralyzed by fear and unable to strike. Initially, many spectators found this perplexing, dismissing it as Piccolo being intimidated into inaction. A number of Western Dragon Ball fans misinterpreted Piccolo's statement, "Our dimensions differ too greatly," believing it to be an admission of a vast power disparity, leading him to forfeit the match. However, those well-versed in various Chinese web novels about immortals and mythical beings would likely grasp the essence of Piccolo's words. He was merely being forcibly suppressed by the Supreme Kai's overwhelming presence. Even the Supreme Kai's attendant remarked upon this, recalling that Piccolo was once the god of earth, thus he could subconsciously sense his own identity. This is indeed what Akira Toriyama sought to convey. The divine suppression among deities operates on a fundamentally crude and straightforward level. Returning to the topic at hand, Master Karen inquired, "What is it that you seek?" "Senzu beans." "Oh, how did you know I possess senzu beans?" Yi-sun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, fabricated a story, stating, "It was the fortune teller who suggested I inquire about the senzu beans, as the place I am bound for is exceedingly perilous. In the heat of battle, I will need these beans to restore my vitality." Master Karen fell silent, unable to ascertain the truth of Yi-sun's claims. After all, the fortune teller was a person of great mystery. Yet, curiosity, often perilous, gripped Master Karen, akin to a cat drawn into the depths of intrigue, compelling him to seek clarity. Recognizing that clarity was essential for obtaining the senzu beans, Yi-sun earnestly elucidated his reasons. As he spoke, Master Karen's expression grew grave, even perspiring coldly, prompting him to caution, "Young man, regardless of your strength, it is ill-advised to venture into such a place. You will undoubtedly attract the attention of malevolent creatures and invite trouble upon yourself. That is unacceptable. I must locate the Dragon Balls. I fear not this so-called murder game." Master Karen, with a heavy tone, continued to advise, "You are courting disaster. Is life not precious enough? I must resurrect my parents, even if it costs me my life. I implore the Lord of Gods to grant me success in retrieving the Dragon Balls of our world." Seeing that his warnings had fallen on deaf ears, Master Karen turned away, approaching a basket from which he retrieved a small cloth pouch, filling it with a handful of senzu beans. After securing the pouch, he approached Yi-sun and said with a sigh, "Very well, I shall not impede you further. This pouch contains 23 senzu beans. If you cannot survive with these, then no number of senzu beans will suffice. I hope you comprehend this." Gratefully accepting the senzu beans, Yi-sun expressed his thanks, to which Master Karen responded with resignation. "I wish you a safe return." Ding dong, a notification chimed, indicating that Yi-sun had received Master Karen's blessing, permanently enhancing his luck by 2 points. Just as Yi-sun was about to depart, Master Karen called out to him, a knowing smile playing on his lips, "The Lord of Gods has heard your prayers. You shall be blessed. Indeed, I shall take my leave now." After speaking, Yi-sun transformed into a gust of wind and vanished into the air. Meanwhile, the immortal Karen gazed into the distance where Yi-sun had disappeared, muttering to herself in bewilderment, "How peculiar. I cannot discern the origins of this young man. Could he be an individual with an unusual fate?" Yi-sun, however, paid no heed to Karen's musings. He was resolutely determined to return to the City of Water at once to relay some urgent matters to the three little ones, especially to Dodo. No matter how formidable that deadly game might be, Yi Sun would not falter. It was a place he was destined to visit. Moreover, the quest for the Dragon Balls was inherently a main storyline, an unavoidable undertaking intertwined with the primary narrative, akin to a crucial game quest that one cannot evade. Consider this. If Yi Sun did not retrieve the Dragon Balls, even if Bulma and Sun Wukong embarked on a joyful journey to find them, their efforts would ultimately lead to naught due to the absence of the seventh Dragon Ball in the earthly realm. It was not merely my desire to go. It was an obligation. Yi Sun lamented inwardly, wondering who in their right mind would willingly venture into such a treacherous place. He too felt a sense of despair. Chapter 14. The final preparations. Such was the situation. After Yi Sun finished speaking, Dodo immediately waved his bare paw and declared with unwavering determination, "Dodo wants to go. Dodo is not afraid." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "I want to go too. Since that place is dangerous, I cannot let Mr. Sun face the peril alone." Only Yi Xiaotao remained silent, contemplating for a moment before seemingly arriving at a resolute decision. "Then I shall go as well. I wish to hone my skills. And I believe that as long as my brother is by my side, my life will be safe." Yi Sun did not dissuade them, merely smiling as he said, "I have something wonderful for you." He produced the magical beans, distributing one to each of them, and explained their function. As long as they did not suffer fatal injuries, consuming a bean would restore them to their original state. He then added, "I have assigned each of you a task. Let us see if you can accomplish it. Brother, please tell me. Dodo will definitely succeed. So will I?" Yi Sun first addressed Yi Xiaotao. "I will teach you the Heavenly Dao technique. From now on, your goal is to strive for a place among the top 8 in next year's martial arts tournament." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaotao was filled with immense joy. She had long wished to learn the Heavenly Dao technique. However, the thought of Yi Sun's painful cries made her a bit apprehensive. Yet, she understood that to grow stronger, such suffering was an essential experience. "Dodo, I want you and Wukong to climb Karen Tower and receive guidance from Immortal Karen. Remember, you must ascend without utilizing your flight techniques or the flying nimbus. Otherwise, Immortal Karen will not teach you." Dodo felt disheartened, as this meant he would have to part ways with Yi Sun. A mixture of reluctance and unease filled his heart. After all, he was still a child, and leaving the person he relied upon most naturally instilled fear. Wukong, however, inquired curiously, "Are there delicious foods at Immortal Karen's?" "I am not sure. But since she is an immortal, she surely would not neglect you." Wukong nodded optimistically. "All right, I shall go at once." Dodo stood there, pouting and saying nothing. Yi Sun picked Dodo up and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Dodo, remember my words. Do not be lazy. When I return, you shall summon the Dragon God. And once my parents are revived, I will send you to school to fulfill your grandfather's wishes." Dodo obediently nodded. After setting Dodo down, Yi Sun turned to Sun Wukong earnestly and said, "Wukong, you possess boundless potential. Do not squander your martial arts talent. Should this world face a crisis in the future, it will need you to step forward." Sun Wukong did not fully grasp Yi Sun's meaning, but Yi Sun continued, "Do you remember that Master Wu Tian?" "Oh, the kind old gentleman. Of course, I remember him. He is your grandfather's teacher. If you seek him as your mentor, he will be more than willing to instruct you." Sun Wukong, curious, inquired, "Can Mr. Sun teach me?" "Certainly," Yi Sun replied, "but I fear I may not be able to. Trust my guidance. Seek out Master Karen for training. Then go to Master Wu Tian to learn Qigong. When your grandfather is revived, he will be astonished by your newfound strength, and you will be able to protect him." Indeed, Sun Wukong's soft spot had been deftly struck by Yi Xian, and he immediately adopted a serious expression, declaring, "Understood." As for Xiaotao, Yi Sun instructed, "You shall remain in the Water City and await my return. There is no need for you to worry about the Yi family for now, and with 20 days until your school begins, you have ample time to enhance your cultivation." Strangely, among them, Yi Sun felt the least concern for this suddenly appeared sister, as if they were kindred spirits, their bond unspoken. Yi Xiaotao understood Yi Sun's thoughts well and readily agreed to his request. Yi Sun then remarked, "According to Granny's divination, the next killing game will commence in 5 days. I shall devote this time entirely to my cultivation, while you may enjoy yourselves. For my ghostly howls can be rather unpleasant." The three stood upright and nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Dodo looked up defiantly and declared, "Dodo has decided to go to Karen Tower right now. Brother Yi Sun, you must return quickly. Dodo wants ice cream." 10 minutes later, Dodo, with a small backpack and a floral hat, waved goodbye at the hotel entrance before resolutely turning and running off. Sun Wukong, seeing this, hurried after him, wondering why Daodu was running off without waiting. Only Yi Sun knew that Daodu would soon be in tears. He understood the little one's temperament all too well. Yet, Yi Sun could not help but feel a twinge of softness in his heart. It could be said that Yi Sun was a fusion of two souls, both the youthful Yi Sun's emotions and the more mature one's sentiments. Thus, it was only Daodu who held the closest bond with him, akin to that of a beloved younger brother. After catching up with Dodo, Sun Wukong observed Dodo running while crying. The sight of Dodo's tears stirred emotions within Sun Wukong, prompting him to reflect. When my grandfather passed away, I wept with such sorrow. It appears that Mr. Ah Sun has ventured into a perilous realm this time. I fervently hope for his safe return. At that moment, a notification suddenly resonated in Yi Sun's mind. Ding! You have received Sun Wukong's blessing, permanently increasing your luck by 10. What? The protagonist enjoys such extraordinary treatment. Yi Sun quickly composed himself, reasoning that this surge in luck might just safeguard his life, for luck, as a game mechanic that was previously non-existent, must possess a distinct uniqueness since it has manifested. After dedicating an entire day to aiding Yi Xiao Tao in commencing her cultivation of the first layer of the Cleansing Marrow Sutra, Yi Sun was finally poised for his final push. Given Yi Xiao Tao's current aptitude, it was likely that mastering this first layer would require several years of cultivation to fully unlock. Accompanied by Dodo, he believed they would not encounter significant peril, as Dodo's prowess now surpassed even that of Sun Wukong. The duo, a child and a bear, soared on the nimbus cloud towards the Tower of Corinne. For Yi Sun had instructed them to ascend, without stipulating that they must walk. Later, Yi Xiao Tao inquired, "Brother, why can't I join them on their journey to this Corinne Tower?" To which he replied, "Rest assured, you would find it overwhelming. Frankly, you lack the sky dance technique and nimbus cloud. Should you fall, it would likely spell disaster." "Humph, do you underestimate me?" "Indeed I do. Given Dodo's current strength, it would take approximately 3 days to reach Corinne Tower. Otherwise, why do you think I provided them with senza beans? Their stamina could never sustain them for 3 days. 3 days? I might as well focus on cultivating the Dao technique. At least I can manage to take a shower in the bathroom if I tire." Thus, in the ensuing days, Yi Sun devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield and Cleansing Marrow Sutra, striving to maximize his combat prowess. Chapter 15. Urban Legends. After nearly 5 days of relentless training, Yi Sun's Golden Bell Shield had achieved a completion rate of 97, while the second layer of the Cleansing Marrow Sutra had reached 51. This remarkable progress was facilitated by Yi Sun strategically allocating additional attribute points to his base data. With time running short before the commencement of the deadly game in Steel City, he realized he could cultivate no further at this juncture. He would have to evaluate the situation as it unfolded. Yi Sun accessed his data panel, which clearly displayed 18, combat power 4637. Astonishingly, his stats had surged so rapidly. It seemed the level of Earthlings was indeed lacking in certain realms. Rapid initial upgrades naturally indicated that such data was merely at the beginning stages. Hardly remarkable in the grand scheme. He currently possesses a total of 26 attribute points, yet he harbors no intention of allocating them just yet. He hopes to enhance his points once he breaks through to level 3 of the Golden Bell Shield or reaches level 20. In fact, should he encounter a situation in the killing game that is beyond his ability to resolve, his only recourse will be these precious attribute points. The Iron City, situated near the northern city, is not far off. Yi Sun immediately accelerated towards the Iron City marked on the map. It was already 10 p.m., and the time for the killing game, as foretold by the fortune teller, was drawing near. As the minutes passed, even Yi Sun felt a twinge of anxiety. What good is formidable combat strength? This is both Yi Sun's greatest asset and his most significant flaw. Those who have perused the script possess the distinct advantage of being well acquainted with its intricacies. Yet their greatest disadvantage lies in the potential for unforeseen complications should the script falter, as they lack an emergency plan. This killing game is unprecedented in the Dragon Ball universe, while theories of parallel dimensions have appeared in the Android saga. Yi Sun finds himself confronting anomalies not mentioned in the Dragon Ball manga. He cannot confidently assert that, with a combat power below 5,000, he can contend effectively in this game. What if he encounters foes of the caliber of the Ginyu Force? The Iron City is also known as the City of Forgotten Dreams. When this nation began its rapid development, mining teams discovered rich mineral veins in this territory. In dire need of advancing heavy industry, the nation promptly designated this area for development. Proximity to the northern city facilitated the swift gathering of human and material resources, and over time, it evolved into a bustling city, reminiscent of Beijing and Tianjin, yet distinct in its own right. The esteemed reputation of the Iron City is intrinsically linked to its heavy industrial growth. However, circumstances have shifted. Due to the immaturity of construction teams and the inadequacies of heavy industry, numerous accidents occurred, resulting in detrimental repercussions. The most troubling aspect, however, is the lack of sophistication in mineral exploration and excavation techniques, which led to the ruin of many mines. Once a mine is rendered useless, an entire mountain becomes defunct. Not only are resources squandered, but commercial investments also face utter devastation. Developers began to withdraw, and the government found itself incapable of salvaging the situation. Over the decades, the city gradually fell into desolation, with deteriorating public order. For various reasons, the northern city intensified its isolation of the Iron City, unwilling to bind the futures of the two cities together. Thus, the Iron City morphed into the city of forgotten dreams, where those who remain are driven by nostalgia, alongside a sense of decay and aimlessness. As Yi Sun traversed the streets of the Iron City, he observed the drunken youths and the chaotic graffiti adorning the shop walls. His expression rife with disdain. These scenes undeniably exuded an air of degradation, as the young men hurled profane greetings at Yi Sun as he passed, indifferent to any past grievances. For them, it was merely an outlet for their frustrations. Yi Sun chose not to engage with them. Akin to a billionaire who would not stoop to pick up a $10 bill, it would simply be a waste of time. After stepping outside the subway station, Yi Sun carefully examined the address provided by the fortune-telling old woman, which read Southwind Station. He raised his gaze to the station sign, confirming that he was indeed at Southwind Station. This meant he merely needed to wait until midnight to board the train destined for the deadly game. However, upon entering the subway station, Yi Sun noticed that the last train, scheduled for 11 p.m., was the final service of the night. Southwind Station was situated precisely between the starting and ending stations, making it apparent that no train would pass through at midnight. Given that no trains would run post-midnight, subway personnel typically did not hinder homeless individuals from entering the station to sleep, as there was little to steal, and the presence of public restrooms alleviated concerns about sanitation. However, early the following morning, staff would inevitably escort the homeless away to maintain the station's appearance. Just before 11 p.m., the last subway train halted at Southwind Station, signaling the conclusion of the evening services, with half of the station's lights extinguished and staff conducting a final inspection before departing. Their swift exit was attributed not only to the completion of their duties, but also to the unsettling urban legends that surrounded the area. It was rumored that after midnight, one could hear the sounds of trains passing through, yet no one had ever witnessed the trains themselves. One tale suggested that the midnight train would transport individuals to the realm of the dead, never to return. Of course, for many rationalists, such notions were ludicrous, and few would genuinely wait at the subway station until midnight to test the veracity of urban legends. Previous enthusiasts of the supernatural had investigated these claims, finding nothing amiss, leading to the conclusion that these tales were merely fabrications spun by idle minds. Almost every city harbored such terrifying urban legends, often depicted in various horror films. Yet they went largely unnoticed. Holding a can of soda, Yi Sun sat calmly on a waiting bench, watching as time slowly slipped away, his mind gradually settling into tranquility. Notably, a bearded homeless man was seated beside the vending machine, seemingly unwilling to leave. As the time approached, Yi Sun turned to the man and called out, "You should leave. The train to hell will arrive shortly. If you linger, you might find it impossible to escape." The homeless man glanced up at Yi Sun and replied, "If you are aware that the subway to hell is coming tonight, why do you not depart? I need to make a trip to hell." "There are matters to attend to," Yi Sun responded. The man fell silent, seemingly pondering the enigma before him, then inquired, "Is the Dragon Ball truly that significant to you?" Yi Sun was taken aback by the question, his eyes widening in astonishment as a flurry of conjectures raced through his mind. In that instant, he concluded, this homeless man was a transformation of the deity of Earth, sent to thwart him. For the sake of resurrecting my parents, I must confront even the most harrowing of challenges. Indeed, I sensed your presence in a manner that transcends the ordinary. You seem to be aware of my existence, and perhaps even my origins, as well as my connection to the Dragon Balls. However, let us set aside these matters for now. Young one, you still possess the opportunity to depart, for your strength is formidable, and there is no necessity to squander your life here. If you genuinely wish to dissuade me, why not attempt to restrain me?" The vagabond shook his head and replied, "If I could hold you back, you wouldn't even be able to enter the subway station. Yet, should you truly wish to go in, I shall not impede you. In fact, I believe it may be a cause for celebration if the Dragon Balls cease to serve their purpose and retreat from this world." Yi Sun offered a knowing smile. I comprehend your sentiment, yet regrettably, I cannot relinquish this quest. Moreover, the presence of the Dragon Balls in this realm might yet bring fortune to the world. This exchange bore a specific significance, but the deity, unable to foresee the future, ceased his attempts at persuasion and settled down in silence, awaiting the arrival of the train. By the way, I am uncertain if I shall return from this journey. Meeting is a matter of fate. Could you extend your blessings to me? Upon hearing this, the vagabond paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. Very well. I wish for you to transform misfortune into fortune. May you encounter good luck, and ultimately return safely. The system chimed, indicating that Yi Sun had received the blessing of the earth deity, permanently increasing his luck by 5. I knew it was the deity. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you donned a different guise? I've read the script. Yi Sun mused internally. Chapter 16. The train of death. Yi Sun's ears distinctly caught the sound of the subway arriving. Indeed, the train for the deadly game was slowly approaching, confirming the accuracy of the fortune teller's predictions. Mere seconds later, a subway train glided into the station, its lights flickering ominously, casting an eerie atmosphere. Yi Sun could see that the train was entirely vacant, and there were no announcements over the intercom. As time slipped away, when the electronic clock struck 11:55 p.m., the doors of the subway suddenly swung open. This scene struck Yi Sun as particularly intriguing, for the lights on the train remained dim, suggesting that the station had not supplied any power for this journey. Nevertheless, the train appeared ready to welcome passengers and prepare for departure, a sight that might terrify an ordinary person. The deity said nothing, merely watching as Yi Sun rose, grasped his bag, and entered, promptly taking a seat. The subway seemed to await any additional passengers, displaying an unexpected sense of order. The system notified him, commencing level quest, the murderous game in an alternate space. Completing the quest will yield immediate rewards, and upon fully clearing the quest, you will receive a significant bonus. Best of luck. What? A level quest? What does that entail? In the original design, the classic battles involving the resurrection of Majin Buu and the arrival of the Saiyans were categorized as level difficulty quests, as these conflicts in the Dragon Ball manga came at a tremendous cost, making a level quest a standard expectation. Although Yi Sun maintained a stoic expression and refrained from speaking, a tempest of emotions surged within him. He felt no fear if a Saiyan of Nappa's caliber were to appear in this deadly game. However, the prospect of facing Vegeta was another matter entirely. Without the mastery of the Kaioken technique, it was impossible for him to unleash a drastically enhanced combat power in an instant. He took a moment to calm his racing thoughts and surveyed his surroundings. The area was shrouded in darkness, utterly deserted, yet the eerie atmosphere was palpably unsettling. Young man, I hope your choices do not lead you to ruin. The deity silently mused. As the 5-minute mark passed, precisely at midnight, the subway doors closed. Yi Sun heightened his vigilance, bracing himself for any unforeseen circumstances. Once the doors sealed shut, the train commenced its journey, gradually moving forward. Although he had grown immensely stronger, confident that he could evade all but the most formidable of adversaries, he understood the importance of remaining cautious. The subway began to accelerate, increasingly gaining speed, far beyond what was normal for such a train. Yi Sun, familiar with the sensation of rapid transit, realized that this velocity was inexplicable. The only logical conclusion was that not only was the speed increasing, but the rate of acceleration was also on the rise. Suddenly, the train began to decelerate, and shortly thereafter, the overhead lights illuminated the carriage. In the next moment, Yi Sun was taken aback as he stood in shock, for the subway was now filled to capacity with passengers. When had this occurred? It was inconceivable for so many people to appear without his notice. Hastily, he scrutinized the crowd, noting that all wore expressions of astonishment, rising in bewilderment to survey their surroundings, soon descending into a cacophony of panic. It became clear, no wonder it was dubbed an urban horror legend. These individuals had likely been inexplicably drawn into this scenario. With a cold gaze, Yi Sun began to assess the strangers in his vicinity. These individuals could not possibly have boarded the train with him. There was only one explanation. They had traversed into an alternate realm, transported from various locations or worlds. What on earth? Wasn't I on a bus? How did I end up here after merely dozing off? What is happening? I just got off work and was heading home. How did I end up in this place? The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous, as those unwittingly ensnared in this predicament began to panic. They were lost and disoriented. Some sought the front of the train, hoping to find staff for assistance. Yet it was futile. The moment they entered this subway, they had bid farewell to their normal lives. Ding dong. Welcome aboard this murderous game train. This train comprises 9 stations, and at each station, you must disembark within 3 minutes before proceeding to the next subway station. The next stop, the Street of Death, is only 3 minutes away. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. As this sweet, yet sinister voice echoed through the speakers, the crowd fell silent, bewildered, grappling with the incomprehensibility of their situation. Yi-sun stroked his chin, convinced that this murderous game could not merely be a simple contest of martial prowess. Perhaps it would involve intricate riddles or perplexing challenges. He resolved to remain vigilant. Just as a sense of unease enveloped the crowd, the subway train gradually came to a halt. Without hesitation, Yi-sun rose and made his way towards the door. With a chime, the door opened, and he stepped out without a glance back. Witnessing Yi-sun lead the way, the others followed suit. Genuinely frightened and fully aware of the gravity of the situation, eager to escape the eerie subway. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the ordinary sight of a typical subway station. Goodness, is this some sort of elaborate prank? One exclaimed, I don't care. I just want to go home. Observing the throngs rushing towards the station's escalators and staircases, Yi-sun silently watched, unwilling to offer any words of caution. Immersed in this perilous scenario, he felt no inclination to warn others, for fate dictated life and death, and fortune lay beyond their control. If one could not grasp the severity of the extraordinary circumstances unfolding before them, then perhaps death would indeed be their just reward. Yet, surely the game must provide some indication of its nature. With its commencement, various clues were bound to emerge. The announcer had merely instructed them on where to go, but had failed to elucidate how to reach the fabled Death Street or its precise location. Most critically, what was the time constraint? Instinctively, he glanced up at the electronic clock in the station, which read precisely 10 o'clock p.m. He hurried to the route map, where he found a solitary red line indicating the path from the starting station, Nanfeng Station, to the destination, Death Street Station. Presumably, the train would depart promptly at midnight. This meant he had to arrive at the ominously named Death Street Station before the stroke of 12 to catch the new train. He quickly noted the designated landmarks along the route, which would serve as guides to reach the final destination. Once he was certain there were no further clues, Yi-sun shouldered his bag and exited the subway station, only to be momentarily taken aback. The scene before him was astonishingly mundane, depicting a typical urban landscape. Devoid of any anomalies, drunken revelers meandered about, oblivious to the prior chaos. Such a sight could easily mislead anyone, especially those who had just experienced panic, leading them to mistakenly believe they had returned to their former reality. Watching the dispersing crowds, he could only shake his head in resignation. If completing the level granted experience points, then surely he could immediately accrue experience from this very challenge. Chapter 17, Urban Hunt Death Street. Was this street perhaps the one leading to the subway station marked as Death Street? Yi-sun's mind was a tumult of thoughts as he pondered the nature of this city. He could not ascertain whether it was a typical metropolis, yet it was undoubtedly unlike the world he hailed from, for the presence of Do and his companions was utterly absent. He could envision that anyone unable to reach the subway station by midnight would inevitably meet their demise. With determination, he set forth, hailing a taxi. The driver inquired, "Young man, where to?" "To Death Street subway station," Yi-sun replied. The driver turned his head in astonishment, asking, "What? I've been driving for over a decade and have never heard of such a place. Are you sure you have the name correct?" "There is no subway station by that name." Yi-sun was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that his journey would not be as straightforward as he had hoped. He then requested, "Then please take me to the Meteor International Tavern." The driver responded that he was unfamiliar with that location as well. Yi-sun began to inquire about the nearest landmarks to Death Street, only to be met with continuous head shakes from the driver, who seemed intent on ejecting him from the vehicle. Feeling exasperated, Yi-sun began to grasp the sinister nature of this game, likely designed to plunge its participants into a state of chaotic despair. He had already scanned the subway map into his system, so although the distance was considerable, it was not insurmountable for him. He had merely wished to ascertain the nature of Death Street subway station within this city, and it appeared that it belonged to the realm of urban legends. Drawing a deep breath, Yi-sun transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting through the city at a speed that would be incomprehensible to an ordinary person. He needed to unravel the purpose behind the 2-hour time limit imposed on the participants. Was it merely to discern the correct path? Curiously, the subway station was not far, even if he wasted time. Returning to check the route would take at most 10 minutes. Why then the 2-hour allowance? Was this a hunting game? Suddenly, Yi-sun sensed an approaching presence, a sixth sense honed from experience. Even amidst a throng of individuals, one could feel an unusual intent directed towards oneself. He glanced back to find an unassuming woman had come up behind him. "Hello," she said, I also just emerged from the subway. May I walk with you? Yi Sun furrowed his brow in curiosity. How did you know I came from the subway? You are quite handsome. You left a strong impression on me, she replied. Is that so? Very well, let us walk together. However, at the very moment he turned, a sinister smile contorted the woman's face, her features twisting grotesquely as if manipulated by strings. To his horror, a gun barrel protruded from her mouth, creating an extraordinarily eerie scene. At that moment, Yi Sun's figure abruptly vanished from her sight. In an astonishing display of speed, he appeared behind the woman, channeling an overwhelming force as he delivered a punch that penetrated her chest cavity, sending her crashing to the ground, as if an asteroid had struck. Blood spewed from her mouth as she, bewildered, questioned, "What are you doing?" "Humph, your murderous aura is far too evident. I am no mere vegetable, and anyone who can survive a punch from me and still speak is certainly not human. You are definitely not an ordinary subway traveler." Suddenly, the woman's head spun 180 degrees, the barrel of a gun protruding from her mouth, aiming directly at Yi Sun's face, unleashing a beam of laser fire. At that moment, Yi Sun, whose prowess could rival that of the Saiyan Nappa, demonstrated the caliber of a super warrior. With an almost preternatural reflex, he tilted his head to evade, the laser just grazing his ear. The woman let out a chilling laugh, realizing that a formidable player had entered this game. "I truly wish to witness your despair." Not wanting to hear any more of her nonsense, Yi Sun unleashed a wave of energy from his right hand, still lodged in her chest, instantly reducing her to ashes. This signaled the commencement of the game's grim purpose, murder. Yi Sun sensed numerous entities approaching him, and the prospect of entering the subway station now seemed impossible. In the 2 hours before midnight, a grand escape would unfold across the city, which was an opportunity he could not pass up. His experience points had significantly increased upon slaying the woman. Thus, the dynamics of hunter and prey would inevitably shift. He refrained from drawing too much attention to himself, for even with his confidence, he could not naively assume he could command the city within a game scenario. Who could tell what kinds of assassins the game had dispatched? Beyond Yi Sun, others roamed the city, yet soon a critical realization struck. This city was not their own. After the shock settled, panic ensued, yet gradually they regained composure and began to analyze the situation, the answer becoming apparent. Some swiftly took action. The clever ones retracing their steps back to the subway station to seek an escape route, while the less astute banded together in confusion, and many remained utterly lost, flailing like headless flies. According to standard game protocols, if there were indeed 9 stations, the difficulty should logically escalate. Regardless, Yi Sun was prepared to fight with all his might. He first reached the subway station, but regrettably found it still closed. He lingered at the entrance for a moment, his eyes darting, before vanishing in a flash. Meanwhile, the hunt within the city had already commenced, and this pursuit was anything but straightforward. In the heart of the city, a series of bizarre incidents befell its inhabitants. Some met their tragic fates as out-of-control vehicles veered onto sidewalks, claiming lives on the spot. Others were inexplicably struck down by falling ashtrays, while some were ruthlessly murdered during robberies. It seemed as though a relentless succession of accidents unfolded in every corner of the metropolis, with individuals disembarking from the subway one after another, each encountering their own peculiar demise. It was as if a chilling deadline loomed, with the unspoken objective of extinguishing all lives before the stroke of midnight. As time progressed, the nature of these incidents grew increasingly outrageous. One might find themselves unexpectedly sucked into a toilet, reduced to mere pulp, or seated in a car that suddenly erupted in flames, leaving no trace behind. Some would inadvertently slip and fall into open sewers, never to resurface. Gradually, the number of those emerging from the subway dwindled, with hundreds vanishing in mere minutes, as if they had never existed. Chapter 18. Dashing into the subway station, Yi Sun traversed the streets, his gaze fixed upon the bustling activity around him. With 20 minutes remaining until midnight, he anticipated that those capable of reaching the subway station would soon reveal themselves. At that moment, Yi Sun's senses heightened. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a venomous snake that glided through the air like a ribbon, stopping just shy of his forehead. Had he not reacted with lightning speed, the creature's fangs would have found their mark. To his dismay, the snake, having missed its target, rebounded off a nearby telephone pole and launched itself back toward him. Yi Sun could clearly see its gaping maw, the menacing fangs glinting ominously. A bite would spell certain doom. Yet, with calm precision, he extended a finger, unleashing a brilliant wave of energy that surged into the serpent's mouth, incinerating it in an instant, reducing it to ashes in midair. Remarkably, the experience gained from this snake surpassed that of the assassin he had encountered earlier. As the fateful hour approached, the threats grew increasingly formidable. Yi Sun shook his head in resignation. Had he faced such a swift attack a fortnight prior, he might not have evaded it. Nevertheless, his protective aura was no mere ornament. As long as the snake's venomous strike did not exceed the limits of his defense, he remained confident in his survival. Noticing the time was drawing near, he redirected his path toward the subway. It appeared that the entities within the city were becoming increasingly wary of him, growing more ferocious in their attacks, yet the frequency of assailants diminished. Yi Sun remained unfazed. As long as he approached each situation with caution, he was certain he could endure until the end. The Dragon Ball radar continued to show no signs of activation, indicating that the Dragon Balls were not located within this realm, compelling him to delve deeper into the game in search of them. As Yi Sun approached the subway station, he was astonished to discover a considerable number of individuals awaiting at the entrance, roughly estimating around 30 people. Given that the initial challenge was not particularly formidable, the survival of merely 30 individuals could only suggest that humanity's strength was indeed quite feeble, universally weak across any realm. Employing his levitation technique, he floated cautiously above, observing the situation before the subway station. At that moment, the survivors had constructed a makeshift barricade using vehicles, seemingly locked in a standoff. However, Yi Sun's attention was drawn to a young man amidst the crowd. At that very instant, perceiving the dire circumstances, the young man brandished a Desert Eagle, firing dual shots at the approaching creatures. His marksmanship was nothing short of diamond level. Each shot struck true, igniting the monster's bloodthirsty instincts, leading them to turn upon one another in a frenzied assault. The once menacing atmosphere was swiftly dismantled. The nearby survivors were not oblivious, recognizing that as they approached midnight, the danger would only escalate. The drivers arriving from a distance were equally astute. Understanding that the gunfire signified assistance, they pressed the accelerator, barreling towards the monsters with a singular objective, the subway station. Clearly, there were many capable individuals among them. The recoil from a Desert Eagle could dislocate the shoulder of an untrained individual, yet this young man adeptly wielded 2 pistols simultaneously, showcasing physical prowess far exceeding that of the average person, his muscle density comparable to that of elite athletes. The trio of vehicles racing in from behind had undoubtedly sent numerous monsters flying. Upon crashing through the outer blockade, they surged toward the subway station entrance with no intention of halting. The survivors waiting at the station, taken aback, quickly cleared the path as the cars barbarously entered the station. Upon witnessing the subway station doors ajar, amidst the chaos, Yi Sun had no choice but to follow suit and dashed inside. Instantly, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted, revealing 3 vehicles that had come to a halt, evidently totaled. From within, 7 individuals emerged. Yi Sun swiftly scanned their features, 4 men and 3 women, all relatively young. Among them, one robust man clearly bore the mark of a fighter, another exuded a chilling aura, while a third displayed a somewhat lecherous demeanor. The 4th man appeared more upright, and the 3 women were particularly intriguing. One strikingly attractive woman donned a form-fitting athletic outfit, complete with a police-style gun belt slung from her shoulder to her waist, weapons holstered on either side, emanating an aura reminiscent of a female officer. The other 2 were equally captivating. One wielded a saber, while the other astonishingly wore only a wedding dress. Their swift descent from the vehicles immediately captured Yi Sun's attention. This group was undoubtedly seasoned warriors, not to be underestimated. Upon spotting the young man with the Desert Eagle, the 7 individuals instinctively heightened their vigilance. The woman resembling a police officer inquired, "How did you come to possess a Desert Eagle?" "There is no need to disclose that to you," he replied. The robust man gestured for everyone to calm their emotions and politely addressed the young man, saying, "You have excellent marksmanship, young brother. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiong Zhong, a semi-professional Sanzhou athlete." Following Xiong Zhong's self-introduction, the others began to disclose their identities. The man with a chilling demeanor introduced himself as Li Mingli. The slightly lecherous individual was Roger. The upright gentleman was Kong Xiang. The woman resembling a police officer was Zhou Wenqi. The woman wielding a knife was Li Jiahui, and the bride in a wedding dress was Yu Minghan. "I am Yi Fei, an ordinary university student." As soon as he finished speaking, the police-like woman, Zhou Wenqi, retorted sharply, "What ordinary university student wields a Desert Eagle? Do you really think I can't recognize the type of weapon you are holding? A graduate from the Armed Police University, you think you can escape?" Yi Sun silently shook his head. These 7 individuals were far from ordinary. Their sole focus was on the young man named Yi Fei, completely disregarding the others, indicating their awareness that Yi Fei, possessing a Desert Eagle, was the one worth courting. Quite a pragmatic bunch. The slightly lecherous Roger scoffed disdainfully. So what if you graduated from the Armed Police University? Now that we are trapped in this hellish place, who knows if we can even survive? His words, albeit crude, held a grain of truth. In such an environment, even the son of a president would be of no use. Xiongzhong sighed in frustration, lamenting. What on earth is going on? This is utterly baffling. Observing that everyone was still entangled in the current predicament, Yifei quickly turned to address them all. All right. Let me explain. This game is called the murder game, which is more commonly referred to online as a phenomenon of inexplicable disappearance. How do you know? Faced with the crowd's inquiries, Yifei had no answers to offer. Roger was quick to ask, can we go back? I've figured out this game, since it's a game. There must be a way to escape. Upon hearing this, Xiongzhong inquired, so, young brother E, you must have entered with a mission. What happens if you fail? Then you die? Gazing at the anxious and troubled faces of those around him, Yifei had little interest in comforting them and merely sought to answer the questions they deemed important. Yi Sun remained silent throughout, believing that Yifei was not the only one who had entered with a mission. Chapter 19. The City of Death. The reason these individuals managed to survive was primarily due to their swift realization that this city was not their own. A group of them, recognizing the anomaly, quickly banded together. They were not fools. After returning to the subway station to check the routes and timings, they deduced that they needed to reach the subway station of death before midnight. After inquiring about the location, they received replies indicating that no such place existed, and thus they had no choice but to memorize the route and hastily proceed. Initially, all was calm until this group suddenly spotted grotesque humanoid monsters lurking on the ground, eerily pursuing them, which made them realize the horrific nature of this game world. The remaining task was to keep their foot on the gas pedal. Why are there only these few dozen people? Where are the others? What will happen if the departure time arrives and they are still not here? Yifei gazed at the group before him, their eyes filled with inquiry, and remarked with a cold smile, it's quite simple. Death. Surely not, one replied. There are at least hundreds of people on a subway train. Can they all perish? I wouldn't be so surprised, he countered. Not long ago, over 300 individuals vanished from a hotel, and it's been nearly half a month without a trace. Most likely, they have all met a grim fate. Xiongzhong sighed in resignation, shaking his head, acknowledging the increasingly rampant nature of such inexplicable disappearances. His own encounter with this phenomenon felt like sheer misfortune. Listening to their conversation, Yi Sun quickly deduced that this murderous game pervaded every realm, albeit some had uncovered it while others remained oblivious. For instance, in the world of Dragon Ball, the influence of the deities likely mitigated its effects. The group fell silent, understanding that inquiries would yield no answers. Yi Sun silently lamented, finally grasping why the deities guarded the subway stations to prevent ordinary individuals from entering the haunted subway. Imagine if the supernatural train departed punctually each night. It would imply that countless souls were being ushered into a lethal game, becoming mere phantoms in urban legends of terror. In any given world, such occurrences might pass once or twice, but if they transpired nightly, the truth would inevitably surface, igniting widespread panic. To present a starkly realistic example, no matter how populous a city, it could scarcely withstand the relentless rise in missing persons. Especially after hearing their discourse, Yi Sun realized the myriad varieties of this murder game, each with its distinct mechanics. Today a haunted hospital, tomorrow a disappearing hotel, then a supernatural subway. Should this phenomenon erupt in full force, and the rate of disappearances outpace births, it would herald an apocalyptic dawn. Many, unaware of the underlying truths, might perceive the deities as idly watching. Yet, when Yi Sun was obstructed from entering the subway by divine intervention, he understood. Throughout human history, pivotal moments often bore the fingerprints of these celestial beings. For instance, a devastating plague sweeping across a continent might, at a critical juncture, suddenly find a remedy, a miraculous herb or formula, rescuing humanity from the brink of annihilation. Reflecting on such events, one could scarcely believe they occurred without divine influence. Ding dong. Welcome aboard, dear passengers. This train is en route to the next stop, Death City. Kindly prepare yourselves. We shall arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Those fleeting 10 minutes felt interminable, as if they spanned an entire world. What awaited them in just 10 minutes? The significance of this murderous game remained lost on humanity. Who was truly in control? What implications did it hold for the course of civilization? Coming from the Dragon Ball universe, Yi Sun found little cruelty in such affairs. Consider, for instance, if a Super Saiyan were thrust into this deadly game, not only would the game itself be at stake, but perhaps even the malevolent force behind it would face a formidable challenge from a Super Saiyan. As the subway arrived at its destination, the doors opened, and dozens hurriedly disembarked, wary of lingering. The station appeared unchanged. Drawing from their prior experience, the group sought the route map, only to find it conspicuously absent. What could this signify? Shall we remain in this city? Someone inquired, met with puzzled expressions from the others. Without a clear path, were they to wander aimlessly? Look, he pointed out, the time reads 6 in the morning. If we are to depart at midnight, then we should have 18 hours remaining. Nods of agreement followed, indicating that time was indeed ample. Yet, Yi-sun suddenly interjected, let us first ascertain how many subway stations exist in this city. We must enter a subway station before midnight. That should pose no issue. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of hope flickered among the group. But their spirits were quickly dampened when the brooding Li Mingli remarked, do not rejoice prematurely. Consider the name of this place. The City of the Reaper, by its very definition. Remaining here bodes ill. A sense of dread washed over them, and Li Mingli added, I have a foreboding feeling that it may be quite difficult for us to emerge unscathed within these 18 hours. Upon exiting the subway station, the group found themselves in an ordinary city, yet the weight of anxiety bore heavily upon them, as if specters lurked in every shadow. After some inquiries, they learned that the city was divided into 2 sections, the North City and the South City. Currently, they were in the South City, while the subway station was exclusively located in the North City. Curiously, the South City was significantly larger than the North City, a feat of urban planning that was nothing short of divine. To think that the South City, so vast, lacks a single subway. Unbelievable. Yi-sun mused inwardly, convinced that the challenges of the City of the Reaper far surpassed their initial trial. The group decided to head towards the North City, but a wide river separated the two. Crossing to the North City would require traversing a large bridge, which would take over half an hour on foot. A testament to the river's breadth. They wished to act in unison, yet Yi-sun chose to depart alone, determined to discern the lethal tendencies of the City of the Reaper. Are you not coming with us? Yi-fei asked. Yi-sun simply replied, accompanying you would only hinder my progress. Without waiting for their reactions, he ventured away, prompting Roger to scoff. Those who seek to show off often meet their demise swiftly. Little did they know, Yi-sun, far off, retorted loudly, only fools meet their end swiftly. The group was taken aback by his keen hearing. Soon after, they discovered an idle bus, seemingly not yet in service. Yi-fei employed a few tricks to start the bus, and they boarded, setting off across the bridge, everything appearing to unfold seamlessly. Meanwhile, Yi-sun floated above using his aerial technique, observing the scene below with a sense of foreboding, sensing that trouble was imminent. However, he was more intrigued by how the capable individuals among them would respond to the impending crisis. Chapter 20. The Reaper approaches. Yi-fei gazed through the bus window at the cars retreating behind them. Despite it being morning, the atmosphere felt oppressively dim. Even within the bus, a dampness hung in the air, imbued with an eerie chill and an unsettling silence. What do you believe the meaning of the City of Death is? Xiongzhong lit a cigarette for himself, a flicker of inexplicable panic glimmering in his eyes. After taking a drag, he regained his composure and inquired of Yi-fei. Yi-fei was taken aback and could only shake his head in reply, I'm sorry. I truly don't know. The vehicle was perfectly filled with passengers, yet an eerie atmosphere enveloped them, rendering the interior steeped in silence. Even the faintest whisper could be distinctly heard by everyone aboard. Yi-fei raised the muzzle of his gun, signaling that he had holstered it, stating, let us take it one step at a time. I am prepared for sacrifice at any moment. It's not just you who might sacrifice. It's possible that we all may perish. Xiongzhong's tone was gravely serious. In his world, the existence of a deadly game was perhaps not a shocking revelation, merely something the government chose to obscure. Inside the compartment, everyone shivered, engulfed in a profound silence, terrified of the impending calamity. At that moment, a tall, graceful girl spoke up loudly. I think we should stop immediately. I have a foreboding feeling. Upon her words, the crowd turned to her, their expressions questioning. The girl smiled with natural ease and introduced herself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Yu. I possess strong intuitive abilities, and I believe that the person who just left made the right choice. We should turn back. This place is not safe. Thus far, this group of fellow participants in adversity had not truly acquainted themselves with one another, perhaps due to a lack of time or a belief that it was unnecessary. Zhou Wenqi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Tang Yu, and asked, Beautiful Tang, you must provide some reasoning for your sentiments. Tang Yu nodded. I understand that you all may come from different realms. Our worlds cannot be entirely alike. However, in my world, I am a disaster prediction expert, and I sense an overwhelming aura of death surrounding us. Where there is the scent of death, there will surely be fatalities. The group remained skeptical, yet there was no time for doubt. The atmosphere inside the bus was suffused with the pall of death, and remaining aboard would likely lead to demise. Tang Yu appeared exceptionally anxious and suddenly shouted, "Look outside." At that moment, everyone held their breath, gazing outward with varied expressions, witnessing the pale sky, the dark brown river, and the nearby suspension bridge's steel framework coming into view as the vehicle slowed down, the cables arranged like a harp, and two workers laboring on the bridge surface. A gust of wind caused a yellow bucket to tilt, and through a large square hole in the bridge, it plummeted below. This chilling breeze also swept into the bus, akin to a frigid serpent, slithering across each person's heart. Yet the unsettling fact remained. The bus windows were firmly shut. Suddenly, the bus came to a halt, as the vehicle ahead had also stopped. For reasons unknown, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of mortal threat surged within all present. Each individual's expression shifted dramatically, and someone shouted, "Damn it! Get out, quickly!" A voice filled with terror erupted, causing panic as someone pushed past those obstructing the way. Without a moment's hesitation, the car door swung open, and they bolted out like sprinters racing in a 100-meter dash. Instantly, chaos ensued within the vehicle. The already narrow doorway was now jammed with people. Observing the tumult, Tang Yu urgently exclaimed, "Please, no shoving. One at a time." Yet, in that moment, each individual felt their life was on the line, and Tang Yu's pleas fell on deaf ears. Someone inadvertently shoved her, and the poor girl stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. Quickly exit the vehicle. Escape through the windows. In response to the escalating crisis, Mr. Xiong smashed his fist against the glass, shattering it into countless shards and creating a sizable opening. People, disregarding all caution, began to leap out. Yifei followed suit, breaking through a pane of glass to escape the bus. With 2 exits now available, the crowd managed to disembark within half a minute. Then they all sprinted away in a frantic dash. In midair, Yi Sun was examining the Dragon Ball radar, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. There were no Dragon Balls to be found in this vicinity. He pondered who had brought the Dragon Balls into this game and speculated on how the game's instances would unfold. Having successfully completed the first level, he had accrued a substantial amount of experience, yet he still lagged far behind in reaching level 20. As he contemplated, a cacophony of cracking bridge sounds and the piercing shrieks of cable snapping filled his ears, accompanied by the frantic cries of people on the bridge. What was happening? When he glanced at the bridge, he saw it violently shaking. The structure was evidently on the verge of collapse. Panic surged through him as he realized that the bus was heading toward the bridge. In an instant, Yi Sun caught sight of the bus, and a voice echoed in his mind. Initiate side quest. Rescue the survivors. The more individuals saved, the greater the experience gained. Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Sun transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the bus. However, he had failed to take note of the survivors' appearances, and the bridge was teeming with people. How could he possibly save them? Given the circumstances, his only option was to prevent the entire bridge from collapsing, allowing the gamers to escape while leaving the rest to fate. As if in response to Yi Sun's intentions, a frayed cable snapped and whipped through the air, twisting like a dragon and emitting a shrill cry as it sliced through the atmosphere. The cement block connected to the end of the cable was forcefully hurled, fortuitously aimed at the rapidly approaching Yi Sun. A glint of cold light shimmered in Yi Sun's eyes as he sensed something amiss. Was this cement slab specifically targeting him? Without further ado, he disregarded the cliffside, propelling himself like a cannonball to shatter the incoming debris, his goal set on the area beneath the bridge. Yet the chaos was far from over. The severed cables began to flail wildly in the air like untamed horses. Astonishingly, they all seemed to be converging on Yi Sun, intent on attacking him. Upon encountering the scene, Yi Sun felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he had witnessed this scenario before. He maneuvered through the air with the agility of a seabird, swiftly dashing beneath the bridge, forcefully propping it up. With a combat power nearing 5,000, Yi Sun's strength could only be described as extraordinary. Under his powerful support, the bridge that was on the verge of collapse miraculously stabilized. However, the stabilization of the bridge did not signify the end of the ordeal. In a tragic turn of events, a player, while fleeing, was suddenly impaled by a piece of rebar that had been propelled from a steel-laden vehicle involved in a timely accident. The gruesome nature of his death startled the drivers behind him, triggering a chain collision that resulted in several other players meeting the same fate. Yi Sun sensed that the situation was far from over. He was effectively a living target. Before he could contemplate further, a shadow loomed above him. He hastily looked up to see a sharp steel plate piercing through the fractured bridge surface, descending towards him at a 30-degree angle. The sound of slicing air was alarmingly piercing. Accompanying the steel plate were the very rebars that had earlier penetrated the unfortunate player, now hurtling towards Yi Sun. Had this been an ordinary individual, they would have been reduced to a mere mass of punctured flesh. Looking further upward, he noticed debris from the broken bridge, falling vehicles, and panicked individuals, all converging upon him. How intriguing. If one were to assert that this was not deliberate, I would find that utterly incredulous. Was this not reminiscent of the death comes trope? Were they not intent on his demise? Come then, let it come. If I evade it even once, you shall rue the day. Chapter 21. The rescue of the weak Tang Yu, after a harrowing escape from the vehicle, began to frantically flee towards safety, feeling an overwhelming sense of impending doom that threatened to engulf her. In that critical moment, the vehicles on the bridge suddenly erupted in a series of explosions, tragically including 3 large fuel tankers that detonated in close proximity. The violent explosions exacerbated the already precarious state of the bridge, which was swaying dangerously. While Yi Sun's strength was sufficient to prevent the bridge from collapsing, there existed a fundamental issue of physics. His physique was but a mere point in comparison to the entirety of the bridge. A single nail, no matter how sturdy, could only anchor that one point and could not support an entire wooden plank. Excessive pressure would inevitably lead to a more rapid collapse. Moreover, due to the design and construction of the bridge, compounded by the series of explosions, the uneven distribution of force rendered Yi Sun's formidable abilities futile in reversing the impending disaster. He refrained from exerting any surplus energy, fearing it would exacerbate the already fractured structure, leading to its complete obliteration. As the proverbial edifice teetered, other sections of the bridge began to shatter and fall. At that moment, the bridge's surface tilted, as the support was no longer stable, causing those who had not yet managed to escape to slide towards the gaping chasm. Under normal circumstances, water lies beneath a bridge. As long as one does not plunge recklessly into it, the likelihood of fatality is minimal. However, the location of this fracture corresponded to a platform of the bridge's pier that emerged above the water's surface. By the laws of inertia, anyone slipping from this point would inevitably land directly upon the pier itself. Indeed, vehicles that had previously fallen landed squarely on this platform, resulting in a catastrophic fate for those who fell, rendering them as little more than a pulp. Even if they clung to life, subsequent vehicles, motorcycles, or debris would surely deliver the final blow. Yi Sun grimaced, recognizing the helplessness of the situation. At that very moment, Tang Yu was perilously close to the fracture, her complexion ashen and her mind in turmoil. She desperately sought to grasp any object for support, but alas, a vehicle with a malfunctioning handbrake careened wildly, striking Tang Yu and rendering her unconscious without instant demise. As Tang Yu teetered on the brink of falling, an idea suddenly struck Yi Sun. He relinquished his supporting force and plummeted over 20 meters in free fall, then swiftly accelerated horizontally toward the tilted underside, pushing upward with all his strength. This action effectively arrested Tang Yu's descent. Immediately, he withdrew his force and flew horizontally back to the equilibrium point before the collapse, managing to elevate the section of the bridge. Onlookers in secure positions witnessed a scene that defied the laws of physics. How could the tilted bridge suddenly regain a level state and even rise further? My God, what on earth is happening? Am I hallucinating? They could not see the individual beneath the bridge. When Tang Yu regained consciousness in a daze, she discovered, to her astonishment, that she had not fallen. Though she could not comprehend the miraculous events, the fractured bridge had risen to the same level as the original surface. Given her proximity to the fracture, she would not foolishly flee southward again. In just a few strides, she reached the northern side of the bridge. However, the cables of the bridge had begun to fray, indicating that the other side would soon be affected. Yi Sun began to sense the atmosphere upon the bridge surface, but before he could complete his assessment, the section he was supporting began to tear, rapidly splitting into two. This was beyond salvaging. Upon witnessing this state, Yi Sun ascended into the sky, his eyes sharp as he swiftly scanned the fractured sections for any remaining individuals. Fortunately, those still present were not sluggish in their escape. Observing the data panel indicating 634 survivors, he understood that 7 had perished in this bridge catastrophe. To gain additional experience points, he would need to rescue as many of these vulnerable souls as possible within the next several hours. Goodness, this can't be a scenario akin to the Grim Reaper's arrival. If it were, I might truly be incapable of saving these individuals, as one could never predict the nature of death's design. Tang Yu, having narrowly escaped to the northern city, felt a surge of relief but remained vigilant. Sensing the lingering aura of death around her, she knew she must hasten to the subway station for safety. Yi Fei and his companions remained on the southern side, exchanging glances, uncertain of their next course of action. This bridge was the sole passageway to the northern city. If it were to collapse, they would be left with nothing but primitive ferries, and who could ascertain if they would capsize? Xiongzhong gazed at the broken bridge, sighing. I am beginning to comprehend the meaning of Death City. Perhaps Death truly has its sights set on this city, intent on finding ways to eliminate us. We must reach the other side within the next several hours. Otherwise, we will undoubtedly meet a grave fate, just like those unfortunate souls on the bridge. The survivors understood this grim reality as well. Their expressions were grim, for who could predict what calamity awaited them? This incident naturally stirred a commotion within the city. Yet no matter how the police investigated, they could not trace the matter back to Death. The peculiar phenomenon occurring during the bridge's collapse, which defied the laws of physics, did not garner much attention. Upon reaching the northern district, Tang Yu immediately set about locating the subway station, only to be bewildered to find that there were no subway stations in the southern district, yet the northern district boasted over 6 lines. She would have to search slowly. Yi Sun hovered in midair, recalling certain plot lines from the film Final Destination, pondering if he could draw from that experience. In the film, death follows a specific order. Whether one perishes or escapes, it ultimately signifies that death will soon visit the next in line. Perhaps he should locate this group of individuals to avoid further complications. Sensing their presence, Yi Sun flew toward them, relieved to find they were still banded together, sparing him the trouble of seeking them out individually. As these 20 or so individuals stood in confusion, Yi Sun descended from behind the park, exclaiming, "Now do you understand why I chose not to cross that bridge?" The crowd paused, turning to face him, recalling that he was the member who had departed early. Kong Xiang, visibly displeased, shouted, "You knew the truth about Death City. Yet you did not warn us. Indeed, if you had alerted us, we would have at least been mentally prepared." Yi Sun retorted dismissively, "Silence. I am under no obligation to warn you. Are you now interested in hearing my conjectures regarding the situation?" Some in the crowd were ready to retort, but Yi Fei and Xiongzhong quickly intervened, urging, "Brother, what is your name?" "I am Ah Sun." "Very well, Brother Ah Sun, please share your insights." Yi Sun recognized that their tempers were still flared, yet he perceived their plight as merely a matter of experience. Had it not been for this side quest, he would not have been inclined to rescue them from peril. Death City is quite intriguing. It is a place where one is toyed with by death itself. Regardless of one's identity, entering this city means becoming a target for death, which employs various methods to torment its victims. These methods appear as mere accidents. Yet if one were to reconstruct the process of dying, they would discover a meticulously crafted death protocol, tailor-made for each individual. Zhou Wenqi furrowed her brow, skeptically asking, "How do you know this?" "The bridge serves as the finest evidence. But we have not yet perished," she countered. With a chuckle, Yi Sun remarked, "Without me, you would all be dead." The crowd fell silent, momentarily puzzled by his words. He gestured towards the broken bridge and continued, "I managed to hold it up for a few minutes before it collapsed. Had it not been for my support, the preceding collapse would have swiftly claimed your lives." Chapter 22. "I'm bringing a plane, ha. What a joke. You claim you held the bridge?" Kong Xiang scoffed, disbelief evident in his tone. Who would believe such nonsense? Roger merely shrugged, replying, "Look, even if we are warriors, you fled the scene earlier. Can you please stop pretending? It's exhausting." Xiongzhong and Yi Fei remained silent. Both were martial artists, accustomed to formidable combatants in their respective realms. They withheld their opinions, though instinctively doubted Yi Sun's assertions. Yi Sun spread his palm, revealing a glowing orb resting in his palm. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Yi Fei exclaimed, "You're channeling true energy. Are you a Radiant Realm warrior?" Xiongzhong inhaled sharply, acknowledging, "My apologies, esteemed brother. We had no idea you were a warrior of such caliber. Please forgive any offense." The others were baffled by the situation. While their world was not devoid of martial artists, they had never encountered the concept of externalized true energy and found it utterly fascinating. It was no wonder. The inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe were equally astonished by techniques like the Kamehameha and the instant transmission, completely unaware of their origins. A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Sun's eyes as he pondered whether the Radiant Realm and the Level 1 warrior referred to the 9th tier in their terminology. Recognizing the variations in nomenclature across different worlds, now that someone recognized his prowess, the conversation became more straightforward. "Listen carefully," he stated. "It is evident that the Grim Reaper intends to trap us here. To advance, we must cross the river. My proposal is to transport you all one by one, provided you refrain from reckless behavior." Yi Fei inquired, "Pray tell, how do you intend to get us to the other side?" "Naturally, by flying," Yi Sun replied. Roger scratched his head in confusion, questioning, "Are you suggesting you could commandeer a plane?" "Let me tell you this. Even if a naval aircraft carrier were to arrive, it would likely capsize immediately. The Grim Reaper's methods are beyond your imagination. And how, then, do you propose to fly? A hot air balloon, Yi-sun responded nonchalantly. Who will go first? The crowd found his words peculiar, struggling to grasp his intentions. Yi-sun spotted a young girl standing at the edge and called out, Miss, I shall take you across first. But remember, once we arrive, do not wander off, or the Grim Reaper may come for you. Without waiting for a reply, Yi-sun stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her waist and supporting the back of her head with his hand. The girl froze, and just as she tried to scream, a powerful gust of wind whipped past her, obscuring her vision. She could not see anything, her eyes forced shut by the wind, and all she could hear was the roaring of the breeze. After a few seconds, the young woman discovered that the wind had ceased. She opened her eyes to gaze at Yi-sun, feeling utterly bewildered. To her astonishment, she found herself on the opposite bank of the river. Still trying to grasp what had transpired, she heard Yi-sun chiding, Remember, do not stray away. The Grim Reaper can strike at any moment. Having delivered his warning, Yi-sun leaped into the air, tracing a graceful arc before his figure gradually diminished into a small, landing on the opposite shore. A superhero? Her mouth slightly agape. Her worldview was utterly transformed in that instant. The scene shifted to the opposite bank, where everyone gazed vacantly at Yi-sun, who descended like a missile. Remarkably, the ground showed no signs of disruption. Yi-fei was the first to recover, exclaiming, Indeed, a formidable being from the realm of days. I cannot believe I have encountered such a true powerhouse. I am truly fortunate. Meanwhile, Xiongzhong promptly bowed, feeling honored to witness a being of such caliber in action. Declaring that his life was now complete, Yi-sun reveled in the admiration, for who in this world would disregard praise? Enough with the pleasantries, gun brother. I shall take you over now. Yi-fei, filled with confusion, pointed to himself, and Yi-sun nodded, swiftly grasping him and ascending into the sky. Moments later, he returned, urging, Hurry, I fear the Grim Reaper may be up to no good. The weather is changing. The group looked up to see dark clouds gathering ominously in the distance, the cumulonimbus clouds rolling in like waves. Without further ado, Yi-sun cradled one individual in each arm, tirelessly ferrying them back and forth across the river. His speed was astonishing, and soon he had nearly transported everyone. Just as Yi-sun was about to take Xiongzhong across, a thunderous clap echoed from above. Images from the Grim Reaper is coming flashed in his mind, and he was certain that should he ascend once more, he would be struck by lightning. At that moment, Xiongzhong pointed at the sky and shouted, What is that? Yi-sun quickly turned to follow his gaze, and his expression changed dramatically. He saw an airplane plummeting towards them, evidently struck by lightning and suffering engine failure. This was undeniably awkward. Brother Yi, I truly believe in the Grim Reaper now. Yi-sun intended to tell him to stop talking and find shelter, but an irritating voice resonated in his mind, triggering level task. Save the impending aircraft. Brother Xiong, find somewhere to hide. Remember, the Grim Reaper is everywhere. Always be aware of your surroundings. Sometimes, even a sip of water can lead to your demise. I must go to save the airplane. Xiongzhong was taken aback, confused. Save what airplane? Yi-sun replied, I'm off now. I'll return shortly. With a surge of power in his legs, he shot skyward, racing towards the descending aircraft. Upon nearing it, he realized that it was not a commercial airliner. Yi-sun sighed in relief, for if it had been a large passenger plane, the situation would not have been so easily manageable. He first maneuvered to align his direction with the aircraft, then leaned beneath it, forcefully inserting his hands into the fuselage. The plane's rapid descent began to slow, and subsequently, Yi-sun forcibly guided it to a halt on a square. Xiongzhong observed in silence, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Before the astonished crowd could react, Yi-sun had transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. The crew was left bewildered, while the passengers were filled with confusion. The advantage of speed is indeed remarkable. One can perform good deeds without leaving a trace. Completing the level task earned him 500 experience points and a manual on piloting. Yi-sun couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, even rewards were bestowed upon him. Brother, should we seek shelter from the rain? Xiongzhong inquired curiously. I doubt I would perish from lightning, but I wonder if you can withstand it, Yi-sun replied. Xiongzhong, feeling a wave of unease, decided it was best to find cover. Chapter 23. The Reaper disdains deception. The troubling event Yi-sun had feared materialized. The earlier thunderstorm had inevitably struck down a participant in the game. By the time Yi-sun and Xiongzhong reached the opposite shore, that individual had been reduced to cinders. Beyond a sense of helplessness, Yi-sun felt no other emotion about the situation. It was futile for him to intervene. Even if he had seen it happen, lightning strikes with such swiftness that one cannot obstruct them. The onlookers noted the change in Yi Sun's demeanor. Clearly, a formidable expert existed, and survival hinged significantly on whether that person was willing to intervene. First and foremost, they needed to adopt a more favorable attitude. Do you wish for me to aid your survival? Don't be foolish. If the Reaper seeks your lives, he will find a way to claim them. My protection alone is insufficient. Death is inevitable for some, Yi Sun remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. His words deflated the spirits of those present. Yet, Yi Fei believed that a powerful being in the realm of the sun would not be easily ensnared by the game, suspecting something amiss. He inquired, "May I ask, Brother Ah Sun, how did you enter this game?" Yi Sun gazed contemplatively at the sky. "I came seeking something, yet regrettably, I have yet to find it. To be frank, I do not wish to save you. Rescuing you brings me no advantage." Silence enveloped the group, their faces paling. They were ordinary individuals, thrust into this game against their will, unaware of how they had arrived. For instance, the woman in a wedding dress had been trying on gowns when she was abruptly transported into the game. Much like the individual dressed as a police officer who had entered the subway while on duty, only to find himself ensnared in the game. However, it is not impossible to save you. I can only do my utmost. I am uncertain of the Reaper's methods, but as long as he cannot take my life, I shall remain resolute. In truth, Yi Sun held this conviction. Accidents of any sort could not inflict harm upon him. His only remaining destination was the subway station. Xiongzhong inhaled sharply and respectfully asked, "Might I inquire, Brother Ah Sun, what must we do to preserve our lives?" Yi Sun contemplated for a moment and then shared some plot points about Final Destination with them. Naturally, he refrained from explicitly stating that these were from a movie. Rather, he used the characters from the film as mere analogies. At this juncture, Roger suddenly realized, that explains why the girl's surname Tang mentioned we are enveloped in an aura of death. In truth, had she not pointed it out, we might not have reacted at all. Indeed, where has that girl gone? Yi Sun inquired with curiosity about the specifics. They all chimed in, recounting some of the things Tang Yu had said at the time. Yi Sun was secretly astonished. It seemed there were indeed individuals with extraordinary sixth senses. He couldn't help but feel regretful if that girl had met with misfortune, although her existence was not of great significance to him. With a combat power of 5,000 and the formidable defense granted by the Golden Bell Shield, Yi Sun could easily withstand even the most perilous situations. For instance, when a car plummeted, it landed precisely atop a steel rebar, resembling a hammer forcefully driving a nail. It appeared as though it would impale Yi Sun. However, when the rebar struck him, it coiled like incense, inflicting no harm whatsoever. After ensuring the injured survivors were transported to the hospital, and following a grueling rescue effort, those individuals narrowly retained their lives. Yet, a complication arose. This was a benefit stemming from the earlier bridge collapse incident. The hospital provided free treatment, meaning that anyone injured could receive assistance without registration. Let us not forget, in this world, they were considered outsiders. The group escorted the injured to the hospital and subsequently took the opportunity to rest there. Over 20 people were crammed into a single ward, beginning to discuss the implications of Final Destination. Having listened to Yi Sun's earlier comments, they were all quite fearful of what this death deity could entail, especially regarding the bizarre manners of demise he had mentioned. Initially, they would not have believed such tales, but given Yi Sun's standing as a formidable warrior, there was no need for him to deceive them. Moreover, had he not supported the bridge, they likely would not have escaped in time and would have perished. Zhou Wenqi blinked and asked, "Brother Sun, you mentioned that death occurs in a sequential order, the very order in which we were meant to die. Is that true?" "Yes," Yi Sun affirmed. "The death deity adheres to such principles while also possessing the ability to adapt. For instance, as for me, the death deity cannot claim my life. Thus, it would avoid lingering upon me and instead proceed to eliminate the next individual destined for demise. Do you understand? That's far-fetched. If it weren't for your superhuman abilities, I would hardly believe it," Zhou Wenqi retorted. At that moment, she suddenly drew her revolver from her waist and aimed it at Yi Sun, threateningly declaring, "If I were to shoot your head right now, wouldn't that imply you were lying? Logically speaking, since the death deity failed to utilize the bridge collapse to kill you, the order of death should have been postponed." Foolish. Yi Sun swiftly seized Zhou Wenqi's revolver with remarkable agility. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt the urge to display bravado, crossing his legs and aiming the gun at his own head. The crowd gasped in astonishment, urging him to restrain himself. Yet, Yi Sun merely snorted, proclaiming, "In the realm of martial arts, nothing is impenetrable, only speed prevails." Yi Fei. aware that the formidable beings of the daylight realm could not be harmed by bullets, recognized Yi Sun's intention to show off. He hurriedly interjected, "Brother A Sun, this is a hospital. Please refrain from firing. It could lead to disaster." Just then, a clicking sound echoed, causing the crowd to scream in terror. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered Yi Sun grinning at them, having not heard any gunfire. To their astonishment, the revolver had merely jammed. It had not discharged at all. Zhou Wenqi, bewildered, exclaimed, "This is strange. My revolver was fully loaded. How could it jam? Do you doubt it? Allow me to try a few more times," Yi Sun replied, pulling the trigger against his temple multiple times, yet each attempt resulted in a jam. This bewildering spectacle caused everyone's hearts to sink, as even the dimmest of minds could comprehend the implications of such an incident. Roger, with an odd expression, queried, "Is there something wrong with the gun? You are the one with a problem. This is a newly issued weapon from the police force. Why not give it a try yourself?" Yi Sun responded, a smirk on his face as he handed the revolver to Roger. "I commend your bravery. Go ahead and fire a shot at your own head. Who knows? The next to perish might not be you." Hesitant, Roger stepped back, while Zhou Wenqi seized the revolver, scoffing, "What a joke. Police firearms are not toys for anyone to handle." Xiongzhong sighed, stating, "It is impossible for a revolver to jam repeatedly. Even a toy gun would not behave this way. It can only signify that the Grim Reaper is indeed present. I would not dare to test this theory by shooting myself." As the image of the Grim Reaper formed in their minds, Yi Sun suddenly smiled and remarked, "The Grim Reaper does not appreciate being deceived." For reasons unknown, his words sent a shiver through the crowd. The woman in the wedding dress timidly asked, "Could you refrain from being so frightening?" Yi Sun casually glanced at her and replied, "The reason I do not shy away from the Grim Reaper's methods is that I do not wish to be among those who deceive him. I abide by the rules of the Grim Reaper, dying where I ought to and in the manner I ought to. However, none of these methods have succeeded in claiming my life. I have resolutely survived. In other words, I have not deceived the Grim Reaper. My survival is a flaw in his rules, a fault that lies with him, not with me. Am I not making myself clear?" At that moment, a somewhat morbid youth could no longer contain himself and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, snapping one open with a crackle. The flame illuminated his cheek as he took a deep drag and interjected, "I comprehend what Brother Yeshuan has articulated. It involves exploiting the loopholes within the Grim Reaper's rules. If we conjecture further, it appears that if the Grim Reaper indeed cannot abide deception, then by relying solely on one's formidable strength to withstand the Grim Reaper's methods, neither evading, nor resorting to cunning, nor depending on others, one is not deceiving the Grim Reaper. In essence, you are not inscribed upon the death list, for by conventional standards, you should already be deceased." "What?" Upon hearing the youth's words, the others were astounded, Yeshuan included, who hastily inquired, "What is your name?" "Furmore, a detective." "Remarkable name." Yeshuan sighed softly. Indeed, he was not on the death list, for he had already received a reward. He had unraveled the Grim Reaper's deadly scheme and gained 300 experience points. However, an alternative quest awaited, whether to embark on a high-level task to rescue others from the Grim Reaper's list, with greater rewards for every survivor saved. In truth, Yeshuan felt a surge of temptation, for he was merely 1,000 experience points shy of reaching level 20. This 1,000 points could be neither dismissed as trivial nor deemed substantial. Yeshuan might not achieve the breakthrough to level 20 until the conclusion of this world. Yet completing this task could alter that fate. Rubbing his chin, Yeshuan pondered how to assist this group of weaklings. He recalled the film The Grim Reaper Cometh, where those on the death list met bizarre and stylistic ends, each more unforgettable than the last. Ah yes, the magical beans. Yeshuan suddenly remembered the ultimate treasure of the level. As long as one suffered an absolutely fatal injury, such as a decapitation or being torn asunder, their life could still be salvaged. It was indeed plausible, Zhou Wenqi exclaimed. If the Grim Reaper detests deception, then those who were meant to die yet did not become deceivers. Had we adhered to the Grim Reaper's rules during the bridge collapse and fallen, surviving would absolve us of our debt to him, allowing us to escape his grasp. Yet we all fled. Hence, we find ourselves on the Grim Reaper's death list. The crowd turned to Yeshuan, their expressions filled with inquiry and desperation. Yeshuan was a formidable being, immune to death, but they were mere mortals. Well, it seems to hinge upon your fate. Before Yeshuan could finish, all gazes were enviously fixed upon him. With merely a few hours remaining until they endured the Grim Reaper's city, one had to wonder who would survive another catastrophic event. Brother Yeshuan, may I ask? Yet before they could complete their thoughts, Yeshuan interjected, I can save you. Though it entails some risk. Let us be direct, I detest beating around the bush. Is that true? came a chorus of eager inquiries from the room. I have mentioned the potential peril. First, I must ask, what was the order of your deaths? Quickly take note of your seating arrangement on the bus. Logically, if the bus were to plunge, those seated in the front would be the first to perish. This notion resonated with the crowd, as it seemed plausible. However, Moore interjected with a thought-provoking question. In the tragic incident of the collapsed bridge, some individuals met their demise due to being struck by vehicles from behind, while others perished in the ensuing explosions, their positions not necessarily being at the forefront. Indeed, this statement pierced the heart of the matter. Although the bus might tumble into the river, who can assure that a vehicle from the rear wouldn't uncontrollably crash into the back, resulting in the deaths of those behind? My goodness, this muddles the very notion of when one might meet their end. Yi-sun shrugged, asserting that such a venture was perilous. He felt compelled to validate the order of their potential demises through tangible actions before rescuing them. Do you believe me? Certainly. Without you, we would have already perished. Excellent. The injured shall be discharged immediately. Follow me as I ascertain your order of death. Yi-sun harbored a bold hypothesis, eager to experiment, for in the ensuing hours, myriad forms of death could manifest, many of which were beyond his control, such as unexpectedly stepping on a live wire and instantly turning to ashes. How could Yi-sun possibly intervene then? Chapter 24. The ordinary immortal being Yi-sun observed the crowd, their expressions a mixture of incredulity and concern, and reiterated, "Do not inquire further. This is precisely my intent." Yet, Master Ah-sun, asking us to shoot ourselves in the chest. Aren't you essentially pushing us to our demise? Indeed, it is as if the Grim Reaper has yet to strike, and we would be the architects of our own demise. How utterly embarrassing. The assembly erupted in dissent. Yet Xiongzhong urged calm, stating, "Everyone, refrain from bickering. Have you forgotten the various death protocols of the Grim Reaper? Just moments ago, Master Ah-sun shot himself in the head, and the gun jammed repeatedly, which confirms the truth of his words. If it were not your time to die, the gun would surely misfire. How easy it is to say, what if it is my turn to die? One shot, and I would be done for." Yi-sun clicked his tongue, raising his hands in resignation. "Indeed, this matter hinges on your willingness. Many would undoubtedly be reluctant. Who among us would willingly shoot themselves?" As the debate escalated, Xiongzhong sighed and said to Zhou Wenqi, "Sister Zhou, hand me the gun. I shall go first." Zhou Wenqi swallowed hard, then passed him the firearm, and the previously raucous atmosphere fell into a profound silence as every gaze turned towards Xiongzhong. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the barrel to his chest. A single shot could obliterate half of his heart. No celestial being could save him then. Cold sweat dripped from Xiongzhong, his legs trembling, and when the gun failed to discharge, Roger grinned. "Brother Xiong is indeed a true man. The gun jammed, so you are not the next to die." As he returned the gun to Zhou Wenqi, Xiongzhong's hands trembled, and he chuckled wryly. "In all my years, I have never played such a game. I suggest you all give it a try. What if the gun actually fires?" Furmo cleared his throat and extended his hand. "Let me be next. May God bless that this gun fires, for then I shall witness a miracle." Having spoken, he pulled the trigger, and with a deafening gunshot, Furmo fell to the ground, unable to even let out a scream before blood gushed from his mouth. Those with faint hearts screamed in terror, while Xiong shouted in alarm, rushing forward to lift Furmo. They saw that his chest was severely mangled, blood seeping profusely. The shot was merciless. His heart was undoubtedly beyond saving. Yi-sun snapped his fingers and instructed Furmo, "Open your mouth." However, Furmo was continuously spitting blood, prompting Yi-sun to forcibly pry his mouth open and insert a miraculous bean, urging him to swallow it. Furmo struggled to gulp it down, but the exertion caused him excruciating pain in his chest. At that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Yi-sun had assumed the bean needed to be swallowed to take effect, yet it dissolved instantly, transforming into a sweet liquid that nourished Furmo's body. He felt a soothing, cool sensation enveloping him, as all pain dissipated and the congealed blood within him was expelled. Soon after, Furmo regained consciousness. Looking at the crowd, he inquired, "Am I dead? You were on the brink of death, but you've come back to life. This is truly miraculous. Is that a resurrection pill?" After standing up, Furmo noticed the astonished expressions on the faces around him. He was equally bewildered. How could he have survived? Was the world no longer bound by the laws of nature? Yi-sun promptly checked the mission log, which read, 125. His experience points rose by 100, confirming that Furmo had escaped the clutches of death. However, the increase was disappointingly minimal. "Congratulations, great detective. You are no longer under the threat of death, at least not until the next challenge. So you need not fear for your life." Furmo was uncertain whether he remained on death's list, but being revived was a miracle in itself. Yet, the sound of sirens suddenly rang out. The gunshot had attracted the police, forcing everyone to flee hastily. They eventually found themselves in a secluded location. With Fermo's experience fresh in their minds, the group remained relatively calm about the gunfire. However, being shot was undoubtedly painful. Not everyone was as tough as Xiong or as daring as Fermo to risk and validate their theories. "Allow me," Ife said, unhesitatingly drawing his Desert Eagle and firing a shot at his own chest, but the gun jammed. "It seems it's not me," Yisun scolded him. "Thank goodness it's not you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the chance to save you. Don't joke around. Using a Desert Eagle for suicide means you wouldn't even feel the pain, and I wouldn't be able to do anything." At this point, Ife broke into a cold sweat, shivers running down his spine as he recalled the power of the Desert Eagle, feeling a surge of dread. Yisun observed the group's hesitance and expressed his dissatisfaction. "Since it's come to this, let us forget it. Clearly, none of you have the guts to shoot yourselves. In that case, let us huddle together. Don't blame me if something goes wrong. Where should we stand? In this secluded place, where the presence of both people and vehicles is sparse, one can react swiftly in the event of an emergency." At that moment, Yisun suddenly pointed, unleashing a surge of energy that, at an imperceptible speed, incinerated a venomous cobra into ashes. Only then did the crowd comprehend the imminent danger posed by the snake. However, it was too late. One individual was already gushing blood from his nose, his body turning cold. He had been bitten. The toxin acted with such rapidity that death would ensue in mere seconds. Yisun hastily placed a miraculous bean into his mouth. And under the anxious gaze of the onlookers, the man's body instinctively expelled the venom, restoring his consciousness. Yisun reassured him, "Fear not. You have evaded the clutches of death." Why? Because his experience points had surged by 200, now totaling 225. The man, astonished, exclaimed, "Am I no longer on the death list?" Indeed, Yisun encouraged the others to persevere. As long as one was not immediately doomed, salvation was possible. They nodded in understanding. Earlier, Yisun had noticed the cobra, but he reasoned that even the fastest of snakes would allow a moment for reaction. Thus, he let the snake bite, neither defying death nor succumbing to it. Half an hour later, another crisis arose. A jet flew overhead, and by sheer misfortune, something plummeted towards the crowd. Just as it was about to strike, Yisun's energy shielded them, saving lives. Witnessing such peril, the crowd was struck with fear. Should an object from the sky collide with them, it would surely result in instant devastation. What a cruel jest from death. 10 minutes later, a restaurant across the street erupted in flames, igniting the sewer gas beneath and triggering a series of explosions. Amidst the chaos, a small car was hurled into the air, only to explode again mid-flight, sending shards of glass flying like lethal projectiles. One shard, like a hidden weapon, precisely pierced a man's heart. Furthermore, the cars had descended upon another individual with the weight of a mountain. As if that were not enough, a tire hurtled like a cannonball, striking Ife. 3 consecutive lethal assaults left the crowd in a state of panic. In that moment, Yisun's eyes sparkled with electric intensity as he discerned the sequence of events. Instantly, he deduced that further attacks were imminent. Without hesitation, he dashed to the man pierced by glass, forcefully inserted a miraculous bean into his mouth, and simultaneously extracted the shard. Blood erupted forth, yet the man had not even registered the injury before Yisun had already saved him. The individual struck by the vehicle lay incapacitated, his hands fractured and his skull severely compromised, teetering on the brink of death. Just as he began to lose consciousness, Yisun arrived at his side, swiftly inserting a miraculous bean into his mouth. Following this, there was Ife, who had been struck in the chest by a tire, leaving a profound indentation and blood pouring incessantly from his mouth and nose, rendering it impossible to assist him through conventional means. Yisun, in a moment of desperation, cursed the Grim Reaper and resolutely targeted his gastrointestinal tract, employing a sharp instrument to make a precise incision. The sudden pain jolted Ife back to a semblance of awareness. With a fierce determination, Yisun forcefully inserted the miraculous bean into his stomach, where it was swiftly dissolved by the gastric acid. Mere moments later, Ife awoke, restored to his former self. Yisun wiped the sweat from his brow. Relieved that all 3 individuals had been saved, the miraculous bean proved to be an exceptional healing remedy. His experience points were now just 100 shy of unlocking the marketplace. Grim Reaper, soon I shall acquire as many miraculous beans as I desire. How will you respond? Chapter 25. The Black Uncle. Currently, there were still 19 individuals awaiting rescue. However, Yisun sensed an escalation in danger. The Grim Reaper had just claimed 3 lives in one breath. indicating a ramping up of the perilous challenges. The methods employed would undoubtedly grow increasingly ruthless, potentially devising ways to thwart Yi Sun's timely interventions. Despite this, Yi Sun held firm in his belief that the Grim Reaper adhered to a certain code. Those who did not deceive would not be ensnared in his deadly game again. This conviction empowered Yi Sun to openly rescue these individuals, for he operated as an outsider, intervening in the Grim Reaper's game. In contrast, those who aided each other in films typically belonged to the Grim Reaper's list, often meeting their demise. Yi Sun's circumstances were different. The Grim Reaper, unable to eliminate him, had activated a clause allowing survival for the honest. Thus, the situation unfolded logically. If the Grim Reaper possessed any integrity, he would refrain from targeting these 6 individuals. Subsequently, Yi Sun sent those 6 to procure food and drink, only to discover that they had no money. This realization prompted him to consider theft as their only option, and he promptly ventured out. Yi Sun remained vigilant, monitoring the fluctuating numbers on the taskbar, and upon his return, he found that the Grim Reaper had not claimed any more lives. "You 6, be cautious while you buy supplies. I will see if I can assist the others." Yi Fei and the 6 from the Holmes group, now free from the Grim Reaper's list, felt compelled to share the burden. After acquiring provisions, they actively sought a subway station, though the presence of 6 lines led to some confusion regarding their route. Upon exiting the subway, the announcement failed to clarify which station they had arrived at, leaving them in a predicament. At that moment, a deep voice, tinged with mockery, echoed in their ears. "Did you think you could reach the subway station alive?" Startled, they turned in unison to behold a figure clad in a black suit, a formidable black man standing before them. The figure before them was a quintessential representation of a black man, bald with hands casually tucked into his pockets, shoulders drooping in a relaxed manner, and a sardonic smile gracing his face. His eyes, which surveyed Yi Sun and the others, held a profound meaning that eluded comprehension. Clad entirely in black, he seemed enveloped in a thick shroud of darkness. No one had noticed when this enigmatic man had materialized behind them. Indeed, they had previously glanced back and seen no one. Yet, upon turning around, it seemed as if the man had appeared out of thin air. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, the only constant being the man's mocking grin. "You, the exiles cast into this world by the devil, are destined to meet your end by the hand of death," he declared, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those who met his eyes felt a chill run down their spines. His gaze lingered on Yi Sun for a moment longer before he continued. "You should not have come here, yet here you are. You have defied the rules of death." Before he could finish his thought, he broke into a smile, shaking his head. "You have deceived not just death itself." Zhou Wenqi, with urgency and candor, interjected, "Sir, you must understand that our arrival here was not by choice. Can you assist us? And what significance would that hold for me?" The man paused, scrutinizing the group with a leisurely demeanor. "If I were to help you, you would merely progress to the next stage. Thus, I reiterate, you should not have come here. Those who arrive are the forsaken, cast aside by the devil. Your options are limited. Either complete the devil's game or perish within it." At this juncture, the man revealed a set of gleaming white teeth in a grin. "I wish you good fortune. We need not meet again." With that, he swayed his body, whistling as he attempted to pass through the group. However, as he brushed past Yi Sun, he paused, turning to ask, "Young man, you are quite peculiar." "Indeed, that is only natural," Yi Sun replied. "Have you seen this film?" "I have, though I am uncertain of the exact number of sequels," the man responded, momentarily taken aback. His expression shifted to one of pained amusement as he shook his head. "In truth, we are all characters in a movie, though the audience differs." The man's words were profound, leaving Yi Sun, a traveler from another realm, in a state of astonishment. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Do you believe I can survive until the game's conclusion? I have already stated that you are deceiving more than just death itself. There is no escape for you. Though I have not encountered the King of Hell, I have visited the offices of the 10 Yama Kings. I do not believe the death you speak of is the true embodiment of death. If someone has usurped the powers of death, I would advise reporting the matter to the King of Hell in the underworld." The man's expression shifted dramatically. Though his skin remained dark, his demeanor was markedly different. An air of horror tinged his voice as he gazed at Yi Sun, filled with astonishment. "Do you possess the ability to enter the underworld?" Yi Sun smiled enigmatically. "Can you guess? You have committed a foolish error. Such words should not have escaped your lips. For uttering them signifies that the Grim Reaper is poised to strike you down without hesitation. Are you afraid of my denunciation? The Grim Reaper is truly a fool." To everyone's surprise, Yi Sun burst into laughter. The man of color lit a cigarette and sent a text message from his phone, shortly receiving a reply. Upon reading the response, his expression transformed into one of intrigue, a blend of astonishment and joy, as he addressed Yi Sun. The Grim Reaper has granted you a choice. At midnight, the Dawn subway line will have 2 trains, one returning to your world, the other leading to the next game. The train back to your world is a special exception made solely for you. You alone may partake in this privilege, and you shall not re-enter the Devil's Game thereafter. And then, the condition of this exception is that during the ensuing time, you are forbidden from aiding anyone. Your existence will only serve to vex the Grim Reaper. It is because he cannot eliminate me, correct? The man of color, enraged, seized Yi Sun by the collar, shouting fiercely, "You are courting death. The Grim Reaper can take any life. You have no choice. If you dare intervene in this game, it will be formatted, and none of you shall escape. Begone." The word begone escaped Yi Sun's lips, and a faint smile curled at the corner of the man's mouth, as if he held a certain admiration for Yi Sun's resolve. Nevertheless, he added, "Let me reiterate, you cannot save everyone. The individuals here are destined to die, should the Grim Reaper will it." With that, the man sauntered away, vanishing into the crowd, leaving the remaining 20 or so individuals utterly bewildered. Soon after, Xiongzhong exclaimed excitedly, "The Dawn subway line, we must investigate." As the others hurried to check the subway line, Yi Sun sensed that matters were turning dire. What did his words truly mean? Kong Xiang looked at Yi Sun with confusion. Yi Sun sighed, his face revealing a sense of helplessness. "I do not know. But I can assure you that this man of color is exceedingly formidable." Formidable? Xiongzhong pointed at the man, unable to discern any difference, and asked, "Isn't he merely a proxy for the Grim Reaper?" "No. I can sense that in a one-on-one confrontation, I would likely be at a disadvantage. The Grim Reaper sent him as a warning. There are many combatants of my caliber in this Devil's Game, and if I do not depart, I shall face dire consequences." Chapter 6. The decimation of 10 lives. As the afternoon progressed, the past few hours had been eerily calm. Yet Yi Sun understood that the Grim Reaper was merely taking time to orchestrate a more intricate killing scheme. The more time that passed, the more Yi Sun found himself intrigued, eager to discover how this omnipotent Grim Reaper would contend with someone who appeared to be entirely himself. As long as he remained among the crowd, even if numerous bombs were set to detonate simultaneously, Yi Sun could unleash his chi, forming a protective barrier to withstand the impact of the explosions. The sun began its descent, marking the evening rush hour. Vehicles and pedestrians filled the streets, and Yi Sun and his companions had arrived near the Dawn subway station. The Grim Reaper's slaughter has commenced. On the street, the opposing red light suddenly illuminated, and 2 sleek sports cars halted at the intersection, their engines emitting a restless roar. It was abundantly clear that the moment the red light turned green, they would surge forward like predatory beasts, a common occurrence among street racers. The window of the red sports car rolled down, revealing a trendy youth adorned with an array of metal rings, who provocatively shouted at the blue sports car, clearly reveling in the attention. These foolish, affluent heirs often found themselves with too much time on their hands. As the window of the blue sports car descended, a strikingly handsome young man was seen reclining comfortably, his head tilted back in bliss, emitting pleasurable sounds. A woman with flowing golden hair lay languidly across his lap, her locks swaying gently. One could easily surmise their activities. The trendy youth's eyes widened, and he muttered appreciatively, "What a catch." The handsome youth, lost in indulgence, noticed the red light flicker to green and, without hesitation, pressed the accelerator, propelling the blue sports car forward. He had no intention of losing to the trendy youth, and it was evident they were acquaintances, albeit on unfriendly terms, destined to settle their rivalry on the street. Not far from there, at a construction site, workers were completing their final task of the day, securing the last segment of a glass wall. Moments later, after finishing their work, they departed, chatting and laughing, leaving the remaining tasks for the morrow. However, an unexpected incident occurred. One corner of the newly installed glass wall began to lift, and simultaneously, a gaping hole appeared in the outer protective netting. A gust of wind surged through the opening, causing the glass wall to sway ominously. Meanwhile, a group of participants emerged from an alley, making their way towards the subway station in search of a decent place to dine. Just as they were about to cross the street, the blue sports car surged forth, striking without warning. Yi Sun noticed this but was unable to intervene. He lacked the experience necessary to avert disaster, and could only hope that his brothers would survive the impending collision. Bang! 3 individuals were knocked to the ground. Yet, Yi Sun had miscalculated. The newly accelerated vehicle had not yet gained sufficient speed, and the impact was insufficient to cause fatal injuries. This implied that the car accident was not the method employed by the Grim Reaper to claim their lives. "Are you even capable of driving?" The three fallen individuals shouted from the ground, momentarily incapacitated by pain. As the onlookers were about to assist them, a truck following the blue sports car, mistakenly believing the light was green, surged forward. The driver, red-faced and clutching a bottle, was evidently intoxicated. At that precise moment when the vehicle was set in motion, the truck driver's phone unexpectedly rang. As he bent down to answer it, he failed to notice that three individuals lay beneath the front of his truck. The thunderous roar of a red sports car racing past drowned out any sounds, preventing him from hearing the chaos ahead. "Oh no!" Yi-sun exclaimed in horror. A collision would undoubtedly be fatal. He took a step forward, and in that fleeting instant, the colossal red truck had already barreled to within a meter of the three bodies. The sheer weight of the truck would utterly crush them. Yi-sun could already envision the gruesome scene of blood and entrails spilling forth, a grotesque tableau of red and white. The truck driver, oblivious to the fallen individuals, felt an inexplicable sensation of someone standing in the middle of the road blocking his path, prompting him to instinctively honk the horn. The deafening sound of the truck's horn, a veritable king of noise, startled Yi-sun. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as his gaze was drawn to the truck and his hearing drowned by the blast, a shard of glass descended from the heavens like a dart, slicing through the chests of 7 players huddled together. Their upper bodies were propelled far away by the force of the glass, while their lower halves remained standing. Blood gushing forth, entrails spilling onto the ground, taking several agonizing seconds to collapse. Kong Xiang's astonished head, along with his shoulders and half an arm, traced a macabre arc through the air, ultimately landing beneath the truck's tire. Yi-sun, stunned by the sight of a torso suddenly landing beneath the tire, instinctively turned to look back, only to hear a crunching sound. The 3 individuals who had just been struck were crushed under the truck's weight. In an instant, death claimed 10 lives, leaving Yi-sun no opportunity to react. Everyone was left in shock, including Yi-sun himself. Then, with a thunderous crash, he was violently propelled by the truck. The driver, realizing he had struck someone, hastily slammed on the brakes, leaving a trail of blood and entrails in his wake. Yi-sun was paralyzed, feeling for the first time the terrifying grip of death. This instance of mortality employed the familiar guise of an accident, lacking any semblance of novelty. The problem lay in the dual accidents compounded by an objective lapse in time that dulled his vigilance, culminating in a flawless execution of 10 fatalities. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread, a crushing defeat, and a chilling sensation creeping up his spine. Slowly, he rose to his feet, noticing the truck halted 3 meters ahead of him, with a visibly shaken driver in the cab. The driver seemed astonished that the man could still rise, oblivious to the 3 souls already claimed beneath his wheels. "Hey, are you all right?" the driver exclaimed, rushing out of the vehicle, reeking of alcohol as he approached Yi-sun. The latter wrinkled his nose in disgust, his veins pulsing with indignation. As the driver was about to speak, Yi-sun, filled with rage, unleashed a punch, causing the driver's head to explode like a watermelon struck by a cannonball, showering the surroundings with a spray of watermelon and tofu juice, leaving behind a lifeless, headless corpse slumped on the ground. However, an unforeseen situation unfolded. A police force, armed and prepared, was already managing an anonymous report of a terror incident. Just then, an accident occurred, and as officers, their immediate instinct was to control the truck driver and secure the scene, only to witness Yi-sun delivering a fatal blow to the driver. In that instant, the awakening officers drew their weapons, shouting in unison, "Raise your hands. Put both hands on your head." Yi-sun was momentarily taken aback, cursing inwardly. This was likely a part of Death's elaborate scheme. The choice before him was grave. Should he resist, the scene would surely descend into chaos, and the remaining few would undoubtedly perish. Yet, to refrain from resistance would mean being apprehended by the police for interrogation, leaving the others vulnerable to their fate. Damn it, this death is truly relentless. Chapter 27. The mall opens. Excluding the 6 individuals who had escaped the death list, 10 out of the remaining 19 had perished. And Yi-sun realized that Death's methods were far beyond what he could handle alone. Nevertheless, the pressing issue needed swift resolution. Surrounded by the police, the 15 survivors could not afford to scatter. Otherwise, the situation would become unmanageable. What to do? Just as Yi-sun wrestled with this dilemma, a young officer, perhaps too anxious, inadvertently pulled the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling towards Yi-sun's forehead. He chose not to evade, allowing the bullet to strike him, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing Yi-sun's fall, Yi-fei and the others were initially stunned, but they quickly grasped that Yi-sun was signaling them to escape while the chaos had not yet erupted. They were not foolish. They promptly made their way towards the subway station, reasoning that reaching the subway would be a safer bet. Surely, A subway station could not be the site of a major explosion. As Yi-sun sensed their presence fading into the distance, he regained consciousness, only to find the police still surrounding him without any intention of advancing to arrest him. Rising to his feet, he spotted a tall black officer at the forefront, wearing a uniform, gazing at him with a cryptic smile. Now it was clear, some forces were beyond his capacity to resist. Yi-sun's complexion was far from pleasant. To be frank, he had indeed felt a bit inflated. Transitioning into the Dragon Ball universe and subsequently awakening his system, he had effortlessly ascended to become Earth's strongest human within mere months, encountering no obstacles along the way. Even when confronted with the peculiar game instance the Grim Reaper arrives, he felt no trepidation, firmly believing that physical harm could not possibly affect him. With his reflexes and agility, he thought rescuing others would be a mere formality. Yet, the Grim Reaper's relentless onslaught of 10 consecutive kills thoroughly humbled him. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. "I merely wish to inform you that the Grim Reaper has changed his mind. He wishes for you and the remaining individuals to advance to the next level, to witness how you fare in the face of despair." Yi-sun remained silent, his system currently devoid of the combat power measurement feature, rendering him uncertain of the battle capability of the imposing African man before him. Nevertheless, he instinctively sensed that this man's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. "Young man, I wish you luck, but understand this. The devil has set his sights upon you." With that cryptic warning, the African man departed with a nonchalant air, seemingly indifferent to the corpses strewn about. Upon reuniting with the survivors at the subway station, Yi-sun encountered an unfamiliar face, none other than the remarkably perceptive girl, Tang Yu. Although Tang Yu could hardly recall everyone, she distinctly remembered Zhou Wenqi, leading her to naturally gravitate towards the group. Yi-sun elucidated the Grim Reaper's intentions, explaining that he sought to observe their struggles in the impending despair. At that moment, Yi-sun suddenly realized his combat power had reached 20, a revelation that filled him with elation. This signified the completion of the Grim Reaper's list mission, indicating that all present had managed to escape. However, with 9 stages in total, and over half the participants perishing in just the second, the situation was quite dire. Initially, the group was skeptical of the Grim Reaper's apparent generosity, yet Tang Yu noted that none of them emitted the aura of death, a stark contrast to their previous experiences. This revelation eased their apprehensions. With time still on their side, they decided to indulge in a hearty meal before seeking a nearby hotel for a few hours of rest. In the tense atmosphere of psychological strain, nearly everyone had not taken a moment to breathe. Once they finally relaxed, they fell into a deep slumber. However, upon waking, they were summoned by Yi-sun to a designated room. Without preamble, Yi-sun tossed them 20 sets of firearms, declaring, "We have 3 hours until the subway departs. We cannot rely solely on my strength. The only ones who can save you are yourselves." Among them, only Yifei, Xiongzhong, and Zhou Wenqi possessed any knowledge of firearms. The rest, including Yi-sun, were novices. Yi-sun had procured 20 sets of Special Forces gear from the marketplace, complete with lightweight alloy armor and combat knives, a relatively modest expenditure of around 200,000. Zhou Wenqi and the others possessed an innate understanding of the equipment before them, recognizing that such armaments were not typically accessible to ordinary police officers or soldiers. They swiftly donned the gear, familiarizing themselves with the firearms before handing them over to the group. Bear in mind, even if you lack the skill to fire a weapon, you must learn. The City of Death is merely the second stage. Should we proceed further, the stakes will be considerably higher. Just as the group was still acclimatizing to their firearms, Yi-sun unexpectedly entered with another box, instructing Roger to secure the door more firmly. He opened the box to reveal 20 small glass tubes filled with a liquid. "What is this, master?" one of the group inquired, intrigued. "You wish to know the source of my strength? Allow me to enlighten you. It is all derived from biochemical drugs." "Master, why didn't you provide these to us earlier?" another asked. "Do I owe you anything?" Yi-sun scoffed, silencing the individual, who chastised himself for his foolishness. The master had no assurance that everyone would survive, and given their unfamiliarity with one another, why would he bestow such favors? Inwardly, Yi-sun muttered, "If I hadn't anticipated that the survival rate in each stage would be directly linked to the task rewards, I wouldn't have bothered with your fates at all." The timid girl whom Yi-sun had once carried across a river timidly asked, "Master Yi-sun, can I use this as well?" "Certainly, but I must clarify. This drug alters your fundamental genetic state, enhancing your strength, speed, and neural reactions. Its efficacy will increase as you push your physical limits and engage in vigorous activity. In other words, if you confront danger with courage, you can further develop your genetic potential." Upon hearing this, the group was filled with exhilaration, eagerly administering the drug. Naturally, they experienced bodily discomfort, as genetic evolution is seldom devoid of side effects. In truth, this batch of drugs was the most affordable genetic enhancement available in the marketplace. Data analysis suggested that it could elevate an ordinary individual's combat prowess to approximately 100, yet the cost for a single vial had set Yi Sun back $1 million, totaling $20 million for the entire supply. Such expenditure flowed freely, and then Yi Sun provided each person with a Saiyan combat power detector, which was no small investment either. Priced at around 500,000 each. This is a power detection device. Are you familiar with such apparatus? Not at all. We've never seen one, the group replied. Shaking their heads, Yi Sun sighed with relief, fearing someone might exclaim, "Isn't this the combat power detector from Dragon Ball?" That would be utterly embarrassing. Once you don this device, observe the data it presents. Yi Fei donned the detector and pressed a red button. Suddenly, an arrow appeared on the screen, pointing toward Yi Sun, displaying a reading of 4,956. 4,956? Master, what does this signify regarding your strength? To be precise, it reflects my combat power, or rather, my intensity. I am not concealing my aura. If I were to do so, my combat power would undoubtedly diminish. The crowd found it to be quite intriguing, testing each other's combat power with the testing device. To their astonishment, the highest combat power recorded was that of Xiongzhong, who possessed a mere 37. Even I, the highest among them, only reached 37, while the master astonishingly boasted nearly 5,000. The realization struck like a thunderbolt. It was no wonder Master he held such extraordinary abilities. Yi Fei was equally shocked, exclaiming, "I never imagined the combat power of the Daylight Realm could reach 5,000. It's hard to believe." As a level warrior, Xiongzhong was taken aback by the sheer brutality of this data, realizing for the first time that a level warrior could possess such immense combat power. In Chapter 28, the time-space arms dealer, Zhou Wenqi, a graduate of a prestigious police academy, swiftly instructed everyone on the proper use of firearms. Thanks to the enhancement of genetic improvement drugs, the intelligence of this group had seen a notable improvement, making their capacity to grasp these concepts significantly stronger than that of ordinary individuals. Is everything all right? The last subway has already closed. And we're just in time for the station, she remarked. The stark comparison of combat power data led everyone to hold Yi Sun in high esteem. Humanity has always revered the strong. This timeless truth remains unaltered, especially now that they were all in the same boat, with Yi Sun being their sole glimmer of hope. Are we truly going to walk out like this, fully armed? Someone queried. Indeed, there are only 30 minutes left. The police wouldn't come after us, came the confident reply. Thus, they carelessly left the hotel without even checking out. Upon witnessing their departure, the staff promptly chose to call the authorities, but to no avail. As the police were off duty, upon entering the dimly lit subway station, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Suddenly, a startled gasp escaped from a timid girl, prompting everyone to raise their weapons. In the shadows of flickering lights stood a figure dressed as a circus clown. Roger and the others erupted with curses, questioning the intention of this figure who stood there at such an hour, seemingly to frighten them. However, some began to sense that something was amiss. Yi Sun boldly inquired, "Who are you? If this is a prank, there's no reason for you to remain so calm in our presence, armed as we are." At this, the others silently agreed, becoming vigilant towards the clown. The clown responded in a distinctly whimsical tone, "Ha ha ha. You've discovered me. I am here waiting for you. For you are all mere mortals. Upon entering the third stage, you shall surely meet your demise. To make the game more interesting, I am here to explain. Follow me. Your weapons are this way." With that, the clown walked towards the side steps of the subway, produced a key, and opened a side room. Leaning back while half entranced, he beckoned the group to follow him inside. Xiongzhong murmured to the others, "This clown has a combat power of only 5. He poses no real threat. So there's no need to be afraid." As a group entered the room, they were astounded by the sight before them. It was a vast armory, and judging by its expanse, it was evident that this could not possibly be a resting area for subway staff. The incongruity between the exterior and interior was glaring. The crowd gasped in astonishment, yet Yi Sun remained unfazed, recognizing it as reminiscent of the Spirit Time House from the Celestial Realm, where a single room could contain an expansive world. The Joker clapped his hands to regain the group's attention, grinning as he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the sheer quantity, quality, and variety of arms within this warehouse far exceed what any arms dealer outside could provide. This single storage unit is sufficient to equip an entire regiment. Feel free to take what you wish. Although you already possess weapons, acquiring more can only be beneficial. Wouldn't you agree?" The expressions of the crowd, a mix of disbelief and trepidation as they regarded the Joker, sent a chill down their spines. Yi Sun felt no sense of loss. The equipment purchased from the marketplace was of high caliber, and as one ascended in levels, the caliber of weapons available also advanced. It could be said that the high-tier merchandise in the marketplace would gradually unlock in accordance with Yi Sun's own level progression, including superior weaponry. Once he reached a higher level, commanding an interstellar fleet would be trivial, let alone wielding firearms. The Joker extended his right hand, glancing at his watch, and declared, "You have 20 minutes. Make your selections swiftly, as I must close the door afterward." However, at that moment, the Joker suddenly stood dumbfounded, gazing at the now empty armory. As all the weapons had vanished in the blink of an eye, what could possibly have transpired? Yet, he quickly noticed that the others were equally astonished. Staring at Yi Sun, he immediately turned back, exclaiming, "You rascal possess a spatial storage device. Your world has such technological capabilities." This space backpack was provided to Yi Sun by the system, allowing him to store these items without any issue. Yi Sun was no fool. He would not pass up the opportunity for such weaponry, a regiment's worth of equipment, which the group would surely not utilize entirely. The surplus could be sold back to the marketplace, thus recouping some of his investment. The Joker realized he had momentarily lost his composure and quickly cleared his throat. Presenting Yi Sun with a business card while explaining, "I am a temporal arms dealer. This batch of arms was purchased by the Grim Reaper, but as I have no chance of meeting him, I came here directly for the delivery. Should you require weapons, contact me using the information on this card." He then distributed business cards to each individual present. Wait a moment. If these arms were indeed bought by the Grim Reaper, they cannot all be for our use. Can they? The Joker replied, "Not at all. Once you depart, his subordinates will come to collect this shipment. However, it appears the Grim Reaper may incur a significant loss this time." Yi Sun examined the card, which clearly stated the name of the temporal arms dealer, Red Hair, along with a phone number, while the transaction address indicated any location within a world capable of accessing alternate realms, with the card automatically guiding the merchant to ensure accurate location. "Mr. Joker, if the Grim Reaper suffers a loss here, will he seek revenge against you?" Confronted with inquiries, the jester patted his chest and proclaimed with a sense of pride, "Surely you are unaware, but at this specific juncture, any subway station that grants access to the Devil's Game exists as an independent entity, unbound by the constraints of the local world. The Grim Reaper's decree of death cannot befall me. Only a fool would step outside the subway station. No wonder the deities were powerless to prevent his departure. The reasons indeed extended beyond mere combat prowess," mused Yi Sun. "Then how does one depart?" The jester gestured toward the two subway lines, explaining, "This line is for your participation in the game, while this one is my route home. However, let me clarify that this line is exclusively designated for our temporal arms company, necessitating identity verification. Should you attempt to board, the subway will not activate." This revelation extinguished the hopes of the gathered individuals to evade the game. Yi Sun remained silent, recognizing the significance of this information. He felt a premonition that he would inevitably become entangled with this so-called Devil's Game and the temporal arms dealer. Ding dong. The train bound for the temporal arms company will arrive in 5 minutes. Please, personnel of the temporal arms company, prepare to board. Indeed, this train permitted only a single passenger. The jester had not deceived them. As the announcement concluded, another voice echoed, "Ding dong." The subway heading to the next station. The killing cage will arrive in 5 minutes. Please prepare to board. The two trains approached the station from different directions, almost simultaneously. After bidding farewell, both the jester and the group boarded their respective trains. Yi Sun could scarcely fathom the arduous journey in pursuit of the final Dragon Ball. This experience had unequivocally informed him that the universe harboring the Dragon Ball would not be so straightforward. Many elements depicted in the comics were best regarded merely as references, not to be taken too literally. Chapter 29. The Killing Cage. Everyone must be prepared. The next stage is called the Torture Cage, which undoubtedly pertains to slaughter. Given this, combat is unavoidable. The devil orchestrating the game is willing to furnish us with arms, implying that even if the upcoming scenario is not present, you should possess the means to resist. Naturally, Yi Sun sought to bolster the spirits of the group. Not every individual among them possessed confidence in battle. The distinction between wielding a gun and taking a life was substantial. "Master Ah-san, aren't you going to prepare any weapons?" Tang Yu expressed curiosity about Yi Sun's seemingly relaxed demeanor, to which Yi Sun responded with a smile, "Rest assured, my chances of survival are far greater than yours." He continued, "The item I provided you, resembling a bean, is capable of saving your life in the face of death. However, supplies are limited. I can only offer each of you one, as I have only a few remaining. Use it wisely." The celestial beans were relatively inexpensive in the market, priced at 100,000 each. Yet, if they were indeed a cure-all, their value would soar to astronomical heights. Ding dong. Attention, travelers. The next stop, the torture cage. Will arrive in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, as the subway arrived at the station, Yi-sun exclaimed, "Remember, if we encounter danger, I will be the first to charge ahead. However, you must be prepared to strike decisively if anything bypasses me and threatens you." After disembarking from the subway, they scrutinized the route displays within the station, only to find themselves utterly bewildered. It seemed almost unbelievable that this subway station was constructed atop a colossal edifice exceeding 30 stories in height. The architectural layout resembled a rectangle, with each floor boasting an area of over 5,000 square meters. To complicate matters further, the accompanying sectional diagrams provided detailed designs for each floor, 36 in total, neither more nor less. The intricate blueprints left everyone shaking their heads. The design specifications varied drastically from one level to another, resulting in completely different exits and pathways. Even with detailed diagrams, it was futile. The group simply could not retain the information. Ife proposed, "We have 20 individuals here. Why not assign each person a diagram? Those with better memories could tackle multiple designs." Tang Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, let's delegate. I will memorize the floor plans for levels 36, 35, and 34. Beyond that, I won't be able to manage." As they prepared to divide the task of memorizing the blueprints, the astute Roger interjected, "Everyone, pay attention. The electronic board in the subway station indicates that the time is now 23:03, with a countdown of 1 hour. If the train departs at midnight, we must act swiftly." Roger suddenly cursed, "Damn it, I have a device." He then produced a smartphone familiar to Yi-sun, prompting astonished inquiries from the group about its nature. Roger explained that it was a smartphone, and Yi-sun's eyes lit up. It appeared that the world Roger hailed from was significantly advanced in electronic technology compared to their own. For instance, in Yi-sun's Dragon Ball world, the most impressive gadget was Romeo's brick-like black mobile phone, which Yi-sun had often scorned in comparison to the myriad of smartphones he had encountered since his arrival. After Roger photographed each diagram and labeled them sequentially, he chuckled, "I never imagined this old phone could prove so useful. What a pleasant surprise. Am I now considered a hero?" Yi-sun nodded, "Indeed, but we must move quickly. I will lead the way, and you all should remain vigilant." This 36-story building was, in essence, a veritable prison of slaughter. The group silently acknowledged that if each of the 36 levels harbored dangers, their collective abilities would have undoubtedly led to grave injuries without Yi-sun's intervention. Upon exiting the subway station, the scene before them resembled a dimly lit underground parking garage. However, they were acutely aware that they were on the 36th floor. This level appeared straightforward, with the exit being a direct walk ahead, followed by a left turn at the end. As they proceeded down the corridor, who could have anticipated that upon turning left at the end of the straight path, they would confront a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall, adorned with a burlap sack, its muscles bulging, and wielding a chainsaw in the center of the passage? What on earth? Is this a character from a movie? As Yi-sun was about to voice his discontent, he beheld a monstrous creature revving a chainsaw, charging towards the crowd. Each of its strides sent tremors through the ground, instilling a profound sense of terror in many. However, almost simultaneously, the combat power monitors affixed to their faces registered the creature's attack power, uniformly displaying the value of 50. How audacious to flaunt such a paltry figure. "Brothers, let us engage it." As soon as Xiongzhong's words fell, before Yi-sun could utter a word, the group unleashed a barrage of gunfire. With 20 individuals focusing their fire, the humanoid beast became akin to a target. What had once appeared fearsome was reduced to a pitiful sight, swiftly retreating amidst a rain of blood, rendered incapable of further resistance. Yi-sun, astonished by the unfolding spectacle, shouted, "Stop shooting. Leave the heads for me." It was no jest. Only those who harvested the trophies gained valuable experience. Out of respect for Yi-sun, the others ceased fire, allowing him to unleash a devastating blast that reduced the monster to ashes. Yet shockingly, he gained a mere 50 experience points, an affront to his efforts. The assembled individuals, enhanced by genetic pharmaceuticals, had elevated their combat prowess to several times that of an average person, their physical capabilities far surpassing the norm, making firearms feel like toys. "Brothers, let us discuss something," Yi-sun proposed. "Master Ah-sun, please go ahead," came the reply. "I suggest that if there are no objections, I should be entrusted with the task of harvesting the monsters." The group, appreciative of the Master's protective stance towards them, unanimously agreed that those who shot for the kills were indeed scoundrels. Upon ascending to the 35th floor, They were met with an ambience reminiscent of a forsaken horror movie hospital, the mere sight eliciting a chill down their spines. There, someone pointed out, revealing several hunched creatures wielding scythes, hastening towards them, having caught a whiff of their scent, resembling predators closing in on their prey. There were 10 of these monsters, each boasting an attack power significantly superior to the previous creature, hovering around 70. Yi Sun, undeterred, unleashed another singular blast, incinerating the 10 creatures in an instant, efficient and straightforward. Let us proceed to the lower levels. Roger, resembling a tour guide, led the way for Yi Sun, merely gazing at the route on his phone, guiding the group effortlessly down the stairs to the 34th floor. What followed was intriguing. In pursuit of experience points, Yi Sun left no opportunity for others to engage. Convinced that nothing was insurmountable for a single blast. If there were, he would simply amplify the energy output. The onlookers, initially exhilarated by Yi Sun's relentless pursuit of the monsters, transitioned from excitement to astonishment, eventually succumbing to numbness, their emotions dulled. With even the timid girls contemplating sitting down to tackle their homework. Chapter 30. Illusory Maze Brothers. Do not let that serpent escape. Open fire. A colossal double-headed python, as wide as a water bucket, was wreaking havoc on the 12th level, sending everyone into a frenzy. This serpent possessed a combat power of 120. Its speed and strength akin to that of a mythical beast. However, the creature was exceptionally sensitive. It should have been a nightmare for the players at this stage of the game. To their surprise, upon sensing the overwhelming strength of Yi Sun, the serpent immediately took flight, prompting the players to protest vehemently. You dare to flee upon my arrival, showing no respect. With a swift strike, Yi Sun shattered the python's body with a piercing attack. Yet, the snake's vitality was remarkably robust. It stubbornly clung to life, writhing through the 12th level. The level was designed with an intricate network of tunnels, resembling a spider's web. Were it not for the combat power detectors that tracked the serpent's escape, the players would have lost it long ago. The serpent felt a surge of frustration. No matter how it tried to escape, it proved futile. How peculiar it was. Weren't these supposed to be mere prey? Why were they so formidable? The natural order of the world had seemingly shifted. Due to Yi Sun's assault, the serpent had lost a significant portion of its combat power, and its defenses had drastically diminished. If it had a visible health bar, one would observe it steadily depleting. In its battered state, it was a wonder that it could endure the pain and continue its flight. Over here, Yi Sun heard the relentless sound of gunfire. Glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, he sighed, realizing that this level still held no Dragon Balls. Where, indeed, did they reside? His relentless harvesting had elevated his level to 21, with his combat power soaring to 6,500. Yet, he restrained his aura, maintaining his combat power at a steady 5,000. Honestly, the lessons imparted by the Reaper in Death City had left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, this level of slaughtering confinement had proven to be astonishingly effortless thus far, defying all logic. Upon reaching the 11th level, he encountered monsters with merely over 100 combat power, which seemed utterly absurd. Roger and Yi Sun arrived at the end of a circular passage, standing before a manhole cover. Master Ah-sun, it appears this is the place. Once we open the cover, we can enter the 10th level. Hearing the distant gunfire and the shouts of Xiong Zhong and others, Roger expressed his concerns. Master, what if they falter? What if something goes wrong? If I cannot handle this serpent after breaking its body, then it deserves its fate, Yi Sun replied resolutely. Shortly thereafter, the combat power reading of the serpent on the testing device reset to 0, signifying its demise. Yi Sun sighed. These individuals had indeed proven their worth, merrily boasting as if recounting their recent exam scores. All right, enough sharing of experiences. Let us replenish our ammunition. With that, Yi Sun retrieved ammunition from his storage space. The others hastily removed their backpacks to gather the supplies. To be candid, that serpent was exceptionally resilient. Ultimately, they concentrated their fire in a dead-end alley until the ground was littered with spent shells, finally bringing the beast down. Have you all adapted to this scenario of shooting monsters? The crowd nodded confidently. Observing their expressions, Yi Sun remarked, have you noticed the change in your combat abilities? Upon hearing his reminder, everyone hurriedly tested each other's combat power with the combat power detectors. To their astonishment, they discovered that each of their combat abilities had increased by at least 20 points. It is noteworthy that even a farmer wielding a shotgun possesses only a combat power of 5, yet the weakest among them, a timid young lady, now boasted a combat power of 21. While such a combat power may not suffice in dire situations, at least with this 21, they would not falter when it came to fleeing. How much time do we have before entering the next level? Xiongzhong glanced at the clock and replied nonchalantly. We took less than 20 minutes to move from the 36th to the 11th level. We have ample time left. As they approached the 10th level, he instructed, do not engage. I will attempt to crush the adversaries below. You all head directly toward the entrance to the 9th level. Remember, speed is essential. I fear something may go awry. Noticing Yi Sun's serious demeanor, the group quickly nodded in agreement. When Roger brought up the floor plan of the 10th level, he exclaimed in surprise, huh? Just go straight and then turn right? It can't be that simple. Skeptical, he added, surely. It cannot be this easy to reach the 9th level after just a few steps. Let us proceed. Roger opened the manhole cover, and one by one, they descended. Upon witnessing the scene of the 10th level, their astonishment faded. After all, each level appeared distinctly different. This area featured a broad corridor, where they could only turn right. Their combat power detectors showed no reaction, which piqued their curiosity. Is there truly no one here? They wondered. Yi Sun, using his energy perception, sensed an unusual absence of presence. Since no one is here to confront us, let us proceed directly to the 9th level. The group followed the simplest route, walking straight and then turning right. However, upon turning, the scene remained unchanged, revealing yet another staircase. As they descended the stairs, they found themselves in yet another spacious corridor, again with only the option to turn right. The group exchanged puzzled glances, and upon turning right again, they encountered yet another staircase. Descending once more, they were met with yet another wide corridor, where the only option was to turn right yet again. Even the most oblivious among them began to grasp the unfolding situation. Could it be an infinite loop? Yi Sun pondered this possibility, suspecting it might be a form of illusion akin to a ghost wall. Is time passing normally? Indeed, time had not ceased its flow, but surely, they could not be trapped in an endless cycle. What could be done? Yi Sun felt a twinge of anxiety. He was uncertain of the cause, but one thing was for sure. The subway station's floor plan could not be misleading. Therefore, it seemed that upon entering, they had encountered an attack, an illusionary assault, perhaps? Upon reflecting on this, Yi Sun suddenly recalled that in Naruto, the tailed beasts once mentioned that one could escape from illusions simply by having a foreign chakra injected into their body. While the Jinchuriki could rely on the chakra of the tailed beasts to awaken, Yi Sun found himself at a loss, as the system was not akin to a tailed beast. But in martial arts novels, it seems that skilled practitioners can also escape from illusions through the operation of their internal energy. Perhaps I should try to circulate the Shisui Jing? Yi Sun promptly began to practice the Shisui Jing. He felt a surge of white energy rising from his dantian, flowing through his lungs, and descending along the major bones and joints, thoroughly connecting the upper and lower energy channels. This energy then converged at the Shanyang point. Without hesitation, Yi Sun directed his energy towards his Qingguang point, allowing the true energy to flow to his Yuzhen point, and then down along the Tianju, clearing his entire spine in an instant, first passing through the Shun Dao Ling Su, then reaching the Mingmen Yangkai, until it finally arrived at the tailbone. In that moment, Yi Sun felt a profound clarity and invigoration throughout his body. The Shisui Jing is indeed an unparalleled method to comprehend the universe and activate one's internal pathways. With a slight circulation, he immediately opened his eyes, feeling his senses sharpened, his hearing acute, and his vision clear, bringing him great comfort. However, upon focusing his gaze, he noticed that everyone around him stood frozen in place. Seeing the vacant expressions in their eyes, Yi Sun quickly gathered his true energy and shouted forcefully, causing a surge of energy that jolted everyone awake from their stupor. They were still bewildered about what had transpired, yet Yi Sun urged them, hurry, follow me. There are inaudible sound waves at play here. We will fall into an illusion. Hearing his words, they hastily fled, instinctively navigating their way through the labyrinthine corridors, having traversed this illusion countless times before. Chapter 31. The search for the Dragon Ball after their hasty escape from the 10th level. The group did not hesitate to enter the 9th level, where their nightmare truly began. Roger, check the route. Follow me, one of them urged. Roger, glancing at the map on his phone, gestured for everyone to follow him. This entire floor was characterized by traditional Japanese architecture, adorned with numerous doors that swung open automatically as they approached, resembling the entrance of a small shop, almost welcoming them. As Roger rushed ahead, a door abruptly swung open, revealing a samurai clad in a menacing red mask who lunged at him with swift aggression. The speed of the attack was so formidable that Roger, with a combat power of 27, had no chance to react, only perceiving a blinding flash of white light from the blade. However, just as the blade was about to plunge into Roger's chest, Yi Sun seized it with a powerful grip, effortlessly snapping the blade with his overwhelming force. Observing the masked warrior turning to flee, Yi Sun unleashed a wave of energy, reducing the fearsome figure to ashes. Roger, relieved to be saved, let out a breath of relief. Yet Yi Sun wore a perplexed expression, as he had felt no energy from the warrior. Nor did the system register any experience points for the defeat. This was indeed strange. Had he not slain a living being? Upon contemplating this, Yi Sun urgently addressed his companions. We must leave this place at once. His alarm was not born of panic, but rather from the unnerving absence of any life force within. This was not a matter of his combat prowess, but rather the unsettling realization that he was not contending with living beings. The others, upon hearing Yi Sun's command, hastily followed Roger, searching for one door after another. These doors, akin to automatic ones, were frustratingly designed to only open when one was within a foot's distance. Yi Sun continuously scanned his surroundings. The doors were not limited to the path they traversed, but were omnipresent. Suddenly, a door to the side swung open, revealing a warrior clad in a white, ghostly mask who swiftly pierced the battle suit of one team member with a sharp blade. The ensuing scream drew Yi Sun's attention, and upon turning, he found the door had already closed, leaving only the unfortunate team member impaled by a steel dagger. The individual struggled to extract the weapon, consumed a healing bean, and restored himself, yet his terror remained palpable. Yi Sun cursed under his breath. The door had opened silently, and the ghostly warrior had emitted no detectable aura, rendering any form of prevention impossible. In an instant, he pivoted and unleashed a piercing shot towards a warrior who had just struck at Bear's firearm. Although he obliterated the warrior's body, the absence of any life force was disquieting. Thankfully, Bear was the mightiest among them and had been exceedingly vigilant, thus able to deflect the initial attack. Yi Sun scoffed coldly, contemplating unleashing his power to destroy everything in the vicinity, but he quickly reconsidered. Such wanton destruction would surely obscure their exit, compelling him to abandon the thought. Move swiftly. These warriors possess weapons capable of penetrating battle armor. Tread cautiously. Roger, beside Yi Sun, searched frantically for an exit. Not daring to be careless, they were surrounded by doors, and a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Suddenly, Yi Sun's expression shifted dramatically as a warrior adorned with a blue ghostly mask erupted from a nearby door, delivering a horizontal slash that decapitated a team member. After the deed was done, the blue-masked warrior retreated into the door as if he had never been there, leaving behind only a lifeless head and a headless body. Forget him. We must flee. Yi Sun was not indifferent, but helpless. The doors opened without sound, and the warriors struck without any discernible energy fluctuations. He could not sense any life force in the vicinity except for his own group, which was truly disheartening. As they neared the conclusion of their path, another team member fell victim, having their throat pierced. The third level had claimed 2 casualties already, which was utterly horrifying. There, this is the place, exclaimed one of them. Oh, this door is enormous. Before the sentiment could fully register, the grand door suddenly swung open. The group focused their gaze within, revealing an expansive hall reminiscent of the main chamber of a Japanese warlord during the Sengoku period. However, the focal point was not the architecture, but rather the figure kneeling before them, a warrior clad in the red armor reminiscent of Sanada Yukimura. Despite his somewhat absurd appearance, the aura he exuded was decidedly formidable. The samurai, even when kneeling, towered at 2 meters tall. He was indeed a giant, and it would be no easy feat to contend with him in battle. As he opened his eyes, his gaze swept over everyone present, and he spoke in a measured tone. Very well, I shall offer you an opportunity. If you can escape through that door behind me before I sever your head, you shall have passed this level. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Sun was momentarily taken aback as he withdrew the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated a reaction. It revealed that a Dragon Ball was indeed nearby. At last, he had found it. He immediately raised his gaze and fixed it upon the necklace adorning the samurai's neck, which was embellished with various beads, among which one unmistakably was a Dragon Ball. With the Dragon Ball located, the only remaining task was to swiftly eliminate the adversary and depart from this place. I shall challenge you to a duel. Master, be cautious. This fellow possesses a combat power of 3,500, warned a companion. The samurai, noticing Yi Sun stepping forward, nodded in approval. Good, truly courageous. As the samurai began to rise and draw his sword, Yi Sun had already vanished from sight, delivering a powerful punch to the samurai's chest. The force of the blow was beyond imagination, causing the samurai's chest and armor to cave in. The samurai's expression contorted, as if he wished to speak, but the excruciating pain rendered him mute. Yi Sun, indifferent to his plight, tore the necklace from him and cast it into his storage space, intending to detach the Dragon Ball later. As for the samurai, Yi Sun had no interest in him. His previous strike had been delivered without restraint, and now the force was wreaking havoc within every cell of the samurai's body, leaving no hope for recovery. Although Yi Sun was perplexed by the ghostly samurai's lack of life force, it held little significance. What mattered was that he needed to pass through this level swiftly and return to the real world. Let us go. Ignore him. He won't rise again. The others instinctively trusted Yi Sun and hurried through the door behind them. Just as Yi Sun was about to depart, the samurai struggled to speak from the ground. Wait a moment. Yi Sun frowned and commanded, close your eyes and await your demise. The force of my punch has yet to dissipate. I merely wish to advise you that, with your strength, it is impossible to complete all 9 levels of the Devil's Game. Save your progress and leave quickly, the samurai uttered before taking his last breath. His pupils dilating as life fled him. Save progress. Hey, don't die? Clarify what you mean by saving progress. After shouting uselessly a couple of times, Yi Sun could only shake his head and depart. If this game allowed for saving progress, did it not imply that one could leave midway? Chapter 32. Each to their training having lost only 2 individuals, the original 21 had dwindled to 19. Although the group had mentally prepared for such a possibility, the sudden loss, following a string of victories, reignited their fears. Yi Sun's expression turned grave. The previous samurai had an attack power exceeding 2,000, which was astonishing. The combat power in the killing cage escalated alarmingly with each level. If the next adversary boasted a combat power of 20,000, it would be utterly absurd. Never mind. We shall take it one step at a time. The scene shifts, revealing Yi Sun entangled in a dark and brutal devilish game. While Dodo and Sun Wukong soar on their Nimbus cloud towards the Korin Tower, Dodo yearns for Yi Sun, eager to reach the Korin Sage and become stronger, so that he can accompany his brother Yi Sun in the quest for the Dragon Balls. This is it, Dodo exclaimed. Brother Yi Sun said we must climb the Korin Tower, but I can't see the top. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and replied, I recall my grandfather mentioning that high mountains often house deities. I believe the Korin Sage resides at a great height. The 2 children descended behind the tower, circling it for a while. Hey, who are you? They turned to see a group of individuals resembling Native Americans, armed with spears, approaching them. These were the guardians of the Korin Tower, who annually selected a family to dwell near the tower, while the rest of the tribe lived in a village behind the mountain. Dodo pointed at the tower and declared, we wish to climb to the top to find the Korin Sage. The elder among them, slightly taken aback, inquired, how do you know the Korin Sage is at the top? Brother Yi Sun told me, and he wouldn't be mistaken. Dodo confidently replied. Though the guardians were unfamiliar with Yi Sun, they could not deter anyone from climbing the tower. Children, if you truly intend to climb the Korin Tower, we will not stop you, but be warned, falling could be fatal. Dodo and Sun Wukong were undeterred. Dodo could perform aerial maneuvers, and Sun Wukong had his Nimbus cloud. The elder then instructed, we shall remain here at the base of the tower for the next few days, offering our blessings for your safe ascent. The crowd nodded, sending their well wishes. Sun Wukong and Dodo exchanged glances, then approached the Korin Tower. With a powerful push of their legs, they propelled themselves upward like springs, soaring straight up for at least 100 meters. Ah, my heavens! Gasped the onlookers, astonished by the children's remarkable abilities. The elder's expression turned grave. Perhaps these 2 truly can ascend the Korin Tower. It is said that only martial artists who have reached the 9th level possess the capability to climb it. I cannot confirm this, but those who attain the 9th level are far beyond the ordinary, and only such individuals can challenge the tower. In truth, their presence around the Korin Tower was not solely to bestow blessings. A more significant reason was to recover any fallen bodies. Previously, many who attempted the climb had met with demise, and as guardians of the tower, they could not allow the bodies of aspiring climbers to lie unburied. Dodo and Sun Wukong hastened their ascent, aware that Yi Sun's character would not lead him to make empty boasts. Climbing the Korin Tower would undoubtedly take more than a day or 2. Yi Xiaodao remained in the hotel, diligently practicing the Heavenly Path technique, also known as the Washing Marrow Sutra. If Yi Sun were to utilize a combat power testing device at that moment, he would discover that Yi Xiaodao's combat strength had already surpassed 70. Although this was inferior to the formidable martial artist, Pak Wong, it was still sufficient to compete with werewolves and puff players alike. During her training, she distinctly sensed the transformation in her physical prowess, marveling at it. However, she also recognized her limitations in aptitude, which resulted in a sluggish progress. The rate at which she cultivated this technique was far inferior to that of Yi Sun. In other words, without the genetic enhancement drugs provided by Yi Sun, it might take her a decade to complete the first level of the Washing Marrow Sutra. As the sun descended, Dodo was utterly exhausted. His stamina was not as prodigious as that of Sun Wukong. After all, Saiyans possessed innate advantages. Dodo yearned for rest, sleep, and ice cream, clutching Carinta with a forlorn expression, reluctant to ascend any further. Sun Wukong, situated several meters above him, called down. Put in some effort. If you fall here, you'll have to start over. Little monkey, summon your Nimbus cloud, and let Dodo take a nap, he suggested. However, Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, have you forgotten what Asun mentioned? If we rely on external assistance, Carinta will be displeased. What should we do then? Dodo lamented. I suppose I must continue climbing and then sleep. Hearing this, Dodo grit his teeth and hastened his ascent up the tower. Carinta stood atop the tower, observing the scene below with a slight smile. This kid Yisun has sent 2 little brats to climb Carinta's tower. He certainly has a unique approach, she mused. Yet, a sense of puzzlement gripped her as she wondered aloud. With such capabilities, why would he send these youngsters to train here? Contemplating this, Carinta sighed. Well, let us proceed step by step. Any improvement, no matter how small, is still worthwhile. In the celestial realm, the deities stood at the edge, observing the events transpiring on Earth. Mr. Bobo inquired from behind, my lord, what exactly is happening on Earth? A human has entered the devil's game, and I am devising a means to communicate with the demon realm to ensure his safe return, the deity replied. Mr. Bobo, perplexed, asked, my lord, I fail to understand why you would go to such lengths for an ordinary person. Each human across our parallel universes could potentially be summoned by this devil's game, and the great king of the universe is aware of this. If he cannot intervene, should we not? The deity shook his head, stating, the divine realm will inevitably confront the demon realm. The current peace treaty merely serves as a means to placate our adversaries. However, before we sever ties with the demon realm, our warriors in this timeline must strive to grow stronger. We cannot afford to lose our beacon of hope. Mr. Bobo understood that this world was far more complex than it appeared, and that being a deity was no simple task. Perhaps the individual who entered the devil's game was deemed remarkable in the eyes of the deity, who sought to ensure his survival. At that moment, a black halo materialized before the celestial being, from which emerged a dark voice, the identity of which remained a mystery. Upon witnessing the shadow, the celestial being courteously inquired, I am the deity of Earth. May I ask if you are the envoy from the demon realm? The response came, why does the Earth deity seek my attention? There is a young man named Yisun who has intruded into the devil's game. Is he still alive? The envoy paused, then replied, what a nuisance. Is he a relative of yours, that a deity from one planet would seek me out? Very well, considering the peace accord with the demon lord, I shall investigate. Moments later, it appeared the envoy had discovered Yisun's fate. Ah, so he is one of your humans. Damn it. He is on the verge of dismantling the devil's game. Chapter 33. The training of Carinta, the celestial being's expression turned to one of astonishment. Clearing his throat, he unexpectedly asked, what has transpired within the devil's game? What has transpired? How dare you even inquire? The envoy retorted furiously. The devil's game was designed to amuse demons, allowing them to revel in the despair of humanity. Yet now, every challenge within has succumbed to hopelessness. Wherever that rascal goes, nothing thrives. The losses we have incurred are monumental. Do you comprehend the effort required to rectify this debacle? Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the envoy's outburst, the celestial being recognized his own folly in overestimating Yisun. Frankly, the extent of Yisun's actions was quite unexpected. Earth deity, enlighten us. What was this man's purpose in entering the game? Naturally, the celestial being could not disclose that it was for the Dragon Balls. Instead, he jested. As you are aware, this fellow is a martial arts enthusiast. I am uncertain how he learned of the devil's game, but he disregarded my warnings and ventured in. I find myself quite troubled, hence my outreach to you, hoping to persuade him to return. Such reasoning would be utterly incredulous to the denizens of the demon realm. And who would believe that a person would ignore a deity's counsel to prove themselves in such a perilous arena? It is indeed absurd. Enough. The demon realm has decided to expedite this individual's departure. Should the demon lords of the 3 realms discover his presence, he shall not escape their wrath. Henceforth, your celestial realm is prohibited from entering demon territory. Failure to comply will incite a war between our realms. I trust the great king of the universe will summon the legendary Kaishin. The celestial being found himself at a loss for rebuttal, as those familiar with the lore of the Dragon Balls knew well that the combat prowess of the Earth deity was limited. His true strength lay in magical abilities, which only manifested fully after merging with King Piccolo, thus revealing the might befitting a warrior. I hope you can educate this troublesome individual properly. He is not to return to the demon realm. With that, the envoy's image dissipated. The celestial being smacked his lips, feeling the lingering resentment even across the chasm of space. Just what further transgressions had Yi Sun committed? The young lad should hastily return upon discovering the Dragon Balls. He must not allow himself to delve too deeply, for thereafter, matters would transcend his capacity to resolve. At that moment, the Supreme Kai sighed in mild astonishment. Have Yi Sun's two companions already ascended the Korin Tower? Remarkable indeed. It seems that the martial artists of this era on Earth are truly worthy of cultivation. However, I am intrigued by the silence of Mr. Popo standing nearby. He understands that the Supreme Kai is concerned about the extraordinary strength of Yi Sun, which defies all logic. Korin, observing the weary countenances of Daodu and Sun Wukong, nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, at least you have displayed the honesty to climb the Korin Tower. Had you resorted to the flying Nimbus or the instant transmission, I would have compelled you to ascend once more. Sun Wukong and Daodu wore anxious expressions, for they had indeed contemplated cheating. Yet their innocent and naive natures prevailed over their desire for leniency. Please wait, Korin said as he approached the basket, retrieving 2 senza beans and tossing them to the two. I am aware of your intentions. Since Yi Sun places his trust in me, I shall train you. Do you see the water flask upon my staff? That contains the super sacred water. If you can seize it, you will be able to drink the super sacred water. Trust me, this substance will at least double your strength. Daodu and Sun Wukong initially believed their strength was sufficient. Yet they found themselves unable to even graze the edge of Korin's presence. The cat's evasion capabilities were indeed at a divine level, whether alone or in collaboration. They were left spinning by Korin's agility. What is the matter? Has Yi Sun only imparted such limited skills to you? After 3 hours, observing the exhausted breaths of the 2 children, Korin did not hesitate to mock them, his taunt intended as motivation. Daodu had previously only fled from Yi Sun across the mountains, but he had never pursued another, especially not a cat-like deity so agile, which was utterly exasperating. Alas, Korin is simply too formidable. We cannot keep up, Sun Wukong lamented, perplexed as to why he could catch monkeys in the woods, yet struggled to match Korin's pace. Heh, who am I? I am a deity. If you perceive my abilities as akin to those of the forest monkeys, you will never catch me. Moreover, you rely solely on your eyes to track my movements. Were Yi Sun to take my place, he would capture me in an instant, not merely through speed, but through the ability to sense and predict movement. Without the capacity to anticipate my actions, even if you were faster than I, you would remain unable to seize me. Daodu, feeling indignant, jumped up with hands on hips, declaring, "That's a lie. If Daodu were faster than you, I would catch you in a heartbeat. Foolish little panda. Had Yi Sun heard that, he would surely have smacked your head. What use is speed? Look at my Korin Tower. What a vast area. If you recklessly rely on your swiftness to capture me, what will you do once I evade? You will charge out of the Korin Tower, do you understand?" Do and Sun Wukong furrowed their brows, seemingly pondering the words of Master Korin. These 2 young ones exhibited considerable martial talent, particularly Sun Wukong. As a member of the naturally combative Saiyan race, once he entered a state of motion or combat, his mind began to operate in a Saiyan manner. He swiftly grasped Master Korin's explanation and subsequently sat down to meditate, as the 3 hours of frantic competition had left him utterly exhausted. Noticing Sun Wukong adjusting his state, Do simply sprawled out on the ground, carefree and fast asleep. Master Korin, though somewhat exasperated, wore a satisfied expression. Yi Sun regarded these 2 children as promising martial arts prodigies worthy of cultivation. The Celestial, witnessing this scene, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Korin possessed a unique ability to stimulate the enthusiasm and comprehension of these youngsters using the simplest of methods. I eagerly anticipate what will unfold next. While Do and Sun Wukong exerted themselves on Korin Tower, the situation in the demon game was equally riveting. Yi Sun had now descended to the lowest level of the slaughter game, and surprisingly, this layer posed no dangers whatsoever. Upon exiting the building, the group found themselves in a dense, primordial forest. Suddenly, all their combat power testing devices registered an astonishing figure, 4,500. The group was momentarily stunned. Instinctively looking towards Yi Sun, gritting his teeth, Yi Sun shouted, "Everyone, follow Roger and rush to the subway station. The map should indicate the way. I will handle this thing." Chapter 34. Yi Sun is suspended from the 9th to the 1st floor. The number of participants had dwindled to 11. Each of the 8 intermediate levels was exceptionally challenging, with combat power readings steadily climbing. Had it not been for Yi Sun's formidable presence and authority, it would have been reasonable to expect that all would have perished halfway through. In truth, Yi Sun's existence made the others subconsciously overlook a fundamental aspect of the game. Each level contained functional props and unique strategies for progression, as well as opportunities for character growth. If the game merely tossed a group of weaklings into a weasel's den, it would lack intrigue and simply be an act of slaughter. However, the potential for the weak to grow and ultimately strike back against the weasels is what defines the essence of the game. The designers had no intention of condemning the players to a certain demise. Rather, they should seek to elevate themselves and cleverly navigate through the challenges. Yet, discussing this is of little consequence, which is why the demon envoy furiously accused the Celestial of sending individuals to the demon game stage. Meanwhile, young Master Yi Sun, unreasonably dispatching adversaries, had already leveled up to 24. However, the more swiftly he advanced, the greater the impending challenges loomed. For instance, when confronting the mechanical titan on the second level, Yi Sun distinctly sensed that, despite the titan's combat power of 3,800 and its inability to match his speed, its strength and defense were approaching the level of the Saiyan Nappa. The most terrifying aspect was the all-encompassing scanning attack system of the mechanical behemoth, which instantaneously locked on his several individuals. Although Yi Sun chose to unleash his full power through a potent energy technique to annihilate the mechanical giant, regrettably, a few still fell victim to the beam attacks, suffering instantaneous fatalities. After enduring the beam strikes, his Golden Bell shield gained considerable experience points. Had the mechanical titan's strikes not been so precise, he would have relished the opportunity to hone his skills with the Golden Bell shield against this formidable foe. Yi Sun was not a saint, yet neither was he devoid of compassion. Recognizing them as comrades, he resolved to forego his training aspirations. Run quickly. This behemoth is colossal, and it possesses cloaking abilities. Its speed and strength far exceed those of the previous mechanical giant. Do not act recklessly. With this warning, his companions dared not linger. At that moment, Yi Sun propelled himself with tremendous force, launching a supersonic missile that struck the creature with precision. The air resonated with a piercing scream from the beast, the shockwave powerful enough to feel like a tempest against their backs. He could not afford to grant the monster a moment to rise. Yi Sun's energy surged, and his hands unleashed energy waves that rained down upon the cloaked beast, engendering a cataclysmic bombardment reminiscent of wartime devastation in the forest. The ferocious explosions unleashed flames and dust that blotted out the sky. The ground trembled violently, and the cacophony of detonations pierced their ears, compelling them to glance back. They beheld clouds of debris soaring hundreds of meters into the air, mistaking it for a colossal entity rampaging through the earth, the dust swirling around them, nearly toppling them over. Goodness, the master is truly relentless. One exclaimed, astonished. What kind of explosive force is this? Enough chatter. We still have a considerable distance to traverse. The challenges ahead are undoubtedly immense, or the master would not resort to such assaults. In that moment, Yi Sun, driven by fury, roared as his hands, akin to a rapid-fire machine gun, unleashed wave after wave of energy blasts. The terrain, once lush with greenery, had transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any trace of its former vitality. Yi Sun sighed. The monstrous creature lay vanquished, reduced to mere remnants. The cost of his victory was a significant toll on his stamina, and ahead lay a crater reminiscent of a meteor impact, a sight to behold. Suddenly, Yi Sun's expression shifted as a powerful gust of wind disrupted the air around him. With a thunderous crash, an unseen attack struck him, propelling him like a ball into a pile of rubble, sending debris flying. Damn it! Yi Sun cursed, springing to his feet, his energy locking onto a floating creature in midair. This creature resembled a humanoid lizard, equipped with chameleon-like abilities. Yi Sun was uncertain whether it was the same monstrous entity as before, but the combat prowess of this being was evidently formidable. Upon witnessing that Yi Sun had not succumbed after being struck by its tail, the monstrous creature was filled with exhilaration. It had finally encountered a prey worthy of its full hunting prowess. This thrill of anticipation momentarily halted its assault as it scrutinized Yi Sun. Pointing at him, it bellowed, "Human, are you willing to serve the demon clan? Should you dare utter a no, I shall slay you. No, then I shall end your life." Yi Sun had no intention of engaging in such trivial banter. He charged at the lizard creature. Yet, despite his formidable combat power of 6,000, every punch, kick, and energy attack was effortlessly evaded by the beast. Frustration coursed through Yi Sun as he realized that his current speed and strength were insufficient to vanquish this creature, which possessed at least 3,000 more combat points than he did. Noticing the fervor in Yi Sun's eyes diminishing, the lizard creature let out a hearty laugh. "When you attacked my head earlier, I gauged your capabilities. Unfortunately for you, you are no match for me. I trust you have come to this realization? Indeed. With my current strength, I cannot defeat you. Thus, I offer you a chance. Should you manage to kill me, I shall not retaliate, it continued, its eyes gleaming with a curiosity that resembled human expression. Do you underestimate me, young one? No, I concede that I cannot best you. Now, I shall allow you to strike me. My speed and strength are inadequate against you, and my energy waves cannot harm you. However, I am intrigued to see if my physical defenses can withstand your assault. After all, there must be something in which I excel. The lizard creature erupted into laughter, as if it had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, regarding Yi Sun as the most foolish of individuals. Poor little thing. It is out of respect for your martial prowess that I have refrained from killing you. Since you seem so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. With that, the lizard creature vanished from sight. Yi Sun's pupils constricted, and he was soon sent flying by a powerful kick. The force was so immense that he felt an agonizing pain, as if every cell in his body were being subjected to the impact. Without the protection of his golden bell shield, that single blow could have been fatal. As Yi Sun endured the onslaught, the others had reached their destination. Roger indeed possessed the qualities of an adept guide. He led the group forward with almost no missteps, racing swiftly to a station nestled within the forest. Without hesitation, they hurried inside. Why aren't they here yet? Are they embroiled in a fierce battle? By the way, let us use the combat power detector to assess the situation. Yi-Fei pressed the red button on the testing device twice, and it immediately registered 2 responses of force. Upon examining the data, he was struck with astonishment. He had captured one with a combat power of 5,000, undoubtedly a master, but the other one, a monstrous figure, boasted an astonishing 11,000. The crowd turned pale, realizing that the strength of this creature was more than double that of Yi Sun. What hope was there for them now? They were doomed. The timid girl collapsed to the ground, her delicate face etched with despair. We are finished, she lamented. My combat power has risen to 28. Yet compared to brother Xiongzhong, I am utterly feeble. Xiongzhong sighed. I understand your sentiment. My combat power is only 40 points higher than yours. Yet it surpasses that of the master by 2-fold. The disparity between the master and that creature is likely far greater than the difference between you and me. In the distance, the sounds of explosions continued unabated. The battle raged on fiercely. They could all feel the earth trembling beneath them, and each silently prayed for the master to reach safety. If Yi Sun were to fall, even if they progressed to the next level of the tormenting cage, it would ultimately lead to their demise.